My dear Cristiano C. Luo, I can feel that my days are numbered, and I do not know whether I will still be here to witness your final dance at the World Cup in 2026. I know that going to Saudi Arabia was never truly your wish, so you certainly will not let this chance to lift the World Cup trophy slip away. But what I want to tell you is that a week ago, I went to the stadium that bears my name to watch a high school match, and there I discovered a youth who moved like the wind across the pitch. Dressed in pure white, every long pass he delivered drew my gaze. Over the course of the match, he attempted 8 long balls of more than 30 meters, each one flawlessly accurate, every pass landing within a meter of his teammate, and resulting in 3 assists. Such magnificent long passes made me see the silhouette of David Beckham once more. I watched the recordings of his 3 years of high school league matches. He is without doubt a prodigy. A prodigy capable of bypassing youth academy systems and stepping directly into professional league competition. Of course, what captivates me most is his love for football, just like yours when you were 11. I have never seen a Chinese heritage boy whose passion for the game burns so fiercely. He makes me long to possess once more a youth as radiant as a diamond. Oh damn it, I am digressing again. His greatest strength lies in his precise 30-plus meter passes sweeping horizontally across the pitch as if his right leg were forged of gold. If he could stand on the same field as you, he would surely become your most reliable provider of assists. His name is Jiang Feng, and he is about to enroll at the University of Lisbon. When I originally wanted to seek him out, it was a pity that he told me he wished to play for Longwa. Yet with my understanding of Longwa's football, there is absolutely no soil there for such a genius to grow. He will inevitably come back. Before next year's World Cup begins, my child, you must find a way to locate him and take him with you into the World Cup campaign. Perhaps he will bring you an immense surprise. Aurelio Pereira. In May, the weather in Lisbon was still refreshingly cool. Emerging from the private gym inside his large house, Cristiano, bare-chested and muscles taut, walked out with a somewhat desolate look in his eyes. Now over 40, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror and thought of the impending World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, knowing it would be his last dance on that stage. No matter how passionately he loved that ball, time slipped away, and even if he fought with all his might, he could no longer hold on to his peak form. As he prepared to step onto the World Cup stage, once more anxiety weighed upon him. Though the national team had fresh young blood and old comrades like Bishi and Buffet alongside him, he still feared they would fail to raise the trophy. In terms of overall strength, there were the French juggernaut, the Samba Ensemble of Brazil, the defending champions, the Pampas Eagles of Argentina. Yet his own 5-shield side, with almost the same lineup in the previous tournament, had only managed to reach the quarterfinals. He wanted to find reliable providers of assists, but saw none, and thus his thoughts returned to the text message his mentor had sent him 1 month before his passing. A Chinese heritage boy, a youth like the wind. Cristiano hesitated, for in his eyes a Chinese heritage teenager's football talent would naturally be inferior to local youths from Europe or Africa. Though there were Chinese heritage players in Portugal, professional level ones were almost non-existent, let alone someone who could skip the youth academy and directly withstand the intensity of professional competition. An 18-year-old boy. Could he really be up to it? In the afternoon, Cristiano would report to the sports administration, where the head coach would announce the provisional squad list. Half a month later, the final roster would be confirmed. If he did not submit a name at this moment, changing personnel afterward would be extremely difficult. Cristiano pondered for a while and ultimately chose to trust the mentor who had discovered him, Aurelio Pereira. Even for a gifted teenager without grueling training, how could he achieve precise long passes of more than 30 meters with such a high success rate? At present, that level of consistency was attainable only to top players like De Bruyne or Beckham. Even if his mentor had grown old, he still bore the accumulated experience of a lifetime in judging talent. He had never erred in his vision, having unearthed Cristiano at 11 along with many other outstanding players. The information about this youth named Jiang Feng was the final legacy his mentor had left him. Perhaps Cristiano had always been someone who seized opportunities. On the pitch, he never let any chance to score slip away. This was why he was constantly running. As long as his legs could carry him, he would keep sprinting, and eventually a scoring chance would appear. Now it was the same. Even if there was only a 1 in 10% chance of finding a truly exceptional midfielder, he refused to give it up. Perhaps when the day came that he could no longer run, he would go to the stadiums of Lisbon to watch young players, becoming a talent scout like his mentor. With that thought, he decided to alter his plan. He entered the garage, started his £1,000,000 sports car, and headed toward the University of Lisbon. The University of Lisbon was Portugal's top institution, equivalent in status to Tsinghua or Peking University in Longwa. It was also home to many international students and Chinese heritage students. When Cristiano's signature luxury car, the Bugatti Senadiasai, appeared at the university gate, it immediately drew cries of astonishment from the local students. After all, Cristiano was a legend here, the idol of countless people. In Lisbon, to drive such a flamboyant, attention-grabbing supercar so boldly, no one but Cristiano would do such a thing. Thus his arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. The security guard at the university gate immediately called the principal, informing him that Cristiano had arrived. Principal Luis of the University of Lisbon was stunned by the news. Cristiano was a national treasure-level figure here. Why had he not sent any notice before coming? He hurried to the campus gate. Unsurprisingly, Cristiano's sudden visit caused a huge commotion. There a cluster of young people surrounded the car, asking him for autographs. Cristiano was the idol of these university students, and some ardent female fans even lifted their shirts, asking him to sign his name on their backs. Such was the frenzy of football culture here. Stars were even more popular than entertainers, and above all this was Cristiano. "Oh, Cristiano, what brings you here in person? Do you have business with us?" Luis arrived nearly out of breath. Cristiano replied with gentlemanly poise, "Just a moment, old Luis, let me take a few photos with these young people. I am truly sorry to come unannounced, but I do have something very urgent to handle." Although Principal Luis was curious about Cristiano's purpose in coming, there was nothing he could do. Cristiano remained so overwhelmingly popular that even in his later years, he was still the idol of countless young people. They waited for more than half an hour until finally the surrounding crowd was satisfied. Only then did Cristiano walk over and say, "My apologies, old Luis." Luis truly could not bring himself to be angry. After all, Cristiano's stature overshadowed his own by far. "Cristiano, what exactly have you come here to do?" Cristiano finally said, "I need to find someone, a genius on the pitch. He should certainly be a member of your university team, a Chinese heritage youth." Luis scratched his head. There is not a single Chinese heritage player on our university team." Cristiano said, "His name is Jiang Feng." "Well, approximately that." Luis frowned and said, "You know, the names of people from the East are always difficult to remember. But don't worry, as long as we have a name, I can find him quickly." At this moment on the pitch of the University of Lisbon, Jiang Feng was straining every last drop of stamina, driving the ball relentlessly toward the opponent's goal. Ever since his return from Longwa, he had been seething with anger. He simply could not fathom how, with his god-tier talent, super long pass, he had scored 2 goals and delivered 3 assists, outshining everyone on the field, yet still been eliminated from the Longwa U18 selection trial. They had in a way still offered him a chance. Although he was cut, he could remain as a sparring partner. After 3 to 5 years of serving as a training companion, he might obtain another opportunity to be selected. Yet the most dazzling performance in the entire trial was rewarded with nothing more than the role of a sparring partner. At 18, hot-blooded and proud Jiang Feng could not possibly accept becoming someone else's practice dummy in the very prime of his youth. Later he came to understand that he had won on the pitch, yet lost outside of it. What they were playing was not football, but the intricate game of connections and favors. Those who made it through were either wealthy or well-connected, while he, after all, was merely a foreigner. Thus his anger simmered. From childhood, his father had taught him that if he possessed the ability, he should return to Longwa to develop his career. Jiang Feng wanted to rely on the capabilities of his green pitch heart system, go back to play football there, then enter the professional leagues, and use that to remain in Longwa. Yet they did not want him. Jiang Feng was born in Portugal, but from the age of 3, he had studied in Longwa, and his values were no different from those of any Longwa teenager. After finishing elementary and middle school, his family brought him back to Portugal for high school. With the solid foundation he had built in Longwa, he dominated matches at his school and easily earned admission to the University of Lisbon. At the age of 12, he had bonded with a system called Green Pitch Heart. After obtaining the god-tier talent super long pass, the system had fallen eerily silent. Even relying solely on that single talent, he could effortlessly ravage his peers on the pitch. He had imagined bringing this gift back to Longwa, yet reality turned out to be harshly different. After returning, he felt suffocated with resentment, and in that frustration, he seemed to understand why there was no Longwa team at this year's World Cup. There had to be a reason behind such absurdity. So upon coming back, he wanted to vent a little, while also thinking seriously about his future career, how he could enter the professional stage without letting the system's potential go to waste. By and large, his life was still rather fortunate. Generations ago, his ancestors had sailed south, drifting all the way to Portugal, where they eventually settled down and prospered, becoming locally wealthy and never returning. His family's foreign trade in Portugal mainly involved exporting Portuguese wine back to Longwa and importing Longwa's new energy batteries. Their emotional ties to Longwa were deep and unbroken. Moreover, Jiang Feng had grown up in Longwa from childhood. Though his passport was Portuguese, he had only lived there for 3 or 4 years and felt little emotional attachment to the country. His family was well off and had always hoped he would return to Longwa. In their eyes, abroad could never be as safe as home, and with Longwa's rapid development, Europe had gradually come to view it as someone else's country, a place to be envied. Yet the heavens did not bend to his wishes. Money was not his concern. His sole pursuit lay in football. If I can make the university team, scouts should notice me soon. From there, breaking into the Portuguese Primeira Liga would already be a good start, he murmured to himself. This system is exasperating. It only dispenses rewards on professional pitches, he thought. Although he had been bound to it for years, aside from that one god-tier talent, it had given him nothing else. All other rewards could only be unlocked through professional competitions. Up to now, he had gained no further improvements. He remained completely unaware that at that very moment the main campus of the University of Lisbon was abuzz with activity. Jiang Feng. Does anyone know a Jiang Feng from Longhua? A Chinese student. There are plenty of Chinese students at the university. Know the Jiang Feng who plays football? Voices echoed through the campus corridors. Found him. A first year in the business school, but he hasn't officially registered yet. His dorm room has already been assigned, though we can look for him there, someone exclaimed. Thus a large group from the main campus marched up to the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory. Yet they did not find Jiang Feng there. Instead, they stumbled upon his roommate and the roommate's girlfriend in the dorm room, clearly on the verge of an intimate encounter. Old Luis's face turned dark with embarrassment, yet he held his tongue. After all, they were adults, and in a foreign country such matters were hardly unusual. Although Jiang Feng held Portuguese citizenship, he had grown up in Longhua and could not accept such a clash of values. Avoiding the amorous couple, he had gone off to the pitch instead. When Cristiano Ronaldo learned that he was on the pitch, he actually became less anxious. He wished to observe the boy's ability carefully and instructed the others not to follow. Only old Luis accompanied him to the field. By the time the two of them arrived at the University of Lisbon's football pitch, a crowd of students had already gathered. Many young women in daring outfits were screaming excitedly by the sideline. The boy in the white jersey is so handsome. His passing posture is incredible. Is that Eastern-faced guy part of our university team? Shrill voices rang out. I've never seen such a handsome Eastern face before. Even several male students found themselves pausing to watch the young man from the East. That kid just delivered a 40-meter precision long pass. When the ball reached his teammate, there wasn't a single defender nearby, not even the goalkeeper anticipated it. He basically served up an open goal. I recorded it, I'm going to upload it to TikTok, one student exclaimed. This guy's ability as a central midfielder is incredible. If he joins our university team, he could easily dominate the college league. Hey, can you show me the video you just took? Another student asked eagerly. Suddenly Cristiano Ronaldo appeared, startling the two of them. They turned to see the international superstar standing right beside them. "See Ronaldo," one of the boys gasped. One of the boys cried out in disbelief. Ronaldo quickly hushed him with a smile and said, "Keep it down, classmate. May I have a look at your phone?" "Of course," the student replied, barely containing his excitement. The boy, thrilled, unlocked his phone, and Ronaldo soon found the video in question. On screen, the youth in white was advancing down the left flank, drawing the attention of three defenders. Hemmed in by their triangular formation and seemingly with no way out, he suddenly lifted his leg, his posture like a bow drawn into a perfect crescent, sending the ball arcing nearly 40 meters to the feet of a black university player, feeding his teammate a simple tap-in. Ronaldo was stunned. To deliver such an accurate ball while being squeezed and forced to run under pressure and still place it perfectly dozens of meters away at a teammate's feet, he suddenly saw in that moment the shadow of his old teammate Modric. Many football commentators had said that Ronaldo and Modric were the most successful forward-midfield partnership in Real Madrid's history. In that fleeting instant, Ronaldo fully felt his mentor's painstaking intention. He had truly found a central midfielder perfectly suited to him, and that player was still so young. After snapping a quick selfie with the two boys and returning the phone, Ronaldo turned to old Luis and asked, "You're certain this kid's nationality is Portuguese?" Old Luis nodded. "Yes, Ronaldo. His file is very clear. His family holds a certain status in Lisbon. His grandfather is a highly respected businessman. Before Jiang Feng enrolled, his grandfather even donated £1 million to the university." "Should we call him over now?" Old Luis asked. Ronaldo shook his head. "No, let's wait. I want to observe his performance on the pitch a bit longer." He wanted to see whether Jiang Feng truly possessed, as his mentor had claimed, the ability to step directly into professional league football. Old Luis nodded. Of course. Out on the pitch, Jiang Feng was still pondering whether he should join the university league at all, unaware that Cristiano Ronaldo's gaze was already fixed upon him, and that he now stood just one step away from the World Cup in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Jiang Feng had not noticed that Cristiano Ronaldo and the old principal were beside the field. The reason was that these two individuals were hidden around the stadium, and every time Jiang Feng appeared on the green pitch, he always attracted quite a number of spectators. In addition to his handsome East Asian features and a tall standard physique that allowed him to showcase his long legs on the field, the most important aspect was still his performance on the field. Almost every pass he made was a cannonball with trajectories that resembled elegant falling leaves. Such plays were rarely seen in the Primera Liga, let alone on a mere university field. Even though the football atmosphere among the younger generation in Portugal was quite vibrant, there were many football students in the sports department of the University of Lisbon, yet football geniuses were seldom encountered. An 18-year-old university student like Jiang Feng, who could directly play professionally, was a rarity in any city in Europe. Therefore, his appearance undoubtedly made him the star on the field. During his time in high school, he led his team to dominate the high school league for 2 years. Why just 2 years? Because in the first year he focused on studying, but he found that the quality of students here was too poor, and he could achieve high scores relying solely on the knowledge he gained in middle school back in Longhua. Thus, in the following 2 years, Zhang Feng joined the school team, and with his god-level talent super long pass, he led the Lisbon International High School to sweep the high school league, winning 2 trophies, and being named the most valuable player, establishing himself as the midfield ceiling of the league and gaining a horde of admirers in high school. With such experience, he returned to Longhua to participate in the selection competition, but was surprisingly eliminated. Can you imagine how frustrating that was? So he ended up in Portugal, entering university. His family, however, felt indifferent. He came from a wealthy background and only needed to wait until he turned 30 to inherit the family business, so their expectations for him were not high, especially since he was not the only child but had 2 younger cousins. His life was his own to plan. Therefore, Zhang Feng felt no emotional fluctuations regarding the spectators surrounding him. He had grown accustomed to it, and he even felt a bit dull due to the lack of excited gasps from admirers. However, this was not a professional league, just an informal match organized by a group of guys from the University of Lisbon. He had run for 40 minutes and recorded 6 assists, because they had only scored 6 goals. If not for the 3 players on the opposing team guarding him closely, he could have scored a few himself. Even so, he had shown some restraint. Let's call it a day? Bro, I'm tired. Zhang Feng waved to a few teammates in the center of the field. He estimated that his flamboyant roommate had probably finished his own game by now and should have cleaned up the battlefield. Zhang Gu, can we play again? Just give me a long pass, my friend is watching me, and I want to score 1 more goal. A young white guy tugged at Zhang Feng's shirt. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, no way, you see how the guys on the other side are almost ready to tackle me. 6-0, we can't be too merciful to them. Trust me, it's better to leave while we're ahead. Zhang Feng picked up the jacket from the bench on the field and politely thanked an unknown female student beside him for the bottle of water she handed him, which he drank in one go. Looking down, he noticed 2 people had appeared before him. One was Principal Luis, whom he had seen at the freshman ceremony, and the other was none other than Cristiano Ronaldo, a figure known to anyone with even a slight connection to football. Cristiano Ronaldo. Zhang Feng was stunned. This was his idol. As a football-loving youth, he preferred the dynamic playing style of Ronaldo over the threading needle finesse of Messi. There was no right or wrong in preferences. Disliking something was quite simple. But his admiration for Ronaldo was genuine. It was rare to see an athlete who remained so disciplined and passionate about football, even at 40. Even though Cristiano was not performing well now and could only play in the lesser Saudi league, a god is still a god. Zhang Feng always felt a bit regretful. If only Ronaldo had lived in the same era as him, his precise long passes could effortlessly help Ronaldo break through and score. So seeing Ronaldo standing right in front of him, Zhang Feng was incredibly amazed. The person he often saw on television was finally in front of him. Ronaldo smiled and said, hello, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was shocked. You know me. Although he was often called a football genius by high school PE teachers, he knew that his status was worlds apart from Ronaldo's. After all, he wasn't even considered a professional football player yet. So seeing Ronaldo call his name, Zhang Feng was quite taken aback. Ronaldo nodded and said, I don't know you, but my teacher knows you. Teacher? Zhang Feng was puzzled. After all, as a student from Longhua, his understanding of a teacher was someone who taught in school, so what connection could there be between Ronaldo's teacher and him? Ronaldo replied, it's my life mentor, Aurelio Pereira. He has watched your matches. Zhang Feng suddenly recalled an elderly man with white hair, a plump figure, who had almost always watched his school team's matches from a wheelchair during his last year in high school. Initially, Zhang Feng thought he was a stakeholder in the international high school, but after graduating, the old man asked him if he wanted to play professionally. However, he had already booked a ticket back to Longhua, so he declined. It seemed that the old man Ronaldo mentioned had such connections. Zhang Feng said, I remember him, he often watched my matches. How is he doing now? Ronaldo's expression turned somber. He passed away a year ago, and the last message he left for me was about you. Zhang Feng immediately said, I'm very sorry. Ronaldo replied, it's okay. He must be doing well in heaven. After all, God loves football. Zhang Feng nodded. Though he did not believe in God, he said nothing. Ronaldo continued, so Zhang Feng, are you interested in joining our 5 Shield Legion? 5 Shield Legion. Zhang Feng was shocked. That was the nickname for the Portuguese national football team. Cristiano wanted him to join the national team. Me? But I haven't even registered as a professional player yet. Zhang Feng found it hard to believe. If he didn't know he was talking to Ronaldo, he might have instinctively called the police to report a scam. Ronaldo said, of course, registering is quite simple. I can help you. I already saw your performance earlier, and I believe in my teacher's judgment. Your speed is a bit slow and needs more training, but your long passes can compensate for that deficiency, making you an excellent cannon fodder on the professional field. Zhang Feng wasn't too surprised. After all, this was a god-level talent gifted by the system. If he couldn't even make it to the professional arena, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the title god level? He just hadn't expected that relying on such a talent would result in a direct invitation from Ronaldo to join the Portuguese national team. For any player, this was truly a leap into the sky. Not to mention that he had just turned 18, making him extremely young. Players at this age usually played in lower leagues who would have the qualifications to enter the national team. This was the Portuguese national team ranked 11th in the FIFA World Rankings. He had previously only fantasized about being Ronaldo's teammate. He never expected it to come true. This feeling was truly wonderful. Are you willing? See, Ronaldo looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression. He had already recognized Jiang Feng's value on the field. His only drawback was his youth and lack of experience. However, he had played in high school leagues, proving he could handle the intensity with a bit of training. Of course, it would be ideal to let the young man continue to develop, but with the World Cup approaching, Ronaldo could not. At 40, he did not have the luxury of time. He regarded the upcoming World Cup in North America as his last chance to participate, not wishing to still be playing with injuries at 45. Seeing Jiang Feng's talent, he felt it was worth taking a gamble. Even if it failed, nurturing a player was still a valid endeavor, and he simply did not want to see such a gifted youth waste time. He also noticed Jiang Feng's confidence on the pitch. Naturally, Jiang Feng was confident. After all, he had bound himself to his system. It would be a shame to falter now. All right. Jiang Feng nodded firmly. Since he couldn't go to the Dragon Kingdom, it didn't matter where he went as long as he could play football. He couldn't bear the thought of playing in a muddy pit like the national team of the Dragon Kingdom. Ronaldo immediately said, "Let's go. Report to the sports department." Jiang Feng curiously asked, "Now, is it that urgent?" Ronaldo replied, "Today is the day for players to report. This is the preliminary selection. The final list will be announced in half a month and cannot be changed. If we don't go now, this year's World Cup will have nothing to do with you." Jiang Feng felt as if he were in a dream. He never expected to transform from a mere freshman into a member of the Five Shields Legion about to step onto the stage of the North American World Cup. The exhilarating feeling of such a drastic change in life was truly delightful. It felt as if he had taken a leap into the heavens. Jiang Feng's family engaged in trade in Portugal, and their assets were considered a small fortune, totaling several hundred million euros, so he was no stranger to wealth. Yet seeing Ronaldo's limited edition Bugatti, of which only 10 existed globally, still thrilled him. Being a superstar really meant having money. It was said that Ronaldo had mansions all over Europe, luxury cars, and his own private jet. A true man ought to live like this. The Bugatti sped through the streets of Lisbon, a speed Jiang Feng had never experienced before, especially since he had just turned 18 and hadn't even had time to get his driver's license. Ronaldo drove fiercely. Of course, other drivers on the road also avoided this nearly 10 million euro. Drivers around the world felt the same way. They couldn't afford to damage such an expensive car. Upon arriving at the sports department, the security guards seemed to recognize Ronaldo's car. No one questioned them. They were allowed to pass through immediately. "Oh, my car is registered here. So many departments will let it pass," Ronaldo explained, noticing Jiang Feng's surprise. Jiang Feng smiled, surprised that Ronaldo paid attention to his thoughts. This was different from what he had imagined. Ronaldo did not seem as arrogant as expected. In fact, this was true. Ronaldo's demeanor was usually quite approachable. Only on the field did he appear serious, as victory was his utmost desire. Jiang Feng's fondness for Ronaldo increased significantly. The fact that Ronaldo believed in him and recommended him to the Five Shields Legion on their first meeting boosted his admiration. Although Jiang Feng was only 18, his battle in the Dragon Kingdom made him realize that sometimes, even if you possess exceptional skills, it means nothing without someone to recognize your talent. He wondered when he could burn incense for Ronaldo's mentor. If he truly joined the Five Shields Legion, he would be the first youth in football history to enter the national team without going through professional leagues. He would undoubtedly be labeled a genius youth by countless football media. This honor was even greater than that of the little Ronaldo back in the day. The underground parking lot already housed several luxury cars. After getting out of the car, Jiang Feng spotted someone getting out of a vehicle that had just parked nearby. Ronaldo closed the car door and greeted Bernardo Silva. Nicknamed B. Silva, he was also a member of the Portuguese national football team and a core midfielder currently playing for Manchester City in the Premier League, valued at around 70 million euros. The Five Shields Legion reached the quarterfinals in the 2022 Qatar World Cup thanks to the significant contributions of Ronaldo, B. Silva, and B. Bruno Fernandes, 3 veteran teammates. Ronaldo. B. Silva approached with a smile, noticing Jiang Feng beside him, and curiously asked. Ronaldo replied, "This is a midfield genius recommended by my mentor. His name is Jiang Feng, and he is of Chinese descent." B. Silva was indifferent to whether he was of Chinese descent. Upon hearing that he was a midfield genius, he immediately became interested. A midfield genius. He doesn't look very physically fit. He's taller than me, but he looks like a pole. B. Silva, at just over 1.7 meters tall, was half a head shorter than Jiang Feng, whose slim build and refined Asian features made him look more like a graceful youth than a football player capable of physical confrontations. Ronaldo said, "He may look thin, but trust me, his long passes are more accurate than yours." B. Silva immediately became intrigued. After all, his nearly 70 million valuation was built on his passing skills. Reaching such a level as a midfielder was quite challenging, especially at his age of 31. Although he might not be in the world's top 10, he was close. "A young man's long passing ability is better than mine." How could he believe that? B. Silva immediately said, let's go to the field and have a match. C. Ronaldo laughed, not so fast, oh I still need to find the head coach. B. Silva replied, let's go together. The head coach of the Five Shields Legion, Roberto Martinez, also known as Thomas, is a Spanish coach who holds significant authority over many national team players. If Zhang Feng could win him over, he would easily enter the Five Shields Legion. Furthermore, his relationship with C. Ronaldo was quite good. In previous interviews, he had also supported C. Ronaldo and affirmed his abilities, which explained why C. Ronaldo, even at 41, could still enter the Five Shields Legion despite playing in the Saudi League. The three of them arrived on the 7th floor. The entire sports department primarily focused on football, as it was Portugal's strongest sporting discipline. Thus, Coach Thomas' office was large, providing a panoramic view of the vast stadium to the south of the sports department. Dear Coach Thomas, I'm here to report. C. Ronaldo entered, speaking warmly. Upon seeing C. Ronaldo, Thomas stood up and gave him a big hug. They were kindred spirits. C. Ronaldo got straight to the point, saying, Coach, I want to recommend a genius with exceptional long passing skills, Zhang Feng. If he can join the team, our chances of winning will increase. Thomas looked at the youth between C. Ronaldo and B. Silva. Zhang Feng. Long pass. Genius. C. Ronaldo, you know this world is not lacking in geniuses. I have seen many geniuses, but there are even more fallen geniuses. Young man, which team did you play for before? Thomas asked. Lisbon International High School Team, Zhang Feng replied. Thomas. High School League. Are you joking? Old Thomas' face turned slightly red with anger. He thought this young man must have some extraordinary talent or come from a top-tier Super League. Only players who have played in professional leagues could be called geniuses and have the chance to enter the national football team. However, the young man in front of him only claimed to come from a high school league team. How could that compare to the intensity of professional matches? Could someone from such a low league truly be called a genius? He even doubted whether this young man had some hidden connection with Cristiano Ronaldo. Was Ronaldo trying to place this young man who had a close relationship with him into the team to bolster his credentials? If it weren't for Ronaldo's influence, he would have kicked this young man out long ago. Who was this person? Despite his fondness for Ronaldo, Thomas couldn't just let an ineffective player be added to the team because of Ronaldo's status. Millions of Portuguese citizens are watching. If there's even one useless player in the team, he would be criticized mercilessly by these fervent fans. He could support Ronaldo not just because Ronaldo can stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi, but because he is one of the greatest. But why should he support a young man who seems to have just graduated from high school? With no achievements to speak of, what right does he have to enter the national team? The team can have a maximum of 26 players, yet there are far more than 26 players in Portugal. Many experienced players don't even get a chance to come in. Thomas has been overwhelmed by this, and now he is supposed to fit in a newcomer with no professional experience. He could only imagine how many people would want to eat him alive. At this moment, Zhang Feng took the initiative to speak, saying, Coach, if you don't believe in my abilities, I can play a training match. If he didn't take the initiative to speak up, it would seem like he had no confidence in his own abilities. After all, he is the destined child bound to the system. If he lacks confidence, who would believe in him? Seeing the confidence emanating from Zhang Feng, Thomas was somewhat surprised. Where did this young man get his confidence? Ronaldo said, don't be fooled by his youth. Trust me, with his abilities, he can stand out on the professional stage. As for the experience, that's simple. The early stages of the World Cup don't have much intensity, allowing him to accumulate rich combat experience. Zhang Feng was truly moved. Having known him for less than half a day, Ronaldo had already mapped out his growth plan for the World Cup. What he wanted to say was that as long as Zhang Feng steps onto the World Cup stage, he could grow rapidly, because his system only rewards him in leagues above professional intensity. Moreover, it will provide corresponding rewards based on the intensity of the league. The World Cup is undoubtedly the most competitive among all league cups, and the rewards he gains will also be the best, which will certainly aid his rapid growth. Thomas thought for a moment and said, I need to see your skills. If it weren't for Ronaldo's strong recommendation, he would have already called security to remove Zhang Feng. The three of them walked towards the elevator. At the same time, other players from Thomas' team began to arrive one after. This is the preliminary list with about 30 people, mostly those who came to report at this time. They would train a bit and then eliminate a few, going through the process to keep 26. In fact, Thomas already had suitable candidates for these 26 places in mind. He thought that even if Zhang Feng was impressive, it would still be difficult to shake his internal convictions. He trusted Ronaldo, as Ronaldo is a paragon of discipline in football, capable of taking responsibility even at an older age. Could a mere young boy compare with Ronaldo? By the time they reached the sports department's field, the three had turned into more than 10. Among them were forwards from the Five Shields Legion, Ramos, Joao Felix, and also Buffet from the midfield, along with some other players. These players knew about Zhang Feng's background and wanted to see what was so special about this young man. After all, Ronaldo has very high expectations for his midfield teammates. If he could gain Ronaldo's approval, perhaps this young man really has some redeeming qualities. Until Zhang Feng stood on the grass, attracting the attention of everyone present, even Ronaldo felt a tinge of nervousness. Zhang Feng was his recommendation, and if he performed poorly, he would also face questions about his own motives. Though he is a national treasure-level player in Portugal, some people still want to usurp his position. The movements are too fast, I should gather more videos of Jiang Feng's matches. But time is too tight, there's really no way to catch up. Ronaldo thought, clenching his fists beside him. Thomas wanted to see Jiang Feng's strength and pointed to a spot not far from the field, saying, "Young man, go there," and passed the ball to Ronaldo. Jiang Feng looked in the direction Thomas pointed. It was a good 40 meters away. Was this meant to intimidate him? To make him back down? After all, Jiang Feng grew up in the country and lacked the guile of foreign youths. A 40-meter long pass requires a combination of technique, strength, and ball sense, which is something only professional-level players can achieve. However, Jiang Feng's godly talent super long pass allows him to achieve nearly 90% accuracy on passes over 30 meters. Whether it's 40 or 50 meters, as long as he wants, he can always deliver the ball precisely to his teammate. So he deliberately feigned confusion and ran a few extra meters, aiming for around 50 meters. The standard width of a World Cup football field is 68 meters and half the distance is 52 meters. 50 meters is a distance Jiang Feng could manage, ensuring both accuracy and speed. During high school league matches, he often used this trick to organize quick attacks, frequently sending the ball from the backfield into the front, catching opponents off guard. Seeing Jiang Feng take his position, Ronaldo felt a bit worried. A distance of about 50 meters is challenging even for Fei, with a success rate of less than 60% in matches and only around 60% in training. Can an 18-year-old boy do it? Jiang Feng stood on the grass, rotated his ankle, placed the ball on the ground, took a step back, and without giving anyone time to react, lifted his foot and shot. Just watching his posture, Thomas narrowed his eyes. Indeed, such a method of exertion from an 18-year-old boy was exceptionally gifted. This was a standard curved long pass, moving quickly and soaring 2 men high, avoiding interception by headers. On the sidelines, when Ronaldo saw the ball coming, it was as if he had been startled awake, taking a step back. As the ball fell to his waist height, he raised his left foot, not giving the ball a chance to hit the ground, and executed a volley. His expensive shoes made contact with the ball, and then the ball shot like a cannonball into the goal. The entire field fell silent. As Thomas said, this world is not short of football geniuses. Among the currently famous midfield masters, there are two B. Silva and B. Fernandes, who are also former teammates of Cristiano Ronaldo. With these two players, the midfield of the Five Shields Legion has little to be concerned about. Such midfield strength is enough to place them among the top teams in the World Cup. The only drawback is that both are veterans. However, there is also João Neves, who plays for Paris Saint-Germain, one of the rising stars in European football, not yet 22 years old. Therefore, for the midfield considerations, old Thomas has ample room to maneuver, as there are plenty of options available. But Jiang Feng's play immediately earned the recognition of all the stars present, including old Thomas, for the boy's talent. Indeed, it is possible. At the age of 18, being able to make precise long passes of around 50 meters demonstrates extraordinary talent. The speed of this pass was swift, accurate, and fierce, with a landing spot so perfect that it seemed Jiang Feng deliberately created the most comfortable shooting angle for Ronaldo. If that is truly the case, the head coach of the Five Shields Legion, Thomas, found himself hesitant to imagine it. He didn't speak, but B. Silva spoke up first. "Come on, move. Anyone can make a pass without changing position." He was somewhat unconvinced. After all, he is regarded by fans as a long pass expert, but seeing Jiang Feng's long pass, he believed he couldn't create such a good angle for Ronaldo. At best, he could send the ball within 5 meters of Ronaldo, allowing him to find an opportunity himself. Of course, there was also the possibility of sending the ball out of play. It is important to understand that the position of a midfielder is the engine of the team. Every pass is crucial. If it can provide the forward with a comfortable shooting angle, then that midfielder holds significant value. He couldn't believe that Jiang Feng, so young, had surpassed him in long pass skills. "Come on, I'll give you the ball." B. Silva said, running with the ball in midfield, waving for Jiang Feng to get moving. Jiang Feng, of course, felt no fear. The talent for super long passes was already ingrained in his instincts. As long as he had that thought, he could subconsciously receive and pass the ball in an instant without much thought. Thus, during the match, he maintained the same precision in long passes. This talent is definitely not something that can be practiced. It was embedded in him by the system. B. Silva looked at Jiang Feng and suddenly made a ground pass, attempting to catch him off guard. But Jiang Feng responded with great familiarity. After all, during 2 years in high school league matches as a key player in the team, whenever his peers struggled, the ball was first sent to him in midfield. So it took him just a month to win over all his high school teammates and become the captain of the team. He had plenty of experience in receiving various passes. Seeing the ground pass, he didn't think much and quickly used his right foot to dig into the turf, flicking the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it soaring 40 meters to where Ronaldo was also running. The distance to Ronaldo was merely 5 meters, the most comfortable range for a running forward, allowing for quick. He could attack, stop to observe, and control the ball very comfortably. Generally speaking, the closer the landing point is to the player, the better. After all, this is a long pass that can catch the opponent off guard. It perfectly suits a right winger like Ronaldo. As long as Ronaldo picks up speed, Jiang Feng can pass to him on the right flank, which can instantly stretch the opposing defense. At that time, attacking would be a piece of cake. Ronaldo received the ball again, not caring about his expensive shoes getting scuffed. After all, the star isn't worried about money, is he? Once the ball landed and bounced, he jumped up on the spot, showcasing a stunning acrobatic kick that sent the ball. Ronaldo was genuinely thrilled. What a fantastic goal. This was akin to having the ball served right at his mouth. Ronaldo recalled his days battling in the World Cup. If he had a midfield teammate like this, he couldn't imagine the possibilities. It couldn't guarantee defeating Messi, but at least they could reach the finals right. Because with such passing, it seemed he didn't even need to run into position. Land, find the goal, shoot, and score. Everything was that simple, flowing effortlessly. When it comes to the intensity of the World Cup, Jiang Feng couldn't possibly make such passes every time, considering the lack of interference. But within 90 minutes, even a poor player could manage to make a pass or two right. As long as there are opportunities like this, Ronaldo would have an 80% chance of scoring. Furthermore, Jiang Feng was not one to stifle growth. An 18-year-old youth, once he matures and improves physically, would undoubtedly become an excellent midfielder. Everyone present was truly amazed by Jiang Feng's precision and teamwork. The angle and landing of this ball were superb. He even managed to track Ronaldo's movement. This kid's passing reminds me of B. Silva in his youth. B. Silva couldn't have passed the ball to Ronaldo so comfortably when he was young, could he? This kid really has talent. Several midfield players felt the pressure, especially Sam Costa, who was valued at only 20 million euros and currently found himself lacking in competition for the midfield position. If Thomas wanted to drop some midfield players, Jiang Feng wouldn't be the first, but could easily be the second. A player like Jiang Feng who poses a threat to those valued at 20 million euros is truly rare. Thomas had to admit that this kid truly possessed strength. It seems that Ronaldo recommending him to the team, whether for his own comfort on the field or due to his good relationship with Jiang Feng, truly holds no drawbacks for the team. Only then did Thomas seriously consider the feasibility of Jiang Feng joining the Five Shields Legion. At that moment, B. Fernandez caused a bit of a commotion, bringing over a closed basket from the side of the field and shouting to Jiang Feng, who was 40 meters away. "Hey, Eastern kid, can you get the ball into this basket?" Jiang Feng smiled. This was a game he often played back home. Everyone understood the situation back home. The football fields were mostly filled with children, dog walkers, and cyclists, but there weren't many playing serious football. So he practiced by placing a large trash bin at a distance and continuously sending balls into it. For him, this was not a difficult challenge. Without a word, he directly had B. Silva placed the balls for him, lining up 9 footballs on the grass, and then Jiang Feng called for each one. Boom, boom, boom. Every single football from 40 meters away landed steadily in the basket. B. Fernandez was astonished. He had done such training, but could only achieve perfection within 30 meters. This kid really has something. He is truly the most talented teenager I've ever seen. But why is he of Chinese descent? Do Chinese also? B. Fei's assist allowed Jiang Feng to send the ball into a hoop with a diameter of less than half a meter from over 40 meters away, a skill that left everyone in awe. There are others present who could achieve this, but the key is that Jiang Feng hit the target 9 out of 9 attempts. Even if someone could do it while standing still, no one there was confident they could hit the mark with 100% certainty. Jiang Feng's right leg became the focus of all the stars on the field. Thomas was completely convinced if such a talent could contribute even one assist in the World Cup, he could silence all the doubters. Of course, the only drawback is that Jiang Feng is only 18 years old and lacks experience in professional competitions. Yet this is both a drawback and an advantage. He can be nurtured here, and his history is a blank slate, making it difficult for opponents to target him. In the face of absolute talent, the issues Jiang Feng faces cannot even be considered problems. Everyone on the field, including Cristiano Ronaldo, has their flaws, but as long as they play to their strengths, they can help. After all, football is a team sport, and some weaknesses can be compensated by teammates. A midfielder only needs to catch and pass the ball. The attacking duties can be left to the forwards. Otherwise, why does each of the 11 players need to have their own position? After hitting 9 balls, Jiang Feng's side in relief to over 40 meters was about his limit, and any further would be unstable. Of course, this was just passing. The speed is different from shooting. When it comes to shooting, the speed is somewhat slower and cannot compare to Ronaldo's peak power shots, which were incredibly fast and barely showed the curve of the ball. From over 40 meters, it would go straight towards the goal, and Jiang Feng still had some distance to cover. However, as a midfielder, this was already more than enough. Ronaldo quickly ran to Jiang Feng's side and patted him on the shoulder with enthusiasm. "Kid, well done." B. Silva and B. Fei, a midfield giant and a midfield master, both saw shock in each other's eyes. Didn't they themselves get called geniuses often when they were young? But at 18, they had yet to enter the mainstream spotlight, and their skills were not as formidable. What kind of monster did Ronaldo bring along? Old Thomas said, "All right, Cristiano, I understand. After reviewing Jiang Feng's information, if there are no surprises, he will appear on our preliminary list. However, I cannot guarantee the final roster. To truly appear on the final list on May 19th, we still need to conduct an internal training match. This kid has successfully qualified to participate in the training match. An old dumbass mind Jiang Feng had already demonstrated enough ability to make it onto the roster for the World Cup in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. But there was no way around it. He was simply too young and had to silence some of those who had not made the final roster. How to do that? By conducting an internal training match. After all, he has a list of over 30 players and must eliminate some well-known athletes. During the training match, they would let their abilities speak. Ronaldo nodded and said, no problem, but I must be on Jiang Feng's team. B. Silva chimed in that case, I must be on the opposite side. B. Silva is still young and doesn't need to worry about being brushed aside. B. Fei also joined in saying me too. Jiang Feng was speechless, thinking, what kind of people are these? Just bullying a newbie. The combined worth of these two is 150 million euros, and now they want to play midfield against him in a training match. However, this actually ignited Jiang Feng's competitive spirit. After all, he is still just an 18-year-old boy eager to prove his strength, and the only way to do that is to challenge strong opponents. This duo of B. Silva and B. Fei is certainly world-class in midfield. Playing against them in a training match would undoubtedly provide a wealth of experience. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Jiang Feng becomes. Those high school rivals he faced before seemed like children playing house in comparison. Now that he has bound the system, he is destined to soar. Why bother with those kids? If he's going to play, it should be against world-class players. Alright, Jiang Feng readily agreed. Thomas glanced at the time and said, okay, everyone go up to the office to fill out the forms and collect the commitment letters. You all have experience with these things, so I won't elaborate. Jiang Feng, your information might need review, so take your time, but you can still write it on tonight's preliminary list. Jiang Feng knew this was just a preliminary list. However, once his name made it onto that list, it would surely attract the attention of countless media and teams. Portugal's overall strength in the World Cup is still among the top, with a guarantee of advancing past the group stage. Even with this year's expanded World Cup, Portugal remains strong and will certainly attract considerable media scrutiny. Not to mention that Ronaldo is also part of the team. Many fans might be waiting for Ronaldo's name to appear on the roster of the Five Shield Legion. If they discover that a Chinese name appears alongside Ronaldo as a teammate, Jiang Feng feels a sense of dark amusement in his heart. These people must think he got in through connections, right? But no matter what, making it onto the preliminary list means he has already achieved today's goal. He never expected to be so lucky today, running into Ronaldo, who directly allowed him to enter the national team's roster for this year's World Cup. In his mind, he had expected to join the Portuguese lower league step by step, slowly gaining attention from professional clubs to enter the top league and gradually making his way into one of the top 5 leagues. Now it's straight to the World Cup, a meteoric rise. It seems that being brushed aside in the selection process back home was not such a bad thing. Old Thomas worked quickly, completing Jiang Feng's registration in just a few minutes. After all, his information consisted only of a name, gender, and age, and due to a lack of additional match experience, his profile was completely blank. After all, he couldn't write that he was a player from the high school league, right? That would make him seem far too amateurish as the protagonist. After registering his information, Jiang Feng walked out of the sports department with Ronaldo. Ronaldo asked Feng, do you plan to play professionally? Although Ronaldo is not well versed in the Dragon Kingdom, he knows quite a bit about it. He has a large fan base there and respects that part of the fandom, being familiar with the local terminology. Calling him Jiang Feng would seem a bit distant. Just calling him Feng feels more familiar. Jiang Feng smiled and said, of course, I love the feeling of running on the pitch, but currently no club has approached me. Ronaldo chuckled, what do you think of the Saudi League? Jiang Feng hesitated and replied, its intensity might be a bit weak, but it's still a decent option. In fact, he would prefer to go to the Premier League. After all, that league is filled with strong teams. But Ronaldo, being the face of Al Nassr, felt that directly saying the Saudi League lacks intensity would be disrespectful to him. Ronaldo's eyes showed longing as he said, you belong in the Premier League. That's where you can truly soar. After the World Cup, I'll help recommend you to some clubs there. That's where you should go. Jiang Feng smiled and said thank you. Ronaldo did not speak further. In fact, he also wanted to go to the Premier League. With his character, if there were no Premier League teams interested in him, who would want to spend their time in the Saudi League? And even if he were to spend time there, he would still be more serious and disciplined than other players. Cristiano Ronaldo sent Jiang Feng back to school and walked away. Upon returning to the university, Jiang Feng immediately attracted the attention of all the students. Even at the University of Lisbon, where there are many wealthy sons of Portuguese capitalists, few have had the opportunity to meet Cristiano Ronaldo. Not to mention that Jiang Feng arrived in an ultra-luxury car owned by Ronaldo. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Ronaldo specifically called Principal Luis to inform him that Jiang Feng had made it onto the shortlist, and that in half a month he would likely represent the Five Shields Legion in the World Cup in North America. He asked Luis to grant Jiang Feng some privileges, such as not attending classes and focusing on training. Principal Luis was shocked. How could his university have a student participating in the national football team? This was a tremendous honor. He went directly to Jiang Feng to let him make requests. If he didn't ask for anything, it would make him seem ineffective as a principal, unable to present himself well in front of everyone. Jiang Feng, feeling pressured, made a small suggestion to move into a single dormitory, as his current roommate often brought his girlfriend over and wouldn't sleep at night, creating disturbances that Jiang Feng found hard to tolerate. During intimate moments, they completely disregarded the presence of others. Principal Luis, of course, would not refuse and promptly arranged a single dormitory for Jiang Feng, typically reserved for professors. A one-bedroom apartment, ensuring no one would disturb Jiang Feng. Additionally, when practicing on the field, security would be required to ensure a clear space for him. This attitude left Jiang Feng with no complaints. That night he made a phone call home. His parents were pleasantly surprised to hear that Jiang Feng might join the national team. "I knew our son had the talent. There was no way he wouldn't make it into the football team. If the Dragon Kingdom's national team doesn't want him, that's their loss." His mother has always took pride in her son. Jiang Feng's confidence largely stemmed from the support he received from. They had supported him in everything since he was young. His father didn't need to say much, as Jiang Feng was their only child, and they were reluctant to scold him, especially now that he was joining the Portuguese national football team. "Son, have you asked Cristiano Ronaldo for his autograph? Oh, by the way, ask him if he would endorse our wine. Our family's wine production is good this year. If he endorses it, we could make a fortune." Jiang Feng's father was always thinking about making money. The Jiang family was somewhat affluent. His father was the head of the family, so it was natural for him to think about profits. Jiang Feng replied helplessly, "Dad, I just met Cristiano Ronaldo yesterday. How could I ask him so much? But once I join the World Cup and play a few matches, it should be no problem. After all, Ronaldo would also be inclined to earn money. Endorsing their wine wouldn't be a bad idea." His mother reassured him, "Good son, don't be disheartened if you can't play for the Dragon Kingdom. If you become famous in this year's World Cup, those clueless folks will come to naturalize you. Just keep working hard." Jiang Feng explained, "This is just the preliminary list. Many people will be eliminated." His mother responded, "Don't I know my son's abilities? Is it that easy not to make it into the national team? I believe this year you will lift the World Cup. It's best if you get the golden boot. Wasn't Mbappe awarded it before? This year it must be my son's turn." Jiang Feng remained speechless. His mother was too ambitious. The golden boot is awarded once every 4 years. His son had just graduated from high school and wasn't even 19 yet. How could he aim for the golden boot? Not wanting to continue the conversation, Jiang Feng felt he would be put on a pedestal. He was confident, but not arrogant. After hanging up, he went for a night run on the field. Previously, he hadn't had much of a habit of night running, but today, seeing Ronaldo, who was over 40, still executing bicycle kicks on the field with perfectly toned muscles, he felt inspired. He was uncertain if he could maintain a similar muscular physique at 40. Thus, he set Ronaldo as his goal. At 9 o'clock that evening, the official sources of the Portuguese sports department released the preliminary list for this year's World Cup in North America. This list naturally drew the attention of fans both in Portugal and worldwide. Everyone was eager to know if the over 40 Ronaldo would still appear on the final roster. After all, Ronaldo was now playing in the Saudi League, which was far less intense than the Premier League. Could his skills still support him in leading the Five Shields Legion as their captain? 40 years old was considered beyond the age limit for service. Even if old Thomas didn't allow Ronaldo to join, it would be understandable. However, this time Ronaldo did not disappoint. His name appeared first on the list. Cristiano Ronaldo. The moment his name was announced, fans around the world, "I knew the Five Shields Legion needed Avalar to lead them. Without Captain Ronaldo, the Five Shields Legion would be like a ship lost at sea." I hope Ronaldo's last dance in the World Cup concludes with a beautiful scene. The extraordinary Messi has fulfilled his wish to lift the World Cup, gaining honors over Ronaldo. How could Ronaldo give up? However, this is likely his last chance. Wait, why is there a name of Asian descent? Who is Jiang Feng? Soon Portuguese fans and fans around the world were left stunned. In the preliminary list of 35 players, a name of an Eastern individual unexpectedly appeared. Jiang Feng. Even more surprising was that his age was listed as only 18. This person inexplicably appeared on the preliminary list of the Portuguese national team. The key question is, we don't know him at all. What's his background? Portuguese fans were somewhat bewildered. Who is he? Why is there such a name? Did the Spanish coach make a mistake? Why is there an 18-year-old young man on the list? Is there some unsavory deal behind this? This must be a mistake. An Asian? Do they even understand football? It must be a mistake. The list suddenly made people doubt old Thomas' judgment. No one knew the name Jiang Feng. Moreover, there was no record of his past achievements, making him a blank slate on the national team's roster. On this roster, who isn't a well-known figure in football? Ronaldo B. Silva B. Fernandez, Leo Neto, João Neves, Vitinha, each one capable of standing on their own. Amidst so many renowned European stars, an obscure youth appeared out of nowhere. People truly couldn't. Even more perplexed than the Portuguese fans were the fans from the Dragon Kingdom who received the news at the same time. They were also confused with such a distinct Dragon Kingdom name. Whose son is this young man? Fans from Longwa. Who is this young master? He's actually made it on a Portugal's national football squad. teammate to Cristiano Ronaldo. Incredible. His financial clout is truly unmatched. Accidentally intruding upon the celestial household. I urge you to lay down your sand. This one can't be criticized, it's genuinely a scion. As even the national team failed to satisfy this young master. Now he's gone off to disrupt the Five-Shield Legion, truly shameless. This year's World Cup is utterly ruined, I have no desire to watch it at all. Domestic fans deeply scarred by past disappointments instantly conjure absurd spectator scenes upon seeing a compatriot's name. Such is their ingrained skepticism. After decades of unwavering faith in their own, what truly have they received in return? Thus upon encountering such a name, their instinct is to assume it belongs to some tycoon's son, sent abroad to embarrass himself on the global stage. Yet for now no target for criticism has emerged. The Jiang family resides overseas. Within Longwa they operate only through distributors. No one knows Jiang Feng's connection to Jiang Group's exported wines. Even less known is Jiang Feng's non-Longwa citizenship. To most, the Five-Shield Legion has simply been infiltrated, otherwise how could an obscure youth possibly appear on the roster? It defies logic. Longwa fans frantically scour for his background, yet not a single match footage can be found. One can only conclude he shares deep vested interest with Portugal's head coach. How dark this world truly is. Capital's tendrils have even reached into Portugal's national team. Suddenly the domestic narrative shifts, perhaps their own national team isn't so unbearable after all. Almost overnight news of a Longwo-descended youth joining Cristiano Ronaldo's World Cup squad dominates headlines and tops short video platforms across Longwa. Regrettably, no photograph of Jiang Feng exists publicly. Far away in Portugal, Jiang Feng anticipated surprise at his inclusion in the preliminary squad, but never imagined such fervor back home. Having attended elementary and middle school in Longwa, he remains familiar to many peers preparing for the national college entrance exam. A female classmate from junior high even sent him a text. Is it true? You've joined Portugal's national team. 3 days later, Jiang Feng received a call from Coach Tomas. Internal training matches were about to begin. Only 5 days remained until May 19th. This match would essentially decide everything. World Cup rosters are typically finalized around this time. Players must negotiate schedules with their clubs well in advance due to existing commercial commitments. Jiang Feng, however, faced no such constraints. As he hailed a taxi toward the sports ministry gate, he paused, bewildered. Crowds thronged the entrance. Dozens of journalists brandished cameras awaiting inside. Jiang Feng couldn't even find an entry path. Just as he reached for his phone to call Coach Tomas, a thunderous engine roar pierced the air. The CO had arrived. Cristiano Ronaldo sat inside the Bugatti, spotting Jiang Feng instantly. His distinctly Eastern features, jet black hair, sharp bone structure, made him unmistakable amid the crowd. Vroom. The Bugatti glided smoothly to Jiang Feng's side. Jiang Feng, get in. Ronaldo waved. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate. He climbed aboard. Only as the Bugatti entered the sports ministry compound did journalists register what had just occurred. Wait, was that boy Jiang Feng? This ethnic Chinese looks thoroughly East Asian. How could he join our squad? He's stunningly handsome. Lucky I caught him while aiming for Ronaldo. I'm breaking this story. Some journalists sought star portraits, Ronaldo's primarily, while others hunted Jiang Feng's origins. Portuguese fans too burned with curiosity. Who was this youth? Now at least they knew his face. Inside the car, Jiang Feng observed the frenzy outside. So many reporters. Ronaldo replied, they're all here for you. Haven't you noticed? Everyone wants to know who you are. Your face is already captured. Before this training match ends, you'll go viral on Facebook. In Portugal, Facebook serves as the dominant social platform, akin to WeChat and short video apps back home. Jiang Feng wasn't particularly afraid of exposure, but he dreaded harassment. I'm worried I won't be able to stay at school anymore. Though Headmaster Luis had arranged private faculty housing for him, off limits to students, professors and instructors kept seeking him out, begging for autographs from Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, and Bernardo Silva. His backpack now held over a dozen jerseys, all signed for future university professors. He couldn't refuse. Once famous, returning to campus might mean being mobbed. He cherished solitude and already felt the weight of... Ronaldo smiled, a minor matter. After the match, come stay with me. I have ample space, and we'll analyze World Cup tactics together. Jiang Feng blinked. Stay at Ronaldo's home. How awkward. His Longwa upbringing still whispered visiting was fine. Our residing was impossibly intrusive. As Ronaldo parked, he added, no need for formality. We're friends now, teammates. Staying with a friend is perfectly natural, isn't it? Seeing Ronaldo's genuine warmth, Jiang Feng relaxed. All right. He sensed Ronaldo's deliberate effort to forge closeness. His motive? Jiang Feng reflected. Likely recruitment to Al Nassr, sharing a club with Ronaldo. Yes, that must be it. Though he'd dominate there, his teammates' caliber fell short. His precise long-range passing could unlock new tactical dimensions for Al Nassr, tailored precisely for Ronaldo, whose pace, though diminished from peak athleticism, could be compensated elsewhere. Bruno Fernandes and Bernardo Silva, Ronaldo's longtime comrades, wouldn't follow him to Saudi Arabia. But Zhang Feng, newly emerged, could spend 1 or 2 seasons there without hesitation. Zhang Feng grasped Ronaldo's intent. His childhood immersion and romance of the Three Kingdoms sharpened such perception. Yet now wasn't the time for speculation. No player had ever debuted directly in the World Cup without prior professional league experience. His immediate goal: shine on the World Cup stage, then decide which club to join afterward. Lost in thought, he and Ronaldo arrived at the dressing room. Already inside, players wore their official kits, except Zhang Feng, clad in plain white performance fabric, standing out starkly. Coach Tomas stood ready. No press allowed today. Play freely, showcase your full ability. Also present are several officials from the Ministry of Sports, observing closely. Young man, don't say I denied you playing time. The significance of this training match needs no elaboration. Entering any national team with 0 prior credentials is nearly impossible. So you must deliver an exceptional performance. Go forth, and let everyone witness your footballing genius. Let them see your uncanny passing accuracy. Tomas then assigned positions. Legends like Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva, and João Neves required no explanation. Their presence was ceremonial. The national team wouldn't drop them regardless. For others, lesser known, less valued, the stakes were higher. The national team didn't need them, but they desperately needed its prestige to elevate their careers. Within minutes, Tomas organized the squads. Zhang Feng joined Ronaldo. João Felix, no. 11 Rafael Leao, no. 15 Palhinha, no. 6 and Samu Costa, no. 5. This lineup boasted formidable attacking power. João Felix, once hailed the golden boy, now Ronaldo's teammate and Saudi Pro League's top assist provider. If not for Nuno Tavares and Leo, he'd secure a starting forward slot. Rafael Leo too commanded a 70 million valuation, currently starring for AC Milan. Yet their midfield, Palhinha, no. 6 and Samu Costa, no. 5, faced the elite double B duo and Vitinha, no. 16, Portugal's highest valued player. Vitinha's 100 million plus valuation alone dwarfed theirs. Combined with the double B pair, their midfield depth seemed unassailable. Clearly Tomas intended Zhang Feng to prove indispensable. Truthfully, the old coach had endured harsh reprimands from ministry officials. Championing Ronaldo had already stirred resentment, but Ronaldo's stature was unassailable. Yet this ethnic Chinese youth, what merit warranted his preliminary selection? Surely the head coach had accepted bribes. Otherwise, why would senior ministry officials attend this match? They'd come solely to detect irregularities. Tomas granted minimal warm-up time, then blew the whistle. The match began. Ronaldo seized the ball and surged forward. Determined to prove his enduring brilliance, he sprinted relentlessly from kickoff, blazing speed, anticipating defenders' moves, then delivered a precise pass to Zhang Feng. Within seconds, Zhang Feng controlled the ball. Oh! In that fleeting moment, Zhang Feng felt as if he had returned to his high school league days playing football. During the high school league, he would often receive his teammates' passes right from the kickoff. After all, the school team heavily relied on his passes to initiate attacks. He initially thought that the players in today's training match would bring him some intensity. Just as the tip of his foot made contact with the ball, the long dormant system suddenly spoke. This caught Zhang Feng off guard. Ding! Detected that the host is participating in a professional level intensity match for the first time. Reward: a treasure chest. There's even a reward. Zhang Feng, who had just received the ball, momentarily froze. He wanted to quickly open the treasure chest, but the ball was at his feet. The priority was to pass the ball first. Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng dribbled, ran, found a position, and prepared to pass. His talent was super long pass, but it had a slight limitation. It had to be at least 30 meters. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo had not yet run far, so he had to wait for Ronaldo to start moving and create distance between them. However, this time, he was facing the strongest competition of his life. These players were not comparable to those high school students. Wasn't one of them a player who emerged from the lower leagues? Who among them wasn't called a genius in their youth? Not to mention that this training match directly affected everyone's chances of qualifying for the World Cup. The World Cup only happens every 4 years, and missing it would be a huge loss. So several players who felt unstable began to scramble for the ball. One was the Benfica midfielder Palhinha, along with Antonio Silva, both of whom had strong competitors in their positions. Especially Silva, who was also known for his talent, but had only played 6 minutes in the World Cup qualifiers, indicating that old Thomas was somewhat distrustful of him, so he had to perform exceptionally well this time. He was somewhat unsuited to old Thomas tactics, and he had felt that during the qualifiers. Hence he came in with a chip on his shoulder. He wanted to take down the 18-year-old Zhang Feng. Let old Thomas see that he, as the starting defensive midfielder of the national team, was more valuable than this Asian youth. Seeing Silva charging over with fierce intent, Zhang Feng noticed the two closing in with Palhinha's support. Their speed appeared rapid in his eyes. Zhang Feng felt unprecedented pressure, his feet a bit unsteady. After all, he was still that 18-year-old boy. Seeing Zhang Feng being double-teamed, Ronaldo also grew anxious. The boy was, after all, the one he had recommended. If he performed poorly in the training match, it would reflect badly on Ronaldo as well. He immediately thought to signal Zhang Feng to move back. But Zhang Feng was experienced. His first instinct was to look for his teammates. Ronaldo, who understood Zhang Feng the best on the field, suddenly remembered that Zhang Feng excelled at long passes, so he shouldn't be too close. Feng. Ronaldo began to retreat, moving into the penalty area while waving his arm from a distance. Zhang Feng naturally heard Ronaldo's call, clearly estimating the distance between them exceeded 30 meters. At that moment, Silva had already reached him, and he couldn't think too much. In a flurry, he kicked the ball away. On the sidelines, old Thomas furrowed his brows, noticing that Zhang Feng's kick was not perfect. In that instant, the experienced coach felt he was still entranced by the boy's precise long pass. He was still a bit anxious. No matter how talented a young player was, it was impossible to jump from high school league intensity to World Cup level in an instant. The gap was too large. It could crush a seedling. A high school league player was facing a top-tier defensive midfielder like a Silva, valued at 30 million euros. It was absolutely impossible to remain calm. The quality of this pass. Wait. Old Thomas was stunned. This was clearly a kick made in a panic. Why did it manage to guide the ball so accurately to Ronaldo's head? Is this talent? It was obviously a casual kick. Ronaldo also felt the pass was off, the distance was too far, and the technique was too strange. The ball's speed wasn't perfect. But in the next second, the alarm bells in Ronaldo's mind blared. The football appeared perfectly in the area where he could dominate the air. As the ball slowly descended, Ronaldo leaped up and directed it toward the goal. The goalkeeper clearly didn't react in time, lagging slightly, and was headed directly by Ronaldo. The ball landed just before the goal line and then bounced into the net. The entire field fell silent. Was this luck? A goal scored less than a minute into the training match. Ronaldo's header was as steady as ever, maintaining aerial dominance without question. Even though the other forwards on the field felt somewhat dissatisfied, they could only swallow their frustration upon seeing that header. With extreme discipline, Ronaldo remained a world-class forward. But what about this 18-year-old boy? How did he make the assist so effortlessly? Was it Ronaldo's heading that was impressive, or Zhang Feng's assist? Everyone found it hard to tell. Zhang Feng also didn't expect it to be so easy. However, this was due to the training match. At the beginning, no one was marking Ronaldo, and the opposing defenders were still adjusting to the pace, completely oblivious to Ronaldo. Thus, the ball was essentially unmarked. But in an actual match, it was similar. Over the course of an hour and a half, it was unrealistic for someone to always be marked. There would always be moments of oversight, and there would always be spaces where the lines could be torn apart. Faced with world-class opponents, Zhang Feng still delivered a top-notch aerial missile, performing perfectly. Although no one knew how he maintained such a high long pass accuracy, allowing his teammates to score comfortably. However, in this world, there are always some talents whose actions require no explanation. Achieving something is just achieving it. Could he really articulate the thoughts of a player in that fleeting moment? Some things are just flashes of inspiration that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Thomas applauded and said, "Ronaldo, why don't you come off? Let Neto have a try in your position." Ronaldo's aerial ability was already beyond doubt. His spot on the roster was irreplaceable. Otherwise, the national team sponsorship funds would be cut significantly. His single goal was already enough. Ronaldo was still not satisfied. He had originally wanted to prove himself in this training match, but unexpectedly today's spotlight was on Zhang Feng. "Go for it, Zhang Feng." Ronaldo ran over to Zhang Feng, said this, and then went to rest off the field. Zhang Feng. This was the gap. Neto was substituted in while Zhang Feng continued in the midfield position. However, he took advantage of the substitution time to open up the reward he just received. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill aerial long pass. This kid. After Cristiano Ronaldo came off the field, he reminisced about the header he had just executed. The angle, height, and speed were all quite satisfying. It was right in his comfort zone. He thought while he was passing, he was also considering creating conditions for my header. Such thoughtfulness truly makes him a great midfielder. Cristiano Ronaldo sighed, noting how meticulous this Eastern player was able to think of his teammates even in such a hurried moment. If he were 10 years younger, he could have easily scored from any cross sent his way. But now it's different. Now at 41, his jumping ability had significantly declined. He needed his teammates to provide him with comfortable passes to have a chance at scoring. Clearly, this 18-year-old had thought of that. If someone like him appeared in the World Cup, he wouldn't have been relegated to the bench without making any contribution in the last tournament. He swore that this time he would bring Zhang Feng to the World Cup. With such teammates, even his 40-year-old body could rejuvenate. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Zhang Feng, the center of attention, wore a joyful expression. Others thought he was happy because he had earned an assist, but he knew it was because he had acquired a new skill, aerial long. This skill allowed him to pass the ball directly while it was still in the air without waiting for it to land. Coupled with his talent for super long pass, he could create a vertical space of about 50 meters for the team, making quick counterattacks incredibly effective. As a midfielder, he was the engine connecting the front and back lines. His role in organizing attacks and defense was unparalleled. The most critical aspect for a midfielder was how to coordinate the attack and quickly deliver the ball to the front line. The aerial long pass was undoubtedly the fastest method. It allowed the football to change direction in midair, and with his talent, as long as there was a forward in position, he could swiftly send them on a solo charge. Of course, this also posed a significant challenge to the forward's abilities. However, that was not Jiang Feng's concern. His job was just to deliver the ball. How to score was up to his teammates. Awesome. Jiang Feng was very happy. He hadn't expected to gain unexpected benefits from participating in the training match. Seeing him so pleased, Cristiano Ronaldo said, "Feng, don't get complacent." Although this was a training match, the players coming on later wouldn't take it easy on Jiang Feng. Everyone was striving for a place in the national team. The better you performed, the more they would target you. Back when he was 17 or 18, young Ronaldo had fought his way out of similar predicaments. There could be no slackening. Jiang Feng nodded at Cristiano, understanding that he was being helped. At that moment, Bruno Fernandes passed by and remarked, "Kid, sometimes luck won't help you much." That last pass was too rushed. If it hadn't been Cristiano scoring, would have been impossible. With your current skills, you cannot compare to Portugal's golden generation. If you can only rely on luck, I advise you to give up and not use this year's World Cup as a stepping stone. Jiang Feng looked at Bruno Fernandes, who was about the same height as him. This captain of the Red Devils, the assist king of the Premier League this year, carried an air of arrogance. Off the field, Bruno had a good personality, but on the pitch, he could be a bit temperamental. Clearly, he still couldn't accept the fact of being teammates with Jiang Feng. Bisit, standing nearby, immediately pushed past Bruno and humbly said, "Kid, that was indeed a good pass that made Cristiano comfortable. Don't listen to Bruno. Sometimes luck is part of skill." Bruno is just like that. He always finds trouble with his mouth. Don't mind his chatter. You just perform well. Jiang Feng began to understand the personalities of the two. As the captain of the Red Devils, Bruno was somewhat arrogant while Bisit was more gentle. It was reasonable that the two had different personalities. "Thank you, sir. I will work hard." Jiang Feng knew that he had no qualifications. Among everyone present, only Cristiano would pay him any attention. The midfield strength of the Five Shields Legion would definitely rank among the top 3 in the World Cup this year. Everyone was a world-class midfielder. For an 18-year-old boy to establish himself in such a midfield, it was impossible without some special ability. Just a precise long pass might not be enough. Jiang Feng decided to let his skills speak for themselves. Old Thomas signaled for the match to continue. The players on the field began to move again. Neto took Ronaldo's position, but it didn't affect Jiang Feng's performance. However, after he played like this, everyone became serious. None of these players were easy opponents who didn't have a desire to win. The intensity suddenly became apparent. Speed, strength, and quick positioning. For a moment, it was hard for Jiang Feng to accept. For a solid 20 minutes, although Jiang Feng could receive passes from forward Leo, he found no suitable angle, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss on the pitch. This was the reality of a match. After all, there were 22 people on the field, and with 20 running in the middle, it was impossible for Jiang Feng to always have the ball. Moreover, since everyone was keen to showcase themselves, and they weren't very familiar with Jiang Feng, they rarely passed to him. "Pass him the ball. Damn it, why don't you pass the ball to Jiang Feng?" Cristiano, watching from the sidelines, was becoming anxious. Did these already famous stars really need to deliberately ignore a young player? In fact, one couldn't blame them. Everyone was looking out for themselves. Who had time to care for a young player they didn't know who posed a competitive threat? Jiang Feng had been running alongside the ball for a long time when he suddenly realized that his importance in the Five Shields Legion was different from his high school league days. At this moment, he needed to find ways to get the ball himself rather than waiting for others to pass it to him. "I was thinking too rigidly." Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, critiquing himself. Competing against these professional players was the quickest way to gain experience. Jiang Feng shook his head and began to run in the midfield. Old Thomas had assigned him the left midfield position, which he was quite adept at. Once he started running, it felt very natural. After 5 minutes of searching for opportunities, the chance finally arrived. When the ball was in the backfield, Mendes from the opposing team kicked it directly, sending it forward into the midfield. Mendes, valued at €75 million, played on the wing for Paris Saint-Germain and was only 23, truly part of the golden generation, so he kicked the ball quite casually. With a powerful kick, the ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, covering a distance of 40 meters. Everyone thought there was no maneuverability with this pass, and the midfield players ran calmly. Only one person was different. Jiang Feng, dressed in a white quick-dry jersey, chose to confront this long pass. Moreover, as the football was in the air, he instinctively scanned the front line and noticed Leo in a good position. When the ball was about to land, he instinctively thought of the aerial long pass. It felt as if this technique was etched in his bones. When the ball was a meter above the ground, he instinctively lifted. The ball changed direction, instantly shooting forward like a cannonball enveloped in boundless fury with hardly any trajectory of descent. Cristiano Ronaldo, who was seated nearby, and Old Thomas instantly stood up. Aerial long pass. A flash of brilliance from a genius. This lightning-fast aerial through pass caught everyone completely off guard. Jiang Feng appeared utterly unfazed, effortlessly unleashing his prodigious brilliance upon the football pitch of Portugal's national sports department. The technique behind this aerial through pass was breathtaking. Executed with perfect timing just before the ball touched the ground, seamlessly guiding it forward as if riding the current of fate itself. The ball soared higher, still cleaving through two defensive lines in an instant and plunging deep into the penalty area, aimed straight at Rafael Leo, who led the charge up front. Leo, currently playing for AC Milan and nicknamed Milan's Lightning, possessed extraordinary sprinting speed, yet even he stood momentarily stunned. Usually carefree and grinning, Leo nearly failed to react. Only when the ball drew perilously close did he finally break into motion, racing toward the 6-yard box. The ball traveled from midfield to the edge of the penalty area in a single seamless arc, leaving every defender frozen in disbelief. Even Costa, the starting goalkeeper selected by veteran coach Tomas for this year's World Cup, had no time to anticipate the ball's sudden arrival inside the 6-yard box. Though Leao often wore a playful smile the moment he controlled the ball, his demeanor transformed, focused, intense, explosive. With a deft featherlight touch at the edge of the 6-yard box, guided by the lingering momentum imparted by Jiang Feng, the ball arced cleanly over Costa's outstretched right arm and nestled into the top corner of the net. And just like that, the match's second goal was scored, and Jiang Feng earned another assist. For the first goal, opinions varied. The match had barely begun. New defenders were unprepared. Even Cristiano Ronaldo had willingly fed the pass. Any competent midfielder could have executed a decent long pass. But this aerial through pass transcended mere talent. It demanded instantaneous spatial awareness to locate a teammate amid chaos, and split-second calculation to determine the optimal trajectory while the ball was still airborne. Mastering such a pass required not only years of instinct honed through relentless repetition, but also exceptional physical conditioning and technical precision. This pass alone would secure Jiang Feng a place among the elite midfielders of the illustrious Five Shields Legion. Standing side by side, Cristiano Ronaldo and coach Tomas broke into spontaneous applause. Such brilliance commanded immediate recognition from both men, and even the other midfielders could not help but concede its mastery. Bernardo Silva turned to Bruno Fernandes, eyes wide with astonishment. "I told you, he's no ordinary prospect. A boy singled out by Master Ronaldo himself must possess something extraordinary. Most crucially, he's only 18. In 4 years' time, he'll be just 22. If he already competes in this World Cup, imagine what he'll become after 4 more years of growth." Bruno Fernandes paused, searching for words, then reluctantly admitted his midfield talent is truly world. Yet he stubbornly added, "Still, he lacks experience entirely. He might survive the group stage, but what about the This World Cup is our best chance yet. The Five Shields Legion has never assembled a stronger squad. Are we really going to entrust such a historic opportunity to a child playing make-believe?" Bruno Fernandes genuinely dreamed of lifting the World Cup trophy this year, and Jiang Feng's emergence threatened. Bernardo Silva could only shake his head in quiet resignation. Changing Bruno's mind would require nothing less than Jiang Feng's own undeniable excellence. Meanwhile, coach Tomas had already approached the Portuguese sports department officials observing the match. "He is a genius, do you understand? He's merely 18. If he enters the World Cup, now even without immediate impact, his age is his greatest asset. Exposure to World Cup pressure will forge him. In the next tournament, we may witness the rise of a generational midfield deity, unparalleled in history. Yes, it's a gamble, but win it, and the Five Shields Legion will etch its name into legend forever." Coach Tomas stood firm, voice unwavering. The officials remained silent. On the pitch, the match raged on. This time, however, Jiang Feng found himself relentlessly harried by opposing defenders, 2 or 3 shadowing him, constantly denying him any clean touch on the ball. Especially Nunez, who pressed Jiang Feng with fierce, almost personal intensity, as if treating him as a World Cup rival. It was Jiang Feng's first encounter with Manchester City's star defender, valued at $45 million, and the sheer physical pressure reminded him vividly how fiercely demanding elite football truly is. Yet his value had already been proven. Constant double and triple teaming testified unmistakably to his threat, and his being marked opened vital space for his teammates. With Jiang Feng occupied, Vitinha surged forward unimpeded, pairing brilliantly with fellow Paris Saint-Germain graduate Nieves, and each scored a goal. Upon returning to the sideline, coach Tomas immediately substituted Jiang Feng and the other standout performers. Their places in the final squad now secured, further training unnecessary. As Jiang Feng stepped off the pitch, a system notification chimed softly. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a world-class training match. Achievement unlocked. Assist 2 double assists. Reward 1 treasure chest." Jiang Feng opened the chest instantly. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired ultimate cardiopulmonary capacity." In that very instant, his previously labored breathing settled into calm, rhythmic steadiness. A footballer's cardiopulmonary capacity is among the most critical physiological metrics, determining whether he can endure 90 minutes at peak intensity. Why at 38 could Cristiano Ronaldo still play full matches, with sprints accounting for at least 15% of his total distance? because his lungs and heart functioned like those of an ironclad machine. This was no innate gift. It was forged through years of uncompromising discipline and relentless high-intensity training. Now Zhang Feng possessed that same ultimate capacity. Suddenly playing full matches and executing explosive sprints felt effortless, natural, even exhilarating. Undeniably, this ability was extraordinary. Back in high school league days, he'd finish matches gasping, heart hammering violently against his ribs. Now, even with heart rates soaring above 160 beats per minute, his ironclad cardiopulmonary system held firm. Standing beside Thomas, Zhang Feng exuded serene composure. 40 minutes of brutal high-intensity combat, having left his breath steady and posture unwavering. Thomas nodded approvingly. Clearly this was the product of lifelong foundational training. He had no idea Zhang Feng had only begun disciplined training upon entering high school. In Longwa, lack of proper facilities meant days filled solely with academics. After all, 9 years of compulsory education spared no one. Had this happened before, he'd have collapsed onto the turf long ago. These elite players possessed 100 layers of tactical cunning, and their physical duels overwhelmed him. Only his height offered slight advantage. Otherwise, he risked being cleanly dispossessed, or worse, sent flying. He hoped the system would soon grant him enhanced physical attributes, ideally the raw, unstoppable athleticism of Holland, or Mbappe power, acceleration, and dominance in direct confrontations. Zhang Feng, your name has been confirmed, but not as a starter. Instead, you will be a substitute. Do not reply. You will appear on the World Cup stage at the age of 18. Although you won't be the youngest player in World Cup history, if you achieve something in the World Cup, you can still make history. Old Thomas said to Zhang Feng. He observed that Zhang Feng's expression was natural and showed no signs of fatigue, which reassured him about Zhang Feng's physical condition. This young man truly has unlimited potential. Zhang Feng said, is it just as a substitute? He was not very satisfied. He had thought he would directly enter as a starter, but unexpectedly, he was only a substitute. Cristiano Ronaldo beside him said helplessly, kid, you should know that I only made it to the World Cup at 21. Zhang Feng thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Cristiano Ronaldo made his World Cup debut at 21, having already won the Premier League Championship and the UEFA European Championship runners-up. At that time, he was regarded as the successor to Figo. Comparatively, what does Zhang Feng have? The Crystal Trophy for winning the Lisbon High School Football League. If this were to be mentioned, it would likely be met with laughter. Thus, being on the roster is already an exceptional achievement. Historically, those players younger than Zhang Feng had also entered the national team for the World Cup after attaining remarkable accomplishments. It is already a tremendous fortune for Zhang Feng to represent the Five Shields Legion in the World Cup based solely on his talent and performance in training matches. If he performs even slightly below expectations today with poor passing or being overwhelmed by pressure from the opposing team, the players on the field would surely protest Thomas for including him in the national team. But now Zhang Feng has dispelled some doubts with his signature long passes, solidifying his position as a substitute. Of course, once at the World Cup, if he performs poorly, he might still be drowned out by the fans' jeers. Many might be waiting to see the spectacle. At that time, I hope this young man can withstand the overwhelming pressure. Okay, thank you, Coach Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Feng said earnestly. If it weren't for the support of these two individuals in shouldering the pressure, he would never have made it onto the roster, nor would he have participated in today's training match. Coach Thomas said meaningfully, the World Cup is not like today's training match, where you will get so many opportunities. I can arrange for you to play, but the time won't be long. If you perform poorly during your time on the field, you might find yourself sitting on the bench for the duration of the World Cup. The World Cup is indeed the most brutal stage. In the previous World Cup, Cristiano Ronaldo was also placed on the cold bench, let alone a young man with an empty record. But regardless, this is a very good beginning. Moreover, he has grown rapidly. From just getting to know Cristiano Ronaldo to now, he has already acquired 2 new abilities. Will he still be able to grow even faster at the World Cup? Zhang Feng puffed out his chest confidently and said, don't worry, coach. Zhang Feng will never disappoint anyone. Believe me. The confidence of the young man was as precious as gold. Cristiano Ronaldo praised good. That's the kind of confidence you should have. He found himself liking this young man. Possessing top-tier midfield talent on the field and participating in the high-intensity World Cup, without hesitation, his character was very much like his own. Thomas said, well, since we still have some time before announcing the roster, why don't you stay at the sports department? In 10 days, we will have our national team's training camp. Cristiano Ronaldo chimed in, coach, I want him to stay with me. I have one last match in the Saudi League final, and I want him to watch the match live and train with me. You know I have a dedicated trainer. Thomas' face brightened. The world knows Cristiano Ronaldo's level of self-discipline along with a dedicated nutritionist and trainer. Otherwise, how could he still be in such great shape at over 40? Having Zhang Feng train with Cristiano Ronaldo couldn't be better. Not only would it save funding from the sports department, but it would also cultivate the chemistry between Ronaldo and Zhang Feng. The more familiar the two become, the better their performance should be at the World Cup. Thomas truly believes that this year Cristiano Ronaldo will have his last dance at the World Cup. He also trusts Cristiano Ronaldo, or else he wouldn't give Jiang Feng such an opportunity. Alright, since that's the case, Jiang Feng, you will stay with Cristiano Ronaldo. Old Thomas said. No problem, coach. Jiang Feng readily agreed. Cristiano Ronaldo had invited Jiang Feng before, so he didn't refuse this time. Cristiano Ronaldo is known for his extreme self-discipline. He has talent, but his long-standing dominance in football is not solely based on that talent. There are many things that Jiang Feng needs to learn. It just so happens that he can benefit from Cristiano Ronaldo's training resources. After all, the training resources that Cristiano Ronaldo uses are quite expensive, supported by dedicated trainers and nutritionists. He doesn't have to spend his own money, which is quite delightful. Jiang Feng doesn't lack pocket money, he just enjoys In the following time, Jiang Feng glanced at the remaining training matches. Due to the large number of participants, the training matches lasted over 2 hours. These were used to assess players who had underperformed in the current season, but still had some solid skills. Seizing the opportunity, Cristiano Ronaldo continuously introduced Jiang Feng to the styles and specialties of his teammates. For example, Ramos, who excels at positioning, Geddes, who is agile in movement, and Neto, who combines passing and shooting. These forwards may become the targets of Jiang Feng's assists, so he must familiarize himself well with them, and when and where the midfielders should appear to be most comfortable for the forwards and defenders. To that end, Cristiano Ronaldo even contacted an old friend, Pepe, who was once Ronaldo's bodyguard in the Five Shields Legion, to come over and prepare to teach Jiang Feng. Cristiano Ronaldo genuinely wants to pass on his lifelong insights to Jiang Feng. After the training match, Jiang Feng called the principal of Lisbon University to inform him that he had secured a spot as a substitute on the roster and would be undergoing training, thus unable to attend school. Old Luis naturally agreed. Cultivating a national team player is quite an achievement for Lisbon University. Jiang Feng also updated his family. His parents were certainly very pleased. They completely support Jiang Feng's development, allowing him to pursue whatever he likes, as long as it's not illegal. This is why they insisted on him completing 9 years of compulsory education in the country. The difference between a child raised this way and Western youths is still significant. They won't engage in reckless behavior or indulge in wild parties. Cristiano Ronaldo's villa in Lisbon is enormous. From the balcony on the second floor, one can see the dazzling lights of half the city. His family is not here. Only 2 servants, a cook, a nutritionist, and a trainer are present. In the evening, Jiang Feng felt quite hungry, but Cristiano Ronaldo's strict dinner consisted only of chicken breast and water. Since Jiang Feng is only 18, the nutritionist added a few caloric items just for him, but for Jiang Feng it still felt a bit lacking. Cristiano Ronaldo said, "Feng, you will get used to it." Jiang Feng felt a bit helpless, but there was no choice. To keep his body in the best competitive state, some sacrifices must be made. Just after finishing dinner, Pepe arrived. He seemed to know that there wouldn't be any good food at Ronaldo's place. Pepe had eaten and brought a few bottles of wine. Pepe, now retired for over a year, has started enjoying life, but his relationship with Cristiano Ronaldo remains as good as ever. "Hey Cristiano, is this the young guy from the East who excels at passing? He looks a bit thin, can he really play?" "This bodyguard is indeed different, exuding a certain streetwise charm." Cristiano Ronaldo replied, "Pepe, if you had seen his passing in the training match today, you wouldn't be asking that. Also, you can only drink the wine by yourself, don't lead Jiang Feng astray." Pepe shrugged helplessly. "Alright, these 2 bottles of red wine will be mine alone." Cristiano Ronaldo, along with Pepe, spent more than 2 hours that evening analyzing match footage. This footage was from the last World Cup, featuring the Five Shields Legion. The players this year are not much different from those in the previous edition, so the overall playing style remains unchanged. The significant change is that unless Cristiano performs exceptionally poorly, he will definitely not be relegated to the bench. The 3 men, one a veteran forward, one a young midfielder, and the other a retired defender, made for a rather comical scene, yet whenever the topic turned to football, they became remarkably serious. A slightly intoxicated Pepe analyzed when defenders would pass to midfielders and when they would choose to clear the ball, discussing positioning. Cristiano, on the other hand, earnestly analyzed the purpose of every run he made on the right flank. These are the invaluable experiences from the careers of world-class players, which cannot be gained merely through casual training from a head coach. Jiang Feng also noticed that Cristiano's movements seemed to be perpetually ready for a shot. He covered more distance on the field than any other player in the same time frame. The head coach of the last World Cup was Santos, who did not pay much attention to Cristiano, even letting him sit on the bench for the sake of performance. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Cristiano's desire to score goals has always been fervent. In the past, when watching matches, his perspective was not always focused on Cristiano. But now, with Cristiano right next to him, he became aware of every intention behind Cristiano's runs, which is crucial on the field. A midfielder must connect the intentions of teammates to create a fluid attack. It is evident that Cristiano is eager for Jiang Feng to pass him the ball whenever he is on the field. There is a degree of selfishness in that. After all, the Portuguese team is not as easy to manage as it was in his youth. The emergence of the golden generation has made the position of this veteran somewhat awkward. If Santos is still the head coach this year, he likely won't even make the roster. Jiang Feng finally began to sense the bittersweetness of this dual genius and the cruelty of time. No matter how glorious one may have been in the past, one cannot withstand the erosion of years. When physical abilities decline, opportunities to play diminish. This year's World Cup truly represents Cristiano's last chance to shine. It might even be the last time Cristiano experiences such intense competition in his life. It is no wonder he strives to build a good relationship with Jiang Feng. His long passes are perfectly suited for a forward like him, so he treats Jiang Feng as a true friend and mentors him. He stayed in Cristiano's lavish mansion for 2 days. Jiang Feng also observed Cristiano's almost self-punishing discipline. He meticulously measured his meals, which explains why others say his physical age is still under 30, with sprinting speed comparable to players age 25. His lifestyle resembles that of a monk. Crucially, he demands the same from Jiang Feng regarding diet, rest, and even sets strict standards. Though Jiang Feng has never been part of a professional club, his dietary habits are quite healthy compared to an average university student, as he truly loves football and works out daily. However, directly adopting the diet of a professional player to match Cristiano's standards feels like too big a leap. But considering that Cristiano has extended his peak through such discipline, what reason does he have to refuse? Should he eat sea cucumbers and abalone every day? Is that feasible? Reflecting on this, Jiang Feng decided to accept it wholeheartedly. He and Cristiano both share a deep love for football. Over these few days, this 18-year-old has undergone a tremendous transformation. Later, Jiang Feng boarded Cristiano's Bombardier Global Express 6500 jet to Saudi Arabia. This is the power of a top-tier superstar. This private jet, worth £60 million, is accompanied by 3 pilots and 4 flight attendants, making it extraordinarily luxurious. Jiang Feng felt somewhat reserved, although his family is well off, he has never had a private jet. Pepe, on the other hand, seemed at home chatting with the flight attendants, as if he frequently hitchhiked on Cristiano's global. This time, Cristiano was attending the Saudi League final, hoping to conclude this year's Saudi League on a high note. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was learning on the side, while the old Pepe, under Cristiano's admonition, refrained from drinking and sat obediently beside Jiang Feng to explain the match. Jiang Feng had seen matches before, but under Pepe's guidance, he seemed to grasp things more profoundly. Over these days, his understanding of formations on the professional pitch soared. He even felt a surge of eagerness, almost wishing to step onto the field for this Saudi League final. Fortunately, this match seemed to pose no challenge for Cristiano. Currently, Cristiano's abilities as a forward may not rank among the top 10 in the football world, but he still navigates the Saudi League with ease. Moreover, Pepe kept insisting that today's Cristiano seemed different. His mindset on the field was exceptionally relaxed, even joyful, as if something delightful had happened. Strange, his wife is abroad with the kids, and there doesn't seem to be anything particularly joyful for Cristiano, Pepe said, rubbing his bald head as he looked at Jiang Feng. Could it be because of you? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Me. Pepe replied, perhaps he feels he has found a good midfielder with the chance to score in the World Cup, which makes him happy. Jiang Feng was astonished. Is my influence that significant? Pepe nodded. Of course, Cristiano's love for scoring has always been what I admire most about him. Whenever he plays, there is never a lack of passion. However, he has not encountered a suitable midfielder until your appearance. At that moment, Jiang Feng fell silent. Meanwhile, Cristiano executed a free kick from a tight angle resembling a pass, and shot directly, finding the back of the net, securing a solid lead for Al Nassr. In the following 10 minutes, Cristiano found another opportunity in front of the goal. A teammate's return pass allowed him to score in quick succession within the small box, claiming a championship trophy he hadn't held for over 1,000 days. It truly took 4 years to grind out one championship, which was hard-earned. The crowd erupted in cheers. Cristiano even performed his iconic celebration, leaping into the air and turning. Sew. The cheers of tens of thousands of fans seemed to signify that this king of the green field had never left. Cristiano immediately ran to Jiang Feng. Did you see that? Jiang Feng, I believe that one day you will also enjoy the cheers of the entire world for you. The atmosphere at the scene genuinely excited Jiang Feng. Just imagining if all the fans cheered for him. Jiang Feng grew increasingly eager to battle in the World Cup. After winning the Saudi League Championship, Cristiano took Jiang Feng back to Portugal. This was because the World Cup roster was being announced gradually. This year's World Cup features a blend of the old generation and the new, with strong contenders aplenty. It foretells the fall of old gods and the rise of new ones. After Cristiano Ronaldo received the Saudi League trophy, he celebrated briefly with his Al Nassr teammates, but did not overindulge. This still impressed Jiang Feng greatly. Even on the day of winning the championship, Ronaldo managed to refrain from drinking alcohol. Alcohol can significantly impair athletic performance, but an occasional drink should be fine. His teammates and coach wanted to toast with Ronaldo during the celebration, but he declined, citing the need to prepare for the World Championship, and only had the waiter pour a glass of water to drink with everyone. Jiang Feng wondered if Ronaldo found such a routine tedious. However, upon reflection, it was all in pursuit of his dreams. How could it be boring? Jiang Feng often watched football matches when he was younger, but he never particularly favored any player. Now he found himself somewhat fond of this obsessively disciplined guy. Such a person deserves respect wherever he is, whether as a teammate or a competitor. After the Saudi League concluded, it would soon be the end of May. At this time, various leagues were gradually wrapping up to make way for the globally celebrated World Cup. The schedule for this year's World Cup group stage has already been determined, with the opening match starting in mid-June, leaving national teams only half a month for preparation and adjustment. Time was of the essence. Ronaldo quickly brought Jiang Feng and Pepe back to Lisbon. The official roster would be announced soon, and training camp was about to begin. The fastest to announce their roster was the reigning champion from the last World Cup, the Pampas Eagles, led by the king of football, Messi. Although Messi was getting older, the legacy he carried along with emerging talents Lautaro and Alvarez made them a strong contender for this year's championship. Next was the formidable Spanish national team, boasting the world-class midfielder Rodri and several rising. Then there were the powerful French and Brazilian squads. Each roster announcement was met with cheers from fans around. It was initially thought that the 2022 Qatar World Cup would mark Messi's crowning moment, ushering in a new era of rising stars. But who would have thought that the World Cup in North America would still be a grand celebration of the football gods? Messi, Neymar, Mbappe, Modric, Haaland. Almost all the club superstars were present, continuing to enthrall fans worldwide. At this time, the roster of Portugal's five-shield legion was announced under immense pressure by the veteran Thomas. He actually felt pressured because he decided to heavily rely on Ronaldo, the over-40 striker. Ronaldo's performance in the national team had not been stellar, and he had just secured a championship in the Saudi League, making it somewhat difficult to justify his selection. Now his pressure intensified due to the inclusion of one particular name, which made fans around the world feel that the five-shield legion was too controversial. How could a young master's name be included? 10 days prior, Jiang Feng's name on the preliminary roster had already stirred up a storm. Everyone believed that Thomas would undoubtedly feel immense pressure and could not possibly include an inexperienced 18-year-old in the final roster. However, at the moment the final roster of the five-shield legion was confirmed, Portuguese fans were left stunned. Jiang Feng's name remained firmly locked in the lineup. When the roster appeared across major news media and websites, fans of the five-shield legion expressed unusual. I can understand you including Ronaldo. Despite his age, he is still the champion of the Saudi League and scored twice, showing good form. But who is this Jiang Feng? Is he the son of some sports official? A kid with no competitive experience entering the World Cup. He must be the son of a capitalist. It seems the preliminary roster was just a test for us, and now they are serious. Protest. With Vitinha and Neves, the double B combination, isn't that enough? Do we really need a midfielder? Thomas stepped down. Our midfield lineup is so strong this year, why include a kid with no professional experience? There's something fishy about this. This roster is suspicious. Though Ma's coaching ability is really lacking, he should be removed soon. The fans of the five-shield legion genuinely couldn't understand where this boy named Jiang Feng came from. How could he firmly secure a spot on the final roster? It should be noted that several Portuguese stars valued at around 10 million euros were not selected. Especially among defenders, Semedo was often regarded as highly mobile on the defensive flanks and skilled at. This year's five-shield legion boasted a brilliant midfield lineup, but their attacking front lacked depth compared to other traditional powerhouses aside from Rafael Leao and Neto. While their attacking abilities were weak, could they not enhance their defensive capabilities? Yet Thomas chose to feature Jiang Feng, a newcomer, in their most advantageous midfield. What gives? Are they planning to push midfielders up front? Is that feasible? Can their attacking capabilities match those of other strong teams? Doubts persisted. Fans worldwide were highly skeptical of the five-shield legion's roster. Even though this year's World Cup expanded the number of teams, those qualifying for the finals are not mere underperformers. It is inconceivable to rely on an inexperienced teenager. Thus, the announcement of the five-shield legion's roster was somewhat laughable. People were confused about why this occurred, faced with skepticism from around the world. Thomas remained silent. The old man did not wish to say too much. He wanted other teams to remain unaware of Jiang Feng's capabilities, only revealing that he played as a midfielder, leaving the specifics a mystery to opponents. Perhaps Jiang Feng could become his secret weapon. His long passes could help the team execute fast breaks. Thomas did not want to be exposed by opponents before the match even commenced. However, after the roster was announced for some time, Ronaldo began to feel restless. His Facebook had already exploded. These fervent fans could not breach Jiang Feng's Facebook, but they could find Ronaldo's, flooding it with questions about how Jiang Feng managed to secure a place on the roster. Others might remain silent, but could Ronaldo stay quiet? This year's five-shield legion's roster, with a total value exceeding 900 million euros, ranked 5th, and was undoubtedly a favorite for the championship. Such a fantastic opportunity would be wasted due to an inexperienced newcomer. Ronaldo would regret it. Yet these fans would never realize that Jiang Feng's inclusion on the roster was thanks to Ronaldo's assistance. Without Ronaldo finding Zhang Feng, he would never have appeared on the roster or showcased his skills in the training matches. Ultimately, Ronaldo stepped forward and recorded a video on Facebook. Hello, everyone, I'm Cristiano Ronaldo. Thank you all for your attention and anticipation toward the five-shield squad. Zhang Feng is an exceptionally talented midfielder. Though still very young, his abilities are already sufficient to earn him a place on the World Cup stage. Moreover, Zhang Feng's inclusion in the final squad was based on my personal recommendation to Coach Thomas. And Zhang Feng further demonstrated outstanding performance in training matches, earning the head coach's full recognition. I urge everyone not to impose excessive scrutiny upon an 18-year-old boy. I firmly believe Zhang Feng will shine brilliantly at this year's World Cup, showcasing his extraordinary talent and helping our national team achieve remarkable success. Thank you once again for your support. Ronaldo stepped forward voluntarily, diverting public scrutiny from Coach Thomas and Zhang Feng alike. A truly commanding display of leadership. After all, he is captain of the five-shield squad. When the entire world questioned its credibility, his silence would have been unbecoming. Yet no one anticipated he would shoulder full responsibility himself, openly declaring to fans worldwide that Zhang Feng's selection followed his own recommendation. He also affirmed Zhang Feng's exceptional aptitude. Though some five-shield supporters remained hesitant, many loyal Ronaldo fans chose to trust his judgment. Ronaldo's influence in Portugal needs no elaboration. If he vouches for someone, how could that player possibly lack merit? If Ronaldo selected him as a teammate, there must be compelling reasons. Also, that's how it is. I'd assumed this young man was merely the scion of some wealthy family indulging in a World Cup fantasy. But if Ronaldo himself endorsed him, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Still, he's far too young. Can he truly compete directly in the World Cup? I trust Ronaldo's word, but this lad appears astonishingly inexperienced. Something feels off. Can he truly rival young Neves? Vidi. Even if Ronaldo speaks truthfully, the boy's youth and lack of physical contest experience suggest he'll likely occupy only a substitute role, which if true would be acceptable. Ronaldo's statement proved remarkably effective, instantly dispelling much of the fan skepticism. His fierce competitive spirit is unquestionable. By his nature, he would never place an incompetent midfielder beside himself. With this explanatory video, Ronaldo assumed full accountability for the decision. A figure of his stature would never casually claim responsibility for matters beyond his involvement, especially not at the cost of his own integrity. If his words hold weight, perhaps this youth truly possesses exceptional gifts. What remains most intriguing is precisely what those gifts might be. What extraordinary qualities earned him both Ronaldo's endorsement and the head coach's approval? And what of the other players already named in the squad? Not a single one voiced objection. An unmistakable sign that Zhang Feng's performance in training matches must have been truly dazzling. Otherwise, Bruno Fernandes, known for his forthrightness, would surely have spoken out long ago. Even if not him, then surely young Neves or Vidi, the two elite League One midfielders, each valued over 100 million, would have raised concerns. Both are similarly young and brimming with potential. How could they so readily accept an 18-year-old as their mid? At this point, fans have no recourse but to await the opening of the World Cup group stage and witness the young man. Meanwhile, far across the eastern horizon, fans remained incredulous. Zhang Feng's photograph on the official roster confirmed he was of pure Longwood descent. This revelation stunned them. With the national team absent, many had deemed this year's North America-Mexico World Cup devoid of interest, only to discover Ronaldo's teammate was a genuine ethnic Chinese youth. And when global doubts swirled around the boy's capabilities, Ronaldo stood resolutely before the storm to shield him. What extraordinary magnetism does this youth possess, compelling Ronaldo to champion him so publicly? What a thrill! Though our national team won't appear, we'll still witness an ethnic Chinese player competing with the five-shield squad. This affair seems far more complex than it appears. I suspect this youth is the heir to a wealthy Chinese diaspora tycoon who secured Ronaldo's endorsement through financial influence. If such influence could sway Ronaldo, the young man's family fortune likely exceeds tens of billions, placing him among the wealthiest heirs domestically. Could Ronaldo's words be genuine? Don't be fooled. What singular ability could possibly captivate both Ronaldo and Coach Thomas in an ethnic Chinese teenager? Beyond monetary power, I see no other plausible explanation. Domestic fans remain skeptical. Owing to long-standing disillusionment with the national team, many assume Zhang Feng lacks true distinction. Perhaps merely a World Cup substitute gaining experience destined later to return home as a foreign player seeking lucrative contracts. Such cases are not uncommon. Yet soon a grainy video surfaced on domestic short video platforms. It showed Zhang Feng clad in white competing in a match. The uploader added one terse remark: he once tried out for our national selection, but was rejected and returned to Portugal in disgrace. Though blurred, the video clearly matched Zhang Feng's facial features and quickly gained traction. Comments multiplied instantly. A youth discarded by us, now treated as a treasure by the Five Shields coaching staff. If he couldn't even qualify for our national trials, how could he possibly earn a spot on Portugal's squad? Doesn't this scenario seem utterly implausible? I urge everyone to approach such fragmented videos with caution. We all know the state of domestic selection trials. Many prodigies have been overlooked. Please consume this news with discernment. A single video proves nothing definitive, yet it confirms Jiang Feng did visit our country only to go unrecognized. Whether he truly possesses elite ability remains to be seen on the World Cup pitch. One thing is certain, this year's World Cup has become far more compelling. Today's netizens are far less gullible. In past years, seeing Jiang Feng eliminated would have instantly branded him as talentless, a privileged youth merely sampling football as a hobby. But today is different. Having been deceived repeatedly, netizens now approach such stories with sober rationality, refusing to take sides without tangible substantive evidence. So all eyes now wait for the World Cup's opening whistle, and for Jiang Feng, this young man, to prove himself on the world's grandest stage. While the outside world debated Jiang Feng's capabilities, the Five Shields Legion had already begun their training. Jiang Feng received his jersey number for the Five Shields Legion number 30, which held no special significance. Such high numbers are typically reserved for newcomers. Messi also wore the number 30 jersey back in the day. The number itself carries no intrinsic meaning, it is the people who ascribe significance to it. Just like Cristiano Ronaldo's number 7. Jiang Feng had no particular expectations for this number. This year, the Five Shields Legion's uniform was red with golden accents featuring a white shield in the center of a trophy-like emblem. It looked quite handsome. This was also Jiang Feng's first time wearing the national team's jersey. The number 30 jersey began to flutter on the grass of the Lisbon National Stadium. The training camp commenced. However, Old Domas' training methods seemed somewhat unconventional, having Jiang Feng run sprint and pass all by himself. According to Old Thomas, he wanted to gather data on Jiang Feng. A player's statistics are quite significant. Although Jiang Feng was merely a backup among backups with limited opportunities to play, Old Thomas genuinely wanted to develop Jiang Feng into a cavalryman. For a coach like Old Thomas, isn't it much more satisfying to nurture a star player from scratch than to rely on a pre-existing lineup, turning the coaching role into a farming tale? He genuinely intended to let Jiang Feng play for 10 minutes in the group stage. Of course, he didn't expect Jiang Feng to become a savior. After all, who would believe Jiang Feng had the capability to lead the Five Shields Legion to victory? That would be too fantastical. Thus, during the training camp, 3 additional players were present: 2 backup goalkeepers and Jiang Feng. No one considered Jiang Feng a starter. During the training camp, the starters naturally practiced their teamwork first. No one knew Jiang Feng's style, and a direct appearance might yield counterproductive results. After 3 days of training in Lisbon, they arrived at the National Stadium in Oeiras, Portugal, for a warm-up friendly match before the World Cup. The opponent was Chile. This team was ranked 54th in the world and had not qualified for the World Cup for 3 consecutive years. However, for the Five Shields Legion, Chile's style was quite similar to that of their group mates Colombia. Both teams favored a physically confrontational style typical of South America with a commendable level of technical skill. While their hard power might be lacking, it suited the Five Shields Legion well in refining their tactics against Colombia. During the training camp, Jiang Feng became familiar with this year's World Cup opponents in Group K. Without a doubt, Group K was one of the few death groups among the 12 groups, with each team's strength being quite formidable, and there was no obvious leader. Group K: Portugal, South Korea, Morocco, Colombia. From a market value perspective, Portugal is the strongest traditional powerhouse. However, whether they could reliably defeat the other 3 teams was truly a question. Despite the high market value of the Five Shields Legion, their offensive capabilities were not particularly outstanding within the group. The defensive capabilities of these teams were not weak. If they simply played defensively against them on the field, whether they could advance from the group stage would entirely depend on luck. It was essential to rehearse now. They needed to adjust the strength of their lineup. This year's Five Shields Legion was essentially a team with an almost invincible midfield and a moderately strong forward line and defense. Both offense and defense were not particularly exceptional. To break out of Group K, they needed a combination of strength and luck. And this warm-up match was crucial. Cristiano Ronaldo helped Jiang Feng secure 20 minutes of playing time. After all, this was just a warm-up match, and to avoid revealing too much of their tactics, Bruno Fernandes, who had just finished the Premier League season, was not planning to take the field. The 2 best midfielders from Paris Saint-Germain, Neves and Vitinha, were also rotated in and out under Old Domas' arrangement, simply to find their rhythm. In the last 20 minutes of the first half, Jiang Feng was set to enter the match. This warm-up match was broadcast live worldwide. He was quite excited. This was his debut on the world stage, and whether he could dispel some doubts depended on those 20 minutes. In Portugal, during the night. In Long Country, it was just past 1 in the morning when this warm-up match commenced. Cristiano Ronaldo started directly. Old Thomas understood who the world's fans wanted to see. He gave Ronaldo half a match to give the fans a good show. Not only were the local fans in Portugal excited, but fans from Long Country were equally looking forward to it. There was no hope for the national team unless the World Cup expanded again, but this time they could place their hopes on Jiang Feng, who was far away in Portugal. This handsome young man from the East was pleasing to the eye, a stark contrast to that group of incompetent players. This was what an athlete's physique should look like, not the kind that was bloated with excess. A fleeting glimpse of Jiang Feng on the bench wearing the number 30 jersey was captured by many fans back home. He really came. This guy is much more handsome than in the photos. This is the Oriental player I dreamed of, standing at 1.8 meters with not an ounce of fat on his belly. He must run as smoothly as his name suggests. To be a teammate of Cristiano Ronaldo in the Five Shields Legion is already very rare. I wonder how good this kid's skills are. A boy recognized by Ronaldo must possess unique talents. From now on I will support this number 30 jersey. After the roster was announced, everyone saw Jiang Feng's identification photo, but they completely did not expect him to look even younger and more youthful than in the picture. Coupled with the physique of a football player that everyone dreamed of, he instantly became the focus of attention for Long Country fans in this year's World Cup. In Long Country, there were only a few popular players: Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, Modric, Haaland, and so on. Now another one has been added. The Five Shields Legion's midfielder number 30, Jiang Feng. Most importantly, he is of Chinese descent. There are rumors that this boy actually grew up in the country and received 9 years of compulsory education. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, fundamentally, he is one of their own. This is beyond dispute. And at the National Stadium in Oeiras, Portugal, the stadium was brightly lit. The cheers of nearly 4,000 fans welcomed Cristiano Ronaldo like a tidal wave. Jiang Feng, resting in the side area, felt quite excited. As a child, he fantasized about what it would be like if the audience cheered for him. But now that wish seemed less distant. As long as he performs well in this year's World Cup, he will definitely gain a multitude of fans. The match quickly. So while this was merely a warm-up match, the Five Shields Legion did not take it lightly. It was a dry run for their World Cup. The overall formation was a 442. This was the formation Old Thomas prepared for most World Cup matches. There was even an extreme midfield formation of 352. After all, they had an abundance of midfield players. They relied on extreme midfield strength to establish a foothold on the field, and then let Cristiano Ronaldo pressure high, with left winger Rafael Leao drawing fire, ultimately seeking opportunities to shoot. This tactical setup was quite straightforward. Bruno Fernandes wasn't on the field, but Bernardo Silva was, and he quickly coordinated with Neves to initiate an offensive. Number 15, João Neves, showcased his impressive dribbling skills, weaving past 3 defenders within 9 minutes, almost executing a solo breakthrough before passing the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo under pressure. In front of goal, Ronaldo effortlessly displayed his finishing ability, executing a sliding shot that sent the ball smoothly into Chil's net. João Neves' abilities were fully showcased. Jiang Feng nodded silently from the sidelines. No wonder, he was one of the best midfielders from League One, at just 3 years older than him. Neves' creativity was remarkable. With his individual prowess, he could easily tear apart Chil's midfield defense, creating excellent offensive opportunities for the two forwards. With 21 minutes left in the first half, Jiang Feng began to warm up. No one anticipated he would enter the game so soon. Ordinarily, matches featuring the Five Shield Legion would generate modest attention in Longwa without Cristiano Ronaldo's presence. This time, however, not only was Ronaldo on the pitch, but also his new teammate, a teenage Chinese heritage footballer. Longwa's fans erupted with excitement. Ronaldo scored within 10 minutes of entering the field, his brilliance undimmed by time, reducing many veteran supporters to tears. Today, these fans have long since settled into family life and professional careers. They are no longer the nimble youths sprinting across emerald fields. Yet their passion for football remains undiminished. Watching Ronaldo now is like revisiting their own youth. And when Jiang Feng, that win-like teenager, stepped onto the pitch, middle-aged fans wept anew, as if gazing upon their younger selves. Every person carries their own 18th year, their golden season, when devotion was freely given to football and to Ronaldo. Seeing their idol Ronaldo now accompanied by an 18-year-old prodigy stirred profound emotion. The number 30 jersey had replaced young Neves, number 15, taking position on the left flank of midfield. This revealed his role, though naturally right-footed Jiang Feng had traditionally played on the right wing during high school, yet in training sessions he consistently appeared on the left flank, delivering precise long passes. Coach Thomas thus designed a bespoke tactic: create opportunities on the right flank to launch those decisive long balls toward Ronaldo. Even past 40, Ronaldo retained commanding aerial dominance. Just 2 or 3 well-timed chances were enough to guarantee a headed goal. A header strikes with startling velocity, forcing the ball to change direction midair, leaving inexperienced goalkeepers prone to misjudging its trajectory and conceding easily. The moment Jiang Feng entered the pitch, the crowd erupted, some with fervent cheers, others with sharp whistles. A large contingent remained skeptical, convinced he had secured his national team berth through favoritism. That suspicion reeked of Longwa's worst tendencies. From the touchline, Coach Thomas called out, "Jiang, focus. Eyes on the ball. Diaz, get the ball to Jiang." Jiang Feng nodded, his full concentration locked upon the sphere. Given the stark disparity in squad strength, possession remained overwhelmingly with the five-shield legion, granting Jiang Feng ample opportunity to receive the ball. Yet the opposition had other plans. Chile, though invited for a friendly, still valued its pride. Losing to Ronaldo, to elite League One or Premier League midfielders, fine. But to an 18-year-old boy, unacceptable. Do you think I'll let him even touch the ball? Chile's number 8 midfielder Loyola fixed Jiang Feng with an unblinking stare, and soon escalated to physical confrontation. Standing 8 meters tall and weighing 65 kilograms, Jiang Feng held his ground against physical challenges, yet Loyola's tight marking made maneuvering exceedingly difficult. His debut, a blank slate rookie thrust under global scrutiny, drew eyes from every corner of the world. After 1 minute on the pitch with no discernible impact on the match's flow, spectators grew visibly disappointed. That's it. Shut down by Loyola. What kind of prodigious midfielder is this? Utterly useless. He hasn't even touched the ball in these few minutes. The opposition's bullying a child. Loyola's gone too far. He looks raw. His off-the-ball movement is predictable, easy to read. Spectators began dissecting his performance. On the pitch, Jiang Feng knew he alone must break the deadlock. To create space, force teammates to trust him with the pass. He exploded into motion, again and again. Empowered by his limitless cardiopulmonary capacity, his acceleration became instinctive. Though not quite matching freakishly gifted forwards, he could sustain repeated sprints, swiftly leaving Loyola behind. Damn it. How can he keep sprinting like this? I can't match his rhythm. Is his lung forged of iron? Within just 2 minutes, Loyola already trailed Jiang Feng by 3 full strides. A midfielder unable to separate himself from his marker must contest possession physically, greatly increasing the risk of losing the ball. Jiang Feng's relentless lateral runs forced Loyola into futile pursuit, just as a teammate executed a perfectly timed back pass. Bernardo Silva, ever perceptive, delivered it with quiet generosity. The ball skimmed low across the turf, rolling precisely to Jiang Feng's feet, only for Loyola to close in, instantly determined to disrupt his first touch. Jiang Feng tensed immediately. This man truly intended to sabotage his debut. In the split second after receiving the ball, he flicked his gaze left and right, then locked onto Ronaldo's position on the right flank. The distance wasn't ideal, but still within passing range. His dribbling ability was merely adequate. With Loyola bearing down, retaining possession would be perilous. After a single glance, Jiang Feng ceased looking at Ronaldo. Out of the corner of his eye, sensing Loyola's imminent pressure, he released the ball intuitively, launching it toward Ronaldo's path. Ronaldo was already running when the ball soared toward him. Alas, though, near the pass lacked pace, and 2 defenders stood beside Ronaldo. Upon receiving it, he found no angle for a shot. Still, Ronaldo attempted a desperate strike amid the double team, only to send the ball soaring high over the crossbar and into the stands. Global viewers sighed in disappointment. That's all. That pass was mediocre, no viable shooting angle, no sign of exceptional talent whatsoever. Underwhelming performance. Five-shield Legion fans voiced palpable disillusionment. They'd expected transcendent genius, yet the pass quality fell short. Had it carried more velocity, Ronaldo might have created separation from the 2 markers. Jiang Feng exhaled softly. The distance had been roughly 20 meters, precisely where his passing accuracy faltered. Such was the quirk of his gift, precision diminished sharply at shorter ranges. Put simply, his peak accuracy spanned 30 to 50 meters. Beyond or below that range, his delivery reverted to ordinary. Jiang Feng met Ronaldo's gaze as he approached. Cristiano, when I receive the ball, run farther. Ronaldo had meant only to console him, reminding him that one failed pass bore no weight. Instead, this teenager stood resolute, issuing instructions, not seeking solace. All right. Ronaldo uttered nothing more, merely nodded, committing to maintain greater distance henceforth. He understood Jiang Feng excelled at long-range distribution, and their earlier miscommunication stemmed entirely from insufficient spacing. So the next chance belonged to Jiang Feng. Play resumed. He continued sprinting relentlessly, pushing his limitless cardiopulmonary capacity to its absolute limit. He knew this friendly demanded at least 1 assist, to silence critics, to honor Ronaldo's faith and Coach Thomas's unwavering trust. Without it, his prospects for World Cup minutes would vanish, and even Thomas's promised 10 minutes in the group stage would. 10 minutes remained until halftime. Jiang Feng had been on the pitch for 10 minutes, attempting just 1 pass. His statistics offered little sparkle, except for his ceaseless sprints, his relentless search for the ball, and the fact that Loyola could no longer track him. Then, with 8 minutes left before halftime, Chile's entire defense converged on Bernardo Silva, leaving Jiang Feng space. Bernardo, I'm here. With a deft toe poke, Silva sent the ball skimming over 2 Chilean midfielders' heads, landing perfectly beside Jiang Feng. It was a masterful short pass. As Jiang Feng prepared to receive, Ronaldo began his run, recalling Jiang Feng's earlier words. Rather than surging forward, he drifted wide, into the right side of the penalty area, ensuring he remained onside, while stretching the distance between them to at least 30 meters. Nearly 40 meters. Is that too far? Ronaldo wondered. In relaxed training drills, Jiang Feng's long passes flowed effortlessly, but could that accuracy hold up amid fierce, sustained duels? He glanced up, just in time to see Jiang Feng unleash another thunderous airborne long pass. Through the clouds, splitting the stones. This was the feeling all the fans in the Dragon Kingdom experienced upon witnessing this long pass. The speed at which the ball changed direction was astonishing. Before it could even touch the ground, Jiang Feng executed a lateral acceleration, with his foot propelling it rapidly towards the front. Ronaldo, upon seeing Jiang Feng's movement, knew this kid was attempting another astonishing long pass. In that brief moment, the pass stirred a surge of adrenaline within him. Cool. The action of that long pass was so impressive that he instinctively wondered if he could pull off a shot as stylish as Jiang Feng's. At 41 years old, he was already considered a veteran on the field, far from the peak of his youth, no longer able to execute acrobatic kicks and dangerous maneuvers at will. But seeing such a young boy like Jiang Feng sweating it out on the pitch stirred something inside him. The ball was moving so fast that in the blink of an eye it was already in front of him. After stopping the ball with his calf, his excitement erased any pain from his leg. Completely overridden by it, he was over 20 meters away from the goal. While this distance was manageable for a pass shooting from there, posed a challenge for others, but for Ronaldo, it was just right. Jiang Feng's long aerial pass caught all the Chilean national team players off guard. They couldn't comprehend how Jiang Feng's pass could be so precisely aimed at Ronaldo's position. Thus they were completely unprepared for Ronaldo, who had already positioned himself behind their defensive line. By the time they reacted and attempted to close in, Ronaldo had already adjusted his stance and unleashed a world-class shot. Since entering the Saudi League, Ronaldo had rarely executed a world-class shot. He had been heavily marked and hadn't found many good opportunities. Moreover, there weren't many high-quality long passes allowing him to unleash a world-class shot towards the opponent. Who would have thought that in this warm-up match he would rediscover the sensation of being able to unleash world-class shots at any moment, reminiscent of his peak days? A perfect counterattack. A perfect position for a world-class shot from outside the penalty area. In this moment it felt as if the entire world knew Ronaldo's choice. He took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and aimed for the goal. Ronaldo's signature curling shot. The ball lifted off the grass, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, spinning rapidly, and just as it was about to meet the goalkeeper's gloves, it dropped swiftly, crossing the goal line. The moment his foot sent the ball flying, Ronaldo knew it was a goal. The next second was met with a roar of cheer, like a tsunami. Ronaldo. Oh, he's still young. Ronaldo. Siu. The entire crowd joined in, synchronizing with Ronaldo's celebration. However, Ronaldo did not immediately perform his signature move. Instead, he rushed to Jiang Feng, passionately embracing the 18-year-old, wearing the number 30 jersey of the Five Shields Legion. Thank you, Feng. You made me feel the sensation of shooting like in my peak days. Ronaldo took Jiang Feng around the field to celebrate, continuously pointing at him, letting the audience know that the true hero of that goal was Jiang Feng's long pass. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. With this assist, he should be able to secure at least 10 minutes on the pitch during the group matches of the World Cup, easing the pressure on old Thomas. In this moment, he realized his worth. What Jiang Feng didn't know was that countless people far away in the Dragon Kingdom were celebrating for him. Due to the lack of copyright for this warm-up match, it was being streamed across various short video platforms. Indeed, sometimes no copyright meant everyone had access. As long as these fans wanted to stay up late to watch the match, they would always find a way. Even though it was around 2 a.m. local time, countless fervent fans were witnessing the spectacular long pass by the 30-year-old Chinese youth. Whoa, what is this? The falling peach blossom's shadow flying sword. Do you feel it, brothers? This long pass is incredible. And it precisely found Ronaldo's position. How did that kid do it? The first pass to Ronaldo was slightly off, but the quality of this long pass is genuinely high. Without this precise long pass, Ronaldo wouldn't have been able to unleash that world-class shot. Ronaldo must thank Jiang Feng. I finally understand why this kid is on the roster for the Five Shields Legion. Old Thomas is spot on. Exactly, with this pass I believe he can firmly secure a starting position in the midfield. The brother above is exaggerating. His current market value is just a blank sheet of paper. It's still a bit challenging for him to be a starter, but being a substitute should be no problem. On various unofficial video streaming platforms, fans from the Dragon Kingdom were incredibly excited. Even some football bloggers were preparing their narratives. Jiang Feng's emergence filled the void left by the absence of the national team in the World Cup, allowing over 100 million fans in the country to find a sense of belonging with the Five Shields Legion. It was foreseeable that tomorrow morning there would undoubtedly be news hot topics concerning this Chinese youth. And it wasn't just the fans who were paying attention. The teams that had already qualified for the World Cup, especially the opponents grouped with the Five Shields Legion, were also keeping a close watch on this warm-up match. South Korea, Morocco, and Colombia originally aimed to study the tactics of the Five Shields Legion today, looking for weaknesses to exploit. They didn't expect to gain an unexpected surprise. This new player truly shocked them. In a single match, even if there were 3 or 4 such precise long passes, even if the 5 Shields Legion's attacking capabilities weren't world-class, they would still manage to score 1 or 2 goals. The pressure on the goalkeepers from the 3 teams was immense. Because if the scenario were replicated, they felt they too wouldn't be able to stop C. Ronaldo's world-class shot. It was too fast. From B. Silva's pass to Jiang Feng's long aerial pass, and then to C. Ronaldo's world-class shot, the ball traced this pattern from the backfield to the front. From the goalkeeper's position, one could only see the ball flying over everyone's heads, then suddenly arriving right in front of them. Even though C. Ronaldo was aging, not many goalkeepers could stop his world-class shot. Initially, he didn't think the 5 Shields Legion's attacking capabilities were formidable, but now it seemed they might just surprise everyone. No wonder the 5 Shields Legion insisted on including this 18-year-old in the roster. This kid indeed possesses some real skill. After the celebrations, Jiang Feng quietly opened the system in his mind. Just earlier during the celebration, he had received an assist and earned a debut treasure chest. Now was the perfect time to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Fried Meatball. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Fried Meatball. Was this a skill for dribbling past opponents? The skill Fried Meatball is known even to fans who haven't been involved with football for long. It involves a dribbling technique where both feet continuously touch the ball, changing its direction, resembling chopsticks, stirring meatballs in hot oil, hence the name. The most famous practitioners of this skill are Iniesta, Messi, and Neymar. The first two use it as a technical trademark in crucial moments. The latter, Neymar, is purely flamboyant and loves to showcase tricks, which is why he's dubbed a samba dancer. Jiang Feng, standing at 1.8 meters tall with long legs, had practiced such techniques before, but his long legs made it difficult, so he eventually gave up. He never expected the system to reward him so generously. It seemed his debut was quite impressive. With this skill acquired, he could possess the ability to outmaneuver opponents. This is precisely why he was determined to enter the professional arena. The intensity of such competitions would allow him to obtain more treasure chests and grow more rapidly. The match is still ongoing. Cristiano Ronaldo's brace is enough to demonstrate that even in his old age he remains a top-tier forward. Not to mention, he unleashed a stunning world-class strike that astonished the entire stadium. His thighs are still powerful and strong. His world-class strikes are known globally, yet remain undefendable. It's reminiscent of the Messi corridor and Beckham's bending free kick. Even if the goalkeeper knows what the player intends to do, he still cannot stop it. It seems this brace foreshadows that this year's 5 Shields Legion's World Cup journey will be anything but simple. On the strength front, they are expected to perform exceptionally well. Now the question of whether Cristiano Ronaldo has aged, can he still score, seems to have been answered. His brace came so easily, how can he not play effortlessly in the World Cup? It even seems easier than in the last World Cup. After all, with so many midfielders to support him, he might even have a chance to break the previous scoring record. Cristiano Ronaldo is visibly excited on the field, even hoping that old Thomas could give him some time in the second half. However, he realizes that since this is the World Cup, if he plays too many minutes now, it could burden his body and affect his performance when the tournament arrives. So he holds back, preparing to accompany Jiang Feng through these last 5 minutes. Jiang Feng's long pass instantly posed a threat to the opposing Chilean players. It's unclear how this guy can deliver such precise long passes while in the air, but there are plenty of geniuses in this world, and he is just one of them. They have shifted their defensive focus in midfield to Jiang Feng becoming somewhat lax when it comes to B. There's no way I can explain if I can't stop B. Silva, but if I can't stop this kid who hasn't participated in professional events, wouldn't that be somewhat unacceptable? Jiang Feng is tightly marked by 2 players. B. Silva has it easy with just 1 person next to him. Fortunately, in this warm-up match, old Thomas has no intention of letting the players go all out, but rather allows them to familiarize themselves with their teammates' positions, relying on midfield movement to help the forwards break through the opponent's defense. Thus, possession of the ball essentially remains with the 5 Shields Legion, primarily held in midfield. Jiang Feng continues to sprint. The host from Portugal's national television is somewhat astonished. The Chinese player Jiang Feng has been on the field for 18 minutes, but for 14 of those minutes, he has been tirelessly sprinting back and forth, trying to create space from his defenders. His physical condition is exceptional. He doesn't seem like a rookie at all. The host initially focused all attention on Cristiano Ronaldo, but the number 30 jersey is simply too eye-catching. Among all the players on the field, only the number 30 jersey keeps sprinting. And amidst Jiang Feng's relentless runs, he once again receives a pass from a teammate. The defender Loyola, chasing from behind, is gasping for breath, struggling to keep up with Jiang Feng's pace. He can't understand why this kid is putting in so much effort for a mere warm-up match. After receiving the ball, Jiang Feng finds the opponent's defense immediately tightening, giving him no angle for a long pass. This is the real match. He cannot always expect to receive the ball and make a long pass. As soon as he makes any slight movement, Loyola could easily come in and steal the ball. Jiang Feng keeps the ball at his feet, thinking about how to take on Loyola unknown. While deftly manipulating the ball with his feet, he recalls the reward he just received: deep-fried meatballs. Loyola is also having a tough time, especially since the coach instructed him to mark Zhang Feng. This unknown youth has already delivered 2 high-quality long passes and has earned an assist, at least lowering his market value by €1 million. Now he must face Zhang Feng, who has just mastered the deep-fried meatballs. Seeing that Zhang Feng hasn't angled the ball towards the front line B, Silva runs to Zhang Feng's left front, signaling that he can pass to him. However, Zhang Feng can tell that even if he passes to B, Silva, there wouldn't be much opportunity. The ball is situated in midfield, and everyone is crowded in the Chilean half. A pass could easily lead to a turnover. In that case, let me get past Loyola. This defender, currently valued at less than €10 million, is his first opponent for a Union. But after all, he aspires to compete in the World Cup, aiming for the Premier League and Champions League level events. If he can't even get past a defender valued at €10 million, how can he expect to enter such elite competitions? Zhang Feng steadied his breath, gradually moving the ball forward. When Loyola approached, Zhang Feng began his performance. His long legs moved like chopsticks, deftly manipulating the ball back and forth. Left, right, left, right. He showcased the finesse of his ankles to the utmost, even executing a technique that kept the ball under his control. Deep-fried meatballs is a flashy dribbling move. A single knee drop is a highly risky action. Any mistake could send the ball careening away, handing possession to the opponent. In this regard, the national team of Long Country has considerable authority. Zhang Feng's deep-fried meatballs is flashy yet stable. When this move was executed, the fans erupted in gasps upon seeing it on the big screen. Deep-fried meatballs. Is this something an 18-year-old can do? So skilled. He must have trained hard for a long time to achieve such technique. But he's only 18, how could he be so proficient? I seem to see Messi's shadow in him. Could Cristiano Ronaldo execute deep-fried meatballs with such finesse? The fans were repeatedly astonished by Zhang Feng's skill. On the field, players from the Five Shields Legion, along with Old Thomas on the sidelines, were equally impressed. How many more treasures remain undiscovered in Zhang Feng? Just as they were marveling, Zhang Feng suddenly flicked the ball forward with the outside of his foot, then surged forward, effortlessly breaking past Loyola. Loyola failed to predict Zhang Feng's direction of attack, and was left unable to track the ball's trajectory after being dazzled by the deep-fried meatballs. As the number 30 jersey brushed past, he felt a profound sense of loss. Damn it, my value is going to drop significantly. Why am I defending a genius? Damn, coach. Zhang Feng's sudden move caught all the players on the field off guard. They ultimately underestimated this 18-year-old's prowess in midfield. Not only can he make long passes, but he can also dribble past defenders. Zhang Feng swiftly brought the ball to the edge of the penalty area, and before the 3 opposing defenders could consolidate their positions, he made a short pass to Cristiano Ronaldo. He excels in long passes, and his short passes are equally impressive. In such a short distance, he easily delivered the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo, leaving the next move to him. Cristiano Ronaldo received the ball with his left foot and started his run. The opposing goalkeeper successfully deflected the ball. After all, the opposing defense was tightly packed, and Ronaldo had limited angles to shoot. However, although the ball was deflected, it fell right beside B. Silva. B. Silva seized the opportunity and effortlessly sent the ball into the upper left corner of the goal. As the goalkeeper just got up and squatted down, he saw the ball hit the net. Ronaldo managed to get an assist. At this point, no one could question his form. In the first half of the warm-up match, he snagged a brace and an assist, truly embodying the essence of an aging football king. There aren't many players in the world who can achieve this. After B. Silva scored, he didn't seem overly excited. Instead, he approached Zhang Feng and said, "Good lad. You can actually do that. Who taught you?" Zhang Feng replied with a smile, "I taught myself." After all, he couldn't say it was a gift from a system. Geniuses don't need mentors, they learn on their own. Cristiano Ronaldo also gave him a thumbs up. "Feng, how many more skills do you have yet to show?" Zhang Feng laughed, "I don't know, but there should be more." Ronaldo took this as a humble response. However, he was already satisfied. Zhang Feng's debut today was nothing short of perfect. In the country, the live streaming rooms for the warm-up match were bustling with excitement. WTF. Fried meatballs. This kid is using fried meatballs. Joert. Wow, such skilled fried meatballs. Can this move really toy with the national football team? The national team can't even touch the heels of the Five Shield Legion, can they? After the roster was announced, the Five Shield Legion was ranked 5th in market value. What does the national team even count as? With such an impressive midfielder, you're telling me he was eliminated from our selection? See, Ronaldo, an old Domas favored midfielder, truly has talent. This talent is off the charts. The fans in the country were amazed by Zhang Feng's skills. In today's football scene, there are really no players who can play with fried meatballs as smoothly as he does. Moreover, Zhang Feng is tall. It is evident he has put in a lot of hard work to master such agile skills. A player like this seems to have been eliminated by the domestic selection coach. What is this coach even doing? Does he understand what genius means? Zhang Feng's fried meatball move was edited into a high-energy video by enthusiastic bloggers in less than a minute. You must know that no star player in the country can achieve such fried meatballs. The fact proves that having over 100 million fans does not necessarily cultivate an excellent football superstar. However, the passion of these fans will not diminish. At this moment, Zhang Feng's emergence had just given everyone a new outlet for their enthusiasm. This is our... During halftime in the locker room, "Coach, I want to play again. Can I continue in the second half?" Zhang Feng said to old Thomas. He had already started to find his rhythm. He had never faced such a strong opponent before, and he had accomplished an assist and organized an attack after beating a defender. Regardless, this was a satisfactory performance. With such results, asking old Thomas for a bit of playing time shouldn't be a problem. That's how football works. Coaches wield significant power. In the last World Cup, even Ronaldo had to sit on the bench under the coach's arrangements. Zhang Feng's achievements are actually not enough to be taken seriously. However, he helped alleviate the enormous media pressure on Ronaldo and old Thomas, so asking for this small request should not be too much. Old Thomas responded, "Feng, I know you want to prove yourself on the field, but you must consider that you are our secret weapon in the 5-Shield Legion. If your playing style is analyzed by the opponent, it won't be good news for us. This is just a warm-up match. Save your skills for the World Cup. That is your stage. This warm-up is merely a small game in the end." Zhang Feng thought for a moment. Indeed, the intensity of this warm-up match was not too high, and for Zhang Feng the challenge was not too great. However, he was still quite excited about experiencing such a fierce event for the first time. Since old Thomas said this, he decided to showcase his talents on the World Cup stage. The opposing team, Chile, ranked only 54th in the world, was not challenging enough for him to give his all. "All right, coach," Zhang Feng said humbly. Old Thomas nodded in satisfaction. This young man has high growth potential and is very polite. Given time, he will definitely become a football superstar known internationally. However, the second half of the warm-up match did not pique the interest of the majority of fans. Both Ronaldo and Zhang Feng were kept hidden. Old Thomas had his reasons. The outside world had been questioning Ronaldo's current attacking ability, but he had already shown it, and could not reveal more. Everything had to be saved for the World Cup group matches, which were the most important. Zhang Feng was the same. His appearance helped relieve the media pressure on Ronaldo and old Thomas. He did not need to do more. This was essentially old Thomas' trump card. He absolutely could not let others thoroughly analyze this young man. If they did, defending against him would be very troublesome. Old Thomas viewed Zhang Feng as a potential game-changer. He had truly begun to value Zhang Feng, considering the possibility of him leading the team to victory. He couldn't even see through this young man's strength, let alone those opponents. Before the 5-Shield Legion's World Championship, there were 2 warm-up matches and several friendly matches in North America, but now old Thomas had decided that Zhang Feng would not play in these matches. This kid is a treasure. Of course, if the group stage presents an advantage, Zhang Feng could still be allowed to show off a bit. The warm-up match quickly came to an end. Ultimately, the 5-Shield Legion won 4-1. After all, it was a friendly match where everyone wanted to do well, so they could not let the Chilean players lose face too much. In the second half, under the opponent's pressure, they still conceded 1 goal. Zhang Feng did not play, but he helped Ronaldo score twice, and after beating a defender, he assisted Silva's goal, which also drew attention. He had only been on the field for 20 minutes. In that brief span, he was involved in both goals, influencing the game even more than Silva, who was on the pitch. If every future match is in this state, even if old Thomas places him in a starting position, there won't be too much, because this young man truly has what it takes. As this warm-up match concluded, both the 5-Shield Legion and Ronaldo's fans relaxed. Zhang Feng's performance did not hold back and showed a positive contribution, which is a good omen for this year's 5-Shield Legion. However, Zhang Feng's performance also caught the attention of other teams. During Argentina's training as the reigning champions, the Pampas Eagles were naturally the focus of media attention. With both Messi and Ronaldo appearing in the same match, there would inevitably be discussions about the two. This time was no different. Both were of advanced and overage status and the legendary duo of yesteryears. Could they lift the World Cup again? This is a question. So after concluding a training session in Argentina, a curious media reporter intentionally, "Mr. Messi, what do you think about Ronaldo having an 18-year-old Chinese genius midfielder assisting him? Do you have any thoughts on that talented young man?" In truth, Messi had not paid attention to the affairs of the 5-Shield Legion at all. Genius. He had seen many geniuses, but ultimately those geniuses had all become his defeated foes. Nevertheless, Messi politely responded, "I have heard of this player, but I believe that an 18-year-old young man with great talent is indeed rare. However, this is the World Cup, and there are many geniuses here." This statement translates to who is Zhang Feng. I don't know him at all. There is no lack of geniuses in the world. In the last World Cup, the legendary duo appeared, as well, with Messi crowned and Ronaldo leaving in disappointment. Therefore, Messi certainly does not need to care too much about this year's 5-Shield Legion. Even if he was just a so-called talented midfielder, what does it matter? His goals are set on strong teams like France, England, Germany, and Spain. However, just after the interview, Argentina's head coach led the team to review the warm-up match between the 5-Shield Legion and Chile. It was not until now that Messi truly observed Jiang Feng's performance on the field. One long pass, one fried meatball, but just based on these two moments he was already moved. To be honest, this year's Argentine midfield capability might not even match that of Portugal. Messi regretted not watching this match before the interview and wanted to change his assessment. This Jiang Feng really has something to say. As another legend of the same age who went to the MLS in Miami to earn money, Messi also felt a bit of distrust. He too longs for a midfield teammate this year in the World Cup who truly believes in him to provide him with assists. It would be even better if this teammate were a bit more capable. Jiang Feng's long passing ability undoubtedly struck a chord with him. Not to mention in the Five-Shield Legion, even in Argentina possessing such long passing ability would warrant a place on the roster. No wonder this young man can appear alongside Ronaldo. Messi repeatedly watched this young man's fried meatballs and had to admit that the young man's proficiency was on par with his own. This young man has great potential. After the warm-up match, Jiang Feng did not appear in the second warm-up match against Nigeria. Cristiano Ronaldo also did not participate. After all, he is getting older. In just a week the World Cup will begin, so he must rest well during these 7 days and avoid high-intensity training. Football is indeed a high-intensity contact sport. Running the entire match is not much different from running a marathon. If there are matches on consecutive days, even a machine would not be able to endure it. Moreover, Cristiano Ronaldo has just finished a match in the Saudi League without any rest preparing for the World Cup. However, Jiang Feng felt it was a bit of a pity. Missing this warm-up match means there will be no systematic rewards. Fortunately, after the last warm-up match, he still received a post-match reward. This warm-up match seemed to have gained the system's recognition. The system rewards him with a completion treasure chest for each match based on performance aside from special stages in his football career. To Jiang Feng's surprise, this treasure chest contained a shooting technique called crescent moonblade. This was quite unexpected for him. He had learned the signature move of the veteran Beckham. After thinking it over, the crescent moonblade indeed suited his shooting style. This shooting golden point is approximately at a distance of 27 meters rounded off to 30 meters, which is the range he excels at. After all, he has been playing long passes for several years, and he has some insights into long-range shooting. Even in high school league matches, he could perform long shots without using the system's abilities. Now with the crescent moonblade technique, the long-range shots from outside the penalty area have become his powerful weapon. The crescent moonblade has a fast ball speed, a significant curve, and descends quickly, making its trajectory difficult to predict. Moreover, Beckham's version specifically targets difficult angles and the inner side of the post, making it quite tricky. It is like a long-distance sudden strike, quick and precise. Thus, this special skill has earned its name in the football world. As a midfielder, Jiang Feng naturally does not need to vie for positions inside the penalty area with defenders. With this special move, he can choose to pass or shoot at the right moment. As a midfielder, being able to pass and shoot is undoubtedly the greatest threat to opponents. It is also an essential skill for any world-class midfielder. After the second warm-up match, the team headed to America to prepare for World Cup training. This year, the World Cup has expanded to 48 teams totaling 104 matches, which will undoubtedly be a visual feast for fans worldwide. The key point is that this year's World Cup features stars who originally would not have appeared on the field. With football king Messi, superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, and the young generation's leading figures like Mbappe, Haaland, and Neymar, etc., it can be said that the stars are shining bright. However, the trophy of the World Cup can only go to one, hence another saying refers to it as the twilight of the gods. Who will ultimately lift the World Cup trophy? No one knows, but everyone is well aware that the team that can hold the trophy will definitely be a strong one. Among so many knockout matches, those who make it to the end will undoubtedly be unparalleled champions. When the plane of the Portuguese national team landed in Florida, this is their base. Other teams are also staying in the same hotel, but Jiang Feng is not very clear about which teams they are. The training locations and times are different, and the floors are also different, so they generally won't run into each other unless by coincidence. On the first day here, old Thomas did not give everyone much time to rest, and did not need to adjust to the time difference, so they immediately dove into the intense preparation for the matches. They arrived here a week early to prepare for the combat. It was Jiang Feng's first time entering such a professional-level competition, and every day apart from training was spent studying the opponents. In their deadly Group K, the opponents are South Korea, Morocco, and Colombia. These three teams may not be top tier, but they are certainly not weak. Every match is a tough battle. If they lose any match, they might not secure the top spot in the group. Securing the top spot in the group is still a significant advantage. If a second-place finish occurs, it is not impossible, but the risks are high. If they accidentally drop to third place, it would not only deal a severe blow to their morale, but also whether the third place can enter the knockout stage would be a question. Thus, they must not take any match lightly. Currently, old Thomas has prepared two tactics for this year's World Cup. The first is the 433 formation with the veteran double B combination starting and small Neves rotating with VD, using short passes to press quickly. B phase ability can also transform into the front line, creating four forwards and forming an offensive point. As is well known, their offensive capabilities are not very strong, so they rely on B-phase attacking abilities. If this short pass possession tactic shows no effect over time, they will switch to the 343 formation with small Neves Vidi and the double B combination controlling possession and employing a long pass system, letting Cristiano Ronaldo press high while Zhang Feng waits on the bench as a midfield substitute. Although he is still a substitute, there are distinctions. Zhang Feng's appearance rate has been increasing with his performance. Of course, his status in the team is still relatively low. After all the other players in the locker room have had their own shining moments and records, while Zhang Feng is completely an empty slate in front of big competitions. To be able to sit on the bench is already a rarity. He still lacks an opportunity to prove that he can perform well in major competitions. During the team's training sessions, the opening match of Group A in the World Cup is about to begin. One of the hosts of the World Cup in the USA and Mexico faces South Africa. Mexico's team is somewhat strong in Group A, ranked in the teens globally with a total team value of less than 300 million euros, while South Africa's value is only 40 million euros and their strength is lacking. However, South African players focus on physical confrontation. Lacking technical skills, they play rough, disrupting the opponent's rhythm, acting as a nuisance. The opening match has become the focus of the day. There are also live broadcasts in Longwa. After securing the broadcasting rights without any surprises, although the time is not friendly for domestic fans, either early morning or morning, without some snacks to accompany, it feels a bit lacking. But it does not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. If the match is in the early morning, I will just sleep early and wake up early. If it is in the morning, I can just slack off at work. As long as I want to watch, fans will always find a way. Previously, due to the absence of the national team, enthusiasm was low. But now many fans have found their home team, which is the Five Shield Legion, because it includes the only Chinese player in this World Cup, Zhang Feng. Fans feel quite bittersweet. In such a vast country, only one Chinese player participates in the World Cup. The balance of national fortune is terrifying. In this opening match, Zhang Feng did not stay in America for training, but quietly arrived at the venue of the opening match under the guidance of Old Thomas and Cristiano Ronaldo. They watched the match from the referee's lounge at the venue. Both Old Thomas and Cristiano Ronaldo placed great importance on Zhang Feng. Watching the match up close was intended to let Zhang Feng feel the intensity of the World Cup. Every match is a life-and-death battle. In the group stage, if you lose one more match than your opponent, you might fall to third or fourth place, and whether or not you can enter the knockout stage would depend on luck. The difference between cup matches and league matches is significant. Every match must be fought with all one's might. The key is that they do not want Zhang Feng to participate in any training matches which would expose their tactics. Now the outside world knows that the Five Shield Legion is adept at midfield possession. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, excels at long passes and quick attacks, often catching opponents off guard. To enhance Zhang Feng's sensitivity on the field, this is the only way. No one expected the opening match to be so fiercely contested. Despite the high market value and strong capabilities of the Mexican team, composed mainly of players from the top 5 leagues, the South African team proved to be a tough opponent with a defense that was impenetrable. The two teams tugged back and forth at the Aztec Stadium for a full 70 minutes without scoring. It was only in the final 10 minutes that they managed to labor through to a score of 1-1. The South African players were younger and physically matched, if not superior to their Mexican counterparts. Zhang Feng watched from the sidelines, feeling a sense of dread. Is this the intensity of the World Cup? Indeed, it was a step up from his previous warm-up matches. All the players were constantly on the move, and even Zhang Feng felt exhausted just watching. Originally, the Mexican team should have had an advantage in stamina playing in their high-altitude home ground, but the South African players were like young bulls, showing no signs of fatigue. With just 3 minutes left as stoppage time loomed, a South African midfielder delivered a perfect cross, and the forward leaped to score with a header, breaking the 1-2 deadlock and taking the lead. This made the Mexicans anxious. How could they allow a team with a much lower market value to pull off an upset in their own backyard? But alas, after taking the lead, South Africa fortified their defense in their own half for the final 3 minutes, with everyone participating in defense successfully running down the clock. Who would have thought the World Cup opening match would start with an upset? In the referee's officials' lounge, Old Thomas rubbed his bald head and said, "The physical capabilities of African players are truly impressive, there's no doubt about it. If you face Moroccan players, try to avoid direct physical confrontations. In our group of death, every match is a tough battle. We must protect our bodies and absolutely cannot afford any injuries." Their first opponent is Morocco, the top team in Africa. South Africa, ranked 8th, has managed to topple the Mexican. This left Old Thomas feeling somewhat precarious. Their market value ranks high in this year's World Cup, and if they were to be overturned by Morocco, it would be a laughingstock. But Morocco is indeed strong. Fortunately, their own strength is also considerable. As long as they can hold steady, they will find a way to break through the opponent's defense. However, in reality, Old Thomas had underestimated the situation. After the shocking upset in the World Cup opening match, the excitement around the tournament began to rise. Since the order of the first round of matches is based on group rankings, Portugal in Group K has gained a significant advantage as they can watch the matches of other strong teams in earlier groups. The favorites in Group C are the Samba team, led by Neymar and Vinicius. This year's Brazilian team's market value is quite high, with Vinicius leading at over 100 million and the team's total value around 900 million. While market value does not necessarily reflect strength, it is somewhat indicative. Brazil as a traditional powerhouse has not achieved particularly brilliant results in every World Cup. Each time the squad is announced, it always looks impressive, but when it comes to the World Cup, it falls flat. The last time they won the championship was 24 years ago. Brazil's performance in the World Cup qualifiers has not been particularly good, leading to their reputation as the team most likely to cause an upset this year. They appear strong on paper, yet consistently fail to achieve results that match their perceived strength. Fortunately, Neymar is in good form this World Cup, helping the team secure an early lead in the first 20 minutes, ultimately winning the group with 3 points. Next up is the German team, a frightening traditional powerhouse. Their debut was also decisive. The most anticipated match ahead is the formidable French team, boasting 10 incredible forwards. This year France is indeed a wealthy team, with Mbappe as the cornerstone and nearly 10 other top forwards. This year's Portugal boasts the strongest midfield, while France has the strongest attack line. If this team wants to score, they have 100 different ways to do so. Their first match was against Norway, led by Holland. The clash between Holland and Mbappe is something many have been eager to see. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that Mbappe's recent form has been poor, and after 30 minutes on the field without scoring, he was substituted by Deschamps. After all, Deschamps has no shortage of forwards. Anyone not performing well will be replaced immediately. He cannot let anyone slow down his pace. On Norway's side, their attack line relies solely on Holland. Although he ultimately scored a goal thanks to his physical prowess, their defense could not withstand repeated breaches, conceding 4 goals. It can be said that the Gallic Rooster achieved a resounding victory. Naturally, the next focus is on the defending champions Argentina, who face Austria. When it comes to Messi, fans around the world cannot help but compare him to Cristiano Ronaldo. However, Messi is still in excellent form and has not had a drought like Ronaldo in his 4 years. This year, he is pursuing back-to-back championships in Major League Soccer, boasting an impressive record of 12 goals and 6 assists in 13 matches, demonstrating his unrivaled prowess. With such form, he is undoubtedly the core leader of Argentina. Starting the match, he led the team to achieve a goal and an assist, giving Argentina a perfect opening match victory. These teams, with their top-tier reputation and market values, all achieved a strong start without many upsets. After all, this is just the group stage and the chances of major upsets are low. These strong teams have too great an advantage. However, the first round of Group K is about to begin. Everyone sees that in this group of death, the team's strengths are quite evenly matched. The key is that this year Portugal has encountered many unexpected issues. Their midfield is particularly brilliant, but none of the forwards exceed a market value of 70 million. Not to mention the immense build-up before the World Cup, an inexplicably talented 18-year-old has emerged. Coupled with Messi's perfect opening performance, everyone's attention has shifted to Ronaldo's performance for comparison. In the previous World Cup, Messi ascended to glory, gaining a large global fan base, while Ronaldo's fame has slightly waned. However, the fans of the Black President remain numerous. Everyone is waiting for Portugal to trip and cause an upset. The pressure is palpable. June 18th. Portugal's first group match at the Houston Sports Arena. Local time 1 p.m. Dragon Country time 1 a.m. The excitement for this match is also high. Whether they are Ronaldo's detractors or fans, everyone wants to see if they can conquer the tough South African team. Regardless of the outcome, someone will be happy. In Dragon Country, if it weren't for the national football team, there are not many fans who would stay up late to watch a match. But today is different. Before the World Cup started, countless domestic media personalities had already focused on the only Chinese player in the World Cup. Some have even begun to dig into Jiang Feng's schooling situation back home. However, Jiang Feng's fame is not yet significant enough to cause any waves. After all, he only appeared in a warm-up match for 20 minutes. Yet in the hearts of passionate fans, Jiang Feng's matches are must-watch events. Although everyone is unsure if Jiang Feng will be on the field in this match. Even if he doesn't play, there is still Ronaldo to watch. Before the match has even started, domestic fans are already impatient. It happens to be summer in the country, and the night markets in major first-tier cities are bustling. Most are fans who have woken up early to prepare for the match. At 1 a.m., although the hour is late, enjoying beer on a summer night is still a delightful choice. At the stadium, both teams have already taken the field. In the country, at 1 o'clock in the morning. The only match that all major licensed live streaming platforms are focused on is the one between Portugal and Morocco. The more popular platform is CCTV. This is due to the presence of the commentator poet He Wei. At this moment, He Wei is introducing both teams. The starting lineup for the Portugal team has been announced, with veteran Cristiano Ronaldo still in the position of starting center forward, while Fi is positioned as a left winger responsible for the offensive on the left flank. In fact, despite all this talk, the player we are paying attention to, the 30th number player Zhang Feng, is not in the starting lineup. However, this is quite normal. Everyone should not be disheartened. Although he has shown excellent talent in the midfield during the warm-up matches, he is still quite young. At just 18 years old, he lacks the experience on the field compared to these veterans. Most likely this year's World Cup will only provide him with valuable experience from the bench. Youth has no shortage of time. Perhaps after some time, we will see an outstanding rising star emerge. Now let us give him more encouragement. Wei's evaluation is quite reasonable. Although as a fellow countryman, he hopes this young Chinese player can become a key player for the Five Shields Legion, it is indeed unrealistic. Today's opponent for the Five Shields Legion, Morocco, is the strongest team in Africa and should not be underestimated. In the Qatar World Cup, it was Morocco that stopped Portugal at the doorstep of the semifinals with a score of 1-0. This was the first time an African team reached the semifinals of the World Cup, and it left Cristiano Ronaldo's fifth attempt at the World Cup trophy in regret. Today will be a match of revenge for Portugal. Morocco's right-back player number 2, Achraf Hakimi, is both offensively and defensively capable, being the core figure on the right side for Paris Saint-Germain. He will serve as a solid wall in defense, making it difficult to break through his line. In midfield, Morocco also boasts an 18-year-old, nearly 19, genius midfielder Bugatti. Unfortunately, he is not starting today. It would actually be quite interesting to see two 18-year-old genius midfielders clash. While Hui introduces the two teams, at the Houston Sports Stadium, Zhang Feng is already standing on the substitute bench. Only the 11 starting players are qualified to stand in the center circle for a group photo, while the substitutes seem to have no place. From a distance, Zhang Feng catches a glimpse of a wicked bushy-haired character staring at him. Old Thomas has of course introduced all the players of the Moroccan team to Zhang Feng. This wicked bushy-haired player is Bugatti, who is the same age as him. He hails from the Lille youth training camp and rose to fame at the age of 16. He was supposed to be on the French national team, but perhaps due to the abundance of stars in the French squad and the lack of positions for him, he chose to represent Morocco. He is the youngest starting player in Lille's Champions League history, just a few months older than Zhang Feng. Both are 18 years old and play in midfield, naturally leading to comparisons in their minds. Seeing the wicked bushy-haired player staring at him from afar, Zhang Feng gazes back. On the Moroccan side, "Hey, that kid is also watching me." Bugatti chuckles to his teammates. One teammate replies, "Don't worry, Bugatti, you will get your chance to play. At that time, make sure to show him your skills in midfield." Not every young player can be called a genius midfielder. He hasn't even been through a youth training camp or received formal training, so his abilities definitely can't match yours. Bugatti laughs. Of course his skills can't compare to mine, but his fried ball technique is indeed very impressive. I hope the coach gives me the chance to face him. Zhang Feng never expected that just because they are the same age he would already be marked. But young people should be spirited. Zhang Feng will not back down. With the sound of the whistle, Cristiano Ronaldo represents the Five Shields Legion and takes the kickoff for the first half, sending the ball directly to the opponent's half. The opposing defense immediately positions itself with player number 2, Hakimi, charging towards Ronaldo. Achraf Hakimi, nicknamed the right-wing deity by fans due to his incredible speed, quickly catches up with Ronaldo, blocking his path and disrupting his rhythm. Ronaldo has no choice but to pass the ball to the left winger Bifi. For the next period, both sides are engaged in a continuous tug-of-war in midfield. As this is the first match of the group stage, and with Morocco being a strong team, Old Thomas has arranged Bifi, Vidi, and Small Neves in the midfield. On the left flank, Bifi, center forward Cristiano Ronaldo, and right winger Neto. Bifi can also return to the center at any time, allowing him to manage both the middle and organize attacks when appropriate. Morocco, on the other hand, employs a standard 4,231 formation. However, Zhang Feng observes from the sidelines that this team, while seemingly set up in a 4,231, is very flexible and often employs 5 defenders. Thus, both sides are tightly locked in a battle for control in midfield. Player number 2, Hakimi, is praised by many football media as the strongest right back in the current league. Wherever he is positioned, his defense is nearly impenetrable. Originally, the Five Shields Legion's offensive capabilities relied on Bifi cooperating with Ronaldo for quick short passes or on Netos breakthroughs. However, with the opposing defense consisting of 5 players at a moment's notice, it is indeed very challenging to create scoring opportunities. Time passes quickly in the first half with both sides locked in a stalemate. Despite the Five Shields Legion having 3 shooting opportunities, each chance is rushed, either easily caught by the goalkeeper or disrupted by the opposing defenders, sending the ball flying out of bounds. Morocco's offensive capability is not weak either, having put Ronaldo and the others in danger twice. It can be said that this half of the match is a clash between the strongest midfield and the strongest defense. The ball keeps being passed back and forth in the center circle. Although the competition is fierce, there hasn't been a single goal yet. The fans on site are beginning to feel anxious. Why hasn't there been a goal yet? This just shows that the strength of both teams is not that different. What about only 1 shot on goal throughout the entire half? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Is this Morocco's iron defense? The world's strongest midfield is nothing but this, and after all this time there were hardly any assists. Even the midfield duo of Paris Saint-Germain are just as ineffective, not creating many scoring opportunities for their forwards. The fans are indeed very disappointed with this match. Originally, they thought the Five Shields Legion's offense would be sharp, but they did not expect Morocco to be able to defend. Morocco's current formation is heavily focused on defense. Their strategy is to play counterattacks, having put the Five Shields Legion in dangerous positions twice, both relying on their defensive counterattacks. It can be seen that the strength gap between both sides is not too great, and neither has the ability to finish off the opponent. During halftime, all the players of the Five Shields Legion wear worried expressions. Vidi says, "Damn it, the opposing defense is too solid. I can't organize it all. Small Neves, can you pass the ball to me? This isn't like the cooperation we had at Paris Saint-Germain." Small Neves replies helplessly, "Do you think I don't want to? But they are marking me too closely, I can't accelerate." The two have a good relationship, so they often bicker. Old Thomas says, "I've realized that the other side is focusing on defense. We need to be careful of their counterattacks in the second half. It's alright as long as we play steadily. At worst, a draw will suffice. In the group stage, even a draw gives us a chance to fight for second place, but we should avoid losing points. If we only win one match, not only would it be hard to justify, but dropping to third place could mean missing out on the knockout stage. So securing at least a draw still offers a chance for second place." Old Thomas is genuinely sweating a little. Before the World Cup started, everyone knew that Morocco's strength was not to be underestimated, but they didn't expect the opponent to be so tough to deal with. Despite their absolute midfield control, they haven't managed to take the lead. Thinking back, it makes sense. The opponent is best known for their defensive capabilities. Their strongest point is in midfield, making it difficult to tear through their defense. It seems that the first tactical plan Old Thomas prepared isn't yielding any results. Before the second half begins, he glances at Jiang Feng, pondering, can you let Jiang Feng play now? Because the only way to break the opponent's defense is to rely on quick attacks, preferably sending the ball from midfield directly to the front. Jiang Feng's long passing ability is undoubtedly the best solution to the problem. Jiang Feng's superb long passing ability can cover 30 meters. Even if the opposing super defender has legs of iron, it is unlikely that he can run 30 meters in just a few seconds. By pulling and stretching, they can tear through the opponent's defense, always finding opportunities. Moreover, the opponent's high defensive positioning is not weak either, which is why Ronaldo hasn't been able to make a header all this time. The only attempt was a world-class shot that he missed. The pressure on the forwards is simply too great. BF's organizational ability cannot break through the opponent's defense because his rhythm is too obvious. However, if Jiang Feng comes on, it would greatly change the pace of the match, alternating between fast and slow, and the opposing defense may not be able to close in time, creating a good opportunity for Ronaldo. But taking that approach also carries significant risks. If Jiang Feng comes on and fails to coordinate with the other midfield players, it would mean losing a player in the midfield. The Five Shields Legion possesses the strongest midfield. If they lose a player, it would weaken their ball control ability, which would inadvertently relieve pressure on the opponent. Old Thomas is very conflicted. After thinking for a long time, he decides to observe the second half first. If it doesn't work out, he will switch to two forwards, trying to replace BF with the speedy Leo to see if three strong forwards can tear through Morocco's defense. The Five Shields Legion faces off against the Atlas Lions in the second half. This match has been incredibly intense, marking the fiercest group stage match since the World Cup began. Most domestic fans are still supporters of Cristiano Ronaldo, and they are quite anxious now. In this first half, he hasn't scored at all. Ronaldo is truly getting old, and his world-class shots just aren't working anymore. I believe it's more about the passing. They can't just pass the ball around, they need to learn to attack. The Five Shields Legion looks strong, but their offensive capability is lacking. They couldn't even break through Morocco's defense. How can we expect them to challenge France or Argentina? Morocco's overall discipline is indeed impressive. They understand that individual prowess is insufficient and rely on teamwork to score. It seems they've studied the game thoroughly. Morocco is ranked around 10th in the world, not too far behind Portugal. Many professional football analysts had anticipated this scenario, making a draw quite normal. Those football analysts are all fakes, only capital is real. The odds for both sides are nearly the same, indicating that investors expect a draw, so there's nothing more to say. We'll just have to see how the second half unfolds. I have a plan. Let's bring on Jiang Feng. No joke, Jiang Feng's long passes are indeed needed at this moment. Houston Stadium. Morocco started with a quick attack right after kickoff. Number 21, Table, nearly succeeded with a cute shot, catching Portugal off guard and almost resulting in a goal. Fortunately, goalkeeper Costa remained calm, firmly blocking the ball's path, stabilizing the score for his team. Portugal's fans broke out in a cold sweat. Stuck in Portugal's midfield possession strategy, they struggled to find a suitable engine, severely hampering their... Not only were they unable to mount an offense, but they also nearly conceded a breakthrough. At this moment, veteran Thomas opted for a substitution. Silva's threat on the left flank was minimal, so he brought on number 17 winger Leo to bolster the team's offensive capability, allowing B. Silva to rest. On the sidelines, he also reminded B. Fernandez to attempt long passes to the three forwards, if the situation allowed. B. Fernandez's long pass ability is also commendable. However, the opposing team has yet to offer any opportunities. Fortunately, 13 minutes into the second half, after a back-and-forth struggle, B. Fernandez received the ball while surrounded by three defenders, which provided him with a chance for a long pass. At the last moment, he sent a long ball to the left flank. The distance was under 30 meters, and the accuracy wasn't particularly good. But number 17, Leo, had just come on and sprinted with great speed, managing to seize the ball. He then cut inside the small penalty area and calmly shot the ball into Morocco's net. The crowd erupted in cheers. After such a long period of tension, the first goal of the match had finally arrived. Portugal's fans were filled with excitement. Leo truly lives up to being AC Milan's lightning winger, relying on his speed to tear through the opposing defense. All the players joined in the celebration. Cristiano Ronaldo also ran over to Leo's side, but it was evident that this wasn't his goal, which added a hint of awkwardness. The pressure on him was considerable, but they are leading. Zhang Feng also felt the pressure. B. Fernandez, after all, is the captain of the Red Devils, and he has the ability to turn the tide in crucial moments. That long pass was indeed beautiful. However, Zhang Feng secretly thought that if he were to make the long pass, he could have done even better, avoiding the need for Leo to sprint full speed just to score. B. Fernandez's performance forced him back onto the bench. Meanwhile, Morocco, trailing behind, immediately changed tactics, bringing on the 18-year-old prodigy Bugatti to contest Portugal's midfield. Both sides fell back into a fierce battle. Zhang Feng felt restless watching from the sidelines. The 18-year-old Bugatti displayed excellent dribbling skills, managing to orchestrate an attack from midfield. At the 33rd minute, he successfully advanced the ball to the front line, collaborating with number 10 striker Diaz to execute a cut-through before delivering a direct pass to Diaz, ultimately assisting him in front of the goal. The score is now tied. Morocco's resilience has surfaced. Their offensive capability is also formidable. Whenever there's a chance, they can strike unexpectedly, leaving no mercy for their opponents. A draw is clearly unacceptable for both sides. Group K is the most fiercely contested group of death. A draw may give both teams 1 point, but if they fail to win in the remaining 2 matches, they might end up third. The third place is determined by the best 8 teams' results. The risk is too high. Furthermore, the upcoming matches are tough battles. If they lose, where would the team's dignity go? Thus, after the second half ended in a tie, Zhang Feng had no intention of shaking hands and reconciling. He continued to fiercely contest. In the final 10 minutes, the score remained firmly locked at 1-1. Both teams had no effective means to overcome each other, struggling to organize efficient attacks. At this moment, Zhang Feng looked towards veteran Thomas. Old Thomas had previously mentioned that he would grant Zhang Feng 10 minutes of playtime during the group stage. If they could lead comfortably in this match, he would undoubtedly give him that opportunity. However, with the current situation being so tense, Thomas hesitated. Substituting an inexperienced newcomer at this moment was merely a huge gamble. There are many talented players in the world, but that doesn't mean they can all showcase their talents on this field. Sweat dripped profusely from Thomas' bald head. It was evident that he was under immense pressure. Zhang Feng's long pass strategy was not yet refined. Would bringing Zhang Feng on abruptly create an opportunity? The key issue was whether Cristiano Ronaldo, who was visibly fatigued, could collaborate well with Zhang Feng. But seeing the tension on their side, old Thomas finally made a tough decision. Zhang Feng, you're on. Vidi, come off. Vidi has struggled to organize effective attacks, and his speed has diminished. It's better to let Zhang Feng, who excels at long passes, give it a try. Long passes have always been a means to organize effective attacks, and old Thomas truly intends to cultivate Zhang Feng as a core midfielder, even aiming for him to become captain. Vidi, upon learning that he was being substituted, was taken aback. However, recalling Zhang Feng's performance in training matches, he came to terms with it. He truly felt targeted today and was somewhat uncomfortable with the situation. He admired Zhang Feng's long pass abilities and appreciated him, so he didn't harbor any resentment. Meanwhile, the Portuguese fans were stunned to see Vidi substituted. After all, he was a player worth 100 million euros. Are they really putting in a newcomer? If the score were a significant advantage, it would be understandable, but now, in such a tense situation, they dare to experiment. Old Thomas' bravery is quite remarkable. The player wearing jersey number 30 strode onto the field. Back home, Hiwei had actually seen Zhang Feng warming up behind the camera, but he was unsure if old Thomas would dare to make the substitution. Here he comes. They really made a substitution. Zhang Feng has replaced Vidi. According to current information, Zhang Feng is clearly a midfielder skilled in long passes. His appearance indicates that Coach Thomas wants to alter Portugal's offensive system. However, Zhang Feng has less than 10 minutes to make an impact. I wonder if he can succeed. Hiwei was excited, though he was also somewhat worried about Zhang Feng, the inexperienced youth, facing such a tense situation for his first match. Would he be able to withstand the pressure? Although Bugatti, the opponent, is also an 18-year-old midfielder, he has already entered the professional league and possesses rich experience, giving him an advantage due to his youth. Zhang Feng's youth, however, is not an advantage. The audience exclaimed, "Is he coming? Our young Chinese player is finally stepping onto the field. Only 10 minutes. Is this just a tactical practice? He's probably here to practice a quick attack formation, but isn't that too high a price to pay? Substituting now. It might have been better not to change at all. Old Thomas is truly a gambler, but I believe in our youth. Number 30, go for it." The emergence of Zhang Feng surprised everyone. The players from Morocco were no exception. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment Old Thomas would send a rookie who had never actually played in a match onto the field? Do they look down on them? Or does this rookie truly possess some kind of miraculous ability? Bugatti also smiled, saying he really came. "Don't worry, leave it to me. Although I'm a bit tired handling him, is still..." Bugatti had encountered many peers, but these so-called geniuses all called him a genius. And he believed that Zhang Feng would be one of them. Zhang Feng's appearance did not affect the pace of the match. After the kickoff, Ronaldo gave Zhang Feng a look, signaling him to create a high ball so he could have a chance to score with a header. This was a project that the two often trained together. Their coordination was quite good. After Zhang Feng took the field, both sides once again engaged in fierce competition. However, Zhang Feng's appearance seemed to spark no fireworks. The situation remained tense. Although Zhang Feng made contact with the ball once, he hurriedly kicked it away when faced with Bugatti's interception. After all, Zhang Feng hadn't fully warmed up yet, so he couldn't adapt to the frantic pace immediately. After passing the ball, he could only run behind. There was no choice. The situation became quite chaotic, with possession of the ball changing hands repeatedly. Who would have thought that at this moment Buffet erupted? As the captain of the Red Devils, he successfully headed the ball away after the opponent received it. The ball landed perfectly at Zhang Feng's feet. Zhang Feng was also surprised at his good luck. The ball mainly disrupted the opponent's attack, and its direction was naturally beyond Buffet's control. At that moment, Bugatti had just arrived beside Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng instinctively used the deep-fried meatball move, easily getting past Bugatti. This deep-fried meatball move seemed as if he was born to do it, rendering Bugatti incapable of any reaction. Zhang Feng was also surprised at how easy it was to dribble past. Even though he had just stepped onto the field for only 5 minutes, his movements were completely fluid, as natural as a gentle stream. In the high-speed camera's lens, Zhang Feng's gaze seemed to treat Bugatti as if he were air. He completely disregarded the incredulous expression of the boy his age when he turned his head. Deep-fried meat. The fans in the stands erupted. This was the most exquisite way to surpass a genius boy of the same age. Was the gap between the two sides really that vast? Or was it that Bugatti was simply unprepared? In the eyes of the veteran players, Bugatti was still a bit young, and his defensive skills were not particularly outstanding, so this scene did not shock everyone too much. What shocked everyone was that after getting past Morocco's iron defense quickly closed in. In just a moment, 4 defenders rushed towards Zhang Feng. The positions of the 4 defenders resembled a fan blocking all of Zhang Feng's passing options. All 4 defenders focused their attention on Zhang Feng, evidently giving space for Portugal's 3 forwards to exploit. Although Leo and Neto were collaborating with Zhang Feng for the first time, their sharpness on the field sensed that this was an opportunity. As long as Zhang Feng could deliver a perfect long pass to them, they had a 60% chance of sending the ball into the opponent's goal, thwarting the opposing goalkeeper. However, to everyone's surprise, facing the 4 defenders, Zhang Feng did not rush to pass, but instead took the ball forward for more than 10 steps after dribbling. From this aspect, it was clear that his dribbling was rather inexperienced. If a world-class star showcased his dribbling, it would undoubtedly be far more pleasing to the eye than Zhang Feng's. His dribbling lacked strength, mainly due to insufficient training. It was evident that this rookie's foundation was not particularly stable. Meanwhile, other teams watching the game were also curious about how this rookie with such poor dribbling made it onto the team. And soon Zhang Feng provided them with an answer. In the split second before the defenders closed in, Zhang Feng struck the ball powerfully, opting for a high long pass. This long pass had an exaggerated height and an extremely fast speed, with a trajectory that seemed to have a slight curve. As if a thunderclap erupted, the ball soared through the air, flying high over the heads of the 4 defenders, directly heading towards Ronaldo's head. Ronaldo's aerial dominance was something one could always rely on. This time Zhang Feng chose to collaborate with Ronaldo once again. Because he wasn't sure what would happen if he passed the ball to Leo and Neto, their heading skills were naturally not as reliable. Behind him, Buffet's original intention was merely to intercept the opponent's pass, and he had no plans to pass to Zhang Feng. So when he saw Zhang Feng's dribbling, he felt a moment of despair. Such dribbling could easily slow Zhang Feng down. But upon seeing his long pass, Buffet was filled with hope again. The speed and angle of this long pass were excellent. Even he couldn't find any faults with it, nor could he replicate it. Next, it's up to you. Zhang Feng silently prayed for Ronaldo's header. If this pass were a second late, it could easily result in an offside. Fortunately, Ronaldo was very attentive to his positioning, not rushing into the opponent's penalty area, thus avoiding an offside, and preserving the quality of this pass. The ball slowly descended in the gaze of everyone, arriving at Ronaldo's head. All the Moroccan players felt as if the sky had fallen. Who would have thought that this kid's touch on the ball would result in a top-tier long pass? Most importantly, Bugatti, who was primarily responsible, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, wanting to teach this kid a lesson. Ronaldo's header was still something to be trusted. He leaped high into the air, suspended for a full 0.9 seconds, having ample time to wait for the ball to fall onto his head, then delivered the first Lions header of this year's World Cup. Everyone felt that this goal was secured. Unfortunately, Morocco's goalkeeper was Bono this time. This name may not be particularly familiar to fans, but everyone knew his team, Al Hilal. As a rival team from Riyadh, Bono was well aware of Ronaldo's header prowess, which is why the coach put him on the field. As long as Ronaldo was a starter, putting in the goalkeeper who understood him best was definitely the right choice. The speed of the header was so quick that Bono did not step back, but advanced instead, diving forward with both hands outstretched, then turned his body to catch the ball, deflecting it away and preventing the goal from being breached. What does it mean to be a guardian of the goal? This is it. The fans in the stands had already stood up ready to cheer, but upon seeing the opposing goalkeeper's choice, they sat back down. One must admit this was indeed a fierce battle. Who could have thought? Who would have thought that Ronaldo's header could also... Of course, this can be explained. After all, he is now older, his skills are not what they used to be, and the power of his header should not be as strong as before. The most frustrated one was still Ronaldo. He leaped high, and after landing, he looked up to see the goalkeeper deflecting his header away, and at that moment he felt utterly disheartened. Sometimes one must lament the cruelty of time. If he were 10 years younger, he would have been confident that the opposing goalkeeper would never have stopped this ball. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Ronaldo angrily knelt on the ground, pounding it fiercely. This year's World Cup, needless to say, is already the last one of his life. By the next World Cup, he will be 45 years old and will no longer be able to run like he did at 30. Thus, he cherished every second of ball control and every hard-earned opportunity. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng came to Ronaldo's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "It's okay, keep pushing forward." At this moment, he could only comfort him. After all, it was he who made the pass, and Ronaldo must surely feel guilty. However, Zhang Feng's long pass and collaboration with Ronaldo still left Morocco in shock. Who would have thought that this rookie, who had just been on the field for less than 10 minutes, would create such a dangerous opportunity for them? What if this rookie were to start as a main player and play the full match? Would their defense be penetrated like a sieve? At this moment, people all over the world witnessed this rookie's long passing ability. The only pity was that their own team's spirit was not what it used to be. Ronaldo also knew that lamenting at this moment would not help the team. The only solution was to gather his spirits and make the most of the last less than 3 minutes of time plus injury time. If they could secure a last-minute goal during this period, the opponent would have no means of countering. "Let's go." Ronaldo instantly regained his spirit. Buffet also approached Zhang Feng, saying, "Kid, your pass just now was quite good, but your dribbling is terrible. If possible, try not to run with the ball. Pass it to me to handle." Zhang Feng replied. Clearly his long pass was recognized by Buffet, but his dribbling was looked down upon. The match continued, and Morocco chose to take this rookie seriously. Bugatti also didn't dare to be careless. The opponent's deep-fried meatball dribbling left him defenseless. If that ball had gone in, he would have been the center of Morocco. Fortunately, the goalkeeper caught it. Bugatti rushed to Zhang Feng's side again and said, "This time, I absolutely will not let you pass." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Bro, your fluffy hairstyle is nice." After saying that, he ran off. Bugatti was left speechless. This Chinese kid is quite mischievous. This time the ball was in Morocco's possession, and they didn't dare to play in the midfield in front of the 5-man defense. This rookie who had just come on had such strong long passing ability that it made their iron defense feel for the first time as if it were being torn apart. What they were doing now was to keep the ball firmly in their own hands and try to launch a desperate counterattack at the last. Meanwhile, the players on the Portuguese side clearly recognized their intentions, so almost all the players were fighting for possession in Morocco's half. As the time reached the last 3 minutes and injury time, in fact, this injury time wouldn't take that long, but the referee also wanted to give both teams some final space to fight, to determine the outcome. The ball was being tossed back and forth at the feet of the Moroccan players, and suddenly defender Mendes found an opportunity, breaking through from the flank, accelerating, and slamming the ball forward. Buffet received the ball. "Go, attack. There's no time left," shouted old Thomas from the side. This was their last chance to attack with only 3 minutes left. If they didn't score, they would end up with a draw, and no. After Mendes stepped up, Buffet ran forward with the ball frantically. The opposing midfielders pressed hard, and Zhang Feng ran along, attracting Bugatti's attention. But Bugatti thought the ball was too far from Zhang Feng, and since Buffet had it, the ball would definitely be passed to the forward Ronaldo, and not back to Zhang Feng. So he eased up a bit to help defend. Sure enough, after Buffet brought the ball over half the field, he passed it to Ronaldo. Ronaldo sprinted forward with all his might. His speed was even superior to his younger days. For this counterattack opportunity, he truly drained the last drops of energy from his body. Unfortunately, there were still two defenders blocking him just outside the penalty area. Ronaldo thought for a moment and decided to pass the ball slowly to set up the attack. At this moment, there was simply no time to take a world-class shot. Ronaldo looked back and saw Jiang Feng, who was unmarked. He directly slid the ball on the ground to him. His intention was for Jiang Feng to receive the ball and pull the opposing defense, then give him a long pass to give it. However, after receiving the ball, it seemed like something triggered in Jiang Feng's body. This position, 27 meters. The golden point for a crescent moon scimitar. Jiang Feng, who had been on the field for less than 10 minutes, once again seized the football. However, it seems he cannot find a suitable opportunity to pass. The opposing team's defensive formation reacted quickly, with everyone focusing on the three forwards, leaving no angle towards the goal, and Cristiano Ronaldo had no space for a header. Domestically, teacher He Wei was extremely excited, even standing up in the commentary booth. He was fully supporting this young man. This year there is no national team to commentate on, so he wants to treat Portugal as his home team. Of course, it is also because this team includes his favorite Cristiano Ronaldo. However, he felt that this was not a very good time to pass. Time might run out, and both sides could end up in a draw. Domestic audiences clearly thought the same. On the field, Cristiano Ronaldo was very anxious, trying to shake off the defender, but the ironclad defense on the opposite side left no gaps. Even though Cristiano Ronaldo is an older player, as long as he is on the field, he is always taken care of by everyone. Neto and Leo are the same. Everyone thinks that Jiang Feng's only choice now is to pass the ball to Buffet, allowing the Red Devils captain to showcase his long-range shooting ability. Buffet and Old Thomas thought the same. Buffet shouted on the field, "Kid." Old Thomas urged, "Pass the ball." Jiang passed the ball. There's no time left. This was their last attacking opportunity. If they didn't create a goal now, they would have to defend after losing possession, and the best outcome would only be a draw. Rather than doing that, it would be better to give the opportunity to the capable Buffet. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. No one knew what Jiang Feng was thinking. They only saw him stop in his tracks. Then he glanced around with his peripheral vision. Buffet had stopped moving, and the three strikers were also motionless. Because they suddenly realized that this kid didn't seem like he was going to pass, he looked more like he was gearing up to shoot. Seeing Jiang Feng start to move, his waist was almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground. In just an instant, it seemed everyone saw the figure of Beckham, as if a celestial being had possessed him. No, God, he wants to shoot. From 30 yards away. The English commentary of the World Cup was also stunned. At this position, unless one is a player with nuclear-level capabilities, they would not be able to strike the ball powerfully. You are just an 18-year-old boy. Even if you are skilled at long passes, can you compare it to a powerful shot? Long passes hardly add spin to the ball, so the trajectory of the football is controllable. Shooting requires the ball to have an unpredictable trajectory to deceive the goalkeeper. Everyone felt Jiang Feng was a bit anxious. A shaky young man being able to substitute in the World Cup is already a miracle. Could he really expect to shoot in his World Cup debut? A shot from 30 yards. It was over. All the players of the Five Shields Legion were frightened by Jiang Feng. In their impression, Jiang Feng's most formidable weapon was his various long passes and his precision, but shooting, they had never seen him do that. Old Thomas' mood also plummeted at this moment. Looking at this Chinese boy who usually has a graceful demeanor, why suddenly become so ambitious when on the field? Is this the distance from which you can shoot? He had a lot to say, but for Jiang Feng, it was a matter of stopping, swinging his body, accelerating, and shooting. In that fleeting moment, he didn't have time to think so much. He just carried the actions ingrained in his bones along with the belief of helping the team score, and sent the ball flying. The football soared. Faster and fiercer than the pass he made to Cristiano Ronaldo just now. Under the tight focus of the high-speed camera, the football could be seen spinning rapidly in the air. Jiang Feng's target was the upper right corner of the goal. The speed of this kick might be somewhat inferior to Beckham's peak bending shot, but the accuracy was absolutely undeniable. After all, with the talent for long passes combined with precision allowed this ball to curve rapidly after spinning, directly flying towards the upper right dead corner of Morocco's goal. Bianou, seeing Jiang Feng's movement from the gaps in the colorful jerseys, felt his pupils tremble. As a goalkeeper, he was well aware of the threat this posed. With his waist at a 45-degree angle, all his strength concentrated on his right leg, he had to use all his might for this full-force strike. However, the arc of this bending shot caught him off guard. The landing point was actually in the upper right corner. He desperately tried to run over, jumping with both legs, but in the end he still couldn't touch that deceptive ball. The ball hit the net. Cristiano Ronaldo was stunned. A bending shot. This kid can also do this trick. If it were a free kick, wouldn't it be a flight? Cristiano Ronaldo also inexplicably received an assist. This was not what he intended. He meant to pass the ball to Jiang Feng to organize a second attack, not to let him attack directly. The entire venue felt like an earthquake. The fans jumped up in cheers as if this small world had trembled. Who would have thought that Jiang Feng on the field for less than 10 minutes would contribute a precious goal? Moreover, this goal paid homage to the classic bending shot. The players in red jerseys of the Five Shields Legion surrounded Jiang Feng. Even Fei had to acknowledge Jiang Feng's bending shot. Even he couldn't achieve such a trajectory. What kind of energy is contained within this boy? He appears to have the standard tall and slender physique of an Oriental, yet he can unleash such terrifying attacks. Terrifying. Fei truly began to take this young man seriously. Old Domas' face was full of wrinkles. Thank you, I truly have seen a treasure. His original intention was to have Jiang Feng on the field utilizing his and Fei's dual long-passing ability to organize a quick attack. Who would have thought Jiang Feng would become a key part of the attack, compensating for the Five Shields Legion's lack of attacking capability? This kid can pass and shoot, why didn't you say it earlier? But now that I think about it, even if Jiang Feng had said it, they probably wouldn't have believed it. How could such a genius exist in this world? But today they truly witnessed it. The ball is in. A bending shot. It's Beckham's bending shot. Looking at the replay, dear fans, the 18-year-old Chinese boy tore through Morocco's iron defense with a single bending shot. Once again, the young man draws the bow, unafraid of time and wind. Jiang Feng deserves the respect of the entire audience. He successfully helped Portugal avenge for years ago in the group stage. Teacher Hiwei immediately locked onto poetry in his mind. Jiang Feng's goal ignited the slumbering dawn of the Dragon Nation. Domestic fans watching the match were thrilled. Wow, it really happened. This football is incredible. Exaggerated. Can we Easterners also shoot powerfully? Such shooting technique is already godlike, right? There are hardly any players in the world capable of such a bending shot. Even the current Cristiano Ronaldo would find it difficult to reach that level, right? Such a player, if you continue to keep him on the bench, would be somewhat unreasonable. Such skills are not even achievable by starting players. Old Thomas could change his mindset in the future. Everyone says this young man is very good at long passes, but no one has ever mentioned that he is also skilled at powerful shots. He has too many surprises about him. Did you tell me this young man participated in domestic selections? What exactly is the situation? Does anyone know? How could such a good talent be given to Portugal? Are domestic coaches blind? Fans who knew Jiang Feng had participated in domestic selection matches were already furious. It is no exaggeration to say that at such a young age, being able to play like this is absolutely unmatched among domestic players aged 18. Don't even mention being able to shoot a bending shot. There are hardly anyone who can contribute high-quality long passes. Such a gifted young man being abandoned by domestic teams is undoubtedly a blessing, not a curse. Domestic fans understand this all too well. Not to mention, if he had passed the domestic selection, how could he shine in Portugal? A goal in his World Cup debut made Jiang Feng the most mentioned player among fans in the Huaxiao land, even comparable to Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. After all, he is the only Chinese player in the World Cup. Meanwhile, at the Houston Sports Stadium, there was only 1 minute. With Jiang Feng's bending shot, it dealt a lethal blow to Morocco. The opponent's attempt to counterattack in the remaining minute was impossible. All the players of the Five Shields Legion retreated to their half, defending with all their might, ensuring the opponent had no chance to shoot. In the end, the Five Shields Legion secured a victory in their first World Cup group match with a score of 2-1 against the Atlantean Lions. Both sides contributed numerous attacks and defenses. Leo's lightning strike goal and Morocco's equalizing goal were certainly impressive, but what delighted the fans the most was still Jiang Feng's bending shot. After the match, all the Portuguese players, whether starters or substitutes, or even staff, surrounded Jiang Feng. Kid, that shot was too cool. I thought you were going to pass, but there really wasn't a good angle for a pass. If that ball had been passed, the chance of scoring would have been minimal. Great job, you found the only way to victory. Number 30, you completely overshadowed the opposing Bugatti. His genius midfielder didn't help the team win, but you did. You are our hero today. Can you teach me how you did that shot? Fei, Leo Neto, Little Neves, as well as defenders Semedo Mendes and Diaz all were one by one excited. Even though they did not receive assists or score, this is how football matches are. With so many players on the field, as long as the team wins and successfully avenges 4 years ago, it is worth celebrating. Not to mention their attacking and defending also stretched the opponent's defense, contributing significantly. Otherwise, Jiang Feng wouldn't have had a chance to shoot. At just 18, Jiang Feng, surrounded by so many big-name stars praising him for the first time, would have floated away if he were an average person. However, he remained humble, expressing gratitude for everyone's congratulations. This made Cristiano Ronaldo and old Thomas nearby feel very relieved. This kid truly embodies the excellent tradition of the Orient. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the victory in the World Cup group stage, rewarded with a treasure chest. Returning to the locker room, Jiang Feng also delightedly heard the system's wonderful voice. While others were changing clothes, Jiang Feng opened the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability Magnetic Feet, able to receive passes from teammates steadily without losing the ball. Jiang Feng was a bit slow in changing his clothes. This is an ability that a player truly needs. Skills can be learned quickly. Even if one cannot grasp them immediately, one can still learn a bit. However, abilities cannot be learned instantly. They require thousands of repetitions to master the fundamentals. A midfielder aiming to organize an attack must receive the ball from a teammate before spotting opportunities to pass or set up plays. But this naturally requires a certain level of ball-receiving ability. Zhang Feng used to play in high school leagues where the intensity was low, thus the demands for ball-receiving skills were not high. But today's World Cup group stage had exceptionally high intensity, how every ball received carried significant risk. If one receives the ball unsteadily, even if it bounces 2 to 3 meters away from one's shin, it could easily be taken away. Thus, such a steady ability, as if one had magnets on their feet, is incredibly useful. Such abilities can be seen among top players. For example, players like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo can instantly neutralize the momentum of a powerful pass from a teammate with any part of their body, making the ball obediently stop at their feet. This is the ability to stop the ball. Zhang Feng previously did not possess this ability. Now there is no fear. This ability came at just the right time. Although it may not be as flashy as skills like air long pass fried meatball or crescent moon blade, it is indeed practical. Without such fundamentals, how could teammates dare to pass the ball to you? Zhang Feng was very satisfied. After changing his clothes, Cristiano Ronaldo approached Zhang Feng and said, "Let's go together, Feng." Zhang Feng replied, "Okay, Ronaldo." Cristiano said, "Don't call me Cristiano, call me Brother Ro, following the tradition of you Easterners." Zhang Feng was surprised. Had he already become so familiar with Cristiano? In fact, Cristiano had already considered Zhang Feng one of his own. From the very beginning, he appreciated Zhang Feng's midfield capabilities. Now it goes without saying, in the last match, although he did not score, he did earn an assist. A player who consistently earns an assist in their appearances is already quite impressive. Without Zhang Feng's crescent moon blade, he might not have even gotten an assist. In the Qatar World Cup, Cristiano appeared 5 times, only scoring once. Now with 1 appearance and 1 assist, it is already a very good start. Although he felt a bit disappointed, at least he managed to earn the assist from Zhang Feng. Perhaps Cristiano thought maybe he could help himself score. Despite Zhang Feng being young, his passing truly suited Cristiano. Thus, he allowed Zhang Feng to address him this way, indicating he wanted Zhang Feng to assist him. More importantly, he genuinely appreciated Zhang Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him into the Portuguese national team. Zhang Feng did not refuse and immediately said, "Okay, Brother Ro." It felt natural. Moreover, Cristiano's personal charm was indeed hard to dislike. Cristiano waved, and the duo of B came over. The two approached Zhang Feng. B. Silva smiled and said, "Kid, your performance just now was really good. With such ability, why didn't you say so earlier?" B. Fernandez added, "This kid is very clever, but if he only had this ability, he wouldn't lead us to victory. He needs to keep working hard." Cristiano replied, "B. Fernandez, don't be so serious. This is our hero today." Nearby, Leo approached with a grin, saying, "Huh? What about me? Have you all forgotten me?" Leo was probably the second most unhappy player on the team. After all, he also scored a goal today. Without his first goal as a foundation, how could they have reached a score of 2-1? What frustrated him was that since leaving the field, it seemed everyone had forgotten about him. Zhang Feng said, "Of course, Brother Leo's first goal was also very impressive, even better than mine." Leo replied, "Well, forget it. I think your Crescent Moonblade has a very good chance of making the top 10 goals of the group stage." Nearby, Vidi came over and said, "Not just a chance, it's 100%, and at least in the top 3. Vidi was the one least happy about this. After all, Zhang Feng replaced his position. Before Zhang Feng took the field, he had nothing to show for it, making his position even more awkward. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's current market value was almost zero, while his was a staggering 110 million euros, a significant difference between the two. Moreover, there are many fleeting talents in this world. Whether Zhang Feng can establish a foothold in the Five Shields Legion will depend on the upcoming matches. So he was not envious, rather he felt genuinely surprised. After all, the team had won, and tonight was worth. That evening, the team held a party at the hotel. Some players had a few drinks in celebration, while Cristiano remained sober. Zhang Feng was taught from a young age not to drink before the age of 18. He still remembered sneaking into his father's hidden liquor as a child, getting drunk, and nearly ending up in the hospital. After getting out, he could not escape a mixed double whammy from his parents. Since then, he had not drunk alcohol. He still had no habit of it. The champagne abroad seemed no different from sweet water. For Zhang Feng's Eastern stomach, it was truly uncomfortable. However, he still celebrated with his teammates, as each of them came over to raise their glasses to him. The Five Shields Legion secured a victory against Morocco, which did not come as a surprise to fans and media worldwide. But everyone was astonished by the process. Who would have thought the Five Shields Legion could secure a victory with a last-minute goal from an 18-year-old rookie? If this rookie hadn't been present, the script would likely have ended in a draw, which would have been bad news for both sides. Many football media outlets began to analyze. These foreign football media clearly did not accept that a Chinese player could execute such a high-quality long-range shot with a Crescent Moonblade. Thus, these analysts claimed it wasn't that the young man was too strong, who rather Morocco clearly underestimated him and took him lightly. If given Morocco another chance, they would definitely not let this midfielder go unmarked. Of course, this was the narrative of foreign football media. Domestically, Jiang Feng undoubtedly became the hottest topic regarding the World Cup. Major news outlets including self-media rushed to report. Chinese youth scores a stunning goal, helping the Five Shields Legion secure their first World Cup group stage win. Jiang Feng the win-like youth. The World Cup sees the return of the beige school technique crescent moonblade. The only Asian player in the World Cup, just 18 years old, helps the team achieve victory. The talented Chinese midfielder shines at Houston Stadium. Below these news articles, there were countless videos of Jiang Feng using the crescent moonblade to shoot. Each one edited with fervor, even dominating the headlines of almost all short video apps the next day. When the Chinese woke up, they found their fellow Chinese shining in the World Cup. Many who thought the World Cup would be dull also clicked on the news. This World Cup doesn't have our national team. I thought it would be uninteresting, but unexpectedly, we have a Chinese youth. This crescent moonblade is just too exaggerated. His leg strength is astonishing and totally unexpected. Finally, this year's World Cup has a home team. This player is tall and handsome with skill. If he could join our national team, he'd definitely lead us to the World Cup. National team. Forget it, I doubt this young man could remain untainted if he joined the national team. So handsome. What an impressive shot. I've fallen for this young man. Even some netizens who didn't know much about football also became fans of this win-like number 30 jersey. This is the charm of football. There will always be personal heroism playing out on the field. Jiang Feng also rose to fame in one battle. All those who doubted him before were slapped in the face. After all, he scored a goal in just 10 minutes of play and almost earned an assist. If not for Cristiano's slightly unstable header, it would have been a goal and assist in his first World Cup match, which is simply unbelievable. Sometimes miracles are created this way. Subsequently, the developed internet dug up Jiang Feng's previous life in the country. The video was shared by Jiang Feng's homeroom teacher in China. This teacher wasn't a football fan. One morning, feeling bored while browsing videos, she saw Jiang Feng's shot in the group stage. Enlarging the screen, she recognized him as the mischievous Xiao Jiangzi, who liked to skip class to play football. This kid was quite naughty before the third grade, loving football and often dragging the boys in class to the fields to play. The key was that her role as a homeroom teacher couldn't be too strict since Jiang Feng entered their experimental elementary school as a foreign child. Fortunately, after third grade, the child matured and adapted to the pace of domestic studies, and slowly he was seldom seen playing football. Who would have thought that this mischievous kid would become a member of the Portuguese national team? She directly shared a photo from his elementary school graduation. In that photo, the tall Jiang Feng stood in the back row, still showing those youthful features that were not much different. If previous fans who were unaware of the situation thought Jiang Feng's Chinese identity meant he probably grew up abroad lacking feelings for his homeland, and thus wouldn't choose to support him, treating him merely as a foreign player. Then, with Jiang Feng's elementary school graduation photo being revealed, the likes instantly surpassed hundreds of. Moreover, not only were Jiang Feng's elementary school photos shared, but during his middle school years his classmates also filmed quite a few videos that were released. These videos made it clear to fans that this kid truly grew up in the country, receiving a complete 9 years of compulsory education. Since he received this 9-year compulsory education, this child is everyone's child. Fans found him genuinely endearing. However, now the question arises, it is said that this youth participated in domestic youth training selection, but why was he not chosen? Far away in America, Jiang Feng was completely unaware that his news had been nearly uncovered back home. In this age, which is undoubtedly the era of the internet, it is quite simple to know a person's past. In an age where everyone uses smartphones, leaving no traces online is impossible. Even some of Jiang Feng's middle school classmates had revealed videos and photos from his middle school days, including moments like playing billiards together and celebrating birthdays. Jiang Feng had no idea that he was already famous in Huaxia. He was still intensely preparing for the next match. Their second match was against the strong Asian team South Korea, the Taiji Tigers. South Korea may be a small country, but their football team is quite strong, even being referred to as the Tiger of Asia by some European fans, ranking among the top teams in Asia alongside Japan. Not to mention, they have a top-class number 7 forward Son Heung-min, who plays in Los Angeles and possesses very balanced abilities, making him a key player for South Korea. His dribbling skills are exceptionally robust. Of course, on paper their world ranking is 25th, while Portugal is far ahead. However, this so-called Taiji Tiger appears to be fierce. In reality, they often resort to petty tricks on the field, a long-standing tradition of the country. These tricks are usually employed against domestic teams, such as in ice skating or Go. When facing European and American teams, they don't seem to engage in any outrageous tactics. There is quite a difference. The day after they secured victory in their first group match, Coach Thomas continued to lead. Since the main players had just run an entire match, they needed to rest. So they chose to analyze the overall strength of the South Korean team first. Their overall market value is 200 million, which is less than ours, but you must understand that football is a sport where surprises can easily happen. Their forward Son Heung-min is a formidable player. This season he has played 15 matches for Los Angeles, scoring 10 goals and assisting 4 times. He is involved in nearly every goal, so our defenders must pay attention. Their midfielder Lee Kang plays for Paris Saint-Germain. This is something that Neves, Vidi and Ramos should be aware of regarding his capabilities. Coach Thomas pointed to another player who also plays for Paris Saint-Germain. Vidi directly replied, his ability is merely that of a substitute, but he tends to employ a lot of petty tricks, so you must be cautious. The other players clearly did not understand what this meant. However, Zhang Feng grasped it very well. Coach Thomas said, their defenders have average defensive capabilities, which gives us a great opportunity to score. Therefore, I have decided to stick with the main strategy from the last match, keeping the ball in midfield and looking for chances to supply our forwards. However, this time I plan to increase Zhang Feng's playing time to 25 minutes. What does everyone think? Did anyone dare to voice an objection? This year the team scored 2 goals in the World Cup, one of which was by Zhang Feng. Football is truly a sport that favors the strong. Whoever performs well has a say. Zhang Feng's powerful shot, the crescent moon blade, silenced any opposing voices within the team. Of course, this does not mean everyone was entirely convinced. It was merely one match. If Zhang Feng's subsequent performance faltered, they might turn against him even more. Just like Bifei, who initially felt that Zhang Feng was somewhat lacking. Now at least his attitude is a bit more curt. Coach Thomas was quite satisfied. Zhang Feng's long passing ability and long-range shooting are impressive, but his other basic skills such as dribbling, speed, and physicality may have some gaps compared to the others. Therefore, everyone must take care on the field and avoid physical confrontations with him. He still seems a bit thin. Of course, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. As long as you can play your role and help the team when you are a quality. Zhang Feng. Coach Thomas, could you be a bit more direct? Are you implying that I can only kick long balls while my other abilities are particularly lacking? But I can also dribble past defenders. He completely misunderstood Coach Thomas' deeper meaning. However, the more experienced players had already caught on. Coach Thomas was preparing to make Zhang Feng the core orchestrator of their long-passing attacking strategy. Previously, they had used a basic 40-3-12 formation, with Bifei playing as the attacking midfielder to bolster their offensive capabilities. But there was also a 433 formation comprising 3 midfielders and 3 forwards designed to utilize long passes to feed the 3 forwards and create a powerful striking offensive capability. This was clearly an attempt to cultivate Zhang Feng. Would this young man be able to develop? That remained a question. That afternoon they trained at the stadium. Coach Thomas paired Zhang Feng with Bifei, who also had a strong long-range shot for training. They exchanged passes back and forth. Bifei initially felt it was rather pointless to serve as a training partner for this kid, given he was a captain worth tens of millions of euros. However, as they got into the rhythm, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Feng's receiving skills had improved significantly compared to before. In earlier training matches, Zhang Feng had struggled with receiving the ball, often sending it a meter away, making him appear very unstable. Consequently, he hadn't received many passes during the training matches. This was also why Coach Thomas wanted him on the field. He needed to develop his ability to receive the ball. However, what he didn't expect was that today's Zhang Feng's receiving movements were vastly different from his earlier awkwardness. No matter what kind of pass he received, he handled it effortlessly. Even when his powerful long pass fell from the air, he could easily cushion the ball with his calf, allowing it to rest gently at his feet. In that moment of receiving the ball, Bifei felt as if Zhang Feng's foot had a magnet firmly attracting him. Bifei asked Zhang Feng in surprise, "How did you do that? It's only been a few days and your receiving skills have improved so much." Zhang Feng hadn't expected Bifei to observe so closely. He replied, "I've been practicing receiving the ball for the past 2 days." Bifei scratched his head, wondering if it was really just 2 days of practice. He clearly found it hard to believe. No matter how talented you are, you can't improve that quickly. In the end, he could only attribute Zhang Feng's improvement to the fact that he probably hadn't found his rhythm during the earlier warm-up matches. Moreover, having such stable receiving abilities during training is one thing, but if he can maintain this proficiency in matches, that would signify true talent. Bifei forgot that Zhang Feng had told Coach Thomas that he would grow rapidly once he started playing matches. Therefore, this level of growth was not too surprising for Zhang Feng. As Zhang Feng's training partner, Bifei had no choice but to acknowledge his talent. Of course, the most important factor was Zhang Feng's serious attitude towards training. As a veteran, he had seen too many talented players who wasted their gifts without putting in effort. Those players often ended up being mere flashes in the pan. However, Zhang Feng's standing in the team had risen. After helping the team score a goal, he remained humble and polite to everyone. This made all the players fond of the young man. During training matches, they also took care of him, helping him grow. His social connections were truly excellent. Meanwhile, as they trained, the match between South Korea and Colombia in Group K, although South Korea was a strong team from Asia, they could only be considered a second-tier team in the World Cup, one that could only reach the knockout stage as the third-place team. Morocco, the top team in Africa, goes without saying. Colombia, the second team in South America, is recognized as a first-tier bottom team and a top second-tier team. Therefore, in this death group, it would not be a problem for Portugal, Morocco, or Colombia to finish first. Currently, with Portugal having 3 points, they are at least guaranteed a third-place finish, which is very good news. This increased the pressure on the other three teams. Colombia faced South Korea, overpowering them in terms of. Moreover, Colombia also had a midfielder J. Rodriguez and the Bayern mainstay Diaz, whose offensive abilities far surpassed Son Heung-min. Jang Fong watched the match live from the hotel. After all, their next opponent was South Korea, and the final opponent was. The team did not take South Korea too seriously, but they must watch the match against Colombia. C. Ronaldo and J. Rodriguez were old teammates and very familiar with each other. Jang Fong was somewhat looking forward to how the two would meet. In the first half, J. Rodriguez showcased his midfield organizing abilities from his time at Real Madrid, frequently working with Diaz to create dangerous situations for the South Korean team. Ultimately, in the 33rd minute, J. Rodriguez's long-range shot successfully created a world-class goal that broke through the Taiji Tigers' defenses. While watching the replay, Jang Fong even felt that J. Rodriguez's shot bore some resemblance to his own. Although the angle was significantly tilted below the waist, it didn't reach the level of his crescent moon blade. It was nonetheless an impressive shot. J. Rodriguez's current situation was not very good. He had been a teammate with C. Ronaldo at Real Madrid during his peak, valued at €80 million, and was the Golden Boot winner in the 2014 World Cup. Now, despite being in his 30s, his value had dropped to just €2 million. The contrast was immense. However, it was evident that he was still trying to recapture his lost youth on the field. For J. Rodriguez, this World Cup could possibly be his last. Thus, he was desperately seeking opportunities. He managed to help the team score the first goal of the World Cup despite having only 3 goals and 7 assists in 20 appearances during the ordinary league. J. Rodriguez likely wanted to share the field with C. Ronaldo. The two had a good relationship off the pitch, but unfortunately, they still had to fight for their respective countries. After J. Rodriguez's opening goal, the pressure on South Korea increased, leading to chaos. Diaz dribbled past 2 defenders, faked out the goalkeeper, and scored in a solo run. Jang Fong saw the South Korean goalkeeper angrily cursing, although he didn't know what was being said. The second half of the match was equally easy, with South Korea being handled like a feather. Although Son Heung-min kept looking for opportunities, he was always a step behind. In the end, South Korea's number 19 midfielder Lee Kang-in resorted to foul play, tugging at Diaz's shorts, which the referee caught, leading to a yellow card and giving Colombia a free kick opportunity. This free kick was sent in directly by Diaz. Colombia's number 7 Diaz became the first player of this year's World Cup to score twice. They secured a 30 victory over the Taiji Tiger South Korean national team. In the face of hard strength, the Taiji Tiger had turned into a Taiji cat, and Son Heung-min's sharp teeth had no place to unleash their might. Now Group K has both Portugal and Colombia sitting on 3 points, essentially solidifying their chances of advancing. This aligns closely with external predictions. Colombia, Portugal, and Morocco all have chances to advance first, while South Korea, the unfortunate Taiji Tiger, is likely to finish last. The World Cup group stage continues with fiery intensity, and the second round is already well underway. Overall, the established powerhouses remain dominant, defending champions Argentina, the star-studded French national team England, widely regarded as the strongest on paper, and Spain, whose squad exhibits virtually no discernible weaknesses. The likelihood of any of these teams suffering an upset in their groups remains exceedingly low. France secured another comfortable victory in round 2. The sole source of disappointment for fans, however, lies in Kylian Mbappe's performance. Ever since his lackluster displays at Real Madrid provoked widespread criticism, Mbappe has appeared increasingly disengaged. To redeem his reputation, his only recourse is to deliver multiple goals on the World Cup stage. After all, he is a global superstar commanding a staggering $200 million valuation, the highest in this tournament. Yet across 2 consecutive group matches, Mbappe failed to register a single penalty won or assist. Even veteran Cristiano Ronaldo, bearing immense pressure, repeatedly engineered dangerous situations against opponents and earned 1 assist. Though modest by itself, that contribution at least affirmed his value to the team. French head coach Didier Deschamps persistently deployed Mbappe as a starter, fielding him for the full 90 minutes in both matches. Yet Mbappe orchestrated not a single effective attack. Fans worldwide were left profoundly disillusioned. Has Mbappe grown overly complacent? Reports suggest he skipped every pre-tournament training session and instead spent that time traveling with his stunningly beautiful girlfriend. Is it not widely known that his foremost idol is Cristiano Ronaldo? Yet off the pitch, he demonstrates none of Ronaldo's legendary discipline, sparking intense controversy beyond the stadium. This year's World Cup features arguably the strongest collective talent ever assembled. Lifting the coveted trophy would constitute a defining, career-defining honor for any player. The same holds true for Mbappe. Having fallen to Argentina in the previous final, this tournament presents his golden opportunity for redemption. Yet thus far he appears devoid of the burning, vengeful fire expected of a champion. Jang Fong, monitoring elite footballers during his own training break, shares that sense of disappointment. Mbappe was expected to surpass his prior achievements, But two barren matches starkly contrast his last World Cup tally of 8 goals and 2 assists across 7 games, rendering his current output negligible. Nonetheless, France still crushed both opponents in their opening group fixtures despite Mbappe's struggles. Such dominance stems from France's extraordinary attacking depth. No side dares claim absolute confidence in containing their constellation of forwards. Even the sturdiest defensive line would tremble if Deschamps pushed to the brink unleashed 5 or 6 strikers in relentless coordinated assaults. Any opponent confronting France's glittering forward line instinctively recoils in awe. As round 2 nears its conclusion, Portugal faces South Korea at Houston Stadium. During their prior match against Morocco, nearly all spectators in the stands supported Portugal, largely because Moroccan fans found travel costs prohibitively high, placing attendance beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Morocco remains a developing nation. This time, however, nearly half the crowd comprises Asian faces. South Koreans possess sufficient financial means to purchase tickets. Of the stadium's near 7,000 seats, almost 20,000 are occupied by supporters of the Taeguk Warriors, many waving national flags. The remainder belong to Portuguese fans. As Jiang Feng emerged from the tunnel toward the substitutes bench, he distinctly heard voices speaking Mandarin. Jiang Feng, go for it. Give your best. We're all watching back home. Staying out of the Chinese national team was the right choice. Jiang Feng was genuinely astonished. His family had not traveled. He knew his parents remained in Portugal managing their business. These were genuine fans, and the realization that he now commanded such devoted support left him utterly speechless. Back in high school, he'd attracted legions of admirers, tall, handsome, and exceptionally gifted on the pitch. Yet those teenage crushes bore little resemblance to the passionate, committed fandom he now inspired. Thank you, I'll give my all. Jiang Feng waved energetically toward the stands. Indeed, domestic fans had already been present in the previous match, though their numbers were modest. But after Jiang Feng's breathtaking crescent moon curve strike went viral, countless Chinese fans booked flights to America and secured tickets for today's fixture. They came for no other reason than to witness this Sino-Portuguese youth, a product of China's 9-year compulsory education, who now stood poised to test his mettle against the Taeguk Warriors. The match begins. Jiang Feng is absent from the starting 11, but he is guaranteed 20 minutes on the pitch. He remains calm, unflustered. Silently, he calculates how best to impress his compatriots who have journeyed so far to watch him play. South Korea wins the opening kickoff. As South Korea advances, both sides engage in fierce midfield contests. Portugal adheres to its familiar tactical framework of 4,213 formation. Mendes, Dias, Inacio, and Nunes anchor the backline. Nieves and Vitinha hold central midfield roles, while Bruno Fernandes operates as the lone attacking midfielder, the team's creative fulcrum. The front three consists of Bernardo Silva, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Neto. To sustain attacking intensity, manager Tomas keeps Leo Ramos and Felix on standby, ready to rotate based on first-half fatigue levels. Though 5 substitutions are permitted per match, only 4 remain available. Tomas has already reserved 1 substitution slot exclusively for Jiang Feng's 20-minute cameo. Securing a guaranteed substitution slot reflects undeniable merit. The match commences. South Korea launches organized attacks, but each culminates in sterile frustration. With Paris Saint-Germain's dynamic duo, Nieves and Vitinha, commanding midfield and a backline valued at nearly 200 million, South Korea's offensive capabilities simply fall short. Within the opening 20 minutes, Portugal controlled possession for 15, launching 4 incisive, threatening attacks that left South Korean supporters gripping their seats in terror. When overwhelming disparity exists, even theoretical strength becomes tangible reality. South Korea's sole moment of promise arrived through Son Heung-min's individual brilliance, but his attempt was intercepted outside the box by the immovable defensive pillar Dias, who cleared the ball into touch. At the 25-minute mark, the BBC trio ignites. This marks Cristiano Ronaldo's 6th World Cup. In recent tournaments, he has repeatedly faced off against Bernardo Silva and Bruno Fernandes, not always lifting the trophy, yet forging an intuitive, seamless synergy among the three. Bruno Fernandes delivers a precise long pass to Bernardo Silva, who, using his agility and close control, weaves past 2 defenders before returning the ball to Fernandes. Fernandes' exceptional long-range passing ability is universally acknowledged, and South Korea's analysts had meticulously studied it. Anticipating either a cross or a thunderous shot, they immediately shift defenders to contain him. Exploiting the resulting gap, Fernandes threads a perfectly weighted through ball into the penalty area, finding Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo glides past the goalkeeper, feints a powerful curling shot, then with deceptive subtlety gently guides the ball along the ground into the net. The BBC triumvirate, legendary in 2008, once again commands awe. Their interplay instantly evokes memories of their golden prime. Though over a decade has passed, their chemistry remains undiminished, a testament to enduring mastery. This is precisely why manager Tomas places unwavering faith in Ronaldo. Trusting Ronaldo is synonymous with trusting the BBC alliance. With this trio, age becomes irrelevant. Their cutting edge remains razor-sharp against weaker opposition. This guarantees a solid floor for Portugal's World Cup aspirations. Yet to elevate the ceiling, to reach true greatness, fresh youthful energy is indispensable. Leo Neto and midfielders Nieves and Vitinha embody that promise. Yet what astonishes Tomas most is Jiang Feng's imminent entrance, though that speaks for itself. After scoring, Ronaldo erupts with unrestrained joy, performing his iconic celebration under the adoring gaze of the entire stadium. This goal alone eclipses his tally from the previous Qatar World Cup, where he spent much of the tournament on the bench, appearing in 5 matches but converting only a single penalty. Here he scores directly from open play in the group stage, an achievement of profound significance. To the world, he declares his zenith endures. He added subtle footwork to deceive the keeper, undoubtedly a spectacular strike. Jiang Feng joins. This goal is the fruit of Ronaldo's obsessive, almost superhuman discipline. While fans chiefly recall his towering headers and unstoppable volleys, his refined clinical finishing technique remains equally peerless. Portuguese supporters erupt in euphoria. With Ronaldo reclaiming his peak form, could this World Cup finally deliver the long-awaited clash between Ronaldo and Messi? That confrontation represents the ultimate fantasy for millions of fans. For years ago, Morocco halted Portugal in the quarterfinals, leaving fans heartbroken, denied the chance to witness the twin gods of football meet in the final. This year, however, hope burns brighter. Portugal's dramatic win over Morocco signals tangible progress, suggesting they've grown stronger since that bitter exit. Ronaldo's fans witnessing his assist in the opener and decisive goal in the second match feel that long-awaited spectacle drawing nearer. The tournament organizers, cognizant of fan desire, have structured the draw to maximize the probability that Portugal and Argentina occupy opposite halves of the bracket. With timing and geography aligned, only harmony among men remains, the final element needed to realize the dream deferred for years ago. That era was dubbed the twilight of the gods. Yet who could foresee that 4 years later the gods still reign? Even Jiang Feng longs to witness that historic duel. For countless fans, it embodies the unfinished dream. The first half flew by quickly. Portugal's possession rate reached an impressive 68. For nearly 7 out of the 10 minutes, the football obediently danced at the feet of the Portuguese players. This is the amplification brought about by top-tier midfield capabilities. These players can deliver passes with remarkable precision, making it nearly impossible for opponents to seize the ball. The only time possession shifts is when a shot on goal fails. These elite players boast a passing success rate of around 70 to 80%. The South Korean defense is not particularly formidable, which naturally allows them to struggle in reclaiming possession. The only regret is that despite their numerous attacks in the first half, they could only score once. Out of 3 shooting opportunities, Cristiano Ronaldo managed to score once, while another shot was saved by the goalkeeper. The remaining attempt saw Neto break through to the goal, even surpassing the keeper, but his shot was blocked by the opposing defender's thigh, and then the goalkeeper tightly held onto the ball. However, the offensive potential is sufficiently high. If this situation continues, Portugal is likely to score at least 1 more goal in the second half, with the best-case scenario being a direct 2-0 finish, securing a top spot in the group contentedly. Old Thomas is very satisfied with the team's current situation. Meanwhile, after being substituted, Vidi is limping noticeably. It seems like he has strained his left leg. Old Thomas approaches and asks what's wrong, Vidi. Vidi responds somewhat helplessly, "I was running too fast while trying to reclaim the ball, and now my leg hurts a bit. But coach, I can handle the second half just fine." He quickly assures that despite the pain in his leg, he can still jump and run, and even an intense scramble would not be. But Old Thomas already stated, "It's all right, this group match isn't crucial for us. We've taken the lead, so you should rest well. Let Jiang Feng take your place in the second half." Vidi thinks for a moment, assessing his physical condition. Although he can grit his teeth and persevere, he realizes that this is an inconsequential group match. Rather than forcing himself to play while uncomfortable, it would be better to give Jiang Feng the chance to maintain his form for the next challenging game against Colombia. Vidi has shown remarkable prowess over the past 2 years. When he first joined Paris Saint-Germain, he had 27 matches with no goals or assists, earning him the label of a flop. It's hard to blame the fans for criticizing him given his high market value, yet lackluster performance on the field. However, he has completely exploded in the last 2 years, helping the team secure the Champions League title and the League One championship, transforming into a key player. Unfortunately, due to his past history, he is not as wildly adored by fans. Jiang Feng's substitute role is essentially a backup style to be Fei and Vidi. As long as these two are in the starting lineup, he cannot expect to become a starter unless he demonstrates a more forceful presence than either of them. Now that Vidi is injured and Fei has already run half the match, bringing Jiang Feng onto the field is indeed a wise choice. They are already leading by 1 goal, and the team's overall strength cannot be instantly compromised by Jiang Feng's introduction. Thus, this is an excellent opportunity for him to gain experience. If they reach the knockout stage, every match will be a matter of life and death, making it too risky to practice now. After his previous performance, Zhang Feng has transitioned in Old Domas' mind from being a mere substitute to a key reserve. In the current star-studded Portuguese lineup, even substitutes must possess a certain level of capability to ensure Zhang Feng can adapt to the intensity of the World Cup. Fine. Vidi concedes helplessly. After all, this kid is lucky he scored when he was subbed in during the last match. Old Thomas also feels helpless. For him, it's a tough choice, as every player is valuable, and deciding who to play and who not to is a challenging decision. Zhang Feng is excited. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected opportunity. It's reasonable to think about it. This is football, and injuries happen in nearly every match. As soon as the halftime break is over and both teams' players take the field, the audience is astonished. The number 23 midfielder Vidi of the Five Shields Corps is unexpectedly absent, replaced by a brand new number 30 jersey. A face with a handsome and refined oriental appearance. Zhang Feng. The fans of the Five Shields Corps erupt in cheers. The performance of his previous match has already captivated most fans, and many are eagerly awaiting Zhang Feng's debut. Media reports are already claiming that Old Thomas has given him 20 minutes in the second half. But who would have thought that he would take the field right after halftime in this match? It's a huge surprise for everyone. Of course, the happiest ones are the viewers watching the live broadcast back home. In the CCTV online streaming room, as the camera captures Zhang Feng's appearance, the barrage of comments immediately floods in. Zhang Feng. He's in. Wait, according to his position in the team, how did he get on so quickly? Vidi is out. Vida's performance today isn't particularly good. He seems to be in a daze, unable to keep up. Rather than continuing like this, it's better to let Zhang Feng come on for experience, since the opponent is the South Korean team, which is the weakest in Group K. It seems Old Thomas is frustrated. With so many offensive opportunities in the first half, they only scored once, and that was from a desperate effort by the captain. The offensive capability is too weak, and Zhang Feng was brought in to enhance passing and shooting power. He only needed one match to achieve the position of key substitute. Impressive. Actually, it's still a bit late. If Old Thomas had known about Zhang Feng's offensive ability earlier, he would have arranged for him to play. Oh, how could it be that the South Koreans would challenge our young talent? Brothers, don't jinx it. The domestic viewers are very happy. In the middle of the night, they came to watch the game, and their main goal was to see their own players take the field. Now that their wish has been fulfilled, they just pray that Zhang Feng performs well. In fact, playing in the midfield is quite easy for Zhang Feng. Because Little Nevis is more suited for a defensive midfielder role, mainly responsible for defense, so Zhang Feng doesn't have to focus too much on defending against Korean players. He just needs to do his job and deliver the ball smoothly to the front line. This is what he excels at. He has been doing it since high school leagues. He's finally in his comfort zone. Upon seeing Zhang Feng take the field, many South Korean players' expressions changed. Isn't this a blatant disregard for them? Completely unconcerned about their offensive capabilities. Just halfway through the match, and he can't wait to get the rookie some practice. Number 19, Lee Kang-in is positioned right next to Zhang Feng, casting a glance at him. Zhang Feng harbors no good feelings towards the South Koreans, and after a quick look, he teams up with his teammates to launch an attack. While running, he feels a shadow following him closely. It's Lee Kang-in, who was originally a midfielder, but has been assigned to the front line for offensive duties by the coach. Zhang Feng rarely participates in defense as he lacks experience and is better at long shots. He waits for his teammates to defend and pass him the ball, then creates counterattacks, so his focus isn't on this person. However, it annoys him that this person is taking over the defensive duties. Does he have a grudge against him? Zhang Feng is speechless. As Portugal attacks, Little Nevis passes the ball to Zhang Feng, and Lee Kang-in approaches. It's clear he wants to seize the ball from Zhang Feng's feet and go for a solo breakaway. While his idea is good, his experience on the field far surpasses Zhang Feng's. But he clearly underestimates Zhang Feng's dribbling skills. In fact, Zhang Feng's footwork is among the best on the field, essentially retaining the skills of a high school league graduate far from that of a professional player. But the key is that he possesses a refined technique. Many teams analyzing Zhang Feng perceive him as a highly specialized player. But sometimes being skilled in just one area can benefit the team. This is one of those times. After dribbling the ball for a bit, Zhang Feng is intercepted by Lee Kang-in. In a dangerous position, Zhang Feng wastes no time and immediately lowers his center of gravity. Seeing Zhang Feng's maneuver, Lee Kang-in's expression changes. His defensive capabilities aren't particularly strong, and he initially thought he could bully the rookie. However, he quickly realizes that the previous fried meatball move was not just luck. This level of proficiency, even 10 of him combined, would not match up. After moving his shoulder, Zhang Feng easily fakes out Lee Kang-in, then breaks through and passes the ball to Buffet ahead. Lee Kang-in instantly feels a surge of blood. Their small-minded nature makes them feel incredibly humiliated after being shown up, and they want to retaliate by grabbing Zhang Feng's jersey. However, Zhang Feng has already passed the ball and turns back to glare at Lee Kang-in, indicating that such pulling is not acceptable on the field. Lee Kang-in completely disregards this, shrugging his shoulders. At Peep's house in Portugal, he says, "Get him. I told you this kid has too good a temper. If I were on the field, I'd have punched that guy right in the face." Pepe says this with some anger. If it were him, Lee Kanjin wouldn't even dare to pull. On the field, after Buffet receives the ball, there are no real scoring opportunities, and both sides begin to tussle. By the 15th minute of the second half, there's another scramble. Little Nevis delivers a long pass to Jiang Feng. After running, Jiang Feng immediately feels a pulling force, losing his balance and slowing down, helplessly watching the ball go out of play. Referee. Old Thomas calls out from the sidelines. The referee glances over and signals to restart play. At this moment, Old Thomas realizes that these South Koreans are playing dirty. However, this pulling action isn't particularly obvious. Lee Kanjin is an experienced midfielder primarily focused on the football, so this foul isn't deemed significant enough to warrant further review. Jiang Feng is growing angry. He despises such petty tactics on the field and cannot stand underhanded moves. If you have the ability, confront me directly. What does this mean? Once could be a mistake, but if it happens twice, then I won't give you another chance. At the 22nd minute, Jiang Feng again goes for the ball. He has been sprinting, and with the capability of extreme cardio, each of his sprints can be at full speed. This ball was cleared by the Koreans, so it was kicked high. On the left flank, it's just Jiang Feng facing off against Lee Kanjin. Jiang Feng's physical confrontational ability is actually not as strong as Lee Kanjin's. After all, he is only 18, and his body is still growing, making it hard for him to stabilize his weight. Lee Kanjin aims to stick close to Jiang Feng, making him unstable to receive the ball, as he cannot keep up with Jiang Feng's speed, who reaches the ball's drop point first. Jiang Feng senses his body's instability, but still grounds himself with his left foot, lifting his right leg to deftly control the ball with the outside of his foot. The ball settles perfectly on his right foot, showing no signs of bouncing, as if drawn by a magnet. After colliding, Lee Kanjin initially thought Jiang Feng's lack of stability would present him an opportunity, so he stepped back ready to intercept the rolling ball. But then he regretted it. He watched in disbelief as the ball magically adhered to Jiang Feng, showing no signs of bouncing away. What the heck? What is this? He clearly saw Jiang Feng wobbling. How could he possibly receive the ball while on? What kind of ball control ability is this? This is a powerful long pass. With such force, how is it neutralized so easily? The soccer ball soared into the air, spinning rapidly before descending swiftly, landing motionlessly on the top of the player's foot. It is worth noting that Jiang Feng was just bumped by Lee Gangren moments ago. The first to react was Buffet, who was aware of Jiang Feng's receiving ability. A top-tier player often possesses a keen instinct for offensive opportunities. As the captain of the Red Devils, Buffet had an exceptionally sharp instinct. Trusting in Jiang Feng's receiving skills, he immediately began to move and organize the attack. The second to react was Cristiano Ronaldo. His quick response was solely due to his relentless desire to score, which had cultivated a good habit of being alert. As a midfielder, if a player has possession of the ball, the next focus is always on the position of the forwards. An excellent forward must position themselves well before their teammates make a pass. Although Ronaldo was aging, whenever he seized an opportunity, his running distance was not less than that of younger players. The Five Shields Legion immediately launched a rapid counterattack. All of this caught the South Korean team off guard. The key point was that Lee Gangren's attitude towards Jiang Feng was extremely contemptuous. Of course, it was also because their team was the most likely to be eliminated in the death group, treating each match like a matter of life and death, often resorting to petty antics. He thought that his little tricks could disrupt Jiang Feng's receiving. However, he did not expect Jiang Feng to successfully receive the ball, leaving him with unfulfilled desires. When he tried to catch up with Jiang Feng, he discovered that a distance of several meters had opened up between them. Jiang Feng's dribbling was somewhat lacking, but with no one interfering, he ran with the ball for over 10 meters before executing a long pass, precisely delivering the ball to Buffet's feet. Buffet did not hesitate, delivering another long pass to Ronaldo. Two classic long passes directly. Ronaldo's position appeared in the deadly penalty area, yet the opposing defender and a goalkeeper were constant. Ronaldo had already scored one goal in this match, and if he scored another, it would be a brace. Unfortunately, with no shooting angle, he could only pass the ball to Bishi on the left flank. The opposing defense had been pulled apart, and Bizi's position was just right at the left side of the critical small box. The two defenders in the box were focused on Ronaldo, naturally leaving no one to guard Bishi. Bishi easily sent the ball into the goal. The old triangle remains the old triangle. However, the key contributor to this goal was not Ronaldo's pass, but Jiang Feng, who successfully launched the team's rapid counterattack. He had ignited the engine, allowing the subsequent goals to flow smoothly. Of course, this relied on the abilities of Bishi, Ronaldo, and Buffet. Who would have thought that the Five Shields Legion already had their own golden generation, yet on the field the old triangle? Leo felt a bit gloomy, having reacted a step too slowly. He did not expect Jiang Feng's ball control to be so steady. If he had run faster, he could have had a better scoring angle on the right flank. Underestimating his teammate cost him a scoring opportunity. What a pity. Leo was somewhat annoyed. He truly could not afford to underestimate Jiang Feng. The surprises from this Asian player were numerous. Building a good relationship with him would be very beneficial. Did Ronaldo foresee this early on? Ronaldo is truly incredible. Another goal. The Five Shields Legion extended the score to 20, and with 20 minutes remaining in the second half, given the strength of both sides, it was virtually impossible for the South Korean team to equalize, let alone launch a counterattack. Unless God comes down and scores 3 goals. Everyone celebrated wildly. Even though this direct assist was not made by Jong Fong, he remained the focal point. Bishi also first joined Ronaldo, as the two old teammates no longer needed to say much. A glance was enough to understand each other's thoughts. The two approached Bishi. Bishi, how did you know Jong Fong would get that ball? Bishi was very excited. As a player in the attacking midfield, being able to score in such a match would stabilize his position and value in the football world. As a veteran, scoring a goal was certainly worth celebrating. Bishi replied, you guys haven't trained with this kid these past 2 days, so you wouldn't know how remarkable his receiving ability is. My powerful pass, as long as it has a bit of height, he can always control the ball very steadily. Once I sent him a 30-meter long pass, and he directly stopped the ball under his foot, not moving an inch. This scene was still too easy for him. Jong Fong, who was listening from the side, felt a bit embarrassed. Who would have thought Bishi would also praise him? This was completely different from their first meeting, when Bishi had a proud demeanor. Jong Fong even thought to himself that it would be best for Bishi to revert to his original attitude. He was not used to such warmth. After a round of player celebrations, the match resumed. On the South Korean side, the gazes were somewhat unusual, filled with hostility, as they looked at Jong Fong. They had always believed that in Asia their only opponent was the Japanese team. Today they had been humiliated by a Chinese player. This made them feel a bit uncomfortable. The key was that after losing to the Five Shields Legion, they found it impossible to take revenge on any Dragon Nation team. They did not feel ashamed to lose to Ronaldo, but losing to an 18-year-old Chinese player felt humiliating. Consequently, the competition became even more intense. Lee Gangren had originally been assigned to an attacking position since they were trailing by 2 goals and needed constant attacks to have any chance of equalizing. However, with just 10 minutes remaining in the match, they still had not managed to break through Portugal's defense. Instead, during an attack, Diaz stole the ball from them in midair. The ball fell directly to Neves' feet, who immediately dribbled forward and sent a through ball to Jong Fong ahead. Jong Fong received the ball again, making the South Korean players vigilant. Lee Gangren even ran out of his attacking range, wanting to redeem himself by personally stealing the ball. Jong Fong's dribbling speed was not top-notch, which gave Lee Gangren the opportunity to tackle. Jong Fong, unable to dodge, was directly kicked on the calf. He lost his balance instantly and fell hard onto the grass. It was clear that this guy was aiming for Jong Fong, not the ball. In an instant, Neves next to Jong Fong, and Bishi not far away rushed over. Diaz immediately went to hold Lee Gangren, seemingly wanting to confront him. Therefore, everyone's relationship with Jong Fong was merely that of teammates. They did not know each other before. However, these 2 matches had already brought them closer. They were particularly protective of the youngest player on the team. Not to mention, Jong Fong was the key contributor to their previous victory against Morocco. If this key player was maliciously fouled, wouldn't it be embarrassing if they did not stand up for him? No one expected that such a small group match would lead to a clash between the 2 sides. The fans on site were also extremely agitated. Back home, damn it, these guys really played dirty. They already tried to pull Jong Fong before, almost preventing him from receiving the ball, and now they maliciously tackle him. Shouldn't that be a red card? In terms of physical confrontation, Jong Fong is still too young. He is completely unaware that he has become the target of the opposing team. If they don't take action this time, Jong Fong might even go straight for the goal. It would be unreasonable not to award a red card. Damn it, how can there be so much hostility after just winning by 2 goals? What? Not giving a penalty now? That's not possible. A penalty can't be awarded for falling outside the penalty area, but a free kick should definitely be given. A yellow card? What? A yellow card? Is there some hidden agenda? Screw them. Houston Sports Arena. After reviewing the VAR, the referee issued a yellow card, which many people found unacceptable. The tackle was too malicious, yet the referee ruled otherwise. However, after issuing the yellow card, the referee awarded a free kick. This free kick was nearly 40 meters away. Thus, the difficulty of scoring from this free kick was very high. But being given a free kick opportunity was certainly better than not being given one at all. Ronaldo asked Jong Fong, how are you? Jong Fong moved his ankle. Brother Luo, I'm fine, nothing serious, it won't affect my running later. Don't say that. He tackled you so fast, how could you be fine? After saying this, Diaz gave Jong Fong a look suggesting he should understand for himself. Jong Fong instantly understood, but the 18-year-old boy was still somewhat reluctant to act. At this moment, the referee's decision was finalized, and they were quite satisfied, at least with a free kick, they had Ronaldo. However, at this moment, Ronaldo looked at Jong Fong. Are you alright? Want to take it? He had not forgotten Jong Fong's previous perfect free kick. This indicated that Jong Fong also possessed long-range shooting ability. But just then, Elder Thomas walked over from beside the referee and said, Ronaldo, you take the free kick. First of all, Ronaldo is the captain, and he has always been the one to take free kicks. His experience is extensive and his success rate is undoubtedly very high. especially with his knuckleball, which is not much less powerful than the perfect free kick. Moreover, the tackle was aimed at Jiang Feng's right foot, which is his dominant foot. He must be feeling somewhat awkward and unable to find his rhythm, making it incredibly difficult to score from the free kick. Jiang Feng also said, "Brother Luo, you go ahead." Faced with a long-distance free kick, although he had the ability to execute a perfect free kick, he did not have much confidence in deceiving the goalkeeper. This skill can only be classified as technique and does not influence his success rate of scoring. In terms of experience with free kicks, undoubtedly Ronaldo was the strongest on the field. Ronaldo nodded all right. He'll take it. He had never slacked off in training for free kicks. This was his specialty. When Ronaldo stood there revealing the determined gaze from years ago, Li Gangren instantly regretted giving Ronaldo a free kick opportunity. The entire crowd of fans instinctively held their breath. The camera zoomed in on Cristiano Ronaldo's face. His resolute gaze revealed a hint of ferocity. Seeing that expression, all the Portuguese fans felt a deep conviction within this goal was inevitable. Ronaldo's free kick felt as natural as returning home. As Ronaldo stood on the pitch, he held his breath as if all the sounds around him were gradually fading away, and in his world the wall of people in front of him had vanished. Only three elements remained in the world: the goal, the ball, and him. In that moment he had experienced it countless times. Too familiar. Familiar enough to know how much force, speed, and angle to use to send the ball flying. Ronaldo stepped back. At that moment, the most tense person in the stadium was the South Korean goalkeeper Kim Sung-kyu. Why offend anyone else but the one who excels at free kicks? Ronaldo, you've had your fun on the grass, and am the one who has to suffer. Although conceding a goal from Ronaldo's free kick wouldn't tarnish his reputation, but he'd still be booed by his own fans. Kim Sung-kyu felt speechless. As he saw Ronaldo step back, he immediately crouched down, preparing to face the Tiger's strike from nearly 40 meters away. He believed he still had a chance to save the ball. After all, Ronaldo was no longer at his peak. Just then he saw the ball disappear from the grass. The initial trajectory was blocked by the wall, but once it dispersed, he quickly locked onto the ball's path, and the ball moved at an incredible speed, and under high-speed cameras the spinning angle was barely captured. Kim Sung-kyu did not jump immediately. He knew Ronaldo's free kick was a typical dipping shot likely to drop suddenly in its later stage, so he merely needed to lift his hands. But why is a free kick considered a secret weapon? The secret lies in everyone knowing where the ball will go, yet they still cannot stop it. It was the same now. As the ball approached the goal and suddenly dipped just when Kim Sung-kyu aimed to lift his hands, the ball crashed between them and rebounded into the net. A dipping elevator ball. It drew a large C in the air. At this moment it was just like before. Many South Korean players stood frozen in place. It's over 3-0. How do we explain this to the national fans? The entire Portuguese crowd stood up applauding. Ronaldo remained the leader they could trust. Although in the hearts of fans from other countries, he is not the king of football, in the hearts of Portuguese fans he is the king. This time the king did not disappoint them. 3-0. This is the second time in the group stage that we've seen a scoreline of 3-0. Even though everyone knows the South Korean team is not particularly strong, scoring 3-0 indicates that the Portuguese team plays quite steadily. Of course, we must thank Jiang Feng. After all, he was the one who got tackled. In the country coach, He quoted a previous saying, at 41 Ronaldo can still glide like a swan and move like a dragon. This free kick still shows the marks of his battle against time. Though he is 41 years old, his physical age remains at its peak. His exceptional shooting skills deliver an extraordinary viewing experience. This is Ronaldo, the spiritual totem of Portugal. The live stream filled with comments. A dipping elevator ball. This shot reminds me of the free kick I saw back in college. Ronaldo is still the same Ronaldo, unchanged. This shot is simply outrageous. Clearly Kim Sung-kyu saw the ball's trajectory, but couldn't stop it. This is his signature move. The South Korean players are truly outmatched. They can't compare to such a great player. Our player Jiang Feng was a bit wronged, but contributing a goal to the team makes it worthwhile. This was nearly a 40-meter free kick, even further than when he was younger. Who would have thought it would still go in? Can the boss really withstand the erosion of time? When I watched him play back then, I was just a teenager, and now I'm already a mother. The comments section was quite lively. Although Jiang Feng didn't get a direct assist, 2 of the 3 goals were directly related to him, showcasing his immense value as a midfielder. Midfielders are the ones who orchestrate the attack. Though they may not shine as brightly as strikers, many people still appreciate them. After all, it's a team sport, and everyone is crucial. Jiang Feng silently demonstrated his value in midfield, and countless clubs were already preparing to make a move. If the first match was luck, then in the second match he proved with strength that he has the ability to enter the top league. Though his dribbling speed is a bit lacking, that's not a problem. After all, he is only 18 years old, and can seriously train to eliminate those weaknesses. Some team managers have already raised their psychological price to 30 million euros. On the field, Portugal did not have much room for celebration as the South Korean team was forced to attack with less than 20 minutes left. Equalizing the score was as difficult as climbing to the sky, but perhaps scoring 1 goal could salvage some face. Our Republic of Korea, do you not care about face? shaved bald with a score of 3-0. Having already suffered humiliation from Colombia, facing another defeat from the Portuguese team would mean 2 losses. Even if they win the third match, their advancement to the knockout stage would depend on the performance of other teams. So they were still hoping to make a desperate effort. What if they end up in third place and their goals allow them to qualify for the knockout? When the match resumed, Old Thomas advised from the sidelines to focus entirely on defense, as there was no need to fight for possession. Their next match was just 4 days away, and it was wise to conserve the stamina of the starters. After all, the match had reached this point, and everyone's physical endurance was nearing its limit. However, Old Thomas quickly realized he had underestimated Jiang Feng's stamina. During the run, Jiang Feng's sprint speed showed no signs of diminishing. In this regard, he was somewhat comparable to Ronaldo. But Ronaldo is a forward who, when competing for the ball, his running distance isn't excessively far. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, had to sprint back and forth between midfield and defense, while facing interference from South Korean players constantly dashing to create distance from them. He should have been exhausted by now. Yet Jiang Feng appeared slender and weak, but his acceleration was surprisingly strong and, importantly, very enduring. He continued to leave the South Korean team spinning. Beside him, VD said, "Oh coach, I think Jiang Feng seems a bit angry." Old Thomas was taken aback, then turned to see Jiang Feng's serious expression and suddenly realized. Usually Jiang Feng was always polite within the team, maintaining a gentle smile, no matter whom he faced, embodying the humility of an Oriental. But now, after being provoked twice by Lee Kangyan's antics, even a clay Buddha would get angry, let alone a hot-blooded youth who doesn't have a temper. Old Thomas then fell silent. He understood that at this moment he needed to respect the play. In the following minutes, everyone could see Jiang Feng still running frantically. The overall team leaned towards defense, but whenever they gained possession, he was always the first to stand in midfield, ready to orchestrate the attack. Once Portugal shifted to a defensive stance, the South Korean team's offense became increasingly difficult. This year's Portuguese team is regarded as the strongest ever. Their midfield is world-class, but so are their defenders. Mendes and Diaz are both top-speed defenders, each valued over 60 million euros. Combined, their worth exceeds 100 million euros, which is equivalent to half of the South Korean team. With them on either side, the only way for South Korea to attack is through long passes. The midfielders would kick the ball high into the air to the forwards, using rapid attacks to create distance between the forwards and defenders for scoring opportunities. However, it seems they forgot that Diaz's aerial combat skills are also top-notch. In the final 5 minutes of aerial battles, Diaz put in all his effort to send Son Heung-min stumbling. Son Heung-min, gritting his teeth, lay on the ground, trying to feign injury. But the referee didn't even glance at him. His acting was too obvious. Diaz was jumping up, not targeting him. Why fall so fast? Son Heung-min felt speechless, realizing that his little scheme had been seen through by the referee. If the referee awarded him a penalty, the fans would drown the referee in spit. He wouldn't dare to be so blatantly biased, or else his officiating license would be revoked. After Son Heung-min got up, he secretly thought something bad had happened. After Diaz won the header, he flicked the ball with a lion's shake directly to the lightning-fast Mendes. The two defenders coordinated well. After Mendes received the ball, he dribbled along the sideline. In fact, he didn't push his speed to the limit. The team's overall formation leaned towards defense, and their desire to attack wasn't particularly strong, so he wanted to consume the garbage time in the last 5 minutes. He started playing defensively against the South Korean team. When the South Korean midfielders came to steal the ball, he directly made a long pass to Jiang Feng nearby. Most of the South Korean players had participated in the attack, creating space around Jiang Feng. According to defensive strategy, Jiang Feng would dribble for a distance, waiting for the opposing defenders to close in before making a long pass to a teammate on the other side, pulling back and forth like that. But unfortunately, Jiang Feng was feeling a bit fiery. His youthful passion was surging, and he had energy with no outlet. So as the ball soared through the air, he unleashed his specialty, an aerial long pass. Before the ball could land, he jumped up. With his left leg swinging in the air, his right leg delivered a powerful strike. At 1 meter high, the right leg launched the ball like a cannonball towards Buffet in the front. Lee Kangyan was dumbfounded. Wait, is that the right leg I tackled? Young people recover really fast, or I tackled him, and he can still make such a powerful pass. This aerial pass was incredibly stylish. Buffet was confused. What are you doing, kid? We've already secured the win. Do we need to go all out like this? It's just youth. He doesn't know how to conserve energy. Since that's the case, let's charge forward with you. Meanwhile, Ronaldo and Buffet had already started sprinting forward. Old Thomas was stunned. This counterattack was not the tactic he had devised. He wanted to utilize Jiang Feng and Buffet's long pass offensive system. It was a mess. Jiang Feng's long aerial pass surprised the Portuguese players. When he first used this move, it stunned everyone. His seemingly frail body suddenly erupted with such immense energy. The same is true now. The South Korean team clearly hadn't studied the substitute wearing number 30 carefully. When he executed the long aerial pass, their reactions were bewildered. Are you telling me that this was a long aerial pass executed by an 18-year-old Chinese youth? His body in the air seemed to be riding on clouds. It was simply unbelievable. Their reactions were a split second late. The aerial pass was both fast and accurate, landing directly beside Buffet. Buffet's dribbling ability is undeniable, and after resting for about 10 minutes, he was quick, taking the ball to a higher position along the edge of the field. With C. Ronaldo and B's eyes sprinting, they created a great offensive opportunity. However, the opposing team still had a goalkeeper and 2 defenders. If there were no defenders, it would have been offside. Without hesitation, Buffet directly made a through pass from midfield to the left front side for Bishi. Bishi is a light cavalryman with scoring ability, but that doesn't mean he can score from near the baseline. Fortunately, at this moment, there was a significant gap in the South Korean defense. This gap was the vast open space in front of Jong Fong. Jong Fong was positioned just behind him. He wasn't in a hurry. After waiting for the opposing defender to position himself, he then passed back to the number 30 jersey Jong Fong, who was not far behind. The ball returned to Jong Fong's feet. However, Buffet had already created a great opportunity. Buffet passed the ball from midfield, and the midfield defender hadn't had time to close in, creating a gap as he sprinted towards Bishi. The opposing players were left in the dust. Jong Fong had a vast passing space. C. Ronaldo was positioned too close to the baseline. He understood that he was drawing the fire, having run for so long his stamina was low for a shot, so he pointed to the young Leo. Jong Fong understood. After receiving the ball, he immediately executed a long pass. The perfect contact was made with the rolling ball. The ball flew flat and fast like a cannonball heading towards Leo. Leo always wore a smile. He was grateful that Jong Fong would pass him the ball and had already positioned himself early. In fact, he could have moved forward a bit, but the opposing goalkeeper was trying to create an offside, so he stepped back a few paces, otherwise he would have almost been in the small penalty area. AC Milan's lightning winger truly lived up to the name. The ball was fast and precise, landing directly in the direction Leo was advancing. Leo's ball control technique was undoubtedly excellent. With one touch, he then directly shot. His movement was minimal as his toes poked the ball, slipping through the goalkeeper's legs and rolling over the goal line. 4-0. Jong Fong once again showcased his ability to organize attacks and provide assists. Seeing this, the South Korean fans felt as if the sky had fallen. What kind of monster is this? Scoring in the last 5 minutes. The mighty Taeguk Warriors of Asia lost 2 matches in the group stage. They were continuously slaughtered. After being beaten in 2 out of 3 matches, advancing from the group stage had become a luxury. This number 30 was simply their nemesis. Leo was extremely excited when he scored. In this match, she scored 1 goal, and C. Ronaldo netted 2, all scored by the veteran players. This time my golden generation finally made an impact. Of course, if we consider Jong Fong as part of the golden generation, he has always been impactful. Even more excited than the live audience were fans back home. Everyone has long been fed up with the despicable actions of the South Koreans. Such a team deserves to be humiliated. To let them know their place. Well done, ha! Good job, Jong Fong. Even at the last moment, they did not give up on scoring an exaggerated 4-0. This is the most exaggerated scoreline in the group stage. Even the previous French and Argentine teams did not dominate their group stage opponents like this. I said this South Korean team is essentially weak. No one disagrees, right? The long aerial pass he used was too skilled. He did the same in the warm-up match last time. This long pass is really both fast and accurate. At just 18, he already possesses the ability to dominate the World Cup group stage. Given time, his achievements may rival the legendary duo. This should be one of the best midfielders in the group stage. So far, his impact is even greater than that of the veteran Modric. Leo the Smiling Tiger is also smiling happily. He finally got an assist from Jong Fong, the strongest Chinese player if he were to return to play in his home country. I can't even imagine. The commentary booth. Teacher He Wei exclaimed excitedly. Before the ball even touches the ground, he lifts his foot and sweeps through the sky. Jong Fong executed a handsome long aerial pass, initiating the team's counterattacking capability. This is the talent of our young Chinese player Jong Fong. By the way, this player attended elementary and middle school in his home country, and he was in the same classes as many students about to take their college entrance exams. Jong Fong shines on the World Cup stage, and I hope that everyone of his age will also find their own World Cup stage in the future to shine. This group stage is nearing its end. Let's first congratulate Portugal for winning 2 consecutive matches and securing their spot in the group stage. Portugal's performance in this year's group stage has been unexpected. It is said that this is the strongest Portugal in history. Many of C. Ronaldo's critics were initially skeptical. As long as C. Ronaldo is on the field, he occupies a forward position, and many thought he was too old to contribute. However, no one expected that in the first hard battle C. Ronaldo scored a goal. In the second match, he netted twice. He directly broke the record set in the previous World Cup. He is now also the top scorer in this year's World Cup with 3 goals, shining brightly. In the last World Cup, Mbappe's golden boot was only 8 goals. Based on C. Ronaldo's current form, if he can reach the finals, it seems he could easily win the golden boot. At this point, this thought had already taken root in C. Ronaldo's heart. The Golden Boot of the World Cup is something Messi has never won. The Golden Boot is a symbol of ultimate offensive power. Conversely, Ronaldo values the Golden Boot more than the Ballon d'Or. Houston Sports Stadium. The final garbage time. The referee didn't give a single second of stoppage time. It's already 4-0. What else can be given? Does giving you 15 minutes change the outcome? Not even God could change it. No God has already come and stood by Portugal's side. That long aerial pass from the young man in the number 30 jersey seemed as if God had possessed him. The referee's whistle blew. All the Portuguese fans stood up and applauded. For Ronaldo, who scored twice, for Leo, who scored one, and especially for Jiang Feng, who contributed to this exciting match. This 18-year-old boy exceeded their expectations by far. He is the youngest midfielder this year, yet his performance was perfect, rivaling that of the veterans. After the match, Jiang Feng specifically came to thank the fans from his home country. He even crossed the barrier to sign jerseys for them. There's no way to explain the significance of people from the hometown except in their home country. Some playful fans even shouted Imperial Palace Jade liquid wine to verify Jiang Feng's heritage. Jiang Feng casually replied 180 for a cup, which made the fans from his home country smile knowingly. Meanwhile, the Portuguese fans waiting for Ronaldo's signature looked a bit confused. What is this mysterious happy incantation from the East? Why is everyone so happy? St. Louis, Missouri Origin Hotel. Usually this hotel doesn't attract much attention. Now it has gained close attention from locals, as it is the hotel where the Argentine national team is staying. There are many fervent fans outside the hotel. If it weren't for the security, they would have rushed in to find the football king Messi. At this moment, Messi was watching the Portuguese match in the hotel with De Paul, Paredes and Enzo. There were scattered snacks on the floor. This was because De Paul was so astonished by Jiang Feng's long aerial pass that he jumped up from the sofa spilling the snack. At this moment, they saw Portugal defeating the Asian powerhouse South Korea 4-0. The Five-Shield Legion has strong paper strength. Of victory is not frightening. The real fear is creating the most disastrous scenario in the group stage. In this year's World Cup, as the defending champions, Argentina naturally felt pressure. There has always been a curse for champions, and no team has ever successfully defended their title. However, they still had the most optimal lineup, and Messi naturally wanted to lead them to defend their title. For the top-tier midfield configuration of the Five-Shield Legion, they certainly placed great importance on it. With such a foundation, they should at least have the strength to reach the quarterfinals or even the semifinals. They could very likely be their future opponents, thus requiring close attention. They thought that this year Portugal's golden generation would rise, and it should be the world of the young. But who would have thought that out of the 4 goals, only one was scored by the young forward Leo? Surprisingly, the other 3 actually came from the BBC trio. Ronaldo shone brightly once again, as if wielding the old sword of yesteryear, glimmering with cold light, just like in his prime. His attacking ability remains unparalleled among all forwards in the World Cup. This left them very surprised. Ronaldo's performance had been quite lackluster in recent years. After winning a championship in Saudi Arabia, they thought it was nothing to worry about, but they didn't expect such a sudden and powerful explosion. It's one thing for Ronaldo to be so formidable. They weren't particularly afraid of this defending champion. In the last World Cup, Argentina also made it through defeating even the powerful French team. What fear does Portugal? However, what surprised them even more was that this year's strongest midfielder for Portugal was not from their golden generation, but a rookie. This kid is only 18 years old and is of Chinese descent. This perplexed Messi. What kind of divine realm is Portugal that they have produced so many brilliant midfield talents? The long pass from that 18-year-old boy made him very envious. His 3 companions beside him are all midfielders and have a good relationship with him, but none can match Jiang Feng's level of long passing. Messi felt a sense of regret. How come such a genius isn't in Argentina? If Argentina had such a talented midfielder, his title as football king would have been firmly established. Enzo said this kid's talent for long passing is really impressive, but his short passing, his average dribbling and speed are also average, and his defensive capability is rather negligible, making him quite easy to target. Messi nodded silently. What he actually wanted to say was that even if these aspects are average, sometimes sheer power can create miracles. As long as the strength is great enough, anything can happen. But saying this would hurt morale. He felt there was no need to voice his concerns about the significant threat. He could only remind his teammates to observe Portugal carefully. The Bozadin Four Seasons Hotel, where the Fagua national team was lodged. It was no FIFA arrangement. The generous Fagua squad had simply chartered the entire hotel. It was plain to see that this year Fagua's Gall Rooster was not short of funds, much like their forward line. At that moment, Deschamps was agonizing over which forwards to deploy in the next match. On the squad list, there were 3 players valued above 100 million: Mbappe at 200 million, Alais at 150 million, and Dingbailai at 100 million. Those 3 were indispensable, yet, when they featured, Mbappe's form was conspicuously off. Players like Du Ai and Barcola, irreplaceable at their clubs, could only be used as substitutes here. No wonder he fretted. How to field the most advantageous forward assortment to conjure a miracle at this World Cup. Yet to his surprise, Pitaya had forged a miracle first. Coach just in, Pitaya beat Hongwa 4-0. Si Luo scored twice. The assistant coach burst into Deschamps' room. The news caught him off guard. 4-0? Their attack is that potent. Si Luo scored too. Any footage? Deschamps asked and watched the 2 goals unfold in the replay with astonishment. He's still so forceful, Deschamps murmured, nodding. Just as I thought. His ability is not inferior to Meishi's. It seems Pitaya may well be a formidable rival this year. Their midfield indeed supplies repeated salvos. Do not underestimate Pitaya. Last year they lifted the Nations League, and old Tomasi is a coach with a keen eye. The assistant added, tonight's best performer was an 18-year-old rookie. His long passing was exceptional. Deschamps was puzzled. 18. That prodigious midfielder. He had been aware of Jiang Feng in passing, but with no dossier he had paid him little mind. Seeing Jiang Feng's long passes and his ability to win possession by neutralizing opponents, Deschamps felt a twinge of envy. God, if such a midfielder played for us, I would field 5 forwards just to rack up assists for him. Those long passes were brutally fast and precise. His aerial long balls were executed with effortless mastery. By that single attribute, he could command a price in the tens of millions of euros. Deschamps exclaimed, I always knew old Tomasi would not throw an untested rookie into the fray without. It seems we must study not only agenting for revenge, but also Pitaya. Before the major national squads had even published their World Cup rosters, Deschamps felt confident looking at his own list. So many lethal forwards, what was there to fear? But once the tournament began, he grew a little glum. Mubape's season at Huangma had petered out, and he never quite found his rhythm. Tactics built around him failed, yet Deschamps could not bring himself to stop trusting Mubape. To make matters worse, while Mubape struggled, other national teams were producing one brilliant performance after another. Even the 40-something Si Luo had been reborn at this World Cup, seeming to have reclaimed his peak. By all appearances, the Wudun Legion already possessed the strength to stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Agenting, Fagwa Zabanya, and other heavyweights, who said this year would be the twilight of the gods. This was a contest of divinities. Every god had returned, and a new god had been born. This 18-year-old prodigy already carried a godlike aura. He only lacked the one match that would canonize him. Such a match would surely require a formidable opponent. Deschamps fervently hoped it would not be his Fagwa side. Olda was in despair. He arrived brimming with confidence, only to find the World Cup filled with maestros. Beyond Fagwa, several other favorite teams shared his concern. Fans mockingly deride Yingling as soft at big tournaments, and Zabanya fears the jinx of the favorite, yet both sides recognized that Pitaya was no transitional team, but a constellation of stars, new talents ascending. No exaggeration, Pitaya sealed qualification early, which was not entirely surprising. After all, in a death group, anything can happen. What surprised everyone was that this squad had produced a genius midfielder who seemed to carry the team forward with his very presence. In the first match, Jiang Feng's crescent blade pass ended the game. In the second match, 3 goals were born from Jiang Feng's influence. Though he recorded only 1 goal and 1 assist, his contribution was palpable and visible in recent days. The major betting markets slashed Pitaya's odds. Their title odds tumbled to 1 in 5. This World Cup, it seemed Pitaya had received a godsend. This youth, whoever he was, had enormously amplified Pitaya's attacking potency. Before the tournament, Pitaya's title odds had been 1 in 11. Now they were halved. Jiang Feng had proved his worth, but the busiest man was not the player himself. It was Pitaya's head coach, old Tomasi, fielding calls all day, many from the National Sports Ministry. They hoped old Tomasi would back the rookie to push for better results. Qualification secured, he must at least exceed the previous World Cup finish, reach the semifinals, or better yet, win it all. If they were champions, then Pitaya would have the Nations League in 25, the World Cup in 26. With the Nations League in 26, then take off as well. But the real point was Jiang Feng's heritage. He was of Chinese descent. If Pitaya could groom him into a player on the level of Si Luo, they could wield a measure of football diplomacy with a major Eastern power. Si Luo's arrival had brought Pitaya a flood of tourists from that great country. If Jiang Feng rose to fame, Pitaya's tourism might very well take off. Modern reality had shown that cultivating ties with a major Eastern power can be immensely rewarding. Sometimes football is simply football, sometimes it is far from pure. Tomasi had coached for years, but had never seen such a scene. With qualification secured, the next match against Jeluanbia, if the result mattered little, would be the perfect chance to let Jiang Feng play the full 90 minutes. That would give Jiang Feng the chance to train his stamina and learn to endure a full match. Having already qualified, a win would be ideal. A draw still left them likely to top the group. A loss might influence the quality of their knockout opponents, but it was not decisive. Beyond inquiries from the sports ministry and state authorities, old Tomasi was beset by personal approaches, club coaches, scouts, and agents, all phoning to request contact with Jiang Feng. Their sole aim was to lock Jiang Feng into their club's roster before the World Cup ended. Some clubs had already put a 10 million euro annual salary on the table. Because Jiang Feng was a pure rookie with no transfer fee, a 10 million salary felt like a bargain. Media valuations already placed Zhang Feng at the 20 to 30 million euro level. Sign him on a 10 million salary, and then sell him on. What a windfall. After all, Zhang Feng had only logged an hour of World Cup action so far. Who could say how he might blossom? Sign him now, and his value might soar into the tens of millions, and the club would reap the transfer fees. In truth, a 10 million salary was generous. Mubape at 18 earned only 6 million, Hollanda at 17 even less, just 5 million. Had Zhang Feng not burst onto the World Cup stage, he might have been overlooked. After a single night, Deschamps could not sleep. Dozens of calls from footballing acquaintances, people who cared nothing for time zones. But old Tomasi would not tell Zhang Feng any of this. At such a crucial World Cup, how could he allow the boy to be distracted? Zhang Feng, having finished the match, celebrated briefly before turning in for rest. He had played an entire half at an intensity not comparable to high school leagues, and after fierce challenges and a few hard tackles, he woke the next day with aching swollen muscles. The World Cup's intensity was indeed high. Fortunately, his youth worked in his favor. At 18, his metabolism was rapid. Whatever knocks, he took a few hearty meals, and he would recover swiftly with no impact on his sprinting speed. The next morning, Zhang Feng could not wait to open the reward chest the system had granted after yesterday's match. Compared with the win, opening the chest excited him even more. A crisp notification: the host had acquired the skill Rinchiofingua, the separate Ballon body technique. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Clearly this was an exceptional ability. Zhang Feng did not yet enjoy top speed, and was often snuffed out by defenders. When speed failed him, he had to resort to passing. After all, every player at this World Cup brought far more experience. If one cannot overwhelm opponents with pace, one must outshine them with technique. The Rinchiofingua technique was excellent, elegant, and practical. It delivers the ball behind a defender while the player makes an off-the-ball run, receiving the ball on the far side. Because the defender must execute a turning motion, an all-out sprint can free the attacker from the mark. The skill was supremely useful. Unlike the compact, Yoja Wanzi, trick favored in crowded areas which waste time in open space, Rinchiofingua is the optimal choice for rapid breakthroughs. Fantastic. Zhang Feng sprang from his bed. With these two skills to protect him, his deficits in speed and physique were somewhat evened out. If only I could acquire god-tier speed, he mused. Speed is a player's foundation. Without it, talent can be squandered. Zhang Feng looked forward eagerly to the upcoming matches. System rewards were granted only for professional fixtures, thus the World Cup offered him not just fame, but growth. He arrived early at the training ground that day, much like Si Luo. Both of them distinguished only by the thinnest margin between first and second. Si Luo showed no sign of having played 2 full matches. That was the fruit of relentless daily training and his body's accustomedness to such rigors. He had become unquestionably Zhang Feng's model to study and emulate. As the second round of the World Cup group stage concludes, there have been upsets, as well as matches that met everyone's. Surprisingly, despite France winning both matches with scores of 3-1 and 2-0, Mbappe only contributed 1 goal, leaving fans around the world somewhat disappointed. Many fans feel that perhaps Mbappe has been neglecting his training and his form is not up to par. Didn't you say your idol is Cristiano Ronaldo? Cristiano's training has been consistent for years. What is going on with you, Mbappe? Have you already begun your decline before reaching the peak? Fans are somewhat disappointed and can only hope that Mbappe wakes up soon. France may be disappointing, but the strength of other forwards is indeed formidable, especially Dembele, whose market value has skyrocketed to over 200 million, making Mbappe's situation rather embarrassing. As the highest valued forward in the team, Dembele's 2 starts are worth more than the 3rd highest in the team. This doesn't matter much, but the key point is that Dembele is in Paris Saint-Germain. Moreover, since his departure, Paris Saint-Germain has retained the Champions League title. Without Mbappe, their dominance seems even stronger. Dembele even scored in the final, helping the team reach a penalty shootout. Mbappe is feeling a bit irritable. France was favored by global fans, but hasn't performed particularly well. In comparison to France, the other teams are showing strength that aligns well with their positioning. Argentina, also with 2 wins, although not as dominant as Portugal's 4-0 victory, has shown great steadiness, with scores of 2-1 and 2-0 displaying the poise of the reigning champions. Norway with Holland was defeated by France, but still managed to secure a win against Senegal in the second match, with Holland tearing through the opponent's defense and scoring twice. The Samba Army Brazil mainly relied on Vinicius in the forward position. Fortunately, Neymar recovered from his injury, and although he didn't play the full match, showed excellent form, even showcasing a lob dribble. In an era where all players are scoring with skill, only the horse has not forgotten his identity as a dancer. Whether they can win the championship is uncertain, but the Samba Army's matches are always visually appealing. Among all the teams, Colombia is currently the focus. They easily defeated South Korea in the first match and narrowly lost to Morocco in the second, with Portugal as their opponent in the third. This year's Portugal is frighteningly strong in the group stage. Colombia's strength is comparable to Morocco, holding the 13th position in the world as a South American team. At this point, Portugal's world ranking has risen to 5th, almost guaranteeing a spot in the top 4 of this year's World Cup. It poses a challenge for Colombia. However, their own strength cannot be underestimated. Forwards Luis Diaz and Suarez lead the charge, easily defeating South Korea and showcasing their capabilities. With the conclusion of 2 group matches, it became evident that Colombia's midfielder J. Rodriguez, despite having a market value of only €2 million, is the most threatening player on the team, delivering 2 assists across both matches and performing exceptionally well. J. Rodriguez's attitude remains largely positive. As a fan of Cristiano Ronaldo and a former teammate, he was asked about his thoughts on the last group match in a pre-game interview. J. Rodriguez stated, "Mr. Ronaldo has always been my idol and dear friend. I'm very happy to see his performance in the group stage, and I look forward to competing alongside the restored Mr. Ronaldo. Seeing Mr. Ronaldo have a midfielder adept at providing assists makes me very happy. I also look forward to competing against this young player Jiang Feng. If possible, I hope Coach Thomas can start Jiang Feng in the midfield. That young man has such talent. I believe Jiang Feng is the future Modric and will definitely become a master of the mid." From a young age, J. Rodriguez has been a diehard fan of Cristiano Ronaldo, much like Mbappe. There have even been reports of him driving hundreds of kilometers before he became famous just to get Ronaldo's autograph. The 2014 World Cup was a glorious moment for J. Rodriguez, winning the Golden Boot and then joining Real Madrid to play alongside Ronaldo. As a devoted fan, he consistently provided assists to Ronaldo, and together they won 2 Champions League titles. He was once an idol for a generation of domestic fans. His playing style, focused on slow ball control with minimal running, reflects a very classical approach to football. However, modern football requires midfielders to have high mobility and participate in pressing and physical confrontations. J. Rodriguez's defensive abilities have long been criticized by coaches who do not favor him. Coupled with frequent injuries and a desire to be the core of the team, this has led to many conflicts, leaving him without any first-tier clubs interested in him. He can only play in some aging leagues. Nevertheless, on the international stage, J. Rodriguez's performance has been commendable, with numerous assists. His skills cannot be represented by just €2 million. What surprised everyone this time was that his gaze was not just on Ronaldo, but also on a young midfielder. He boldly stated that this young man will become the new generation of midfield masters, which astonished many. Is this young man really that impressive? The 3rd round of the World Cup group stage is in full swing. Now half a month has passed since the World Cup began, and the excitement is gradually building. Almost all fans around the world know that Portugal has gained a talented young midfielder, so their match against Colombia has attracted tremendous interest. Many fans have begun to support Portugal, and even professional analysts have pointed out that this year Portugal has a chance to win the championship. Because this year's World Cup, they have 2 midfield systems, both capable of providing stable support to the 3. Their defensive capabilities are equally impressive, making this team completely competitive against any other team in this year's World Cup. Of course, the key is that they have added a long-range shooter. Moreover, this young player excels at long-range shots, which will surely give any team a headache. Under such circumstances, the match between Portugal and Colombia is held at the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami as scheduled. In Dragon Country, there was initially no national team participating in this year's World Cup, and the broadcast timing was quite awkward. Thus, predictions suggested that the World Cup's popularity would be significantly lower than in previous years. Who could have imagined that the emergence of a local young talent at the World Cup would directly elevate this year's World Cup's popularity to an all-time high? Although the viewership numbers may not match previous years, the excitement is closing in. Since Jiang Feng gained fame on the World Cup stage, the event has consistently ranked among the top 10 on various short video platforms. The match between the Five Shields Army and the South American Eagles takes place at 7:30 in the morning, coinciding with the time when many office workers are commuting on the subway. Thus, almost everyone in the subways of major cities is seen looking down at their phones. The voice of teacher He Wei resonates through the phones. Hello viewers. This is the live broadcast from the group match of the World Cup, where Portugal faces Colombia. According to our information, Portugal's starting lineup includes midfielder Jiang Feng, wearing number 30. Just this first sentence ignited the enthusiasm in the CCTV broadcast room. The national broadcaster and this year's World Cup sponsors are truly cashing in. Domestic fans are incredibly enthusiastic, causing the World Cup's popularity to soar and significantly boosting the brand recognition of their sponsors. Jiang Feng is practically their treasure, and they can only hope that their treasure will appear more often, which is exactly what they wished for. The comments in the live broadcast room are overwhelming. He's here. He really took the starting position. I knew Coach Thomas wasn't blind. The previous 2 group matches have proven that he has the capability to anchor the midfield at the World Cup. Didn't J. Rodriguez confirm his ability? He has also expressed high regard for Modric. Today's group match might result in an easy victory. If Portugal wins all 3 matches and advances as the first place, I can hardly imagine the subsequent matches. Don't underestimate the South American Eagles. Even though their ranking is lower than Morocco's, J. Rodriguez is a different player at the club compared to the National Cup. That's right, Jay. Rodriguez should never be underestimated. His organizational skills are remarkable. Teacher Hiway begins to analyze today's starting lineup for Portugal is truly star-studded, but let's not forget that Colombia has had competitive matches with Argentina in previous national team confrontations. J. Rodriguez, as a rather classical midfielder, has very strong organizational skills. Colombia's teamwork might even be a bit better than Portugal's. They are like a smaller version of the German team, making today's matchup incredibly exciting. Of course, for Portugal, they have already secured a place in the knockout stage, so they can afford to relax a bit. Within the Portugal team, there are two players who absolutely won't relax. One is Cristiano Ronaldo. After all, the captain is always thinking about scoring goals. This is also why J. Rodriguez regards Ronaldo as his idol. Personal heroism has always been very appealing. Unfortunately, J. Rodriguez lacks Ronaldo's luck, but has inherited Ronaldo's struggles, which is why he is not favored in the 5 major leagues. The other is of course Jiang Feng, who has just earned a starting spot. His starting position is partly due to Vitas' right leg injury. In fact, Vitas' injury is not serious, but Coach Thomas has decided to let him rest. Vitas' organizational skills actually conflict somewhat with B. Phase, and either one of them would suffice to ensure that Portugal's midfield is well connected. There's no choice. They have too many midfield masters, so while they don't lack Vidi, they do lack Jiang Feng, who can deliver precise long passes at any moment. Moreover, Jiang Feng can also contribute to long-distance shooting. He is quite similar to a young Modric. Just imagine the achievements Ronaldo had with Modric back in the day. A simple opening ceremony was conducted. Jiang Feng was quite excited as it was his first time standing on the field as a starting player. However, it seemed the system provided no prompts. Perhaps this appearance was not enough to trigger any system rewards. But it didn't matter, his current abilities should be sufficient to face Colombia. The starting lineup included number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo, number 18, Neto, and number 9, Ramos. In the midfield, number 30, Jiang Feng, number 21, and number 8, B. Fernandez. In defense, number 20, Cancelo, number 14, Ignacio, number 3, Araujo, and number 4, Ruben Dias. This lineup was truly luxurious. Old Thomas did not underestimate his opponents, especially since Jiang Feng was an inexperienced rookie. Facing the seasoned James Rodriguez leading the South American Eagles, he had to take this seriously. The total market value of the team exceeded 400 million euros. Their paper strength far surpassed that of their opponents. Colombia's threats included forward Luis Diaz, who shared the same number as Ronaldo, and number 24, Suarez. In the midfield, James Rodriguez was in charge of organizing play. In defense, number 2, Munoz from Crystal Palace was also experienced. At the start, Ronaldo and Rodriguez, two old teammates, tossed a coin. They valued each other, exchanging a few words while guessing. "Brother, how have you been lately?" Ronaldo greeted cheerfully as they had won both group matches and felt no pressure to advance, making him particularly happy. Rodriguez replied with a wry smile. "If we lose this round, we might end up third, and I don't know if there will be any opportunities. Perhaps this will be my last match in the World Cup." Upon hearing this, Ronaldo's expression turned somewhat somber. Once they had been teammates who supported each other. Now both were aging and had been cast aside by the top 5 leagues, relegated to playing in ordinary leagues. Rodriguez was also plagued by injuries. Ronaldo said, "It's okay, I can still play in the World Cup. You are much younger than me and have better opportunities ahead." Rodriguez replied, "Maybe." Ronaldo won the coin toss, gaining possession of the ball. Rodriguez retreated to his midfield position. As everyone dispersed, no one expected that when Ronaldo was about to kick off, he would run backward, confusing the opponent. At the same time, Neto and Ramos began to run forward. Rodriguez shouted loudly, "Quick attack!" Munoz. After passing the ball to Neves, Ronaldo started running forward. Indeed, this was a tactic designed by Old Thomas, a quick strike at the beginning. This tactic had previously been employed by the German national team, where all forwards would rush forward at kickoff to quickly stretch the opponent's defense, allowing the midfielders to launch a long ball into the center. The key was to catch the opponent off guard. Today, Neto and Ramos positioned themselves one on each side, successfully drawing attention and opening up space for Ronaldo's attack. Then Ronaldo sprinted at full speed. Neves passed the ball to Jiang Feng, who aimed to send a long pass to Ronaldo for a quick strike at the opponent's goal. Who would have thought that in just an instant after the kickoff, Rodriguez would react so quickly? Is this the national team's Rodriguez? Is his reflexes too exaggerated? Old Thomas was shocked when he saw Rodriguez shout for Munoz to defend. The opponent had seen through his opening However, the attacking machine had already been set in motion and could not be stopped. Old Thomas could only pray that if the attack failed, they must not be countered by the opponent. If the quick strike was anticipated by the opponent, it would no longer be a quick strike. Munoz, number 2 in the Colombia defense, was 30 years old, valued at 27 million euros, and very experienced. Although he had seen many quick strikes, he immediately locked onto the most threatening player, Ronaldo. He was closing in. He had keenly sensed that the real threat was Ronaldo, who was arriving late, while Neto and Ramos were merely drawing the defense's attention. One must admit his judgment was lethal and precise. As Jiang Feng ran behind, he felt the opponent had already reacted. Yet he continued to run forward seeking the best position. This quick strike tactic was specifically designed by Old Thomas, with the key point being his long passing ability. Even B. Fernandez had a chance of misplaying a long pass over 30 meters, and even if it reached its destination, the forward might have to take a few more steps, losing the angle for the shot. But this was not the case with Jiang Feng. His pinpoint long passes always found the forwards in the best positions. Thus, such midfield capabilities were not only suitable for long ball tactics, but also for executing a quick strike. Taking advantage of the opponent's formation not yet being dispersed, the ball could swiftly reach a high position, offering the forwards a chance to shoot. Therefore, the German quick strike was perfectly suited. As long as they secured possession at the start, they could always attempt a quick strike. Even if it failed, their defense would not participate in the attack, and they could quickly seal off all routes if the opponent countered. The opposing defenders reacted quickly. Neves passed the ball to Jiang Feng on the left flank as planned. According to the original plan, Jiang Feng was still to dribble forward a few steps before passing to Ronaldo. But an excellent midfielder must possess their own judgment. Jiang Feng knew that if he dribbled forward a few more steps, the opponent's defense would close in immediately. There was no time left. Moreover, Munoz was already beside Ronaldo, but fortunately, he was alone. At this moment, if he could provide Ronaldo with a header opportunity, given Ronaldo's jumping and aerial ability, he should easily suppress Munoz. So without any hesitation, as the ball approached his feet, Jiang Feng made a sprint and executed a backspin with the inside of his foot. The ball soared into the air 35 meters away. If Ronaldo managed to connect with this ball, it would be a perfect lob pass. If he couldn't, the ball would fly out of bounds. But regardless, Portugal had nothing to lose. Old Thomas was stunned. The kid was truly fearless, attempting a long pass from 35 meters. The key was whether the height was right. This height was too high. Even if it landed near Ronaldo, it would still be a high weight. Old Thomas was internally shocked. Could he be thinking of giving Ronaldo a header opportunity? Was he really not afraid of giving Ronaldo a concussion? 35 meters, do you know how much impact a soccer ball has? Jiang Feng clearly did not know, as he had never been good at heading and had never attempted to head a teammate's cross. But he was Ronaldo, why wouldn't he be able to handle it? In fact, Ronaldo was already prepared to take off upon seeing. This was somewhat different from their rehearsals. Jiang Feng should not have passed from such a distance, let alone a high ball. But the situation in the match was too complex and various circumstances would arise. Ronaldo knew that tactics were tactics, but once on the field, one had to adapt. All he had to do was face Munoz. If the opportunity slipped away in a matter of seconds, it would be too late. Opportunities on the field were fleeting. Just like the current heading opportunity. In just half a second, the ball might fly away. The audience had yet to get into the rhythm when they saw the ball soaring into Colombia's penalty area. There stood Ronaldo, who had just arrived, and he took off before he could even stop. Munoz took off at the same time. Munoz, standing 1.8 meters tall, had reliable aerial capabilities with a success rate of 45.8 in headers. He was among the top defenders in this position. Among the defenders in the team, only he could compete with Ronaldo in the air. Both jumped simultaneously, but Munoz arrived a step earlier, as this was their half and Ronaldo had just kicked off. Yet from everyone's perspective, Ronaldo jumped later, but appeared above Munoz's head like a lion pouncing on a rabbit, taking the lead. The ball's trajectory changed instantaneously in midair, heading straight for the corner of the Colombian goal. Jiang Feng's powerful pass provided the ball with incredible initial speed, and Ronaldo merely altered its course, still resembling a cannonball. Goalkeeper Vargas rushed forward. Who would have thought that within 10 seconds of the referee's whistle, the ball would be hovering above the small box? Munoz's defense was swift. However, in terms of aerial dominance, he was still no match for the 41-year-old Ronaldo. His jumping height was simply too high. Of course, this also relied on Jiang Feng's precise lob pass, perfectly timed for Ronaldo's jump. Plus, he barely cared about his position after the header, his body nearly parallel to the ground. The combination of both led to Vargas' misjudgment. By the time he reacted, he could only stand in place watching the ball find the net. 10 seconds into the match. A quick strike goal. Ronaldo landed heavily on Munoz, both of them crashing down, disregarding the risk of injury. Fortunately, neither had serious issues after landing and immediately looked towards the goal. Who would have thought Portugal would contribute the fastest goal of this World Cup? This quick strike, stemming from the German tactics, was even more decisive and efficient. The German quick strike had never been centered around headers, as it required the passer to have an exceptionally strong precision, which they had not yet possessed. They could only rely on speed to bring the ball to the front for a shot. What they couldn't achieve, Portugal, who seemingly had never executed a quick strike, managed to accomplish. It was simply outrageous. The cheers in Miami's stadium reached the skies. Oh God, Portugal can also execute a quick strike. I initially thought Colombia's strength would match Portugal's, but I didn't expect such an unexpected turn of events. The surprise came too quickly. That kid wearing number 30 can already bear the responsibility for the attack. Colombia reacted quickly enough, however they still couldn't stop Ronaldo's header. Ronaldo's heading ability is still unquestionable. This lob pass was well placed. It was almost 40 meters long. How could it be so accurately directed to Ronaldo's ideal heading space? Everything seemed so logical. Was the quick strike too smooth? The Portuguese fans were ecstatic. Ronaldo had scored 4 goals even before the group stage ended. His chances of winning the Golden Boot had significantly increased. As long as this young player continued to pass to Ronaldo, he would undoubtedly secure the Golden Boot. Domestic broadcast. Teacher Hiwei's voice trembled with extraordinary excitement. Perhaps the most electrifying commentary since the World Cup group stage began. A lightning strike. A blitzkrieg swift and thunderous. Facing the South American Eagles, a team famed for its resilient defense, the Five-Shield Legion opted for an immediate blitzkrieg at kickoff, catching their opponents utterly off guard. Cristiano Ronaldo's off-the-ball movement and aerial dominance are undoubtedly exceptional. But what is truly flawless is player no. 30 Jiang Feng's soaring through ball? Without that pinpoint long pass, Ronaldo might never have secured that aerial advantage. Teacher Hiwei's analysis remained incisive and perceptive. The live broadcast feed displayed the ball's velocity, 45 km/h, a speed rivaling that of world-class midfield maestros. Of course, this paled beside Cristiano Ronaldo's legendary free-kick power. When he unleashed his full force, the ball could soar past 100 km/h. Yet passing and shooting demand fundamentally different artistry. To sustain such velocity and trajectory while landing the ball precisely where a forward can strike. This is the hallmark of a world-class midfielder. Ordinary midfielders merely distribute the ball, elite ones orchestrate attacks. Domestic fans had already erupted into euphoria. Even across countless office buildings, white-collar workers sat motionless at their desks, faces alight, with exhilaration exchanging glances of shared delight. They all rejoiced in unison. Live chat scrolled furiously. Oh, a 30-meter through ball, so surgically precise it seemed guided by GPS locking onto Ronaldo's exact position. Old Thomas has even mastered the intricate combo moves. How did he absorb the blitzkrieg tactic so swiftly? Jiang Feng isn't just assisting Ronaldo, he's conducting him toward the net. Ronaldo's aerial supremacy remains unassailable. Leaping so high his point of contact must exceed 2 meters. To perform with such ferocity at his age, a true paragon of football. Had that through ball been intended for Messi, he simply couldn't have risen to meet it. Only Ronaldo could convert it, and rightly so. With Jiang Feng orchestrating, Ronaldo consistently unleashes his full lethal potential. 4 goals now. Should Ronaldo fall short of lifting the World Cup trophy, he'll surely claim the Golden Boot. At the Miami Stadium, Ronaldo let out a triumphant "Isayu," a roar echoing across the entire arena born of pure unadulterated elation. This goal had just equaled his personal World Cup scoring record. That record was set during the 2018 Russia World Cup, for goals capped by a breathtaking hat-trick against Spain that forced a draw against the mighty Matadors. That match stood as the zenith of his World Cup legacy. Yet that very pinnacle was now on the verge of being "Feng, you're truly my finest teammate." Ronaldo, overcome with emotion, clasped Jiang Feng's shoulders, letting slip unguarded the words that had long resided in his heart. Bruno Fernandes felt a pang of wry dismay. Good grief. I've partnered with you for over a decade, yet you've never said that to me. And this young man, after only a handful of matches together, could one of football's legendary duos truly be so unreserved? Yet Fernandes couldn't deny it. Their opening blitzkrieg had nearly been stifled. Had Jiang Feng not decisively launched that soaring thruffball, the attack would have collapsed entirely. Jiang Feng was evolving, steadily, inexorably. Such moments were lost on ordinary players. They simply lacked the instinct to seize them. Most midfielders execute tactics mechanically, step by step, without deviation. But true midfield masters possess flashes of genius, moments when intuition ignites, elevating the entire team and shattering the net. Jiang Feng claimed another assist. In this World Cup, Jiang Feng's record stood dazzlingly apart: 1 goal, 4 assists. The tournament's outright leader in assists, unmatched by any other. Even Luka Modric, the living legend, had managed only 3 assists after completing all group stage matches. Jiang Feng's name would indelibly blaze among the brightest stars of the group stage. James Rodriguez watched Portugal's jubilant celebration with quiet resignation. Munoz sighed, that boy's passing is extraordinary. Had that through ball landed just a fraction earlier, I'd have headed it wide. Its descent was perfectly calibrated. Rodriguez added, I told you. He'll inherit Modric's mantle, perhaps even surpass his predecessor. His long passes are unervingly precise. Indeed, before the match, they'd studied Jiang Feng's passing statistics, a staggering 90 success rate in long-range deliveries, an astonishing figure. Thus, old Thomas's decision to deploy the blitzkrieg based on Jiang Feng's unique capability was not only logical, it proved devastatingly effective. Yet such a tactic could succeed only once its power lay entirely in surprise. Alas, they'd conceded a goal at kickoff. How could they possibly recover? The psychological blow was immense. Rodriguez, no stranger to tempestuous highs and crushing lows, faced the setback with calm resolve. Stay focused, everyone. The counterattack begins now. In the national team, Rodriguez reigned as undisputed captain and leader. Though his market value wasn't astronomical, his teammates followed his command without hesitation and instantly reorganized their positions. This match was pivotal. A loss would relegate them to third place in the group. Advancement left to fate. Yet a win, even if their goal tally fell short of Morocco's, would secure top ranking among all third-place teams, guaranteeing qualification. For them, this was a do-or-die clash. Absolutely no room for despair after a single goal. 89 minutes still remained. Could the South American Eagles ever yield so easily? Renowned for their tenacity, they refused to relent. Even against superior opponents, they'd tear a piece of flesh from their hide. The match resumed, and upon regaining possession, they advanced with deliberate, unwavering composure. Portugal had struck with lightning speed, but once Colombia regained control, the tempo slowed dramatically, leaving Portuguese players momentarily disoriented. It felt like hurtling along a highway only to abruptly enter a strict speed limit zone. Rodriguez received the ball, utterly unruffled, as if strolling through his own living room, scanning every teammate's positioning with serene intensity. Zhang Feng had never encountered such a midfielder, not in Korea nor in Morocco. Modern football favored blistering counterattacks, yet here was Rodriguez ambling leisurely. But Zhang Feng harbored no underestimation, only keen respect. For this was Rodriguez's essence. He was Colombia's cerebral architect, never engaging in exhausting sprints or frantic pressing. Thus, each of his passes carried lethal intent. The more relaxed he appeared, the greater the psychological pressure mounted upon the Five-Shield Legion. No one could fathom the calculations unfolding within that unhurried mind. Yet all knew his vision was peerless, his eyes perpetually attuned to the faintest fissure in the opponent's defense. This uncertainty gnawed at the Five-Shield Legion, each player bracing for the moment Rodriguez would unleash a pass into an unguarded chasm. Colombia built its reputation on seamless synergy, so the Five-Shield Legion dared not relax. Yet even after conceding, Rodriguez's side exuded unruffled composure, as if time itself bent to their rhythm. They understood their standing amid this constellation of global superstars. Winning the tournament demanded nothing short of divine intervention. Thus, every goal was a gift. To defeat held no shame. They were content simply to run alongside giants. Their collective mindset was serene, unified, and unshakable. Rodriguez patiently probed for 3 full minutes, his ball retention formidable. Cancelo attempted a tackle, failed, and Rodriguez fired a piercing through ball to Luis Diaz, sounding Colombia's counteroffensive trumpet. All other players surged forward, except Rodriguez, who remained placid. To the uninitiated, he might appear injured, but Ronaldo, intimately familiar with him, sensed something subtly askew. When Portugal's attack faltered and cleared wildly, Munoz collected the ball deep in defense, calm, unhurried, waiting until movement ceased before feeding Rodriguez. This time Rodriguez didn't stroll with his left foot, he unleashed a thunderous arcing through ball, landing precisely behind Cancelo where Suarez awaited. A 3-0 breakaway opportunity materialized instantly. Luis Suarez, 28, robust, and in his prime, anchored Sporting CP's front line. 47 starts, 38 goals, 8 assists. On average, every appearance yielded a direct contribution to a goal, an offensive threat impossible to ignore. Portugal scrambled desperately. Suarez feinted, swerved, evading 2 defenders, until Inacio finally slowed him, forcing a feeble off-balance shot intercepted cleanly by Costa. Zhang Feng observed Rodriguez's mastery. His spatial awareness remained transcendent. To perceive the void behind Cancelo amid such chaos, then deliver a pass of such surgical precision, truly rare. To wield such authority and still command a national team, remarkable. His chemistry with Suarez was equally impressive. Ronaldo watched momentarily, dazed, his gaze drifting toward Rodriguez. Their eyes met, and both smiled, a silent communion forged in memory. Years ago in a Champions League final at Real Madrid, Rodriguez had executed precisely this kind of pass. Only then the receiver had been Ronaldo himself, not Suarez. And that goal, of course, found the back of the net. Ronaldo hadn't needed to dribble, merely stepped into the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a thunderous drive. His chance of success eclipsed Suarez's odds of weaving past defenders. That was Ronaldo's apex. Every thunderous strike found its mark. And that year marked Rodriguez's own zenith, La Liga's best midfielder. A mutual admiration bloomed between them, tempered by melancholy. Time had moved on. Ronaldo, aged, Rodriguez faded from the spotlight. Now Ronaldo had discovered in Zhang Feng a midfield partner surpassing Rodriguez in velocity, accuracy, and above all, youth. Youth implied boundless possibility. When this attack failed, Rodriguez showed no urgency. Portugal's turn to attack arrived, but Colombia, far from passive, saw Rodriguez swiftly organize a disciplined defensive line, repelling the assault. For a time the contest flowed evenly. No dominant force emerged beyond that initial explosive. Is it really this difficult to play against Colombia, even more so than against Morocco? Colombia's defensive coordination is impressive, and Portugal's number of offensive attempts has significantly decreased. This pace is too slow. Colombia's ball possession time exceeds that of Portugal. How is his ball control so? One must not underestimate J. Rodriguez's organizational skills. Their team's coordination is truly remarkable. How long has it been since we've seen him in the domestic media? He is surprisingly clever. No wonder he is a former teammate of C. Ronaldo. It's a pity for J. Rodriguez. Had his personal style been more appreciated by club teams, he could have been a top-tier legendary midfielder. This guy has become fragile, he can't run, and is always injured. It's really unfortunate. He was once Still many people in the country know J. Rodriguez. Even C. Ronaldo and J. Rodriguez were the inspiring stars for many fans. Thus today's match has the highest domestic popularity among the group matches, not at all inferior to the reigning champions and the king of football Messi's Argentina, and it's even more popular due to Zhang Feng's presence. Currently, the FIFA organizing committee is in a frenzy because they can access viewership data from fans worldwide. This data is unparalleled in the Eastern superpower. The number of fans in the Eastern superpower ranks first globally, as evident from the domestic league. Why can we only watch the domestic league? Don't ask. The key is that this group of fans is exceptionally high quality. Even with a market this large, expanding to 48 teams this year didn't open up opportunities. Isn't that infuriating? Their broadcasting rights were even cut because their team has no weaknesses in the World Cup. No matter how you broadcast, if my main team isn't playing, I can simply choose not to watch. They never anticipated that despite Long Country not having its national football team, it still has a large population of overseas Chinese. The viewership from Long Country has already exceeded tens of millions, and they feel they are losing out by selling broadcasting rights for less than 2 digits. If they had the ability to foresee the future, they would never have sold for this amount. It seems necessary to continue expanding the number of participating teams for the next World Cup. No matter what, that group of useless players must be included. Winning or losing doesn't matter. What matters is the market they represent behind them. Even FIFA cannot understand how such a large market has not managed to form a stronger team. Not to mention advancing to the knockout stage. Even just getting to the group stage would be an achievement. Zhang Feng's presence has made some happy, some angry, and others frustrated. Inside Miami Arena, the match, which is not particularly intense, is still ongoing. If the ball comes to Portugal, they will quickly organize an attack at a high frequency, but if it comes to Colombia, the pace of the match will immediately escalate. This makes the audience feel as if they are on a roller coaster, sometimes accelerating and sometimes hitting the brakes. It's quite uncomfortable. Yet such matches are constantly filled with suspense. Who knows if J. Rodriguez's shot will spark a tight attack from Colombia. Despite his value being only 2 million, the level of threat he poses is comparable to that of midfielders worth tens of millions. As the match reached the 33rd minute, everyone was basically warmed up. After Portugal's attack was thwarted, they entered the counterattack phase of Colombia's defense. The person with the ball is not J. Rodriguez, but another young midfielder. J. Rodriguez rarely participates in runs as he is thinking about the attacking route while his teammates move. Upon reaching Portugal's half, a teammate passed the ball to J. Rodriguez on the wing. Without any hesitation, J. Rodriguez directly threaded the ball to the forward number 7L. Diaz. The number 7 jersey is always the sharpest spear in any team. Of course, the key here is J. Rodriguez precise through ball. This pass looks very simple, yet like before, it seems to be a repeat of the same trick, perfectly finding a suitable gap during the movement of the Portuguese players. Perfectly suited for L. Diaz and Suarez's performance. Both rushed forward simultaneously, even executing a small crossover run, ultimately forcing Portugal's Inácio to clear the ball out of bounds, giving the opponents a corner kick opportunity. This brought a smile to J. Rodriguez's face. A corner kick is his most proficient way of providing assists. In his prime, J. Rodriguez was known as the king of set pieces. His left-footed curling ball excels not only in corners, but also in free kicks. That year, C. Ronaldo and J. Rodriguez's free kicks, though stylistically different, had similar success rates. Be careful, make sure to stay focused. The veteran Thomas knows J. Rodriguez's abilities well. As a head coach, he prioritizes thoroughly studying the opposing team's star player. J. Rodriguez has always been the core of Colombia, so he certainly won't let this opportunity slip. C. Ronaldo is also aware of this. He doesn't dare underestimate his former teammate. Soon J. Rodriguez stood in the corner kick area. The Portuguese players were on high alert. J. Rodriguez didn't keep everyone waiting too long, but once the opportunity arose, he launched the ball. A beautiful arc. It's evident that his fundamentals are flawless. The curve is quite pronounced. Moreover, he did not fly over the wall, but rather arched behind it, even crossing over the goal. At first glance, this doesn't seem like a good corner kick. However, he timed it perfectly with Suarez's run. The ball flew horizontally across the goal from the right to the left, seemingly without any chance to score. Yet Suarez appeared at just the right moment, receiving the descending ball and heading it into the net. Portugal's goalkeeper Costa completely did not expect this corner to travel so far and then curve back. He stretched out his foot to intercept, but missed by a mere fraction, allowing the ball to go in. This truly shows that one cannot give the opponent even the slightest opportunity. The score was instantly revised to 1-1. The audience at the scene gasped, surprised that J. Rodriguez really had something up his sleeve. Colombia is indeed a team that could trade blows with Argentina in the past. Despite their apparent lack of strength on paper, they truly seize opportunities when presented with them. What a beautiful corner. J. Rodriguez still has it. Costa is stunned. Ha. The fans at the scene were pleasantly surprised. Portugal's fans were not overly stressed. Even if they lost this group match, they could still advance comfortably. Everyone understood though match strategy. It was to allow Jiang Feng to gain experience. Losing one match is not an issue. As long as the results are there, the fans are generous. The group stage performance has already met their expectations, and they are just waiting for Portugal to perform well in the knockout stage. Colombian fans were thrilled. After 2 rounds in the group stage, the Five-Shield Legion has become a top contender alongside Argentina, France, and Spain as one of the 4 seed teams. Colombia is currently ranked in the teens in the world. Achieving a draw is already commendable. This is the helplessness of a small football nation. They have no world-class stars, making it difficult to compete with a Portugal team full of shining talents. Even Norway with Holland is struggling desperately in the group stage to avoid drowning. Needless to say, for them, 1 goal is enough. The Portuguese players, having conceded 1 goal, were not overly tense. They remained relaxed and quickly organized an attack, with the second half passing by swiftly. During halftime, Old Thomas acknowledged everyone's quick strike and Jiang Feng's long pass. However, their game was somewhat dictated by Colombia completely losing their rhythm. But that's unavoidable. It's like a person with a quick temper encountering a slow-witted one, making communication. In the second half, Old Thomas instructed them to continue with their established tactic of long passes, while also guarding against the opposing quick strikes, as the other side has a midfielder very adept at long passes. Halftime passed quickly. For Jiang Feng, running half the field wasn't too tiring, so just a few minutes later, he was back to full form. This is much quicker than the recovery of those 30-year-old players. This is the benefit of youth. While others see him as young, he actually possesses extraordinary stamina. This is akin to a younger version of C. Ronaldo. The second half of the match began. Colombia held possession, and they too started attacking right from the get-go. They aimed to employ the same quick strike tactic to score first and take the lead. Portugal clearly had their guard up. I know how to execute this tactic, and of course I must defend against it. However, when the passer is J. Rodriguez, Suarez and L. Diaz are already positioned inside the penalty area. J. Rodriguez lifted his foot for a long pass. Suarez received the ball, and the Portuguese defense line instantly retreated. Unexpectedly, Suarez completely faked a shot. After breaking through, he had no intention of shooting, but instead delivered a high cross. This move was a feint, causing all of Portugal's dense defense to miss the mark. This match has indeed been a plaything for Colombia right from the start. At this moment, Jiang Feng became alert, shouting Costa. He warned, because Colombia's real killer move was coming. As a midfielder who is usually skilled at long passes, Jiang Feng noticed the gap in the middle and immediately reminded Costa to watch out for it, and began to position himself. Meanwhile, J. Rodriguez received Suarez's high cross, controlled the ball with his chest turned around, and with his left foot, he took a shot. A celestial strike. This celestial strike is a replica of the goal that made J. Rodriguez famous during the World Cup back then. Almost identical in position. Identical in motion. The football shot towards the dead corner of the Portuguese goal. Costa immediately locked onto the ball's trajectory. A clash of spear and shield. Who can break the deadlock? The celestial being from beyond the heavens. J. Rowe's kick seems to transport me back to my youth, to the year when J. Rowe was in his prime, gaining fame with a single kick that forcefully opened the door to the international stage. Huey was thrilled. J. Rowe was a player he admired greatly back then. Seeing him again felt like a return to his own youthful struggles. On sight, J. Rowe's shot caught Portugal off guard. For defenders blocked L. Diaz and Suarez, but who could have anticipated that they were merely decoys, with the real threat being J. Rowe, who received a pass, suddenly launching a surprise attack, nearly catching the goalkeeper Costa off guard. If not for Jiang Feng's reminder about the gap in the center, he would have already rushed to Suarez's side. Just that, and the ball nearly went in. He could only jump in place. The ball was just barely deflected by his glove. This was the best he could do at that moment. Had it not been for Jiang Feng's alert about the direct shot opportunity in the center, he might have missed the ball entirely. After all, the ball travels much faster than a person can run. Not every goalkeeper can react in time. It was as if watching on television. The ball appeared to come from a great distance, seemingly harmless, yet for the goalkeeper, detecting the ball's trajectory was already at the limit of possibility. Costa let out a sigh of relief before heavily crashing to the ground. After the ball was deflected, it was intercepted by Suarez, who was poised for a second attack, but just as Suarez lifted his foot, a figure arrived. In jersey number 30, Jiang Feng appeared before him, blocking his shot angle and deftly nudging the ball towards the sidelines. Suarez was caught off guard. Jiang Feng's speed in providing support was astonishing. This was thanks to his foresight in realizing J. Ro was about to shoot. Costa was not well prepared, and even if he made a save, the ball might not be securely controlled, posing a risk of a second attack. This is a skill that an excellent midfielder must possess. After playing in the group matches for such an extended period, Jiang Feng's experience in confrontations was rapidly growing. When both teammates and opponents are skilled, one tends to grow rapidly. If an ordinary 18-year-old footballer were to come in, they might crumble under such pressure, easily shattering their confidence, but not a genius. Moreover, Jiang Feng always believed himself to be the child of destiny infused with a system, one of the world's. Jiang Feng's appearance gave Portugal the opportunity for a counterattack. After winning the ball, he realized his dribbling speed was too slow and would disrupt the team's attacking rhythm, so he quickly passed the ball to the versatile Cancelo on the flank. Cancelo, despite his modest market value, was capable in both attack and defense, able to adapt to any tactic, and reacted quickly, immediately charging forward with the ball. Portugal's counterattack came swiftly, partly because Jiang Feng had already positioned himself well. Watching the players around him, J. Ro's expression grew somewhat dejected. It was so close. If only he were a few years younger, he could have surely put that ball in. Even if the opponent had reacted, it wouldn't have mattered. What a pity. His left leg now bore many more injuries than it did a decade ago. The hero has aged. C. Ro deeply empathized. He was well aware of J. Ro's abilities. The shot was just lacking in power. As teammates, he did not wish to see J. Ro fail. Unfortunately, the two were no longer on the same team. C. Ro dashed down the flank at full speed, preparing for a counterattack. Portugal's offense was sharp. This time the midfield did not require Jiang Feng's cooperation, as the previous tactics were absent. The attack flowed smoothly, relying on B. Fei as the pivot with wings spread wide. The success rate of the rapid counterattack was high. After all, facing Neto with the midfield substituting the sliding Liao for the incoming Xiao Kongsezong, C. Ro found himself at a loss. On the flank, Xiao Kongsezong broke through with the ball, passed it to B. Fei, and then returned it, as Xiao Kongsezong scored. A seamless counterattack. If Jiang Feng were not in Portugal, this would likely be their counterattacking ability, intricately woven, clearly a product of extensive training. They had played like this many times in previous national team matches. Xiao Kongsezong was exhilarated. To think he scored just a minute after stepping onto the pitch. He was quite lucky. However, sharp-eyed spectators could already discern that without Jiang Feng's intervention, Colombia would have completed a second attack, and who knows whose goal would have been breached then. The fans on site were ecstatic. In today's match, they witnessed 2 goals scored within the first minute. This should be the most exciting match of the group stage, with a bit of ups and downs. But there are still opportunities in the second half. Although this goal was not assisted by Jiang Feng, his positioning was impeccable. This time, Jiang Feng's influence on the team was driven not by his skills, but by his awareness on the field. Indeed, there is some innate talent at play. At the very least, this young man is genuinely passionate about football. Otherwise, he wouldn't be contemplating defensive counterattacks when the goal was about to be breached. Old Thomas expressed satisfaction. This individual is truly a genius. A multifaceted genius. Despite trailing by a goal, Colombia remained unhurried, tactically steadily controlling the rhythm and firmly securing possession of the ball. However, the Five Shields Legion was not to be underestimated. Their defensive lineup even surpassed Colombia's. Aside from Jiang Feng's limited defensive involvement, other midfielders like Neves and B. Fei boasted strong defensive capabilities. These two positioned themselves as defensive midfielders, leaving Jiang Feng up front to receive the ball at any moment, allowing him to find opportunities to deliver long passes to the forwards preparing for a strike. Both teams exchanged attacks back and forth, maintaining an engaging rhythm, yet the score neither widened nor leveled. It continued until the 30-minute mark. Portugal initiated their attack from the backline. Ignacio intercepted Munoz's through ball and immediately passed it to Cancelo, who then laid it off to Jiang Feng up front. Jiang Feng immediately started running forward. At that moment, he was met by Colombia's midfielder Rios from Benfica, who perfectly blocked his path. Jiang Feng knew the opportunity for an attack was limited, and without steady footing, he delivered a long ball behind C. Ro. This was a pass aimed for Munoz's blind spot, which C. Ro effortlessly controlled and began to advance. Defense. Back. J. Ro sensed danger and immediately organized his teammates to retreat. C. Ro's breakthrough posed no issues. Despite being primarily a power player, his ball control was solid. While not exactly elegant, the ball responded perfectly. However, Colombia's defense was incredibly solid, quickly surrounding C. Ro. With no other options, he passed the ball to the young player Xiao Kongsezong. Xiao Kongsezong also found no opportunity, though after a back-and-forth tussle, the ball ended up at Neto's feet. The three forwards could not break through the opposing defense. Yet Neto drew the opponent's attention, passing the ball back to C. Ro. C. Ro was about to shoot again when a familiar figure appeared in front of him. J. Ro. Though J. Ro did not often defend, he would step up when needed. He completely blocked C. Ro's shooting. With no choice, he had to pass. The only person left unmarked was Jiang Feng. He was in the penalty area initially intending to help teammates clear the ball and attract defensive players. You and these individuals treat him as if he were air, allowing him to pin himself in the penalty area like a nail. Thus C. Ro had no choice but to pass to him. If he kicked the ball too far, the opportunity for an attack would vanish. After receiving the ball, Jiang Feng suddenly realized he had an excellent chance to shoot. Because in front of him there was only one goalkeeper. Jiang Feng did not expect such a great opportunity to. The goalkeeper, seeing Jiang Feng, instinctively thought he would pass, but quickly realized Jiang Feng's shooting ability was also quite formidable, especially his long-range shooting and passing capabilities. However, this time Jiang Feng did not shoot immediately, as he was unsure whether the goalkeeper could read his legs' movement. He lacked experience with shooting. If it were a high school league goal, he could kick it any way he wanted, but this was a world-class. If he could stop C. Ro's goal, it was even less likely he could stop Jiang Feng's. Therefore, Jiang Feng aimed to cleverly place the ball securely into the net. He dribbled directly into the small penalty area. The goalkeeper, seeing this, panicked. He charged forward, attempting to block Jiang Feng. At that moment, Jiang Feng had already devised a way to score by executing a nutmeg. The goalkeeper had not anticipated Jiang Feng's agility and quick movement. The surrounding space was still ample, as everyone was unprepared for Jiang Feng's presence. With so much space, it was naturally perfect for a nutmeg. The goalkeeper focused on Jiang Feng, but the next second the ball vanished. By the time he reacted, Jiang Feng had already appeared behind him, and the ball curved back to his feet, ready to be pushed in. An unguarded goal. The ball went in. C. Ro was momentarily stunned. Did I just get an assist? How much more talent does Jiang Feng possess that remains undiscovered? His dribbling ability in front of the goal was surprisingly proficient. Shouldn't this be something a forward should do? How can a midfielder with long-range passing also possess such finesse? Jiang Feng's skills were seriously specialized. He excelled in long passes and intricate footwork, but was weak in speed and physicality. Nonetheless, such players were still beloved by everyone. As long as the ball goes in, he is a good player. The score was rewritten to 3-1. Who could have imagined that Jiang Feng was the one who scored this third goal? Now he had already scored 2 goals in the World Cup. Compared to historically famous 18-year-old talents, his achievements were remarkable. Even renowned players find it impressive to score 2 goals across all matches in a World Cup. At this moment, Jiang Feng made countless teams ecstatic. Countless scouts seemed to witness the emergence of a legendary midfielder. A midfielder, especially one like Jiang Feng, who is not good at defense and hardly participates in it, must possess offensive capabilities. Nowadays, midfielders are generally adept at both attacking and defending. In fact, during his high school league days, Jiang Feng, who excelled in precise long passes, played in a style reminiscent of a classical midfielder somewhat similar to James Rodriguez. But things are different now. After participating in several matches at a professional intensity, the rewards he has gained are enough to support his long passes, dribbling attacks, and shots on goal. Thus, he still cannot participate in defense, but he has become a significant threat. In modern football, the focus remains on offensive power. The exquisite art of scoring is what makes football captivating. Today's football is filled with individual heroism, and teams that emphasize extreme teamwork are rare. Jiang Feng's ability to separate the ball from the opponent also allows him to become a finisher when his teammates cannot attack. In the domestic scene, fans are already going wild. In the first half, Jiang Feng provided an assist. At the start of the second half, thanks to his interception, they successfully countered to take the lead again, bringing the score to 2-1. As a newcomer, Jiang Feng has played a significant role. But who would have thought he could easily score during the 30 minutes of the second half? A score of 3-1 is simply remarkable. Under Jiang Feng's leadership, Portugal has already scored 9 goals in the group stage, the highest among the 48 teams. In this match, Jiang Feng's contribution is enormous. Almost all 3 goals involved him. He truly is a midfielder who permeates the entire match, driving the Portuguese team forward single-handedly. His ball separation skills. No, he really can do it. My goodness, he is the most impressive midfielder seen in this year's World Cup, even more dazzling than Neymar. How does he have such confidence to dribble past the Colombian goalkeeper? That goalkeeper's market value must be halved. We truly misjudged old Thomas and Cristiano Ronaldo a month ago. Jiang Feng can really achieve. I can hardly imagine if the Five Shields Legion would still score so smoothly without Jiang Feng. I initially thought he could only shoot from long range, but I didn't expect his close-range dribbling to be so impressive. Not only can he perform the oil-fried meatball skill, but he also excels at separating the ball from opponents. Such talent is unparalleled. Fans are incredibly excited. It's nearly 9 a.m. in the country. Generally at this time, everyone is already in work mode. Yet now almost everyone's face is filled with joy. Everyone is happy for Jiang Feng's next goal. Hiwei in the live broadcast room of CCTV is very excited, saying this concise and spirited breakthrough followed by a seemingly effortless shot perfectly illustrates Jiang Feng's capabilities near the penalty area. This goal also easily allowed Portugal to advance to the knockout stage as group winners. With 10 minutes left in the match at 3-1, it's almost impossible for Colombia to turn the tables, but I believe they won't give up. This is the charm of football. nobody will give up easily. Inside the Miami Sports Stadium, the Portuguese players have finished celebrating, but Colombia evidently does not intend to give them much time to celebrate, directly kicking off from the center circle. They know that there is little time left, and if they lose this match despite finishing third in the group, their chances of advancing depend on the performance of other teams. Even with just 10 minutes remaining, they continue to press forward with their attack. However, old Thomas made a substitution. This cunning old man decided to pull both Cristiano Ronaldo and Zhang Feng off the field. He strategically used up his substitution slots. He brought on B. Silva and right back Nunes. Substituting one forward and one midfielder for a midfielder and a defender clearly indicates a focus on defense. After all, leading by 2 goals, focusing on defense is acceptable. Zhang Feng has already given old Thomas enough surprises, and he really doesn't want to wear him out any further. Since after the group stage they will only have a week to rest before facing the intense knockout rounds, with only 3 to 4 days between each knockout match. For the starters, the physical toll is significant. If Zhang Feng were not a starter, it would be manageable, but old Thomas has already regarded him as a key player. Having solidified his position in the midfield over 3 group stage matches, old Thomas cannot find any reason not to let Zhang Feng play in the knockout stage. Despite the presence of B. Fernandez, B. Silva, Neves, Vidi, Ruben Neves, and Sam Costa in midfield, their playing time has not been significantly less than Zhang Feng's, yet they have not achieved the same dazzling results. On the World Cup stage, the harsh reality speaks for itself. Even if Mbappe performs poorly, he will be criticized, as will other players. Thus, Zhang Feng must maintain his stamina. Furthermore, the most important point is that old Thomas has discovered that this young man is indeed, as he said, rapidly growing in the world stage. He even suspects that Zhang Feng is not being entirely honest. This kid must have some trump card that even his head coach does not know about. Therefore, he hesitates to let Zhang Feng play, saving the real trump card for the life-or-death situations of the knockout matches. After substituting on defensive players despite Colombia's organized attack that almost breached Portugal's goal, they ultimately fell short. In a situation where everyone is defending J. Rodriguez's meticulous organization proved futile. With just 1 minute of garbage time left, the fans in the stadium began to celebrate. At this moment, Cristiano Ronaldo stands up from the bench to remind the fans that there is still 1 minute left, asking everyone to finish this period of play before celebrating as a sign of respect for the opponent. Cristiano Ronaldo still cares about J. Rodriguez. They were once teammates fighting side by side. Not just J. Rodriguez, if Zhang Feng stands opposite him in the future, he would do the same. When the final whistle blew, the Colombian players looked somewhat dejected. They knew that defeating Portugal today was going to be extremely difficult, but they never expected it to end with a score of 3-1. The gap is still significant, but there is nothing to be done as their on-paper strength simply cannot match up. After the match, both teams began to shake hands in appreciation, not only to thank the audience, but also to thank their opponents and the referee. Cristiano Ronaldo and J. Rodriguez, who are very familiar with each other, naturally exchanged some pleasantries. Zhang Feng also shakes hands with the opponents, including the Colombian goalkeeper, who he dribbled past. The goalkeeper Vargas takes off his gloves and shakes hands with Zhang Feng, jokingly, saying, "Kid, your ball separation skills are impressive." Zhang Feng smiles and replies, "Thank you." J. Rodriguez then approaches Zhang Feng, takes off his number 10 jersey, and asks, "Hey, young lad from the East, can I have your jersey?" Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng agrees. J. Rodriguez, in some respects, is an elder deserving of respect. He takes off his number 30 jersey to exchange with J. Rodriguez. J. Rodriguez looks at the jersey and jokes, "Kid, why don't you get some ink on your skin? It looks better with some designs." Zhang Feng is speechless. Ink. With Portugal securing a 3-1 victory over the South American powerhouse Colombia, their 3rd consecutive win has left many fans who previously looked down on Portugal astonished. This was touted as the group of death. Who would have thought that the world-ranked 10th Morocco, 13th Colombia, and the strong Asian team South Korea would all fall to Portugal without even putting up a fight? Everyone anticipated that Portugal would have a chance to top the group and advance to the knockout stage, but no one expected them to do so with such ease. After a narrow 2-1 victory over Morocco, a resounding 4-0 win against South Korea, and a final 3-1 triumph over Colombia, their offensive capabilities shone brightly. In comparison, most group stage scores were 2-1, 1-0, or draws. Portugal truly stood out, as in terms of goals scored, they netted a total of 9. This makes them the team with the most goals in this year's group stage. The second place was France with 6 goals, while Argentina and Spain followed with 5. However, it is worth noting that on paper these 3 teams are stronger than Portugal, and they possess formidable attacking power, yet they were subdued by Portugal. What could this possibly mean? Is the key to football now in the midfield? A strong midfield leads to a strong offense. Are forwards no longer necessary? However, the analytical data came out quickly. It turns out that it is not Portugal's midfield that is strong, but rather 2 individuals. One is Cristiano Ronaldo, who has scored 3 goals and provided 2 assists. The other is the currently most dazzling midfielder Zhang Feng, with 2 goals and 2 assists. While his statistics among midfielders are not overwhelmingly superior, he has certainly been the standout player in the tournament. Currently, the most luxurious statistics among midfielders belong to Modric, who has 1 goal and 3 assists, thus contributing to 4 goals, although he has only scored once. Moreover, aside from these 4 goals, Portugal's offense also included 2 additional goals generated from counterattacks due to his capabilities. In terms of influence, he is unparalleled. Out of the 9 goals, at least 6 are related to him, whether in ball control or long passes for counterattacks. Zhang Feng's fame in the World Cup is growing increasingly prominent. Of course, with only 3 matches played, the world is filled with fleeting geniuses. Fans still favor established stars, like Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, as they have proven themselves and won countless trophies. Zhang Feng has yet to win a single trophy. However, his name in Longwa can already stand alongside Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. The reason is simple. He is an ethnic Chinese player. After all, those who have undergone 9 years of compulsory education are indeed one of us. When our own player scores, what is there to say? It is our pride. In Iwu, the number 30 jersey has sold out rapidly. Some are even preparing to contact Zhang Feng for brand endorsements. However, they soon discovered that Zhang Feng has no assistant at all. He is entirely on his own, making it impossible to reach him. Fortunately, domestic businessmen always have 1,000 methods to find out a person's information. Following the conclusion of Portugal's Group K matches, the entire World Cup group stage came to an end the next day. There were surprises, but also joys. This year's World Cup has seen dark horses and upsets. The biggest upset is undoubtedly Brazil. Who would have thought that the 5-star Brazil led by Neymar would only manage 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw in the group stage, finishing 3rd and relying on their record to advance? No one expected the 5-star Brazil to lose even a single goal to the Maple Leaf Army Canada. Moreover, Canada secured the 1st place spot to advance. What is even more surprising is that they in 3rd place will be facing the 1st place team from Group K. The 5 Shields Army will take on 5-star Brazil. When Cristiano Ronaldo faces Neymar, what will happen? Who would have thought that this year's World Cup would be so full of the 32 teams truly astonished this year due to the expansion of teams? There are far more highlights than ever. The group stage allows for much leeway, resulting in the emergence of mostly strong national teams, truly a star-studded affair. In contrast, teams like South Korea, which can only rely on petty tricks to advance, are left to exit in the face of such formidable strength. What is even more shocking is the grouping of this year's 32 teams. In the upper bracket, aside from Argentina, Croatia, Morocco, and Norway, 2 strong teams. All the rest are minor players. Meanwhile, the popular strong teams are all in the lower bracket. This is not something that can merely be labeled as the death lower bracket. This is simply hell. France, England, Brazil, Spain, and Portugal are all in the lower bracket. Out of a total of 16 teams, there are 5 major favorites. When this schedule was announced, fans around the world were left dumbfounded. Will Argentina, lounging in the upper bracket, watch the bloodshed in the lower bracket? Then wait for an easy victory in the finals. The script has already been written. This is a conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Aren't Argentina already preordained champions? It's so easy in the upper bracket. Who could possibly advance from the lower? All 5 major favorites are grouped together. This year, FIFA truly knows how to stir things up. If a team from the lower bracket manages to win the championship, they will be legendary. It's over. Even with the help of our Eastern Chinese genius boy Cristiano Ronaldo won't make it. This second half will be a true battle of the gods. Is this genius boy who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education in Longwood destined to fall so soon? The next match is against 5-star Brazil. Can they handle it? Every match will be hellish with no room to breathe, and each subsequent match is a battle for survival with less than 3 days between games. Can the strong teams in the lower bracket endure? Fortunately, it's the round of 16, so there are no strong clashes yet, but later. Who knows? If it weren't for the predetermined nature of the tournament, I would suspect this was a custom championship. 5-star Brazil, the Netherlands without a crown, the English Premier League All-Stars England, and last year's runner-up France. Who could have predicted such a scenario before this year's World Cup? The matches in the lower bracket will be a celebration for fans worldwide. It's simply outrageous. The script doesn't even allow for this kind of writing. Among all the teams, the happiest must be Argentina. As long as they easily defeat the magical player Holland's Norway and Modric's Croatia, they will be well on their way to the finals. In the finals, they can wait comfortably for the team that emerges from the hellish lower bracket. Regardless of who it is, France, England, Spain, or even Portugal and Brazil, they will not be their match. FIFA officials are going crazy. The rights sold to Longwo were too cheap. This year's World Cup is generating immense heat, and the relentless strength of the lower bracket is beyond imagination for any World Cup. Will it be a chaotic dance of demons or a dazzling star-studded affair? Everything is waiting to be revealed. The groupings for the World Championship are thrilling, leaving countless fans feeling regretful. After all, the team they support might very well falter in the lower bracket. Naturally, this includes the fans from Dragon Country. A new star among overseas Chinese players has finally emerged, overcoming numerous obstacles to advance as the #1 in the group stage. Who could have anticipated then that the team would face a major crisis? This year's Five Shields Legion cannot be deemed weak, but just look at their opponent, the 5-star Brazil, in the round of 16. This match is the most anticipated one in the round of 16. The clash between Neymar and Cristiano Ronaldo is not something one sees every day. The ultimate dancer takes on the well-rounded Portuguese team. This marks the first time in World Cup knockout history that Portugal faces the 5-star Brazil. The excitement is undeniable, especially since Neymar's performance has been exceptionally fiery lately. Despite a prior injury, he has fully recovered, assisting the team to victory in the last group match with a goal and an assist, even delivering a backheel pass that showcased the art of dancing on the field. Of course, even with his current form, coach Ancelotti has still stripped him of the captaincy and placed Vinicius as the core of the front line. Given Neymar's frequent injuries, his ability to maintain a starting position will depend on his physical performance in the upcoming knockout stage. Can Portugal break through the 5-star Brazil? This is a question all fans are eager to know. If they can overcome the Samba golden generation, then Portugal this year truly blends maturity with fresh talent, making it quite feasible to traverse the path through hell. If they can't withstand even the Samba army, how will they face France, England, and Spain later on? In preparation for Brazil, coach Old Thomas has also crafted 2 tactical systems. One focuses on possession play, while the other emphasizes long passes and high balls. The long pass strategy is specifically designed for Jiang Feng and Fei, both of whom excel at long-range shots, combining with Cristiano Ronaldo's world-class strikes to pose a significant threat from outside the opponent's penalty area. The remaining 2 forwards and teammates can completely assist in creating space for the 3 of them. The defensive capability of the 5-star Brazil is top-notch, although they have significant weaknesses on the wings, which is why Old Thomas planned wing strategies early on. Of course, 5-star Brazil is also studying Portugal, but they are somewhat puzzled about Jiang Feng's true strengths. Are there any hidden cards or unique skills that they are unaware of? Indeed there are. After easily defeating Colombia to conclude the group stage, the system presented Jiang Feng with a treasure chest containing a shooting technique. The flower kick is a very artistic shooting technique. This method makes it difficult for goalkeepers to predict the player's legs cross, striking the ball from the opposite side, creating an unconventional arc that is quite expressive. Players lacking finesse in their footwork cannot execute such a move. Of course, top players in this year's World Cup have records of such techniques. Cristiano Ronaldo has also used it, though now he may prefer more straightforward methods of scoring, focusing more on deceiving defenders. However, Jiang Feng greatly enjoys this shooting style. Not only can this technique be used to shoot, but it can also be employed for passing, creating dazzling plays. Young people are always drawn to unconventional things. As an 18-year-old with a profound love for football, he naturally favors such artistic shooting methods. Thus, he has secretly practiced it a few times on the training ground. Why not practice it directly? Naturally, it's because his current speed and physical condition do not match the demands of a forward position. With so many forwards in the 5 Shields Legion, he cannot always be the one shooting. His role in the team is primarily that of a playmaker, intervening only when the situation calls for it. He excels at long-range shots, making him perfectly suited for a midfield role. If he were to play as a forward, it would hinder his ability to utilize long passes, leaving him without a platform to showcase his skills. Under such circumstances, Jiang Feng trains with the team every day. Upon realizing they are in a hellish group, all the players wear worried expressions. They are all aware of their team's strength. However, winning the championship seems too daunting. Overcoming Brazil, and then facing so many strong teams waiting ahead, it feels a bit overwhelming. Yet veterans like Cristiano Ronaldo continue to train diligently. Especially Cristiano, upon learning that their future opponent will undoubtedly be a formidable team, trains with an intensity that can only be described as extreme. It's evident that the pressure on him is immense. Perhaps the player with the least pressure in the team is Jiang Feng. As an 18-year-old, he still has countless opportunities. Most importantly, he is bound to a system. What is there to be afraid of? The destined child. Before the match begins, Jiang Feng receives a phone call from home. It's unclear how Paris Saint-Germain obtained his family's phone number, but they have directly urged his father to persuade Jiang Feng to join PSG with an annual salary of 3 million euros. Son, PSG is a great choice. I don't watch football, but I know PSG has many famous players. If you manage to establish a relationship with them and have them endorse our family's wine, that would be great. His father is quite pleased with his son's achievements, noting that he can now earn his own money. A promising youth is just this way. Jiang Feng directly declined, as he is not in the mood to join any club right now. Moreover, PSG currently doesn't lack top midfielders. Ever since they claimed back-to-back UEFA Champions League titles, does the team still need midfielders? Could it be that they noticed Vidi was replaced by him and are being cautious? But if that's the case, isn't this salary a bit? I'm not going, Dad. Don't worry, we can win the championship this year, Jiang Feng said. Jiang's father responded in surprise. Win the championship? Is that for real? The media doesn't seem to think Portugal can win the championship. You're in the hellish lower bracket, and winning doesn't seem very likely. Zhang Feng didn't expect that the first cold water would come from his own family. The key is that he couldn't say anything in return and could only find an excuse about training to hang up. In a luxurious mansion in Lisbon, Portugal, Zhang's father hung up the phone saying, "Was I wrong?" To which his mother replied, "How can you be so discouraging to our son? I believe in our son. He can definitely win the championship." Zhang's father remarked, "I doubt it. It's too difficult to emerge from this lower bracket. Rather, let's secure a deal with a club while our son's statistics are shining. That's more prudent. You shouldn't interfere in our son's matters. You're a businessman, what do you know about playing football? Just focus on your wine business." Zhang Feng's current life is completely shielded from other distractions. Every day is just about practicing football with peace of mind. Since they are in the lower half of the bracket, they can naturally first observe the matches in the upper half. The two most heated matches in the upper half are Argentina versus Croatia and Morocco versus Norway. Germany is also in the upper half, but their opponent is Ghana, whom they easily defeated 3-1. However, the next opponent for the German machine will be the winner of the match between Morocco and Norway. The defending champions, led by the football king Messi, face Modric's final serenade. Will they help Modric realize his dream of the World Cup? More importantly, the two teams have faced each other in the semi-finals of the previous World Cup. Can Croatia take revenge on the defending champions? The football king Messi and the legendary midfielder Modric mark the first match of this year's World Cup featuring superstars. The final score does not come as a surprise. Despite Modric's reduced playing time during the group stage, which allowed him some rest, he helped his team secure 2 goals in the first half. However, in the second half they failed to score. In the first half, Messi performed the Messi corridor, effortlessly gliding past the edge of the penalty area. He weaved seamlessly through a defensive formation, confronting 3 Croatian defenders, as if traversing a machine scoring with a shot. Although they were trailing 12 at halftime, Messi once again led Argentina to mount an attack in the second half. After Messi maneuvered past 2 defenders on the right flank, he made a diagonal run into the penalty area and passed the ball to the little spider Alvarez, who scored with a flick at the near post. After successfully equalizing, Argentina's attack continued unabated. On Croatia's side, Modric's physical condition had significantly declined, and he could only pass the ball to help his team. Yet he could not leave the field, as the entire team's organization relied on this veteran. His importance to Croatia is akin to that of James Rodriguez to Colombia, perhaps even more so. His declining stamina became a pivotal moment in the match. Meanwhile, Messi remained energetic. Receiving a pass in the center, he faced a 3-man blockade and delivered a precise through ball to Enzo. Although he was fouled while entering the penalty area, he successfully earned a penalty. Messi's penalty kick was reliable as he calmly converted it, changing the score to 32. As the match reached its final 10 minutes, Croatia attempted a desperate counterattack to drag the game into penalties, but Argentina had switched to a 442 formation, focusing on defense and thwarting their last-ditch efforts. Thus, Croatia's journey in the World Cup came to an end. Countless fans lamented for Modric. This was his 5th World Cup appearance, yet he still failed to surpass his previous best record. But there was nothing they could do. They faced the defending champions, led by the football king Argentina. Moreover, managing to force the defending champions to a 22 tie was already quite impressive. This small country of only a few million has produced such a formidable team, earning the admiration of countless fans. Zhang Feng and Cristiano Ronaldo also watched this match. These players also feel regret over Modric's departure. This football boy who emerged from war has ultimately not managed to secure the World Cup for his country. Aside from this match, the most intriguing encounter is the fierce battle between Morocco and Norway. Morocco, with its ironclad defense, faced Portugal, but ultimately fell to Zhang Feng's crescent moon blade, leaving everyone in disbelief. However, after defeating the South Korean Taeguk Warriors, they overcame the similarly styled South American Eagles, Colombia, advancing as the second team from their group. They could not defend against Zhang Feng's crescent moon blade, yet they remained confident in their ability to withstand Norway's muscleman Holland. However, as the match began, they realized they had made a significant error. These players had little experience facing a human tank like Holland. After all, in today's football world, no one can face a charging Holland heathen. Some fans have commented the difference between Holland and a truck is that a truck has a horn. Morocco's iron defense was unexpectedly shattered by Holland alone. This terrifying destructive power far exceeds that of Zhang Feng's crescent moon blade, because no one can block him. Even if one attempts to tackle, they must consider whether their leg can take down a wall and whether their leg might get injured. After all, there have been cases where players injured themselves while trying to tackle him. He is a player who fears no physical confrontation. Sometimes sheer strength brings miracles. Despite Morocco's impressive organizational ability, and even scoring a goal in the end, Holland's power tore through Morocco's defense, resulting in a final score of 21. Norway advances, but the bad news for them is that their formidable opponent will be the German machine. It remains to be seen if Holland can continue to charge across the pitch, and if he can carry the Viking Norwegians with his superhuman physique. The upper half only has so much of interest. However, the second half is a different story. The Gallic Roosters of France, the Three Lions of England, and the Matadors of Spain all easily dispatched their opponents. Portugal, emerging as the first seed from Group K, also enjoyed the advantage of a favorable schedule. Their match was relatively later, making it a grand finale. Of course, the five-star Brazil also enjoyed this. Watching other teams clash was quite exhilarating, but when it came to their own turn, the pressure mounted. In the last World Cup, both teams were comrades in misfortune, both falling in the quarterfinals with overall strength being quite similar. However, on paper, Brazil is slightly stronger. This is because Brazil has many top forwards from the Premier League and La Liga. Although they aren't as flexible as France, who can utilize any player at will, they are still much more luxurious than Portugal. Portugal's forwards are rather few and their attacking power is not strong. However, Portugal excels in midfield, especially with the 18-year-old rising star João Fong, who is in his prime. No one knows where Portugal's trump card lies. Moreover, no one knows how much surprise this young player will bring. Nonetheless, a young player is still a young player. Lacking experience compared to those elite players who have participated in countless professional leagues creates a certain gap. So can he start directly? Everyone is very curious. This question also troubles the veteran Thomas. The honor of the group stage is still quite significant. Even if they can't secure first or second place, third place still offers a chance, but this is a knockout battle for survival. 90 minutes determine life or death. Losing means losing. This is the difference between cup competitions and leagues where there is absolutely no margin for error. Old Thomas believes in João Fong's strength, but under the pressure of a big game, he is still somewhat indecisive. In the end, he decided to place João Fong on the bench initially and let him come on in the second half. This is because Brazil's midfielders Vinicius, the little bear, and Paqueta, the dancing brother, are pressing too fiercely and frequently. João Fong has not yet encountered such a midfield style and lacks big match experience, making him vulnerable to high-intensity pressing. The World Cup round of 16 is nearing its conclusion. The previous matches have delighted the fans from Longwa, but the real spectacle is yet to come. On July 4th, the summer break in Longwa has begun, and as the World Cup occurs every 4 years, the scorching summer has ignited the fervor for this world-class event. The students in Longwa have entered a mode of celebration for the summer vacation. However, this year is different. This year's World Cup is the one that students are most eager to watch, because this year's World Cup features their peers. As for the parents in the country, João Fong's current situation perfectly exemplifies what it means to be the child of someone else. Having received compulsory education, domestically participating in high school leagues, winning 2 league championships, and being admitted to the University of Lisbon, now he is even a member of the national team, truly a genius. Most of these parents are from the 80s and 90s, and they strongly encourage their children to watch the games as they themselves. Originally, they couldn't find a reason to watch the games with their children, but now they have one. Therefore, the excitement for the match between Portugal and Brazil is very high domestically. 1 hour before the match, FIFA's official statistics have already skyrocketed, with the global viewership for this match nearing 1 billion. Even the match between Argentina and Croatia only had 800 million viewers. Among this billion, over 100 million are from Longwa. What a huge market. What a disappointing national team. FIFA is frustrated with the national team. We hope for your success in the World Cup, yet you continue to disappoint us. At Houston Stadium, Portugal has a slight home advantage as they finished first in their group, having played both group matches here, and are familiar with the pitch. Half an hour remains until the official match begins. Portugal's team bus has just arrived at the stadium and fans are already lined up outside to enter. At this moment, João Fong received a call from a number starting with 86. Did the college entrance exam end? Is it Qingdao? João Fong asked directly. On the other end of the line, a gentle girl's voice said, yes, I just received the admission notice today, and I secretly called you, hee. I finally got my new phone from my family, so you're the first I called. The girl's name is Lin Xiaoshi. They have been classmates for 3 years. In middle school, João Fong fought for her and almost got expelled. Since then, Lin Xiaoshi took the initiative to ask the teacher to let them sit together. Lin Xiaoshi excels academically, but her family is strict, so they agreed to reconnect after the college entrance exam. João Fong remembers that Lin Xiaoshi always wanted to get into Qingdao. It seems she has achieved her wish. Congratulations, João Fong said happily. After 3 years apart, he still missed his beautiful desk mate quite a bit. Every boy has his own white moonlight, and Lin Xiaoshi is his. However, João Fong has never expressed his. After all, he loves football more, and as a person of Chinese descent has no clear vision of his future, so he naturally doesn't dare to make promises. Lin Xiaoshi said, I'm at home getting ready to watch your match. Good luck. Oh, my mom is hereby. Let's reconnect when I go to you. Lin Xiaoshi is an only child, and her family is quite worried about a boy with a yellow hairstyle taking their. When Lin Xiaoshi graduated from middle school, her father heard about her close relationship with a boy in her class, which made him anxious. However, he relaxed when he found out that the boy went abroad. João Fong hung up the phone feeling a bit lost. Leo came over with a grin and asked girlfriend. João Fong shook his head. Classmate. Leo replied, that means a female classmate. João Fong nodded. Leo encouraged, good luck. She will become your girlfriend in the future. You are so handsome, and there are many female fans around you. Nearby Cristiano Ronaldo couldn't take it anymore and threw his jersey at Leos. Had Leo get out. He was genuinely worried that Leo's antics would lead Jiang Feng astray. This is a World Cup journey, not a time for romance. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and got off the bus. At this moment, the Brazilian players also arrived. Both sides released their starting lineups an hour in advance. Portugal was somewhat surprised to find that Neymar was not among Brazil's starters. Neymar is in great form and should not be sidelined. Either he has a poor relationship with the coach or the coach wants to conserve his energy for the second half. Jiang Feng suspected it was the latter. If Neymar were not trusted by the coach, he wouldn't have made the final roster. It seems they want to save his strength. After all, considering the future, if Brazil progresses in this life-and-death match, there are stronger teams ahead. They can't keep piling pressure on one player. Just like Holland's Norway, everyone knows he is strong and leads the team, but no one believes he can lead them to victory. After all, this is a team sport, and a team's victory cannot rely solely on one individual. Once in the stadium, the familiar entrance routine remains. However, this time Jiang Feng returned to the bench, unable to participate in the center circle ceremony. The match, Brazil's main striker is Cunha, wearing the number 9 jersey valued at nearly $100 million, a Manchester United starter posing a significant threat. However, the real concern for the five-shield core comes from Brazil's formation, 4,231. This formation requires 3 strong attacking midfielders. Now Neymar has shifted to the attacking midfielder position. Even though he isn't starting, Brazil still has excellent players in that role. The 3 players responsible for the attacking midfielder positions are Vinicius, wearing number 7, Rafinha number 11A, and Enrique number 21. Any one of these 3 players is a prominent star on their own. They can attack and assist, so while it may seem that only Cunha in the number 9 position poses a threat, in reality, the players in the attacking midfielder roles are far more lethal. Especially Vinicius, who despite Neymar's somewhat lackluster group stage performance carried the team forward, achieving 1 assist and 1 goal in the group stage. Though this doesn't compare to the outstanding records of Cristiano Ronaldo and Jiang Feng, it is still remarkable. As the match began, both teams instantly controlled the ball in midfield. The midfield players on both sides are top tier in skill. You have Vinicius and I have the duo of Neves and Vidi. Naturally, we are not at a disadvantage. The intensity of the confrontation completely met the fans' expectations. Portugal utilized long passes with the twin midfielders providing support, while veteran players B. Silva and B. Fernandes fed the forwards. Brazil, with its 3 attacking midfielders, advanced methodically, never rashly pushing forward. After all, in a match of such significance, both sides remained very cautious. Jiang Feng, seated on the bench, grasped the essence of this match. Both teams relied heavily on their midfield players, yet Portugal still maintained possession. On the Brazilian side, their midfielders were notably younger, eager to swiftly break through the flanks, especially the dazzling dribbles of Vinicius Jr. Even as an opponent, Jiang Feng couldn't help but admit that the boys' moves were truly a delight to behold. If one could practice their dribbling to such a level combined with long passing skills, there would be no fear of being intercepted. A single player could tear apart the opponent's defense. This was precisely the situation on the field. Vinicius Jr. had already drawn the attention of both Neves and Vidi, yet they couldn't get too close. Even if they managed to contain Vinicius on the left flank, what about the right flank, where number 21 Enrique lay in wait? As a result, Portugal's midfield was entirely restricted, unable to supply ammunition to the forwards. Naturally, Brazil couldn't launch a full offensive either. Both sides remained stalemated for a full 20 minutes with exchanges of attacks that ended in failure, resembling an attempt to reach a handshake agreement. However, in the 23rd minute, a sudden interception by number 5, Casemiro, disrupted a pass from Vidi, swiftly passing the ball to Vinicius behind him. Number 5, Casemiro, who bears a striking resemblance to a chubby tiger, is nicknamed Fat Tiger domestically, and is a stalwart midfielder who emerged from Real Madrid. Alongside Modric and Kroos, they were once dubbed the Bermuda Triangle, emphasizing defense. This interception caught the Portuguese players off guard. This midfielder, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Modric, truly lived up to his reputation, delivering a sudden strike from that position that left Vidi astonished. When did this guy arrive? Casemiro's tackle sounded the horn for Brazil's counterattack, but the horn was blown solely for Vinicius Jr., because on the flanks he was all that was needed. Under the watchful eyes of football fans around the world, he surged down the left side with astonishing speed. The Portuguese defenders, fully aware of his individual prowess, hurried to intercept and press. Yet Vinicius' abilities were undeniably formidable. To take on Neymar's core position on the field, one must possess significant skill in the star-studded Brazilian team. He suddenly changed pace, cutting in smoothly past Dias. It's worth noting that Dias is the core of Portugal's defensive line. After being bypassed, Vinicius made no bodily adjustments, unleashing a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot. Costa attempted a flying save, but alas, it was too late. The ball crashed into the net. Brazil took the lead, capitalizing on Vinicius' wing-breaking ability. The fans of the Wuduan Legion are somewhat disappointed. Can the midfield truly not perform without Jiang Feng? However, it's not that the current Portuguese midfield is weak, it's just that Fat Tiger's positioning was too timely blocking Vida's pass. Vidi felt that his luck was truly poor. Why did he have to concede a goal just when he stepped onto the field? Why didn't it happen when Jiang Feng came on? Vidi knew that he might really lose his starting midfield position, so he was running frantically. After falling behind, the entire Wuduan Legion switched to an aggressive mode. The young Neves stepped up. In a possession sequence for the Wuduan Legion, Neves, wearing his number 15 jersey, retreated to receive Cancelo's pass, and then used his dribbling skills to advance down the wing. Though he plays as a defensive midfielder, his abilities are outstanding, his creativity is off the charts. He dribbled near the penalty area where Neto, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Leao began to make runs. After Neves stopped, he quickly scanned the field and spotted Neto's position, delivering a simple pass that sent Neto controlled the ball, charged into the penalty area, and scored from a tight angle. The two players executed a brief combination play, helping the Wuduan Legion secure a point. This golden generation of midfielders is capable of carrying the team. On the sidelines, Jiang Feng nodded. Neves' dribbling skills were indeed impressive, having created an opportunity for the three forwards after evading a midfield player. Such thinking is worth learning. Old Thomas seated beside him sighed in relief. He had been quite anxious. Although the five-star Brazil has not performed well in recent years, they are still a formidable team. Fortunately, they also have players to withstand the pressure. 10 minutes after equalizing, it was time for a break. The true moment of life and death is about to arrive. In the locker room, Vidi, take a break. Jiang Feng, you go on. Old Thomas said. Jiang Feng nodded. He had already started warming up. Vidi helplessly replied, Coach, I feel I can still play. Old Thomas said, I know, but you've run half the match. It's time to rest. The next tasks will be up to Jiang Feng. Vidi could only comply as his mistakes had led to a goal for the team. Meanwhile, on the Brazilian side, Ancelotti said to Neymar. Neymar had rested for several days in preparation for this crucial match. He had been dealing with some injuries recently, but now he was in perfect condition, his body seemingly brimming with energy, ready to explode. Given the situation, both sides should be swapping out underperforming players from the first half. Let's look forward to whether the coveted number 30 jersey will make an appearance. The camera is now on Brazil Neymar. He's about to come on. Ancelotti replaced Rafinha with Neymar. It seems he still has great faith in Neymar's abilities. On the Portuguese side, the number 30 jersey, Jiang Feng, is on. He replaced the off-form Vidi. Teacher Hiwei was very excited. The millions of fans in the country had been waiting to see Jiang Feng take the field. It has finally come. Here he comes. If Jiang Feng had come on earlier, they would have already gained the advantage. He finally arrived. Oh no, the opponent has brought on Mayer. Will Portugal be showcased? Mayer is on. Facing Cristiano Ronaldo is the match we should be seeing, especially with our Chinese player in today's game. This match is bound to be exhilarating. Can we take down Brazil? I bet 10,000 on the Wuduan Legion to win. Can we take a chance? It's hard to say. Jiang Feng facing off against the experienced and strong Xiaoxiong will surely put him under great pressure. He's still young, and defeating Brazil will be very challenging. The best episode is here. Houston Sports Stadium. Jiang Feng has finished warming up. In the second half, both sides abandoned their previous steady rhythm and began fast breaks, as neither wanted to be dragged into a penalty shootout. In a penalty shootout, both sides have sharpshooters and goalkeepers, making it tough to determine the winner. It's best to rely on regular time to win the match. The appearance of Jiang Feng alongside Neymar instantly heightened the tension in this match. Everyone knew that the ace player had entered the fray. However, Neymar's fame clearly surpassed that of Jiang Feng, as he was regarded as a candidate for the next generation's dual prodigies. Yet the current situation left many feeling somewhat disappointed. In today's football scene, while there are the likes of Haaland, Mbappe, and Neymar, who might eventually inherit the throne of the king of football, at the very least these three players still trail behind Messi and Ronaldo. After Jiang Feng took the field, the Portuguese team began to stretch their formation, with Bruno Fernandes on the right flank and Jiang Feng on the left, creating a formation conducive to flanking breakthroughs. Ordinary midfielders would find it impossible to set up such a formation without adept long passing skills. If the long passes are inaccurate, the ball can easily be intercepted. However, Jiang Feng ensured his stable position on the left flank with his precision. As long as he received the ball, he could deliver it accurately to the front line. This provided Bruno Fernandes with a reliable target for his passes. Though Bruno Fernandes initially doubted Jiang Feng's passing abilities when they first met, after several matches he realized he indeed relied on a teammate who was as skilled at long passes as he was. This way, both sides of the field could execute long passes, even quickly transferring the ball from the left flank. Bruno Fernandes enjoyed this style of play. Bernardo Silva is undeniably strong, but his position is in the attacking midfield, where his movement and interplays are excellent and his footwork is quite refined, though his long passing is somewhat lacking. The styles of Neves and Vitinha tend towards the central and defensive midfield, where they rely somewhat on dribbling. If it's dribbling like Messi's, they are undoubtedly impressive. However, Neves is still a bit too young. Vitinha is more adept at defending. Despite the abundance of midfield talent in Portugal, only Zhang Feng truly resonates with him. Moreover, Zhang Feng's presence alleviated his pressure since the opposition also had to guard against Zhang Feng's precise long passes, giving Bruno Fernandes more time to observe his teammates' movements and make passes. Less than 8 minutes into the second half after Portugal gained possession, Bruno Fernandes successfully executed a long pass, sending the ball to Zhang Feng on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Feng immediately surged forward. Having previously showcased his skills with impressive dribbling moves, he quickly drew the attention of two defenders. This created ample space for Bernardo Silva, Bruno Fernandes, and Neves to make their runs. Meanwhile, the forwards Neto, Ronaldo, and Leo began preparing for an attack. The entire field erupted into frantic movement as Zhang Feng received the ball. Facing Brazil's number 5, the Fat Tiger, and number 15, O Pereira, he knew not to underestimate either of them. The pressure from both prompted him to deliver a long pass to Bernardo Silva ahead. As the Brazilian Fat Tiger prepared to close in for a tight defense, he watched in disbelief as the ball soared past. Before the match began today, he had been warned by Ancelotti that if Zhang Feng, the midfielder, took the field, he must keep a close watch on him and never let him make an easy pass, as this young player possessed formidable dribbling skills. Initially skeptical, he now believed. He turned to see the ball effortlessly landing beside Bernardo Silva. This long pass was astonishing, covering over 30 meters. The football field is only 105 meters long. Are you implying that with 3 long passes you can kick the ball from one goal to the other with such precision? If 3 players were involved, wouldn't they have scored directly? This 18-year-old kid is genuinely impressive. Zhang Feng's pass positioned the ball perfectly for Bernardo Silva, allowing him to maintain his speed without having to slow down to wait for the ball. The ball fell right in front of him, even giving him a chance to take a world-class shot. Unfortunately, he was not Ronaldo, and he couldn't find an immediate opportunity to shoot. After controlling the ball, he passed it to Ronaldo and continued making runs. Portugal's forward movements put immense pressure on Brazil's defense, especially the off-ball runs of Bernardo Silva and Bruno Fernandes, compelling Brazil to tighten their defensive line. This opened up opportunities for the Portuguese midfield. Exploiting Bruno Fernandes' off-ball runs to create space, Ronaldo passed the ball back to the advancing Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng did not even pause. He immediately sent another long pass to the moving Bruno Fernandes. After several exchanges of long passes, Brazil was left bewildered. This long passing was just too precise. Bruno Fernandes had a defender on him, yet this lofted long pass landed perfectly on his chest. Once it touched down, he advanced down the flank, dribbling past the defender and slipping the ball to Ronaldo. At this moment, Brazil's defense was completely torn apart, allowing Ronaldo to easily execute a turn and shoot from the center of the penalty area. The goalkeeper had no clear sight of Ronaldo's shot, angle obscured by defenders, and by the time he could see clearly, the ball had already soared into the far corner of the net, leaving him helpless to intervene. The fans of the Five Shields Legion erupted in excitement. What a stunning goal! Cristiano Ronaldo. Siu. This long passing system has completely dismantled the 5-star Brazil team. No matter how skilled their defenders are, they cannot withstand such pressure. B. Silva and B. Fernandes also positioned themselves well, drawing all the attention from the opposing team. Of course, the key player is still Zhang Feng, whose long passes are simply exquisite. These 2 precise long passes over 30 meters are truly extraordinary. Even B. Fernandes and Modric in his youth could not have such accuracy in long passing, could they? Does he not feel pressure during the World Cup? How can he perform like this? One can only say his talent is overwhelmingly strong, allowing him to execute accurate long passes at will. It's truly enviable. The entire crowd of fans, even including those from Brazil, could not help but admire Zhang Feng's long passing ability. It's simple, brutal, and utterly uncounterable. This young man seems to have only this one skill, but it is truly unbeatable. The player wearing number 30, with a sunny and confident smile, has truly inspired countless fans. It truly is the silver saddle on the white horse, galloping like a meteor. Although he may not have assists or goals, his impact is so significant that he could very well be a strong contender for this year's Ballon d'Or at the World Cup. His influence on Portugal is immense. With him, Portugal's midfield passing system seems to dominate the green fields of this year's World Cup. In the heart of the city of Yilan, Tennessee, lies a hotel hosting this World Cup with the second youngest genius player. Yamal, 18 years old, will celebrate his 19th birthday during the semi-finals of the World Cup, and this is the carefully prepared birthday gift he has set for himself. However, this gift might come with some complications. After all, the hellish mode of the second half is crowded with strong opponents, not only the winner of Portugal and Brazil, but also England and France standing in the way, and several other countries as well. Yet these challenges are not particularly daunting for the young and brash Yamal. Now in the lower bracket, Portugal does not even seem like a rival to him. He feels the real threat will be the Gallic Roosters, France, and his target is Mbappe. Moreover, if predictions hold true, if France does not face an upset, they will meet in the semifinals. Currently his invisible market value far exceeds that of Mbappe, with the transfer value appearing to be around 200 million euros comparable to that of Mbappe and Haaland. However, in the realm of football economics, his invisible market value combined with commercial worth has already reached 400 million euros, making him the highest in the World Cup. Indeed, he is also the best in the world. After all, he is only 18 years old, and at the age of 16, he already won the European Championship, becoming the youngest player in Barcelona's history to achieve a treble and winning the Golden Boy Award. A series of honors that outshine even the young Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. To possess so many honors at such a young age is undoubtedly a sign of genius. Thus, he feels somewhat indignant that the head coach has asked him to study Portugal's matches. It is just an ordinary match. What is there to watch? In his mind, Portugal is no longer his opponent. Ronaldo is already past his prime, and only Haaland, Mbappe, and Neymar are worthy of being his teammates. And only during the peak of these two can they truly be considered. Seeing Zhang Feng's two long passes take the lead, Yamal casually clasped his hands behind his head and remarked, "What's so interesting about this? Regardless of speed or strength, he is far from being capable enough to secure the World Cup victory solely based on his long passes. Coach, you are thinking too simply." The bald coach of the Bullfighters, De La Fuente, helplessly responded, "Yamal, do not underestimate your opponent. While he may not match your talent as a forward, his passing skills far exceed yours, and his accuracy is exceptionally high." Yamal nonchalantly replied, "So what? He scores his goals, I score mine, and let's see who scores more." De La Fuente truly found it hard to convince him, as this kid's talent is indeed unparalleled. At just 18 years old, according to the information, he is a few months older than Zhang Feng. Perhaps it is because he is a few months older than Zhang Feng that he is not this year's World Cup's youngest player, and he does not have a good impression of Zhang Feng. He is somewhat unable to break this year's record for the youngest goalscorer in the World Cup. Beside him, Pedri also said, "It's fine, coach. His playmaking ability is not strong enough at the moment, so we don't need to treat it too seriously." De La Fuente replied, "This year's Portuguese midfield has strong power. Although our overall strength is greater, we must still respect our opponents." The two clearly did not take it in, as their recent matches in Spain have almost all been victories. Just a few days ago they faced Uruguay and easily won 40, and that was with the coach urging them to take it easy and conserve energy for the knockout stage, otherwise the score would have been even more lopsided. De La Fuente felt somewhat helpless. These young lads seemed to disregard him as their coach. Yet he truly had no words to say. Yamal's current goal count has already matched Ronaldo's for goals. In the last knockout match, Yamal scored twice along with 2 goals in the group stage, making it seem very simple for him to surpass Ronaldo's goal tally. Yamal and Pedri both aspire to claim the Golden Boot and the Ballon d'Or with grand ambitions, thus they look down on Zhang Feng's performance, even though Zhang Feng has been outstanding, who after all Yamal has scored for goals. In the stadium, after Portugal took a 21 lead, the Portuguese players could relax a little. However, there was one player who was very frustrated. That player was Neymar. He and Zhang Feng entered the field at the same time, and while Zhang Feng has already made his impact, Neymar is still scoreless. Although he received the ball, he passed it to a teammate and had no opportunity to shoot. He is completely sidelined as a forward. It is genuinely frustrating to compare oneself to others. Both players are the team's wildcards. Oh, why has he not performed? Neymar feels a pent-up frustration. Who does not want to prove themselves? Once a successor to Ronaldo and Messi, he stood in the spotlight of the world. And now, he desperately wants to. On the Brazilian side, trailing by 1 goal, they launched a counterattack. Ultimately, in the 30 minutes of the second half, the Brazilian Fat Tiger stood up again, directly intercepting Neto when he charged forward and easily reclaimed the ball. He immediately passed the ball to the Little Bear, relying on Vinicius' breakthrough after bringing the ball forward. Now Neymar faces 2 options. One is to pass the ball to his teammate to help score. The other option is to break through himself. Even though Neymar is currently positioned in midfield, his desire to score remains unchanged, so he chooses the second option. The first person he encounters on his path to breakthrough is Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng did not expect Neymar to come to this side after receiving the ball. It seems Brazil has already studied Portugal well. Even though Zhang Feng is on the field, their offensive capability is strong, but conversely the defensive side on the left is relatively weak. Thus naturally they prioritize breaking through the left side of the defense. Zhang Feng, being a new player, has insufficient defensive skills, making it relatively easy to surpass him. As Zhang Feng approached, he already knew he could not stop Neymar. He may be a cutting sword, but he is certainly not. This point was also known to veteran Thomas, so his defensive task was not heavy. Basically, it was just to delay the. Yet Zhang Feng still underestimated Neymar. Or rather, the whole world has underestimated Neymar. Despite being plagued by injuries lately and not being in good form, he has not participated in any high-intensity matches. However, Neymar's veins still flow with the blood of Samba football. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Feng approach, he effortlessly performed a double-footed flick behind him and landed gracefully, circling around Zhang Feng on his right side as the ball touched the ground. The ball traced a beautiful arc above both players' heads. Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. Where's the ball? He turned his head to see Neymar already carrying the ball past him, agile and graceful. The samba dribbling is truly extraordinary. The rainbow flick is executed with fluid grace like a sprite dancing across the pitch. It looks incredibly pleasing to the eye. Zhang Feng didn't even notice when the football soared into the sky. He knew Neymar had a plethora of dribbling techniques, but he didn't expect them to come so swiftly. Who would have thought that the two would start showcasing their skills the moment they met? Zhang Feng complained. Is it so fluid that I am completely disregarded? Meanwhile, countless fans in the country began to pay attention to his situation. Being outclassed by the opposing player can easily create pressure. Moreover, the crucial moment came when Neymar, after deftly getting past him, executed a cutting and combined with his teammates' overlapping movements effectively pulled apart Portugal's defense, creating a perfect opportunity for Alanianon. Costa, seeing no significant chance, feared Neymar's long-range shot and rushed over to intercept him. Unfortunately, Neymar lightly tapped the bottom of the ball, lifting it over the goalkeeper's head as the ball slowly descended into the empty net. It's over. The domestic fans have erupted. Damn, another lob shot, a double rainbow. One for the dribble, one for the goal. It's too exaggerated. This is the five-star Brazil, the last guardian of artistic football. It's over. You can show off all you want. Why does he have to show off in front of our Zhang Feng player? Zhang Feng is still so young, he could easily explode under pressure. Is Neymar being too ruthless? Stop showing off, please. Let Cristiano Ronaldo have one World Cup. Let my youth end perfectly. It's 2-2 now, and there are only 15 minutes left. Are we heading for a penalty shootout? If it's a penalty shootout, then so be it. Who's afraid? The Five Shields Legion's penalty capabilities are not weak either. Zhang Feng seems to be fine, right? This rainbow flick shouldn't affect his mentality, right? Fans are worried that this dazzling dribbling will upset Zhang Feng's composure, making him anxious. However, what surprised everyone was that Zhang Feng had a smile on his face, even giving a thumbs up. The words he uttered were only understandable to his compatriots. Awesome, really awesome, he's quite the showman, Zhang Feng remarked while watching Neymar circling the field. Other fans from different countries assumed he was mumbling some oriental curse against Neymar. Zhang Feng recalled the earlier scene, pondering how to defend in future situations. The only way is to create distance from Neymar and avoid close contact. This truly requires defensive skill, something he isn't very adept at. Old Thomas was also worried, shouting from the sidelines, "Feng, it's okay. Keep pushing." Zhang Feng nodded, giving an okay gesture to indicate that he was fine. What he didn't expect was that Buffet walked over to encourage him, saying, "It's okay, it's normal for midfielders to get dribbled past, don't be disheartened." Zhang Feng was surprised. Is Buffet concerned about his mentality collapsing, or does he genuinely care about him? But it didn't matter. He smiled and said, "I'm okay." His emotions were fine, but internally he was getting anxious. He wanted to show off too. Portugal wasn't planning to give Brazil too much time to celebrate. Time was running out, and it was their turn to attack. They absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. If it went to penalty shootouts, it would be purely a matter of luck. Their goalkeeper Costa is formidable, but the opposing goalkeeper is no slouch either. Now they will see if they can score a decisive goal in the final 15 minutes. The Portuguese players were somewhat anxious. Since the World Cup began, their performance has already surpassed previous years. This is their best chance to win the championship. If they miss it by the next World Cup, Cristiano Ronaldo will have retired, and B. Silva and B. Fay will have aged. Who can lead their golden generation to victory then? Old Thomas urged everyone to step up the attacking rhythm. After 5 minutes of back and forth, the match time was down to less than 10 minutes. Finally, Portugal compressed their attacking formation into Brazil's defense. The Brazilian team was now very tense, with Neymar also retreating to participate in defense. However, Neymar's defensive skills are on par with Zhang Feng's. When it comes to attacking, he thrives. But when it comes to defense, he is completely lethargic and unwilling to move. However, if they don't defend, Portugal could easily score a last-minute goal, nullifying the equalizer Zhang Feng had just achieved. The situation on the field was chaotic. The ball was still under Portugal's control, and all three forwards were looking for an opportunity, including B. Silva, who was lurking. Little Neves passed the ball to B. Fay, sounding the final horn for Portugal's counterattack. B. Fay started organizing from the flanks. They didn't even need to speak. A few exchanged glances between old teammates sufficed. In midfield, Zhang Feng stood there unsure of what to do. After all, he hadn't been in Portugal for long and had never faced such a life-and-death moment. Even when they lost in the group stage, there was still a chance, but now a loss meant no opportunities at all. Consequently, everyone was on edge, and some exchanges were purely instinctive, which Zhang Feng naturally couldn't understand. Zhang Feng positioned himself on the left flank, keeping his eyes on the ball. B. Fay struck the ball with the top of his foot, sending it quickly through the crowd and precisely landing at B. Silva's feet. B. Silva aimed to shoot, but was pressured by the bulky defender, causing him to run close to the sideline, forcing him to pass the ball to Neto. At this moment, all three of Portugal's star forwards were on the field: Cristiano Ronaldo, Neto, and Leao. Although it seemed like there were many options, the defense was tight. Neto had no choice but to pass the ball to the middle to Cristiano Ronaldo. The Brazilian players were also very fearful of Cristiano Ronaldo's abilities. Although he is aging, he is still a phenomenal talent. Facing a crowded defense, Ronaldo created space to shoot. With so many defenders, even if he pulled the ball away, there was no chance to score a spectacular goal. Under the relentless pressure from the bulky defender, Ronaldo had no choice but to pass the transitional ball to Jiang Feng. However, this pass went wrong. It wasn't aimed at Jiang Feng's right foot, but towards his left. As Jiang Feng's teammate, he knew that Jiang Feng was most proficient with his right foot. His left is weaker, making it inconvenient to receive the ball without enough comfortable space, making it easy to be intercepted. At that moment, the bulky defender also came to a sudden halt, charging at Jiang Feng with all his might. Everyone was stunned. This bulky defender truly had boundless stamina. After such a long time, he could still run. Cristiano Ronaldo also sensed the impending doom. This ball might be lost. Only Jiang Feng remained unfazed. He wanted to show off. Having been shown up, he naturally wanted to retaliate. What young person doesn't have a bit of bravado? Moreover, the bulky defender seemed to know Jiang Feng's left foot was weaker, blocking him from the right side, obscuring the goalkeeper's view. A golden opportunity, because he was right inside the penalty area. Facing the immense pressure from the bulky defender, Jiang Feng braced himself, crossing his right leg under his left, adopting a strange posture as he half-squatted. The bulky defender exclaimed, "What is this Eastern kid trying to do? Dance? Eastern martial arts?" Brazil's fat tiger was perplexed. Meanwhile, the players from Portugal were also confused, wondering what Jiang Feng was doing. No one could figure it out. They were more concerned about Jiang Feng's passing. He had always played as an attacking midfielder position behind B. Silva and ahead of B. Fernandes, typically serving as the last passer before a shot on goal. Old Thomas had always arranged tactics this way. Ronaldo's back pass was intended to give Jiang Feng a chance to see if he could send the ball out and break through the opponent's defense. However, at this moment, the pass was clearly a bit off. Ronaldo was worried that if Jiang Feng couldn't receive it, the opponent would intercept and quickly counterattack. But seeing Jiang Feng's movement, he frowned at what was going on. Only one person on the field knew what was happening, and that was Neymar. As someone who also loved to show off on the field, he sensed from Jiang Feng's crouching stance and right leg stepping back behind his left that something was about to happen. He's going to shoot. Chapazinho. This refers to a specific shot technique, but his yell was a bit too far away to alert the goalkeeper, who was too lazy to defend, and thus was positioned far from the goal, making it impossible to notify him. Moreover, Jiang Feng's movements were extremely quick and stealthy. From the goalkeeper's perspective, he couldn't see what Jiang Feng was doing at all. So when Jiang Feng's right foot awkwardly nudged the ball in what seemed to be a last-minute effort, by the time the Brazilian goalkeeper reacted, it was already too late. The ball rolled and bounced between Fat Tiger's legs toward the goal line. Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson had some skill. Seeing the ball rolling towards him, he instantly crouched down, attempting to stretch out his thigh to block it. Unfortunately, his thigh was an inch too short, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball easily crossed the goal line. At that moment, Neymar felt a shiver run down his spine. That was incredibly cool. This was the kind of goal he had always dreamed of. Under the world spotlight, he had outwitted his opponents in the most stylish manner, sending the ball into their net. Isn't there something off about the inheritance of this Samba blood? Why was it manifesting in an Eastern youth with black hair? Was it the Portuguese players who finally realized what was happening? Their first reaction was, how many more surprises had they not discovered? What was Jiang Feng really best at? His super accurate long passes and curved shots could firmly secure his position as a central midfielder, but in chaotic situations he could also display the finishing ability of a stealthy striker. He truly played with skill like no other. Ronaldo once again inexplicably got an assist. Initially, this ball was merely a pass. He had not anticipated Jiang Feng performing a fancy shot inside the penalty area. This 18-year-old youth was constantly creating miracles. Jiang Feng, Ronaldo, and the others rushed over to celebrate. "How did you do it?" The crowd was ecstatic. They were just 5 minutes away from the quarterfinals. Who would have thought that Jiang Feng, who had always struggled with his left foot, would use a rabona to shoot? Such a brilliant shooting technique. Who taught him? No matter who taught him, it definitely wasn't any of the domestic football coaches. If our domestic players could use the rabona to shoot, I would be overjoyed. For such a difficult move, if you asked those players from the national team to pull it off, they would probably just fall flat on their faces. I can say that with confidence. I was worried that after being overshadowed by Neymar, this kid would have a problem with his mentality, but now it seems he wants to give the opposing players a psychological issue. The Brazilian players were dumbfounded watching the football pass between their legs. You can see he has already thrown his hands up, utterly helpless. What an exaggerated shooting style. In the past, I wouldn't have even dared to imagine it. Such artistry. It's truly magnificent. I've never seen such a brilliant goal. Ooh, our little football prodigy is amazing. Our football may not be up to par right now, but I firmly believe that in the future our football will definitely improve. Domestic fans were already misty-eyed witnessing this moment. All hopes for the national team rested entirely on Jiang Feng. They hoped he could lead the team alongside C. Ronaldo to victory, fulfilling not only C. Ronaldo's dream of a sixth World Cup, but also the dreams of the fans. Even though they knew the road to victory would be filled with obstacles, everyone still believed that Zhang Feng could achieve it. And not just the domestic fans, of fans around the world were stunned by this Rabona shot. Is this done by an Eastern player? If I didn't know better, I would think he had Samba blood flowing through him. It's hard to imagine that a great Eastern nation has not qualified for the World Cup, but has produced such a miraculous young talent. It truly is strange. As the youngest player in this year's World Cup, his brilliance is already shining brighter than Yamal's. No, he is still far from Yamal. By Yamal's age, he had already won many honors. Even if Portugal qualifies this time, they need to win again to meet Yamal. I wonder if these two talented players will face off. It's very difficult to meet because after Portugal qualifies, their next match will be against England. The three lions will block their path. Fans around the world were astonished that this year's Portugal was indeed different, with great potential to win the championship. However, their next opponent is led by Bellingham and Hurricane Kane, the three lions of England. To secure a victory, it might be. At this moment, Brazil's coach Ancelotti had already begun to complain that Portugal was deliberately prolonging their celebration time, dragging out the game. The referee blew the starting whistle again, and possession returned to Brazil. They were also fiercely launching an attack. This time Neymar was serious. He faced Portugal's defender Cancelo, executing a heel flick to change direction and leave Cancelo behind. Then with his back to the penalty arc, he skillfully controlled the ball, evading Fei. With his dazzling footwork and technique, Neymar's Samba talent shone on the green field. However, after beating two players, even Neymar had to slow down as the last reserves of energy within him were exhausted. Faced with the combined pressure from Dias and Inacio, he hurriedly took a shot. At this moment, he chose to become the hero. However, in everyone's eyes, this was merely a desperate struggle. Even if you are a Samba sprite, it wouldn't help against the tightening Portuguese defense. What were you doing earlier? The ball was firmly embraced by goalkeeper Costa. Neymar held his head, knowing that this year, he truly had no chance. Neymar truly burned out, showcasing two splendid dribbles, yet Portugal's unyielding defense left him with no opportunities. If only Neymar had been brought on earlier, there might have been a chance. A chance. Since our Zhang Feng was showcased, he hasn't had any opportunities. Where is the youth's exuberance? You show off like this, of course I have to show off back. Don't mistake the modesty of the dark-haired youth for cowardice. 32. We're really about to advance to the round of 16. This year's competition is truly more intense than ever. This match is truly exhilarating. Many fans of Neymar in the country are lamenting. As the current leader of the five-star Brazil, these fans have high hopes for him. Coach Ancelotti sees him as the final piece in their quest for the championship, but unfortunately today, they face Portugal. With Zhang Feng on the field, Portugal has become somewhat unpredictable. In the past, it was likely that both sides would shake hands after a stalemate and proceed to a penalty shootout. It is precisely because of Zhang Feng, this incredible genius midfielder, that Portugal has gained a one-goal lead and advanced to the next round. On the field, Neymar felt somewhat exhausted. Due to his injuries, his physical condition had not recovered to its peak. After two appearances in the group stage, he felt his bonus energy had been depleted. Now in continuous scrimmages, he has quickly drained his energy and can no longer move. He can only watch as Costa powerfully kicks the ball away, changing possession. We have now entered stoppage time. The referee is quite astute. There hasn't been a single injury in this match. It was just that Dias collided with Winnie the Pooh Vinicius while going for a header, and neither was seriously injured. They mainly wanted to trick the referee into giving a free kick, but it didn't work. However, the referee still awarded 5 minutes of stoppage time. This made the Portuguese fans somewhat displeased. Isn't this clearly giving Brazil time for a counterattack? Did the referee take a bribe? Fortunately, the Five Shields Legion is currently not in a hurry to attack, maintaining tight control over the ball. 5 minutes is nothing, but will pass quickly. Brazil is pressing hard, and under such pressure, Dias passes the ball to Zhang Feng ahead. Zhang Feng feels some pressure. The Brazilian players are acting like they have gone mad, with their forwards and defenders all pushing up and starting a frenzy of tackles. Even Neymar is getting involved. Whenever Portugal gains possession, there are bound to be 2 or 3 players surrounding and blocking. Zhang Feng doesn't want to receive the pass. He doesn't want to face so many defenders. If he loses the ball, he would be the scapegoat, but there's no choice at this moment. He must share the burden with his teammates. Everyone is fighting side by side. He can't keep scoring while leaving all the dirty work to his teammates. That would be too selfish. At this moment, Fei quickly runs over, and Zhang Feng instantly understands, passing the ball to Fei. Fei wants to help relieve some pressure. However, at this moment, the Brazilian Fat Tiger suddenly lunges towards Fei. Although he is going for the ball, he is too reckless. He directly kicked the ball away along with Fei. Beep. The referee immediately walked over. The Brazilian Fat Tiger tries to help Fei up and apologizes, but seeing Fei rolling on the ground, he thinks it's an act. He genuinely went for the ball, but his bent knee accidentally collided with Fei's heel, and Fei is holding his thigh, not his knee. But Fei really isn't faking. His hamstring had just recovered, and now after the collision it suddenly hurt again. The referee comes over to check the situation, and with his experienced eye sees it doesn't look like an act, signaling the Portuguese team, Doctor, to quickly come on the field to assist. Buffet is carried off the field. The referee shows the fat tiger a yellow card, and awards a free kick near the center circle as compensation. The Brazilians still want to argue, oh, I accept the yellow card, but can we avoid the free kick? If Ronaldo scores a world-class goal, it's game over at 42. But the referee wouldn't listen. It's already generous to give you some entertainment during stoppage time, and you think we're biased towards you. Everyone is watching. Ronaldo takes the free kick. The shot from the center circle is nearly 50 meters away from the Brazilian goal. Ronaldo thinks about the distance. If he were 10 years younger, he might have a chance. This is understandable. The difference between 30 meters and nearly 50 is vast, and this is not Ronaldo's comfort zone. However, as long as he has a chance to shoot directly, he wants to give it a try. Ronaldo scans the distant goal. This is his second free kick in this World Cup. Whether he can score again and increase his tally to 5 goals depends on this kick. He ultimately chooses to believe in himself. He strikes the ball powerfully. A knuckleball. The ball appears to have no spin, but when it reaches the small penalty area, it suddenly drops. This is a true test for the goalkeeper. But the Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson reacts, first jumping up and firmly controlling this powerful football, which really makes his hands numb even through thick gloves. The force is extraordinary. Is this the 28-year-old Ronaldo? Ronaldo sighs, what a pity. If it were his former self, he would have an 80% chance of scoring. Now the shot seems a bit slow. Zhang Feng, watching from the side, laments that time is not on his side. Youth is fleeting. However, just forcing Alisson to sweat profusely from that distance is already commendable. Zhang Feng glances at the sidelines, worried about Buffet. That ball should have been his responsibility, but it ended up causing Buffet to face a tackle. He wonders what the outcome will be. That fat tiger is truly fierce. But that's to be expected. If you don't tackle fiercely, you'll get eliminated. Competitive play is normal. Next, Vite comes on to replace Buffet, participating in defense to steadily run down the remaining time. The final whistle blows. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Even Zhang Feng, with his extreme stamina, nearly couldn't hold on during this intense scrimmage. This year's World Cup is numerous and tightly packed, posing a tremendous challenge to the players' stamina. After the match, Neymar rushed over to apologize to Ronaldo, the captain, saying Casemiro was too reckless. They'll make sure he apologizes to Buffet. Ronaldo replied, an apology is due, but I can understand. We should trust the referee. The two are close friends and naturally understand each other. Ronaldo embraced Neymar and patted him on the back, saying, your goal was beautiful. How's the injury now? Neymar smiled wryly, saying it's okay. The two reminisced and looked at Zhang Feng. Neymar said he really is a remarkable talent. Hey kid, you're back here. Zhang Feng smiled and replied, thank you. Since this was a knockout match, there were post-game interviews and an MVP ceremony. Old Thomas immediately received the news. Without a doubt, Zhang Feng is the MVP of this match. Zhang Feng, let's go. The press conference is about to start. Bishi came over and pulled Zhang Feng. This is your first time attending such a press conference, right? Zhang Feng nodded. Bishi seemed like an older brother with a good temper. Zhang Feng asked, how is Mr. Bishi sighed. His hamstring was injured a few months ago, and he rested for a month. After being tackled this time, that muscle got strained again, so he will probably need a long recovery. This means you'll have more opportunities to play. Zhang Feng felt a tinge of regret, just like Bishi. Although Buffet had a bad attitude when Zhang Feng first arrived, he had been very polite to him these past few days, wanting to share some game experience during practice, telling him where to position himself, how to direct teammates' movements, and organize attacks. These are invaluable experiences for a player. In the current World Cup, which player wasn't called a genius in their youth, possessing extraordinary talent? Talent is merely the threshold to enter the arena. What truly helps you stand firm is the combination of talent and experience. Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable about his injury. Moreover, he hoped to establish himself in the team based on his own strength rather than stepping in due to a teammate's injury. However, it seems Buffet will need to rest for a few days, and whether he can participate in the upcoming knockout matches will depend on the doctor's decision. Before the press conference officially began, Zhang Feng received his first MVP trophy for a single knockout match. This year's World Cup MVP trophy resembles a high-footed goblet with a blue base and a red top. The designer even said it could be used as a drinking cup. During the knockout stage, previous winners of this trophy include stars like Messi, Yamal, and Bellingham. Everyone thought if Portugal won against Brazil, it would be Ronaldo who would take home the trophy. Although Zhang Feng only scored 1 goal in this match, Ronaldo made both a goal and an assist. However, it was clear that Ronaldo's pass wasn't intended to set Zhang Feng up. Zhang Feng's insertion and shot were more crucial and conclusive. He also initiated a key counterattack, making his contribution even greater. This year's MVP for individual matches was chosen by several candidates proposed by the officials, with fans voting online, and Zhang Feng narrowly beat Ronaldo by a small margin to win this MVP. Ronaldo naturally didn't care. He was focused on the World Cup trophy, having won so many individual MVPs before. He was indifferent to this one. Zhang Feng was also the youngest MVP in this year's knockout stage. Carrying this trophy to the press conference was quite impressive. Once the Portuguese players sat down, the reporters in the venue began to ask questions frantically. Portugal's head coach Old Thomas had Zhang Feng sit beside him, a privilege reserved only for the MVP. Old Thomas skillfully summarized the situation, then the host called for raised hands. Zhang Feng was still quite new to this process. After all, he was just an 18-year-old young man attending such a press conference for the first time, naturally very happy. The first reporter came up and asked Mr. Zhang Feng, your insertion and shot were very skillful. What were you thinking at the moment you were about to shoot? Zhang Feng smiled and said, oh, it was nothing much. I saw a good opportunity and instinctively did so. Of course, this opportunity was created by my teammates, not just my effort. Old Thomas secretly gave a thumbs up. This young man's values are indeed very correct. If it were some other talented players, they certainly wouldn't say that. This young man from the East always inspires trust. Next came other questions, and Zhang Feng was no longer the focus. Initially, he was asked questions because he was the MVP of the match, deserving some respect, but ultimately everyone's attention was mainly on Ronaldo. This was his 6th World Cup, and perhaps he would never have another chance to participate again, so he certainly wanted to fulfill his dream on this day. Thus defeating the 5-star Brazil and successfully entering the top 16, everyone wanted to hear Ronaldo's thoughts. Ronaldo naturally stated that his goal was the World Cup trophy, but he also needed the help of his teammates. When asked about the free kick that didn't go in Ronaldo's side, saying the opposing goalkeeper was simply too strong blocking his powerful shot. Zhang Feng on the side was stroking the MVP trophy, feeling quite pleased. At first, during the group stage, he didn't have much desire for victory, he just wanted to win. But now it was different. After entering the knockout stage, he had started to yearn for victory. He craved goals and wanted to win a trophy. He realized that this trophy was indeed appealing. If possible, he wanted to win a Ballon d'Or in this World Cup. His youthful aspirations were pure. He was also well aware that many people were vying for this year's Ballon d'Or. His contributions to Portugal were significant, but players like Yamal, Kane, and Messi also played vital roles in their respective teams. In comparison, his 3 goals and 2 assists were not particularly extravagant. While Ronaldo was being interviewed, Zhang Feng was preparing to open the system reward chest. After defeating Brazil in the knockout stage, the system rewarded him with a chance to open a treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a critical hit triple rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the surgical pass skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the no-view pass skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a 5 increase in sprint speed. Zhang Feng's face lit up. Triple rewards. Did winning against Neymar warrant such a grand prize? Or was it because it was his first knockout victory in the World Cup? The surgical pass was something he really needed. A midfielder must know how to deliver long passes, and the more precise the better, but one must not solely rely on long passes. When facing Brazil, if Portugal chose dense attacks clustering everyone together, long passes wouldn't work. At that moment, short through balls would be better, traveling close to the grass and faster, making it hard to intercept. The surgical pass is simply a precise through ball, allowing Zhang Feng to make a quick pass to his teammate amidst the crowd, facilitating coordinated attacks. The no-view pass is even more ingenious. Looking one way, using peripheral vision to remember his teammates' positions, looking left, but passing to a teammate on the right to deceive the opponent. This move is quite useful. As for speed, Zhang Feng needed that too. Although a 5 increase seemed small, it was better than nothing. A football player without speed is like a sports car without an engine. He hoped to win more matches in the future and increase his speed, wondering if besides speed there would be rewards for physical attributes. His physical fitness was truly not strong, not comparable to athletes with darker skin. Neymar's last dance concluded with regret. The Samba army, adorned with 5 stars on their jerseys, ultimately fell in the round of 32. The outside world perceived them as having the strength of a top 8 team, but unfortunately they encountered Portugal, who possessed the same strength of a top 4 team. The sense of regret extended beyond the 5-star Brazil. There was also Modric, eliminated by Argentina. Both Neymar and Modric, along with other stars like the regrettable Vinicius from the golden generation, exited the World Cup early this year. However, these young players still have plenty of time ahead of them for future opportunities. The older players like Modric have truly run out of chances. His legendary journey as a midfielder has come to a complete end in this World Cup. With Buffett's old injury flaring up again, Portugal's overall strength has diminished, earning them a label of being a round of 16 team. Their next opponents are the formidable 3 Lions of England. Their last match, where they defeated Brazil in the knockout stage, saw the 3 Lions ruthlessly thrash the national team of Japan 5-0, leaving the Japanese players in tears. Japan's national team is among the top in Asia, capable of competing on equal footing with South Korea. However, in this year's World Cup, they have been reduced to mere fillers, unable to mount any effective attacks against England, who dominated possession with over 70%, allowing their players to roam freely in the penalty area. The 3 Lions boast a squad valued at €1.3 billion. The soul of the team striker Harry Kane is an unstoppable force in duels, a hurricane-like presence in front of the goal. Starboy Saka, a world-class right winger, is unmatched in acceleration, a formidable force in breaking through defenses. Rashford, the teacher, possesses speed that not only can dismantle defenders, but also excels in long-range shots. The midfield is even more impressive. Portugal has the Champions League duo of Neves and Vitinha, but England counters with the new King Bellingham and the strong Rice, forming a billion-euro core that cannot be matched. The defense is equally formidable, featuring Stones Gahey and 21-year-old defender O'Reilly, making their backline stronger than Portugal's. With such a comprehensive roster, how could the Three Lions lose? Although England has historically faltered in major tournaments, this year truly feels different. All the players seem solid, genuinely aiming for the championship. Moreover, their paper strength surpasses Argentina, placing them at the same table as Spain and France with a guaranteed hard strength to finish in the top three. How could they possibly fail against Portugal? Not to mention Portugal's loss of Buffet, their midfield organizer, due to the match against Brazil. They can't really rely on an 18-year-old to take charge, can they? What experience does he have? Depending on the twin stars seems evident, but post-Champions League neither of them has been in great form, likely showing signs of fatigue. So it seems quite normal for the Three Lions to defeat Portugal. Even Spain's Yamal during a post-match interview expressed that their next opponent was England. This equally 18-year-old prodigy couldn't wait to consider defeating England as a gift to himself for turning 19. The global football media and fans are not optimistic about the Five-Shield team. Except for domestic fans of Cristiano Ronaldo. His fans sincerely hope that this sixth World Cup will fulfill. Domestic fans are fully supportive of Jiang Feng, as I certainly cannot root for England. I have no home team, so can't I let a team with Chinese heritage be my home team. Moreover, capital is always profit-driven. The odds for the Five-Shield team are quite high at 4-2. England's odds stand at only 2-14, a significant difference. This indicates that overseas betting outlets are also not optimistic about the Five-Shield team. The odds serve as a barometer. Furthermore, during the knockout stage, upsets are less frequent than in the group stage. Naturally, England has a greater chance. As all the round of 16 matches concluded, the intensity of the World Cup matches escalated. Other strong teams are brimming with confidence, but the Five-Shield team seems shrouded in gloom. After losing Buffet, they lack a player capable of standing up to the billion-euro right-back James. If they send the agile B. Silva, their offensive power will diminish. They need someone to fill B. Silva's role. Old Thomas is quite anxious. Should they put Trincao on? But he hasn't had more chances to play than Jiang Feng early on, and he worries his form won't keep up. This is somewhat troubling. Returning from the hospital rehabilitation room to the training ground, Old Thomas witnessed the players sprinting back and forth in training. Assistant coach Carvalho, holding a stopwatch, joyfully announced Coach Jiang Feng's sprinting speed has suddenly increased by an impressive 5. This segment of practical training has proven effective. It has unleashed his potential. Old Thomas was momentarily stunned so much. He has trained many players. Typically, players find it challenging to break through in sprinting speed since they are often gifted and maintain their talents once developed. They are not sprinters, so naturally they cannot demand too much precision in this regard. They can only gradually improve, but the extent will not be vast. For Jiang Feng to have such a sudden increase is indeed marvelous. Could this be the physique of an Oriental person? No, Old Thomas has observed the speed of Oriental players. They are too slow. Jiang Feng cannot view him through the lens of Oriental players. Kid, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? Old Thomas approached Jiang Feng with a smile. Seeing Old Thomas approach, Jiang Feng asked, "How is Mr. Buffet?" Old Thomas' smile instantly faded. He still needs some time to recover. Currently, it doesn't affect his activities, but he can engage in intense running. Jiang Feng felt a sense of regret. He shouldn't have passed that ball. Now, with Buffet absent from the right flank, the two of them can no longer execute their previous long pass counterattacks, meaning Portugal has lost a key weapon. He directly stated, "I can take over Buffet's position." His right leg is strong, making it easier to deliver crosses on the right flank. Although his cutting shots are slightly awkward, being able to carry the ball down the right side is safer. Hence, stepping into Buffet's role on the right flank is naturally the best option. Old Thomas shook his head. If you shift your position suddenly, it will be hard for others to coordinate. The match is in 3 days. We don't have time to alter the formation. Nearby, Vitinha interjected, "Coach, have you forgotten about me?" Old Thomas taken aback. He had been replaying their 4 matches in his mind, considering all the players' movements. Because Vitinha had been substituted frequently for Jiang Feng, he had indeed forgotten about him. However, he couldn't say it that way. Old Thomas replied sternly, "How could I forget? I have been contemplating how to adapt our lineup. Against the Three Lions, we need more offensive capability." Jiang Feng agreed. That made sense. Old Thomas has been coaching for many years and has certain connections with England. He once applied for the head coach position for England, but was sidelined by local factions. Later, he led the financially strapped Wembley team to an unexpected victory over Manchester City in the FA Cup, yet ultimately faced relegation from the Premier League, becoming a target for relentless media ridicule that left him with a grudge. He was filled with pent-up frustration facing the three lions eager to showcase the power of his possession-based system. During his early years coaching lower-tier teams in the Premier League, he had faced players like Kane Saka and Rice numerous times. While not an expert, he had a strong grasp of the tactics of the three lions. This year's three lions have formidable attacking power. Even if the Portuguese midfield tightens its defense, it will be impossible to completely stop their barrage. Can you say that Vita's presence will silence their midfield and attacking front? That's unrealistic. The only way is to match their intensity. If they strike hard, we must strike back. With Buffet injured, the only ones capable of holding their ground are Neto Leo and Cristiano Ronaldo in the forward line. The current challenge is how to supply ammunition to this attacking front. Zhang Feng is essential. In the locker room, Old Thomas held a magnetic number board corresponding to the players' numbers, switching players in and out on the tactics board. Nearby, the Portuguese players were brainstorming strategies. Ultimately, Old Thomas placed number 10, representing Buffet, in the right midfield position, and a sense of clarity washed over him. There was a gap at the left attacking midfield. He nudged Zhang Feng, number 30, forward. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, are you comfortable in this position? This position was originally Buffet's. It not only allows for passing and collaboration in midfield, but also overlaps with the shadow striker, enabling quick support when the forwards struggle to find opportunities. In the previous match, Zhang Feng demonstrated his ability for secondary attacks with a clever flick. When the forwards had no chances, he could step up instead of merely transitioning the ball safely before regrouping. In football, the match can be tugged for half an hour, but the goal comes in an instant. If one opportunity is missed, there may be a second, but there will definitely not be a third. Thus, the ability to follow up as a shadow striker is crucial. Zhang Feng just happened to showcase this ability effortlessly. Even if Cristiano Ronaldo's pass wasn't perfect, Zhang Feng still managed to score, which serves as evidence. However, they thought he was handling it with ease, while in reality Zhang Feng only knew that one move. He felt slightly insecure, but recalling his recently acquired abilities such as the surgical knife, through ball, and blind pass, what more could he say? Additionally, as a shadow striker, he would need to make runs forward to capitalize on opportunities, but for now he only had to step up when the team required it. As for passing, he had no issues. He had gained 2 exceptional passing skills complemented by his innate talent for precise long passes. The king of assists was about to arrive. Can you feel it? All right, Zhang Feng replied. Vidi opened his mouth, but found no words. Though they were teammates on the field, they were also competitors. Performing well meant securing a starting position, while Vidi had yet to make significant contributions and could only sit on the bench even as a top midfielder from Paris Saint-Germain. The Five Shields army doesn't lack midfielders. Yet Old Thomas naturally wouldn't forget him. Vidi, you'll take Zhang Feng's position, but you'll still need to coordinate with Neves. Vidi felt a surge of energy. The team still needed his defensive capability to create trouble for the three lions. The inability to defend was a problem. Simply not defending wouldn't suffice. Old Thomas said, all right, let's train quickly. We need to readjust to the current formation. After the adjustments, Portugal's attacking capability greatly improved. With Zhang Feng at left attacking midfield and Buffet at right attacking midfield, both could participate in attacks and passing. For defense, 3 defenders would be involved, forming a 343 setup. In terms of defense, Buffet would also need to participate more. The 343 formation isn't exactly mainstream, but it can target some strong teams. After all, defeating a strong team Hedon is quite challenging unless they also possess the strength to match. However, who dares to say they can go toe-to-toe with England this year? Even France and Spain would have limited chances. As long as they can establish their own rhythm, that's enough. Old Thomas was truly putting in tremendous effort to defeat the powerful England team, so he explained the tactics in great detail. For instance, how to exploit Kane's weaknesses when receiving back-to-goal, Saka's lack of stamina, and how defenders can physically confront him, as well as how Jameis incursions can easily leave gaps. He instructed Buffet to move to the right, not just to fill in, but also to exploit the vulnerabilities behind England's fullbacks. It looked good on paper, but ultimately it had to rely on the players. Especially concerning Zhang Feng's position, he felt it was crucial. Only Zhang Feng's style could stand in that position to receive passes swiftly. He had never said it directly, fearing it would put too much pressure on Zhang Feng, who might not be able to handle it. After finishing the tactical briefing, Old Thomas suddenly thought of something. Cristiano, could you call Modric over? Cristiano had been fixated on the tactics board, imagining how he would score if he were on the field, nearly entering a meditative state. When Old Thomas called out to him, he asked curiously what. Modric I'd like to invite him to share his match experience with Zhang Feng. Isn't he finished with the match? Oh, I apologize. I mean, no offense, I just wanted to teach Zhang Feng. You know, the next match is extremely important. Old Thomas felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Modric had just been eliminated by Messi and would not proceed in the World Cup. Now asking him to come and coach his players seemed a bit untimely. But there was no choice. Modric's experience was invaluable. Zhang Feng was already running out of time to accumulate practical experience and could only glean some insights from a verbal explanation, trying to learn as much as possible. Cristiano nodded. Of course, I'll invite him right now, and turned to make the call. The relationship between Modric and the president needs no explanation. They are lifelong friends. In fact, on the day Modric lost to Argentina, Cristiano called to offer comfort, and the two had agreed to take a break together in Portugal after the World Cup. Thus, Modric would definitely not refuse this request from Cristiano. After all, he had nothing else to do. The national team members might be preparing to fly back to Croatia, or they might disband on the spot. As Zhang Feng waited for Cristiano to call Modric, a strange thought popped into his mind. Quickly invite the legendary Modric. In football history, he might rank 5th or 6th among midfielders. Without a doubt, he is the best all-around midfielder of modern times, and there's no denying that. Though aging, his experience is rich. As the only midfielder to break the dominance of Messi and Ronaldo in the Ballon d'Or, learning from his experience would greatly benefit Zhang Feng. It seems the world is the same everywhere. Some people are genuinely good. In the suburbs of Washington, the Alexander Hotel. This is the hotel where the Croatian national team was staying, but it is no longer needed tonight. Modric has packed his suitcase ready to head home with the team after the match against Portugal, planning to take his family to enjoy some time with Cristiano Ronaldo. The time after the World Cup is a rare moment of leisure. Although they regretfully stopped at the round of 32 this year, losing to Argentina, led by Messi, there is really nothing more to say. However, Modric had already come to terms with it that very day. He has had many glorious moments in his life, and ending the World Cup with a loss to the defending champions is not something to be ashamed of. Saying goodbye to the World Cup does not mean saying goodbye to football. It just means he can no longer appear in the dazzling World Cup wearing the national team jersey. It's nothing to be concerned about. Now he just needs to recover from his injuries and prepare for the new year in Serie A. Modric's phone rang. It was Cristiano Ronaldo. He was curious. With only 3 days left until the match against England, shouldn't Ronaldo be intensifying his training? Why is he still taking the time to call me? From his perspective, Buffet's injury is not good news for Portugal, but it gives young players a chance, especially that 18-year-old young man with dark hair from the East. He genuinely likes and recognizes him, believing that Portugal has a chance to defeat the seemingly stronger England. After answering the call, Modric was stunned. After a moment, he said to his teammates, "You guys go ahead, I need to take another." The Portuguese Football Federation is quite generous, directly arranging a small private plane for Modric. They also understand that this year is the most hopeful year for Portugal to break through historical barriers. If they don't perform well, what opportunities will there be after Ronaldo retires? Now who from Portugal's golden generation can have Ronaldo's influence? Ronaldo leading the team to win the World Cup means the federation stands to gain in every aspect. Moreover, if this World Cup results in a championship, the young player Zhang Feng will undoubtedly bring them even greater value, perhaps even leading the next World Cup team. Who can say for certain? The cost of a private plane is insignificant, just a small investment. Just 7 hours later, Modric appeared at Portugal's evening training ground. Modric, this is Zhang Feng, you should know him. Ronaldo introduced Zhang Feng to his old teammate. Modric looked at the young man before him, feeling a pang of envy. Youth is truly wonderful. Hello, Zhang Feng, I am Modric. Zhang Feng politely replied, "Hello, Mr. Modric, it's a pleasure to meet you." Modric understood Ronaldo's intention in inviting him. Helping his friend, there is no doubt about it. Let's get started. Ooh, I want to see Zhang Feng's fundamentals, Modric said. Ronaldo also knew that with only 2 days left, there was no time to talk further. They could only intensify training, and he reminded Modric not to overexert himself, as they couldn't afford too much physical exhaustion. Modric naturally understood. He wanted to see what the so-called talented midfielder was really made of. Old Thomas knew Modric's strength, so they allowed Zhang Feng to practice individually with Modric during training. Zhang Feng followed Modric to the sideline, and Modric pointed at a distant spot, saying, "Kid, go over there and pass me a ball to see." Zhang Feng looked and saw it was about 40 meters away, nearly 50. However, it was not a problem. His passing distance of 30 to 35 meters was his most accurate range, and at this distance he had about 70 to 80% accuracy. Zhang Feng ran over with the ball and sent it towards Modric with a precise strike. Modric raised his foot and caught it steadily. Both were taken aback. Zhang Feng was surprised that despite Modric's age, his ball control was still so steady, comparable to his own ability to receive the ball with magnet feet. Modric was astonished at the young man's genuine talent. Even at a distance of 45 meters, he could be so precise, requiring no movement at all to receive the ball. He truly was a young player that Ronaldo and Old Thomas had their eyes on. Modric nodded and said, "Not bad. Let's see your passing ability. A well run together, and you pass the ball to me." The two then began to run along the sideline. They passed the ball back and forth. After a moment, Modric remarked, "Your through ball is also quite good. The angle is comfortable. Why haven't I seen you use it in a match?" Zhang Feng couldn't say. He had just learned it, so he replied, "Not many opportunities." Modric responded, "Not many opportunities. You had plenty of chances, like in the last match against Brazil." "Oh, still too young." "It's fine. Oh, just play more high-level matches, and you'll be fine." Zhang Feng. This was a bit too direct from Modric, but fortunately he could brush it off as a lack of experience. Modric said, "Come on, let's practice wall passes." Your through ball is very good, and against England using wall passes with teammates is a great way to transition the ball forward. Zhang Feng immediately began to learn. He currently has personal ability, but lacks the ability to adapt. Often when there are too many people, he doesn't know what to do, which is why he frequently has to pull back his vision to use his long passing talent to clear. And many times long passes can be effective, but if the opposing team has world-class defenders, they can easily intercept. The English defenders are definitely stronger than Brazil's. Now, if he can just learn how to cooperate with teammates for wall passes, when facing pressure from multiple players, he can easily deliver the ball forward to his teammates. For this purpose, Modric also called over Little Neves and Vidi, letting Zhang Feng learn the wall pass. Wall pass is essentially a tunon where a passes the ball to B accelerates past, and B plays the ball back to A without stopping, making the ball rebound, as if it hit a wall. Of course, Modric wouldn't teach it so simply. He could use a more advanced method where after the wall pass, it can continue. This way, everyone's cooperation would flow as smoothly as mercury. That night, Zhang Feng suddenly understood a lot. Modric also discovered more of Zhang Feng's talents. This kid's through ball is like a surgeon's scalpel, and sometimes he can even do it without looking at the ball, precisely delivering it to a running teammate on the right while watching the left. This is impossible without a comprehensive field vision. He is truly a gifted prodigy, even more so than Modric was at a young age. Modric fell in love with this young man in just one night, but he felt a bit regretful. If this young man were born in Croatia, he would be overjoyed. In the few days that Zhang Feng has been training under the grip of the Demon Flute, the quarterfinals have commenced. With the last 16 teams, there aren't many weak contenders left, and the excitement surrounding the World Cup is steadily rising. In the upper bracket, the standout is Argentina, who easily defeated Uruguay. Uruguay is only capable of reaching the last 16, and with a stroke of luck they might make it to the quarterfinals, but unfortunately they faced Argentina and were decisively swept away with a score of 30. Next comes the main event, the German war machine facing off against the muscle-bound demon Holland leading Norway. Both sides favor high pressing. However, Norway holds a significant physical advantage with the Viking bloodline, giving most of their players a height of over 1.9 meters. The Germans also aimed to implement high pressing, but after 3 attempts at the start they abandoned the strategy. Their 3 attempts at high pressing failed to overcome Norway's height and physical prowess. Whenever a Norwegian forward stands, they hardly need to jump, their heads are already at 2 meters off the ground. Competing for aerial dominance, the German war machine truly struggles. The physicality of these players is monstrous, and colliding with them feels like hitting a wall. Fortunately, the Germans were well prepared. They excel at ball control, dominating play in the opponent's half. Interestingly, Norway's strategy is to defend and counterattack. With the ball in their half, they feel more comfortable. Norway's coach Solbakken has a distinctive style. Against stronger teams, he sets up a defensive wall, while against weaker teams, he applies pressure, adapting to the situation. Facing the German war machine, he naturally opts for a defensive setup, waiting for the opponent's attack to falter. Once they regain possession, they rely on Odegaard's vision and long passes for quick counterattacks, specifically delivering through balls to Holland. This strategy is somewhat akin to Zhang Feng's approach, although Zhang Feng lacks Odegaard's vision. Yet his delicate footwork and precise long passes can compensate for this limitation. Odegaard's playstyle emphasizes powerful, forceful passes. As long as the ball reaches Holland's feet, everything else can be disregarded. One can simply sit back and watch as this humanoid tank demolishes the German defenses. The German war machine also fears tanks. At the 15-minute mark of the first half, Holland and number 18 Sorloth formed a twin tower combination, confidently receiving a long pass from the defense. While the accuracy was certainly not as precise as Zhang Feng's long passes, the two managed to secure the aerial ball amidst the crowd. Sorloth headed the ball to Holland, who then chested it down and charged forward with legs of steel. There were no tricks, only raw power. Ball control. Feints. What are those? Holland bulldozed through with 3 or 4 defenders clinging to him. He barely swayed and managed to shove away 3 players. After pushing them aside, he found himself in a vast open space, sprinting straight towards the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper. This guy may appear bulky, but he can sprint at over 35 km on par with Mbappe. He then unleashed a powerful shot. Only top-tier goalkeepers would not shrink away. If a timid goalkeeper were in goal, they would likely cover their head. The ball was impossible to track, requiring a save based purely on instinct. German goalkeeper Baumann had suffered a concussion months prior and genuinely feared the ball striking his head, yet his instincts compelled him to dive. However, he was still a step too slow. The ball sped past him, leaving only an afterimage, and he could not stop it. Norway surprisingly led 10. As the first half drew to a close, relying on the Twin Towers, once more Holland struck again, scoring a second goal. It seemed that Holland's Norway was on the verge of creating a miracle. Yet in the second half, the German war machine began to tell their story. If long passes were ineffective, they switched to short passes, progressively advancing to ensure Norway would not have another chance for a counterattack. They were genuinely fearful. Trailing by 2 goals, the Germans exhibited superior teamwork, like a finely tuned machine. By shifting from aerial battles to ground play, Norway's advantages were nullified, as if they had sunk into a swamp, unable to escape regardless of their strength. Continuous pressure caused Norway to crumble under the strain, leading to fouls. This granted Germany a free kick, which Captain Kimmich converted, pulling 1 goal back. Following a series of coordinated plays from the midfield duo, they scored another goal. They dragged the match into extra time. This was the first match of this elimination round to go into extra time. In 30 minutes of extra time, without a break, both teams faced immense physical strain. At this point, Norway's weaknesses became evident. They could not keep up with the physical demands. Without Holland's momentum, Norway lost their sharpest weapon. This is the tragedy of a small national team. When their star player is off form, others cannot step up, merely watching as Germany scored 2 goals in extra time to seal the match. Of course, it's not that larger national teams don't face their own tragedies, especially. For those who cannot even qualify for the World Cup, they are worse off than the small teams. The match ended 42, marking the end of superstar Holland's journey in this tournament. Despite the loss, he left fans with a satisfying performance, scoring 2 goals. The reason dark horses are considered dark horses is that they must rely on extraordinary victories. In the first half, Argentina and Germany were destined to face off in the final showdown, determining who would ultimately advance to the finals. However, for now, both teams have weak opponents in the next round, ensuring a place in the top 4. The focal battle in the upper bracket concluded. In the lower bracket, all matches are highlight reels. France and Spain's matches precede Portugal and England with opponents that are also insignificant, resulting in easy victories. One ended with a score of 31, while the other finished 51. The reason both conceded goals was that both teams focused entirely on offense, pushing their defenders into the opponent's half, clearly underestimating their opponents. Spain's Yamal achieved the first hat-trick of this World Cup. As another 18-year-old prodigy, he successfully overshadowed Jiang Feng in terms of popularity. Though the opponents were somewhat weaker, this hat-trick was genuine, instantly elevating him to the top of the scoring charts. He is being hailed as the most promising contender for this year's Golden Boot, a forward capable of going toe-to-toe with Mbappe and Cristiano Ronaldo. In a post-match interview, this young man commented on their upcoming opponent. He believes he has the ability to defeat the 3 Lions Hedon and clearly does not hold high hopes for Portugal against England. I can defeat England Hedon, and I will treat the victory over England as my 19th birthday gift. Yamal's confidence overflowed. Everyone believes he speaks truthfully. After all, he is the prodigious forward who scored a hat-trick in his first World Cup appearance. Of course, Yamal was also asked by an inquisitive reporter about his thoughts on the young Portuguese midfield prodigy. However, he simply replied that he had not been paying attention to him at all. It seemed as if he regarded this talented midfielder as air, completely disregarding him, and thus he believed his next opponent should be the 3 Lions. In reality, he was feeling quite annoyed inside. The reason was simple: he had enjoyed scoring a hat-trick in his last match, but in the final minutes he ran too fast, while dribbling, and accidentally collided with a player who was just defending normally. The referee, also an East Asian with dark hair, swiftly pulled out a yellow card from his pocket with remarkable speed. This left him extremely displeased, as he felt that he had merely failed to stop in time and had not intentionally fouled anyone. Yet the referee paid no heed to his explanations. It should be noted that Yamal's market value is currently the highest in the world. Wherever he goes, the referees in the top 5 leagues should at least show him some respect. Even in the World Cup, these referees must consider the issue of viewership. With so many fans watching worldwide, yellow cards cannot be handed out lightly. Especially since Yamal is a rising star from Spain, his popularity in this World Cup rivals that of Messi. From the group stage to now, he had not received a single yellow card, and now, after scoring a hat-trick, he unexpectedly received one. Wasn't the referee intentionally making things difficult for him? How could he not be angry? Consequently, he also felt a bit annoyed towards that dark-haired young player. Later, he found out that the referee's surname was Ma and wanted to take revenge, but he could not find his main team during the World Cup. The only one somewhat related was Jiang Feng. Thus, he did not want to discuss this person at all. But this was merely a small episode. Yamal was not the type to get overly angry over such trivial matters. His main objective was to prepare a gift for his 19th birthday, which was to win and advance. The next day, he had already thrown himself into training, also preparing to watch the match between Portugal and England to study if there were any weaknesses in England's playing style. Soon the last match of the round of 16 was approaching. Despite Yamal's presence overshadowing Jiang Feng's brilliance before. However, domestically his popularity was unmatched, already able to stand alongside Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Even if Yamal shone in the World Cup, he did not have many fans back home. As the match day approached, Jiang Feng had gained a wealth of experience with the help of Modric. As a legendary midfielder, Modric's experience was extremely important to Jiang Feng. If it weren't for the fact that Modric's club career had not yet ended, Jiang Feng would have wanted to have Modric as his. Of course, for a midfielder like Modric, even after retirement, finding a job in football would be quite easy. But according to his personality, it was likely he would return to his home country after retiring. On the Portuguese side, training intensified, and the same went for England. Although their paper strength was formidable, coach Tuchel was well aware of England's nickname among fans, big match bottlers, as they always let fans down in major tournaments. This year's England boasts the strongest lineup in nearly 30 years. As a top contender for the championship, Tuchel absolutely would not allow them to relax their mindset. Portugal's paper strength did not appear very strong, with Buffet injured and unable to play, but Cristiano Ronaldo's ceiling was high, plus that talented midfielder. It was said they had also invited Modric to help their talented midfielder deal with England. If they were careless and fell to Portugal, they would be lambasted by the fans. The crucial point is that Portugal's hard strength is indeed not weak. Fortunately, under Tuchel's leadership, England went undefeated in the World Cup qualifiers, aiming for the championship. BC Place Stadium in Vancouver, Maple Leaf Country. Portugal arrived 2 days early to acclimatize. The match was scheduled for 6 o'clock in the evening local time. However, the weather was not favorable, as it was drizzling. Under such circumstances, there should have been a roof, but the efficiency of the Western industry is well known. This roof had been broken for over half a month. Previously, 6 matches had been held here, and it had not been repaired. It was said that they were still in the process of paperwork. Unfortunately for the two teams, they happened to encounter the drizzle during their match. The match could not be cancelled after all tens of thousands of fans had bought tickets costing over $1,000 each. If it were cancelled, these thousands of fans could sue FIFA into bankruptcy. Are American lawyers just here for fun? Since that was the case, the players could only endure the discomfort. After all, everyone was in the same situation, which in some ways was fair. On the field, Zhang Feng was warming up. With Buffet injured, the old Thomas changed their formation, and he secured his starting position. On the other half of the field, he was observing the English players. Number 9 Kane, number 11 Rashford, and number 7 Saka would be the fiercest forwards for the Three Lions. In midfield, number 4 Rice and number 10 Bellingham were both world-class top midfielders. Especially Bellingham, who bore the title of England's Zidane. To be given such a title is no small feat. If an ordinary person faced such a lineup, they might feel a bit intimidated. But Zhang Feng felt a slight excitement within. If he could defeat these players, it would be extraordinary. While he was sizing up his opponents, the English players were also sizing him up. The English players were all curious as to how Brazil could lose to such a young kid. Was he really that remarkable? Both sides quickly completed their warm-ups and began the entrance ceremony. At this time, everyone's hair was already slightly damp. Zhang Feng quite liked the rain. It was a good weather. Back home, when they saw that the number 30 jersey was moved forward 1 position, placed in front of Neves and Vidi, everyone was thrilled. He's on the field. Indeed, after Buffet got injured, Zhang Feng came on. Wait, something seems off with the formation. Old Thomas changed the lineup. Zhang Feng's position appears to be as an attacking midfielder right behind Leo. Is this a shadow strike? Old Thomas truly has some tricks. Placing Zhang Feng in this position has its reasoning, as this position allows for both passing and shooting, showcasing Zhang Feng's attacking prowess. Old Thomas mentioned in the pre-match press conference that even though Buffet was injured, someone on the team could take his place, but he didn't expect Zhang Feng to be placed in such a position. It's raining. That's bad. There might be some unexpected events. Now there's some worry about whether BC can organize the midfield without Buffet. Only BC can direct right. Everyone was quite concerned about Portugal. After all, lacking a key player, there was only BC, an experienced midfielder, on the field. Facing the powerful England team, whether they could hold the midfield was a huge question. At 6 o'clock in the morning, domestically on a rainy night in Maple Leaf Country, the Five Shields Corps faced off against the Three Lions. The life-and-death knockout match between Portugal and England began amidst the watchful gaze of the crowd, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. Right from the start, Portugal set up a formation of 3 defenders, 4 midfielders, and 3 forwards. The midfielders widened the distance, seemingly occupying 4 points with little connection in the center. The strategy was to rely on long passes. Zhang Feng and B. Sure were responsible for feeding the ball or launching secondary attacks, while Neves and Vidi focused on defensive support. On the other hand, England played a 4,231 formation. The lone striker was Kane, flanked by 3 players, 2 wingers, and the number 10 attacking midfielder Bellingham. Bellingham, the number 10, was not the traditional playmaker who stood behind the striker. He interchanged positions, made incisive runs, and had a vast range, posing a significant threat while fluidly covering both offense and defense. Perfectly positioned in the middle, he appeared surrounded by Portugal's 4 midfielders. However, everything is relative, allowing Bellingham to organize and orchestrate with ease. Old Thomas, who understood England well, was aware of Bellingham's capabilities, but with the absence of the experienced Buffet and the introduction of the less experienced Zhang Feng, it was impossible to contain Bellingham, so they simply focused on executing their own tactics. Otherwise, why would Old Thomas specifically ask Cristiano Ronaldo to bring Modric over to share his experience with Zhang Feng? It was simply because he couldn't bear to see Zhang Feng's talent wasted due to lack of experience. The fine rain drizzled down, yet under the lights the ball remained dazzling on the pitch. The game began with England's possession. After the kickoff, they quickly launched a probing attack, but Portugal's two defensive midfielders were well prepared as they had trained for such rapid assaults. Naturally, they would also defend. The player known as the Hurricane Kane was certainly the focal point of several defenders. Portugal, however, was undeterred by the formidable opponent and swiftly counterattacked. The tug-of-war between both sides was quite beautiful. Although the Five Shields Legion's formation had slightly changed, England's defenders were clearly aware of Zhang Feng and B. Sher's abilities and made targeted adjustments. The fans in the stands were pleasantly surprised. Could Portugal really hold their ground against England? It genuinely caught everyone off guard. In the domestic scene, commentator He Wei sat in the commentary booth with two well-known CCTV hosts. As the intensity of the knockout rounds increased, Zhang Feng's popularity back home soared, prompting CCTV to pay more attention to Portugal. They directly dispatched a male and female host from CCTV. Of course, for those who understood the game, it was still He Wei who was the expert. Portugal's formation is compact both front and back, though the midfield might be a bit vacant. However, that's unavoidable, though it's quite challenging to compete with Bellingham in that position. The Portuguese head coach clearly isn't following England's rhythm, which is a good start. The young number 30 has plenty of room to showcase his skills, whether in feeding the ball or shooting. He Wei was quite pleased. Although he had a feeling that Portugal might not win against England today, they would certainly impress everyone and leave a lasting memory of their young talent. Zhang Feng must have undergone secret training in the past few days. His positioning has improved significantly compared to before, and several of his passes were of high quality, leaving no opportunity for the opponents to intercept. Although fans might not notice He Wei's evaluation, they could certainly sense that Zhang Feng appeared more relaxed when facing multiple opponents in a positional battle. However, this was still insufficient to fend off England's attack. Bellingham was truly elusive in midfield. After Portugal's attack faltered and Rice forcibly regained possession, he surged forward with the ball. He then made a pass, which surprisingly found Bellingham. No one from Portugal anticipated that Bellingham would cut into the left flank, right behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was completely unprepared, and he had little chance to catch up with Bellingham, causing him to watch as Bellingham sprinted away. This was not Zhang Feng's fault. After all, no one at the scene expected Bellingham to dart back and forth along the flanks. The key was that he could run so fast. At the match venue in the 14th minute, Bellingham, utilizing his movement, received a pass from Rice, broke through, and suddenly cut in from the left flank to the midfield, directly passing the ball to the awaiting Kane. Kane received the ball without stopping, skillfully flicking it with the tip of his foot, then turning around to shoot. The fluidity of his movements was breathtaking. Honestly, it was incredibly impressive. If it weren't for the fact that this was his own goal, Zhang Feng would have genuinely wanted to give him a thumbs up. The England fans erupted in excitement, instantly cheering loudly. This was their powerful England. Bellingham, Bellegal, football is coming home. Kane, our hurricane. Some fans even sang their anthem, Three Lions. Kane was elated, running around the pitch in celebration. He truly didn't want to be called the eternal second anymore. This time, he genuinely wanted to lift the trophy. Many fans of the Five Shields Legion were present as well. Although the home team had not scored, they sang their own anthem in retaliation, Pick Up Your Weapons. Some fans even sang Cristiano Ronaldo's cheering song, Olsi, Ronaldo, Olsi, Ronaldo. Zhang Feng wondered when one day he would have his own anthem ringing out in the stadium. Despite trailing, Portugal would not give up and continued to execute their established counterattacking tactics. While England was formidable, Portugal was not weak either. Facing England's aggressive attacks in the 33rd minute, Vidi finally made his mark by forcing the opponent to send the ball out of bounds during a struggle on the flank. Portugal regained possession and launched a counterattack, relying on a pass from Vidi to B. Sher, who attracted the opponent's attention on the right flank before sending a long pass that nearly crossed the entire pitch to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng lifted his foot and smoothly controlled the ball without any wobble, then confidently began to cut in. His positioning was equally deadly, prompting England to start their defense. To his surprise, the player in front of him was not an England defender, but Bellingham. This guy really had a knack for being where he was least expected. He always seemed to appear in unpredictable places and was capable of both attacking and defending. As Bellingham attempted to intercept Zhang Feng glanced around the pitch. The three forwards were already in position, ready for his pass and shot. However, his positioning had drawn the attention of the opponents, making it simple to pass the ball, but whether it could reach his teammates' feet was another issue. Yet this problem was not a challenge for him, because he was capable of making blind passes. The opponent's defense had not closed in, clearly believing that Bellingham would not be able to take down Zhang Feng, so they lazily held their position. This opened up a passing lane for Zhang Feng. He feigned looking towards Neto ahead, while his mind's eye had already locked onto Cristiano Ronaldo's route. England does not particularly value Zhang Feng. They know he excels at long passes, but they think if they can just stop the Portuguese forwards, it will suffice. Moreover, facing the versatile Bellingham, it is quite difficult for Zhang Feng to break through his defense. Therefore, they all assume that Zhang Feng will pass the ball to clear it in the next moment. Bellingham thinks the same way. What is he waiting for? Is he hoping to have the ball stolen from him? Bellingham glanced at Zhang Feng and suddenly noticed that Zhang Feng's gaze was directed towards Neto. A pass. Neto. Bellingham smirked and extended his foot. He reached out. And then there was nothing. He clearly felt that there was no force transmitted through his foot. He distinctly saw Zhang Feng attempting to pass the ball and even made the passing motion. But where was the ball? After he turned around, the ball had already landed at Cristiano Ronaldo's feet. Even Cristiano Ronaldo was astonished, as there had been no eye contact with Zhang Feng prior to the pass. The ball came without any warning, and he had thought it would be passed to Neto near the left baseline, aiming for Neto to deliver a zero-angle cross or shot. But unexpectedly, the ball was passed to him. If it weren't for his keen sense near the penalty area, positioning himself perfectly to receive Zhang Feng's pass, the ball would have lazily rolled towards the goalkeeper, who would have easily intercepted it. What is this? A blind pass. When did Zhang Feng learn this trick? Did Modric teach him? At that moment, Modric, who was watching the match beside the Portuguese officials, remarked, "This is not something I taught him." Cristiano Ronaldo reacted quickly. After a brief moment of shock, he firmly held off the nearby number 24 James with his back to him, shielding the ball. Then, half-turning, without even looking at the goal, he relied on his finishing ability within the penalty area to shoot past James. Even after his advanced age, Cristiano Ronaldo's world-class strikes have not diminished, nor has his finishing ability in front of the goal. He still has a 40 success rate in duels. The back-to-goal shot took James completely by surprise, and after all, who would expect Cristiano Ronaldo to receive the ball in the next moment? Naturally, England's goalkeeper Pickford did not react in time. The powerful shot from inside the box was incredibly fast. If he had reacted to this, he would truly be the god of goalkeeping this World Cup. In less than 10 meters, a thunderous shot. Even a god could not save it. The ball crashed into the net with such force that it seemed it might break through the goal. Kane did not want to be the perennial second. He wanted to prove himself in this year's World Cup. In this powerful strike, he demonstrated to the world that his finishing ability in the penalty area remains intact. He is still a top killer inside the box. At that moment, everyone remembered that Cristiano Ronaldo had scored 28 goals in 30 appearances for the Saudi League, relying on his finely honed efficiency in the penalty area. He shook the football world with his long-range strikes and powerful headers, almost making everyone forget his capabilities within the box. Any excellent forward must possess the ability to finish off goalkeepers in the penalty area. Cristiano Ronaldo is certainly no exception. The crowd erupted in an instant. Within 10 minutes of Kane's goal, Portugal launched a powerful counterattack. However, what surprised everyone was that Zhang Feng's performance originally in B-Seat's position was also incredibly impressive. Faced with Bellingham's defense, he assisted with a high-quality pass. The England players were also a bit stunned. How could Bellingham let Zhang Feng deliver such a perfect through ball? It shouldn't be like this. Bellingham is very versatile. He can attack and defend, and if he weren't so capable, he could easily play as a defender, relying on his defensive skills. But how did that kid get past him? The goalkeeper shrugged and asked what just happened. Kane also curiously inquired, how did he manage to pass the ball so effortlessly? Bellingham lamented, "I underestimated this kid. He can actually pass without sight. He was clearly looking at my right flank, but delivered the ball to my left. I was outsmarted." This made him extremely furious. According to hierarchy, as a number 10 midfielder, he should be respected by the number 30 player, but this kid showed no respect at all. Most players did not see Zhang Feng's slow-motion play. However, the fans watching the live broadcast were in for a treat, as they could enjoy Zhang Feng's slow-motion pass. He glanced before passing. Perhaps that glance helped him remember Cristiano Ronaldo's run. Then he looked over Bellingham's shoulder towards Neto and lifted his foot to pass. It was that simple and that casual. He effortlessly toyed with Bellingham. "Back home, teacher," He-Wei exclaimed after the last knockout round. Zhang Feng has grown again. That blind pass was stunning. Bellingham didn't even see it coming. No, all of England's defenders were caught off. Of course, Cristiano Ronaldo's run was also perfectly timed. Evidently, the cooperation between the two is improving, which is great news for Portugal. Zhang Feng's ability to assist is strong. He works very well with Cristiano in the center-forward position. In the future, he will certainly receive more assists and goals. He has a chance to contend for the Ballon d'Or this World Cup, or at least a silver or bronze ball would be acceptable considering this is his first World Cup. Teacher He-Wei holds Zhang Feng in high regard. However, the fans watching the live broadcast have an even higher evaluation of him. Isn't he going to win the Ballon d'Or? Does Teacher He-Wei dare to think that? The Ballon d'Or for the World Cup is indeed uncertain, as the significance of the final is substantial, and in the first half there are strong teams like Argentina and Germany left. Argentina is almost guaranteed to reach the final, so the Ballon d'Or will likely still go to Messi. As long as Messi reaches the final, he is likely to win the Ballon d'Or. His position in Argentina is too. That's not necessarily true. As long as Zhang Feng continues to perform like this, he definitely has a chance. His passing ability is exceptional, and he works perfectly with Cristiano. Impressive. Toying with Bellingham is truly his strength. That pass was smooth. It proves that old Thomas was right. Jiang Feng should be placed in that position. Jiang Feng's passing once again gave the fans a big surprise. This year's Five-Shield Legion is indeed different. Known as the strongest Portugal in history, it turns out its strength lies in a newcomer. Jiang Feng easily broke through Bellingham's defense, showcasing his value to all teams. Of course, some also believe that Bellingham is simply too easy to deceive. Perhaps it is because he has run too far back and forth, becoming dizzy, so he was toyed with by a young player. The rain continues to fall. Amidst the downpour, Cristiano Ronaldo takes a deep breath. After scoring a goal, his tally for this World Cup has risen to 5 goals and 3 assists. This World Cup marks the highest number of goals he has ever scored in his 6 appearances. He has already broken his own record, and now he aims to challenge a new milestone. It would be a lie to say that Cristiano Ronaldo feels no pressure. While he has many fans, he also faces a considerable amount of criticism. Many people and media outlets claim that having Ronaldo on the field is like having one less player for Portugal. It is somewhat amusing that those who have never climbed the mountains dare to mock a god descending from them. In the past, he always sought to prove himself countless times, yet felt he fell short. In the last World Cup, he treated it as the final dance of his football career, but unfortunately, he ended up on the bench watching his national team get eliminated. Now, as his teacher said, Jiang Feng has truly become his support. Jiang Feng's potential likely exceeds even his teacher's imagination. Cristiano Ronaldo is exhilarated. He has a premonition that this year's World Cup will be the stage for him. The first half has reached the 40-minute mark. Despite England being forced to equalize, they quickly executed a counterattack with ease, relying on their coordination and skill. On Portugal's side, with 3 defenders and 4 midfielders, they appear strong in the center, but the 3 defenders struggle to cover the entire pitch laterally, giving England's wings ample opportunities. After Rice intercepted Cristiano Ronaldo's pass, he quickly sent a long ball along the sideline to Bellingham. There is no need to elaborate on Rice. His robust physique and defensive range cover the entire midfield, and achieving a valuation of over 100 million as a defensive midfielder is no small feat. Ronaldo's pass was intended for Leo, but during his run, Leal's position was overtaken by Rice, who made a clean interception of the pass. Bellingham didn't stop the ball at all. He simply ran forward with it and kicked it to the world-class right winger up front, Saka. Saka exploded with speed on the right flank, his full sprint leaving many in awe. Only a team with Portugal's intensity could keep up with him. Any weaker team would find it impossible to stop. With only 3 defenders left for Portugal, the Parisian duo Neves and Vidi quickly rushed back to compress the defense. However, Saka is truly a top-tier winger. He reached the penalty area and struck the ball at an acute angle. With an angle of less than 30 degrees for his shot, he kicked the ball past Dias and Inacio, heading directly for the far corner of the goal. The critical factor is that the shot had a certain degree of curvature, making it practically impossible to defend. Costa barely touched the ball with his fingertips, yet ultimately failed to change its trajectory. The powerful Three Lions team exhibited such sharp attacking prowess that Portugal struggled to defend against them. Saka, though not tall, possesses immense energy within him. Once unleashed, he can certainly tear apart the opponent's defense. The England fans erupted in wild cheers once again. This is our Three Lions. A lightning-fast counterattack. Can Portugal withstand it? Olole. Saka. After this goal, England went all out on defense, effectively entering halftime early to conserve energy for continued attacks in the second half. In the remaining 5 minutes, Portugal's players were exhausted and failed to mount an effective attack before halting. After the break, Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat. Vidi quickly removed his jersey and took a large gulp of water. Saka's speed is too fast, or I can't keep up. If he dares to charge through my defensive zone again, I will definitely tackle. Then Thomas sharply warned, Vidi, don't be impulsive. If you go down now, our defense will be in ruins. Vidi stuck out his tongue. Yellow cards accumulate in the World Cup. If Vidi receives a red or yellow card, his opportunities in the next match will be severely limited. Of course, that's assuming there is a next match. Generally speaking, the coach does not encourage players to commit fouls unless absolutely necessary. In such cases, they might resort to slightly malicious tactics to take out opponents, especially since substitutes are plentiful. But against England, even if you manage to tackle someone, they still have substitutes, right? The higher the intensity of the match, the more disdainful such petty tactics become. Old Thomas began to lay out tactics without pause. He held the tactical board and said, let's stick to the plan we prepared earlier. Everyone needs to find a way to pass the ball to you, Jiang Feng, preferably without needing to adjust it, and near the penalty arc. Then Jiang Feng, use your long pass to get the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo. He will find a way to head it down. Rice likes to push up, so there is a significant gap in front of the penalty area. Jiang Feng, you belong in that space. How does that sound? No problem. Jiang Feng nodded. This tactic was specially designed for him by Old Thomas. As long as he can deliver a long pass around the penalty arc, it could either be a header from Cristiano Ronaldo or a curved shot. However, during the first half, they had been under constant pressure from England, making it very difficult to execute their established tactics. Furthermore, the powerful England team would definitely not give Zhang Feng easy opportunities. Fortunately, Zhang Feng now possesses much experience from Modric. After understanding the movements of the England players, he was clear about his positioning for the second half. Old Thomas clasped his hands together, hoping that the tactics he devised against England would prove effective. The second half would start soon. Portugal now has possession of the ball. After pulling for 5 or 6 minutes, Rice began to push forward because they believed Portugal's offense might end here, preparing to set up for a counterattack. He could quickly bring the ball to the front line, even having the chance to create an unknown opportunity. No forward wishes for anything less than to break through alone, charging forward to lead the team to victory. Rice is not just a pure laborer. He may appear as a defensive midfielder, but he is also very strong offensively. Just as he made his run, Zhang Feng arrived at his empty space. At this moment, there was no one around him. Without needing to shout, his teammates knew Zhang Feng was in position. Number 20 Cancelo, as a fullback, was ready to follow whatever the coach instructed. Before Zhang Feng could even receive the ball, Ronaldo was already making his run, trusting in Zhang Feng's ability. At this moment, without waiting for the ball to settle, Zhang Feng launched a powerful kick, aiming to replicate the curved shot that had taken down Morocco. In slow motion, everyone could see Zhang Feng's thigh muscles bulging as he forcefully sent the ball flying. The ball soared over the towering wall. When Ronaldo jumped, he missed the ball, but realized it was heading straight for the goal. Would it go in? However, just as the ball was about to enter the goal, a large hand appeared and swiftly deflected it. Zhang Feng was stunned. It didn't go in. That was blocked. England's goalkeeper is something else. The ball slowly rolled to the penalty spot. The scene was thrown into chaos. Everyone rushed into contest for the ball. Portugal aimed to seize a second attacking opportunity. England wanted to quickly counterattack once they regained possession. Thomas was just as stunned as Zhang Feng. That position, ideal for long-range shots and precise passing, offered perfect distance and yielded an exceptionally elegant curving shot. That is the difference between a ball and the ball. When it finds the net, it becomes the crescent moon saber. When it misses, it remains merely a curved trajectory. Old Thomas did not blame Zhang Feng's shot. In fact, among today's Portuguese players, few could produce such a technically refined curling strike. Yet the opposing goalkeeper had uncanny fortune. He stood precisely where he needed to be, leaping just high enough to deflect the ball with a single outstretched hand. His tactical design was sound, but fate, it seemed, favored the three lions. At once, Old Thomas urgently signaled his team to reorganize their defense. Several attacking midfielders had to disengage swiftly from the chaos. Should the opposition launch a counterattack, 3 defenders alone would be utterly insufficient. Neves, Vitinha, and Bernardo Silva all withdrew, but Zhang Feng, whose tackling ability was unremarkable, surged forward, instead seemingly intent on imposing a sustained positional assault. Was he attempting to atone for his missed shot? Old Thomas could not fathom it. Meanwhile, Modric, seated among the staff, smiled. For this was precisely the scene he had envisioned. He had added subtle instructions to Old Thomas's original plan. Should their shot fail, only defenders would remain in the penalty area. Rice likely already sprinting forward, making it opportune to insert oneself into the melee and seize victory amid the confusion. The prerequisite, of course, was Zhang Feng recognizing the opening and making contact with the ball, a high-probability occurrence in chaotic scrambles. Opportunity favors the prepared. Once in possession, he could deliver a scalpel-precise through pass to a teammate. The surgical through ball was the very foundation of the entire play. If the opposition managed to react in time, surrender would be the only honorable option. And now, Zhang Feng. The scene appeared chaotic, yet England assumed a teammate would secure the ball, leaving Portugal no chance for a second attack. Rice and Bellingham had already dashed into midfield, poised to receive and counter. No one anticipated Zhang Feng charging forward instead of retreating. He spotted the ball falling perfectly to Neto's feet. Neto reacted instantly. No shooting angle presented itself, so he executed a swift backheel pass into the central corridor. Rice had already sprinted off, leaving Zhang Feng wide open. Neto nearly despaired, thinking the chance lost, until he glimpsed Zhang Feng's unexpected surge into the void. What is he doing here? Why isn't he tracking back? The moment Zhang Feng controlled the ball, every English midfielder froze. Any attempt to intercept him was. Fortunately, several English defenders clustered near the 6-yard box. Crowded feet, cramped space, and minimal room to maneuver made a clean shot extraordinarily difficult. Had Messi stood there instead, success would have been near certain. But Zhang Feng, just 18 years old, was neither renowned for clinical finishing nor adept at last-second shooting inside the box. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Feng feinted right past James with his right foot, then with his left swept the ball cleanly through the thicket of bodies, delivering a laser-guided through pass to Cristiano Ronaldo. The ball skimmed low across the turf, arrowing straight toward Ronaldo, the quintessential scalpel thruff ball, threading perfectly through the chaos to find its target. Ronaldo finished calmly into the near corner, goal confirmed. Even he paused half a second in disbelief. Did I really score that? A brace, his second goal. Ronaldo nearly tore off his jersey in exultation, then thought better of it. A yellow card would only invite ridicule. Still, he strode to the touchline and performed his iconic celebration, SCU, as the entire stadium roared in unison. It's evened up. Who would have believed they could show such resilience before today's match? The key is that the talented young midfielder scored twice and assisted, and Cristiano Ronaldo also scored twice. Double happiness. Everyone did not expect to see back and forth with England. The star-studded England team is surprisingly showing signs of fatigue against Portugal. This young player should not be underestimated. The fans of the Three Lions also felt the pressure. They were ready to cheer for their goalkeeper's perfect saves. Zhang Feng's curved ball is deadly. It was this very curved ball that ended Morocco in the group stage. They almost scored again, but before they straightened up, they saw Zhang Feng's surgical pass. The ball found Cristiano Ronaldo through the gaps between their defenders. Ronaldo easily slotted it into the near corner. What is this? Damn, why is this pass so precise? Isn't he only good at long passes? How can he be so accurate at such a short distance? This kid. Damn it. It's 22. What should we do? Everyone's stamina might not hold up now. The fans of the Three Lions began to worry. Despite the score being 22, Portugal's strength has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would have thought Cristiano Ronaldo could score twice in the World Cup? What is this? Is Wang Jia back? The fans of Portugal wore smiles, and some fervent supporters were even in tears because they had waited too long for this moment. Their youth is filled with Cristiano Ronaldo, and today he will lead them back to their youth. The captain of Portugal finally stood up. Cristiano Ronaldo's 2 goals in the World Cup told the world that he is not old yet, and he can still score. What of the mighty Three Lions? Phew, Cristiano Ronaldo. The fans completely ignored the increasingly heavy raindrops. The rain could not douse their enthusiasm. On the sidelines, old Thomas gave a thumbs up to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's curved ball did not score, but he organized a second attack with his surgical pass. So calm and composed, he is completely unlike a young player. He felt that bringing Modric over to impart experience to Zhang Feng was truly a wise decision. The drizzle turned into light rain. Meanwhile, the match was still ongoing. There are 20 minutes left in the second half. These 20 minutes plus stoppage time must determine the outcome. Otherwise, entering the final extra time, no one knows what situation will arise. If it goes to penalty shootouts, the Three Lions do not believe they can secure victory. And the Portuguese players feel the opposing goalkeeper is simply a guardian able to block Zhang Feng's curved ball, performing at an outstanding level today and must not be dragged into penalties. In the second half, after Zhang Feng assisted Cristiano Ronaldo in scoring twice, his stamina decreased, but players like Neves, Vidi, and B. Silva still had energy. Especially Neves and Leo, these two were still full of energy. They actually began to counterattack with Portugal. In truth, Leo, Neto, Neves, and Vidi harbored a sense of frustration within. From the group stage until now, the standout performers of the team have been none other than Cristiano Ronaldo and Zhang Feng. Currently, Cristiano Ronaldo has scored twice with a tally of 5 goals and 2 assists. He is now tied with Yamal, and due to his 2 assists, his record is even more splendid, placing him at the top of the scoring chart. Zhang Feng, needless to say, has contributed 2 goals and 4 assists. The combined achievements of these golden generation players cannot match up to that of Ronaldo alone. But that is not the end of it. After all, Cristiano Ronaldo is the captain of the 5 Shields Legion and a legendary figure in football. Though aging, his position in Portugal remains unshakable. They cannot voice their complaints as the prowess Ronaldo displays is evident. He may lack a World Cup, but the historical scoring list does not lie. But you, Zhang Feng, an 18-year-old lad, how dare you steal our thunder? It's somewhat infuriating and a little envious. Naturally, they must strive harder. They cannot let Zhang Feng overshadow them completely. As the match progressed into its later stages, Ronaldo's stamina began to wane, his pace slowing in the middle of the pitch, while Leo and Neto still displayed ample energy. This was the 38th minute of the second half. After Portugal's defender Inacio threw the ball in from the sidelines, he passed it directly to Vidi, who maneuvered the ball forward with agility, and after crossing midfield, delivered a long pass to Leo on the right flank. Leo's lightning speed caught England completely off guard. They had not anticipated that Portugal's attack was not solely reliant on Zhang Feng and Cristiano Ronaldo. The swift winger Leo was equally formidable. Moreover, Portugal's 3 forwards frequently interchanged positions, each capable of delivering swift strikes and quick cuts, effectively pulling England's defense apart. Leo executed a lob shot, the ball soaring over the goalkeeper's head and landing in the net. The goalkeeper could only look up and retreat, unfortunately missing by a hair's breadth. The score is 32. Leo was ecstatic. If the score remained unchanged, his final goal would be the decisive blow against the Three Lions. Although it may not compare to Ronaldo's brace, it would significantly elevate his status among the fans. At the very least, he secured his market value in this World Cup. Vidi also breathed a sigh of relief. His long pass was of high quality, providing Leo a great opportunity to shine. If Leo had missed that shot, he would have felt the urge to curse. Fortunately, he finally notched an assist. At least his position was secure. While he could not rival Zhang Feng, the prodigious talent, who could both shoot and pass with flair, he had nonetheless proven his worth to the team. That was enough. Leo, usually smiling, beamed even brighter. At the venue, the hosts from each nation's TV broadcast team were without exception astonished. Every commentator was filled with disbelief. Even 10 minutes prior, no one would have expected Portugal to push the star-studded England into such dire straits. With only 7 minutes left in the second half, even with an additional 10 minutes for stoppage time, could England equalize? If Portugal committed fully to defense, it would indeed be quite challenging. At that moment, veteran Thomas opted for a substitution, bringing off Neves and replacing him with right-back Nunes. At this point, they no longer needed to focus on attack. The four defenders could better spread across the pitch. With a 433 formation, Vidi's role as a defensive midfielder could flexibly shift into a 523 setup, providing formidable defensive strength. As long as they could fend off England's attacks, they would secure a spot in the quarterfinals. It could be said that they already had one foot in the last 8. Just a few final minutes remained. Veteran Thomas was equally thrilled a victory would allow him to finally avenge the humiliation he suffered at the hands of countless media outlets. Now it's just a matter of a little more time. The England fans on site were equally anxious. Who would have thought they would be trailing? Portugal truly had some strength. How can Portugal be so formidable? Though their paper strength may not match ours, their tactical system is exceptional. Whether in fast breaks or long passes, they are strong in both aspects. Damn, they don't only have Cristiano Ronaldo as a scorer. Why hasn't Kane initiated an attack yet? What is he waiting for? Bellingham, wake up. Bellingham had something to say as well. Didn't you see me sprinting madly in midfield? Am I made of iron? It's already the latter half of the match. How could I possibly have the stamina to sprint at full throttle? Isn't that unreasonable? But there was truly no choice. Facing such a desperate situation, just a step away from falling into the abyss. If such a strong England were to exit in the round of 16, it would indeed be laughable, solidifying their reputation as a tournament's soft underbelly. The match continued. Cristiano Ronaldo was now panting heavily, and during the substitution, veteran Thomas asked if he wanted to come off. At his age, for Cristiano Ronaldo to score twice in a World Cup match is already remarkable. He has done what he needed to. Perhaps it is time to hand over the reins to a younger player like John Fong. Veteran Thomas believed in Ronaldo, but the latter's stamina was undeniably not what it used to be. Moreover, having just played in the Saudi League, he was now transitioning into the fast-paced rhythm of the World Cup. Not even average players could manage to play full matches in succession, let alone someone who is already 41 years old. Ronaldo shook his head, indicating that he still had some fuel left in the tank and could continue. Thomas nodded. If that was the case, he was still willing to trust Ronaldo. After all, he is currently at the top of the World Cup scoring chart, having scored twice in this match. Substituting him out at this moment would seem rather inconsiderate. Moreover, it should be noted that Ronaldo's form was indeed quite good. After scoring twice, he was particularly excited, his speed intact, able to keep up with the team. The drizzle had turned into a light rain, continuing to fall. At this time, the pitch began to become slippery. Of course, everyone was playing on the same field, so it was fair for all. On the Portuguese side, they intensified their defense with 4 defenders and 2 defensive midfielders, creating a tightly knit formation almost impenetrable. However, during the tussle for the ball, an accident occurred. Rice and Diaz collided while entangled in a grappling battle, both tumbling to the ground after slipping. Now the rain intensified and the ground was slick. It was quite normal for the two to slide forward. But as fate would have it, the ball rolled directly to Bellingham's feet. What is he doing here again? The Portuguese defenders were momentarily bewildered. Bellingham always managed to evade their sight from behind, appearing in positions that were lethal to them without anyone noticing. Both players on the field have slipped. It seems the grass has become wet and slippery. Bellingham. He has appeared in a crucial position. It looks like God is on England's side. Bellingham has instantly attracted the attention of the Portuguese defenders, leaving Jean Fong to retreat. He is not a defensive midfielder, but there is no choice. Bellingham's threat with the ball is too great. After receiving the ball by the sideline, Bellingham quickly cut in, seeking an opportunity in the center. And instantly, he raised his leg high. Everyone was stunned. Even Costa in front of the goal was momentarily faked out. A feigned shot turned into a real pass, delivering the ball directly to Kane behind Diaz. Hurricane Kane. Kane is often criticized for lacking championships, forever overshadowed by the iconic duo, yet in this World Cup, it was believed his strength could surpass that of Messi and Ronaldo. But unexpectedly, Cristiano Ronaldo scored twice. Since that is the case, Kane can do the same. Receiving the pass, Kane surged down the right flank, dribbling past 2 defenders with ease. It was as if he transformed into Messi, gliding through his own corridor. A half-Messi corridor. The penalty area is his exclusive domain, sweeping through like a hurricane, scattering leaves. After bypassing 2 players, he took a powerful shot aimed at the top left corner. The ball struck the crossbar and bounced into the net. A desperate counterattack. Harry Kane. The Hurricane. He is indeed a hurricane. It's 33 now. Oh, our chance has come. The Portuguese players are at their physical limits. Oh, we still have a chance. Goodness, 2 players have scored twice. Is this rainy night destined to belong to Kane and Ronaldo? This is the first match in this World Cup featuring two players with double goals. It's truly exciting. Scoring in the rain as if autumn winds are sweeping through, that is Harry Kane. I have a feeling Kane will break the curse of no titles. The England fans were incredibly excited. As the match was nearing its end, an equalizing goal emerged. England did not give up. The Three Lions will not back down. On the Portuguese side, the players were somewhat frustrated, especially Dias, who fell due to running too fast, taking Rice down with him. Though he initially thought little of it, Bellingham unexpectedly snatched the ball away. He had to take the blame. However, as Zhang Feng passed by, he took the initiative to say, "It's all right, it's not your fault, Mr. Ruben." Dias touched his face, unsure if it was sweat or rain. "Thank you." He felt a bit touched. It was comforting to have someone console him at such a moment. After all, the pressure was immense for everyone at this time. The light rain seemed to turn into a moderate downpour. The match could not possibly stop now. Everyone was playing with real fire, no one could hold back. The referee gave 12 minutes of stoppage time, likely due to the rain and the tied score. The final 12 minutes. If there is no change in the score during these minutes, we will enter extra time. At that point, everyone's stamina may falter. England still had substitutes available, but Portugal could only swap midfielders. Facing the informed Kane and Bellingham, Old Thomas knew they could not be stopped. "We must settle this now," Old Thomas shouted through the rain. Zhang Feng and the others understood. But how could England easily give them an opportunity? Is it really coming to an end? Time was ticking away. Portugal's attack encountered obstacles. Although they maintained possession, with Neves off the field, Zhang Feng's left flank lacked support, making it hard to get the ball. The ball kept bouncing back and forth on the right side, but there was no chance to score. The non-traditional number 10, Bellingham, was now running back in a defensive position. It seemed they were aiming for a defensive counterattack. Even if unsuccessful, they could accept a draw to go into extra time, not believing Ronaldo could still score. God is on England's side. Victory will ultimately belong to the Three Lions. With only 5 minutes left, Zhang Feng felt a bit helpless. England's defense was like an iron wall. How could they break through? This is a team game. He could not perform individual heroics at will. Just when everyone thought today's match would surely go into extra time, no one expected Dias to lock onto Zhang Feng's position the moment he received the ball. With no defenders, Zhang Feng stood by the left sideline, and the supporting Neves had been substituted. Nunez was responsible for defense, but failed to connect immediately. But Dias was also left with no options. A pass from the right would encounter dense defense. If he cut in the wet grass, posed too great a risk. The only solution was to send a long pass. Dias gritted his teeth and lifted his head high, sending a powerful kick towards Zhang Feng. This final attacking opportunity, the only hope, was entrusted to Zhang Feng, hoping his long passing ability could find a glimmer of chance in this critical moment. Long passes and aerial balls were their preferred strategy in the group stage. But as England's defensive intensity increased, everyone seemed to forget Zhang Feng's prowess with long passes and Ronaldo's headers. "Little Eastern guy, it's up to you now." Dias felt exhausted. He had been plagued by injuries in recent months and could hardly keep up. If there were extra time, he would also need to be substituted. The rainwater on the ball was instantly shaken off, breaking through countless raindrops in the air, heading straight for Zhang Feng's position about 30 meters apart. Dias exerted all his strength, yet the ball began to descend in the air. "It's over." Dias felt a pain. The ground was slippery, and the angle of this pass was slightly off. With the rain, the ball's descent accelerated, leaving only the hope that Zhang Feng could catch it before the defenders arrived. However, even if he caught it, Dias thought it was likely that Stones would block him. It seemed they were truly heading for extra time. At the same time, Zhang Feng sensed it too. As a player skilled in long passes, he knew this pass height was insufficient, and the drop point was still 4 to 5 meters away from him. There was no time for thought. This would be the final strike of the Five Shields Legion. Zhang Feng sprinted with all his might. The number 30 jersey seemed to fly, without wind, cutting through the rain like a red cape lifting into the air. Stones was astonished upon seeing this. Was this kid a lung of iron? He had run the entire field, and could still sprint, and he was fast. Stones was stunned. Can this kid really catch the ball? At that moment, Zhang Feng's mind blocked out all sounds, and the world was left with only raindrops, the ball, and the running number 7 jersey. He resolutely jumped. The ground beneath his feet was somewhat slippery, but it did not hinder his leap. Stones beside him felt a chill. Oh no, the kid's specialty, an aerial long pass. In the sight of 3 billion football fans around the world, the 18-year-old boy donned in the number 30 jersey descended from the heavens. The ball flew silently, slicing through the rainy night. The world is destined to remember this long pass. As Zhang Feng gazed at the ball in the air and began to move, Cristiano Ronaldo had already stealthily made his run behind the wall of defenders. He also carefully checked his position to ensure he wouldn't be offside. At this moment, the two players coordinated perfectly, just like in the group stage in the training ground. However, Cristiano Ronaldo was deeply captivated when he saw the young man leap into the air. His body soared, showcasing the boy's explosive potential to the fullest. "This is my teammate," Cristiano Ronaldo thought with immense pride. As Jiang Feng dashed through the rain curtain, he continued running, waiting for the arrival of the ball. Yet having run the entire field, his stamina was nearly depleted. After several previous attacks coupled with the increasing raindrops, he felt as if his lungs were being torn apart. He squeezed out the last ounce of energy from his body, but still couldn't reach the optimal position for the header. By the time he got there, the ball had already descended to over 2 meters, landing at the back of his head. The chance for a header was lost. In that brief moment, Cristiano instinctively jumped, arching his body backward. Just like the choices he made, the field began to reverse. Cristiano Ronaldo was in the air, adopting a reckless, allure-nothing posture, completely unconcerned for his own safety. His upper body was nearly parallel to the ground, and in the air his right leg traced an almost complete arc, meeting the trajectory of the ball at its peak. This posture has a beautiful name: a bicycle kick. Cristiano never imagined he would be able to perform a bicycle kick in this World Cup. But in that fleeting moment, his body made an autonomous choice. The ball flew directly towards the English goal. Meanwhile, Cristiano crashed heavily to the ground, startling the English defenders. They never expected Cristiano Ronaldo would risk so much. As he descended, it was evident he was exhausted. His arms provided no protection as he crashed heavily into the mud. The English defenders stood in solemn respect. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. However, the goalkeeper had no time for admiration. The ball flew right over his head. He was completely unresponsive, not even attempting to save it. How could he? Even God couldn't stop that ball. The world fell silent. Then the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Lying on the grass, Cristiano felt as if the ground were shaking. Cristiano, is God watching the game? What a spectacular bicycle kick. Cristiano, you are our god of Portugal. Don't forget Jiang Feng, the one who made the pass. At this moment, the world will remember his name, the wind. He is the wind on the field. Even English fans had to admit that they lost. This final goal conquered them. Losing to such an opponent was not shameful. Although England was exceptionally strong this year, they encountered the astonishing Portugal. Initially, it was thought that Portugal would only reach the quarterfinals or semifinals at most. But now it is evident that they should not be underestimated. Cristiano seemed to have found his former self. Now he had a talented midfielder by his side, who could supply him with ammunition. This year's Portugal had the potential to win the championship. Cristiano did not get up immediately, but once he heard the overwhelming cheers, he knew the ball had gone in. He had successfully achieved the hat-trick he had longed for in his 6th World Cup. He had many hat-tricks in his life, but this one was destined to be the most unforgettable. There were no penalties, no free kicks. It was entirely achieved through his own shooting skill, with no hint of fluke. However, all 3 goals today were assisted by Jiang Feng, marking the beginning of their connection. He was the person Cristiano wanted to thank the most in this World Cup. But now they were so familiar that expressing gratitude felt somewhat strange. The first person to help him up was the ever-present Bellingham. He had rushed in to defend, but was a step late, allowing Cristiano to successfully execute the bicycle kick. In fact, Bellingham had always held great respect for Cristiano, and Cristiano had praised Bellingham before. Now Bellingham helping Cristiano up was a kind of echo. Kane stood near the center circle, eyeing the player wearing number 30. He sighed in despair. God, is it really not my turn? Harry Kane. Back home. The roaring ocean shattered the dawn. In communities, on streets, in cubicles, in internet cafes, boyish faces were illuminated with joy. In the live broadcast studio, He Wei said, Portugal refuses extra time. Our young Chinese star Jiang Feng delivered a precise long pass, without any hesitation. He delivered a long pass, which is his specialty. And this long pass just provided Cristiano with the opportunity for the bicycle kick. At 40 years old, Cristiano still jumped and ended the Three Lions' advance. In the final moment, they did not give up easily. Jiang Feng, with youthful passion, delivered this long pass that cut through the rain curtain. This is football. How can we not love it? After speaking, He Wei was choked up. In this match, we witnessed Cristiano's unyielding spirit and the fiery passion of youth. How could you not fall in love with this green field? The comments in the live studio never ceased. An incredible long pass paired with a bicycle kick. No doubt this is the best goal of this World Cup. We were already expecting both sides to enter extra time. We never thought Jiang Feng's pass would change the timeline. 43. Can you imagine the opponent is England? On paper, England undoubtedly overpowers Portugal, yet Portugal has the infinitely potential Jiang Feng. At this moment, the fans at home were truly satisfied. Even if Portugal fell in the semifinals this year, they would accept it. Just based on scoring a hat-trick and assisting a hat-trick, Jiang Feng's journey is far from its end, and perhaps even longer than they anticipated. In Houston, Texas, at a hotel, Bruno Fernandes nearly jumped off the couch at this scene. Remembering his leg muscles weren't fully healed, he obediently sat back down, raised his hands in celebration, and exclaimed, I knew it, I knew this kid could do it. Watching on television, Portugal set up a full defensive formation, leaving England with no chance to attack, allowing the last minute to tick away. Bruno celebrated alongside his teammates on screen. This time he truly couldn't refuse. He should have given the position to the younger players. If he hadn't gotten injured this time, he might not have been able to unlock Jiang Feng's potential. However, Bruno was very excited. Once he saw the strength of the team, he couldn't help but fantasize about winning the championship. But when he thought of their next opponent, the Matadors of Spain, his worries resurfaced. Could Zhang Feng lead the Five Shields Legion against the Matador team and push for the semifinals? This World Cup is truly a thorny path for Portugal. In the lobby of the hotel where the Spanish national football team is staying, the players of the bullfighter team intended to gather and watch the birth of their next opponent in the knockout stage. In truth, they came to understand England's tactics in advance. However, who could have imagined that the team they deemed a false powerhouse, Portugal, would ultimately stand victorious? Kane's brace did not save England. An old veteran returned to his prime tonight, achieving a hat trick with the final goal being a spectacular bicycle kick. Spain's coach De La Fuente pointed at the celebrating Portuguese players in the mud and said, look, I told you this year's Portuguese young midfielder is definitely not weak. He wasn't boasting about how formidable the opponent was, he merely wanted this group of people to learn to respect for veterans and respect for opponents. However, it was evident that his efforts were in vain. De La Fuente even regretted not including the old captain of the Spanish national team in the roster. The old captain had some injuries and was not in good form, primarily due to some off-field grievances with Yammer. This team has many young players with very few over 30, and the forward line is built around Yammer, requiring fullbacks to have offensive capabilities. If the old captain were on the roster, it would easily affect Yammer's mentality and performance, weakening the offense. But precisely because of this, Spain currently lacks an experienced player to anchor the team. They are all young lads prone to impatience. Especially now Yammer, having reached the quarterfinals, has encountered no significant obstacles, sailing smoothly, and is eager to conquer the world, crowning himself at the World Cup. He has stated more than once that he wants to defeat England and reach the semifinals as a birthday gift for his 19th year. In the semis, he defeats his opponent, ultimately claiming the World Cup, crowning himself as a new king. The script has already been written. De La Fuente was somewhat speechless. This kid, after experiencing a slump in the UEFA Nations League, has risen again, but now he has forgotten the pain after healing. However, he is merely a newly adult young person who has not experienced the trials of life and does not understand the value of honor. But De La Fuente thought of the humble 30-numbered young midfield genius who performed both on and off the field. Why is he not so arrogant? At the same time, Yammer, full of youthful passion, has gained fame at a young age, now has a girlfriend, and is surrounded by scandals and conflicts with teammates, partying at nightclubs and other chaotic matters. He is like a younger Neymar. On the field, he only thinks about scoring and is unwilling to do the dirty work. What about Zhang Feng? He studied in Long Country when he was young, then returned to Portugal to play in high school leagues, clean and pure. On the field, he runs back and forth with slightly poor defense, but he takes every attack seriously, assisting his teammates. They are all young, yet the gap is so vast. De La Fuente only hopes that Yammer's talent is enough to suppress Portugal. After the rain, the sky clears. All the Portuguese players covered in mud were not at all affected in their joy of defeating the formidable Three Lions. They lifted Ronaldo and Zhang Feng, celebrating their victory over England. The unfortunate Leo scored a goal and was also a key contributor, but he only shared a leg with Zhang Feng. There was no way around it. After all, both of them completed a hat trick. Even Kane's brace was not the main story today. He was merely a supporting character. After the celebration, it was time to exchange jerseys. Bellingham went directly to Ronaldo and exchanged jerseys with him. Ronaldo, of course, would not refuse. Bellingham is currently at Real Madrid, which is also Ronaldo's old club. For 9 years, Ronaldo dedicated his peak career in football to Real Madrid, with 450 games and 450 goals, including 4 Champions League titles, yet he received disrespect, and the relationship ended on a sour note. But Ronaldo's feelings for Real Madrid have never changed. How many 9-year periods can one have in a lifetime? Unfortunately, Ronaldo was hurt too deeply and ended up being sold. Of course, this is his grudge with Real Madrid and has nothing to do with Bellingham. The two exchanged national team. Bellingham certainly likes Ronaldo, and Ronaldo believes that Bellingham will surely achieve success at Real Madrid. While they were exchanging jerseys, Zhang Feng did not expect that England's defender James would come over to swap jerseys. "Hello Zhang Feng, can I exchange jerseys with you?" James said politely. Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback, but agreed. After all, James, as a 6 million level Iron Wall, respected him by wanting to exchange jerseys with an unvalued newcomer. There was Drought ahead, both being midfielders. Now James is a defender, which definitely signifies respect. Zhang Feng naturally reciprocated the respect. However, Zhang Feng did not expect James to quietly say, "Zhang Feng, would you be interested in joining Chelsea? We really need a midfielder like you. My coach said that if you come, your annual salary will be 800,000 euros. Really? You are trying to poach me?" Zhang Feng casually replied. "Can you buy Brother Rowe as well?" James thought for a moment and said, "That's actually feasible. We are currently lacking such a leader." "Really? Ajen, are you serious? Is Chelsea this rich now?" Just as Zhang Feng was about to speak, Ronaldo, like a protective father, said, "Currently Zhang Feng has no intention of playing in the league, so don't let your coach think too much." See, Ronaldo is very vigilant. He knows that just one World Cup can indeed raise Jiang Feng's market value, but the starters of top teams are all systemic. It's certainly not easy to secure a spot. Those teams look at capital value. You must be valuable for them to trust you. How could they trust you unconditionally like the national team? Try to see if Chelsea would want Jiang Feng a month ago. You want a player, you can't just buy his value at his best state while ignoring his low state. As soon as a player's performance dips, they immediately discard him like a used rag. How could that work? See, Ronaldo understands all too well. He knows that after tonight, Jiang Feng will undoubtedly make many. However, Jiang Feng is currently not suited to directly enter a top club as his experience is still too weak, and top clubs want players they can use immediately without providing Jiang Feng with development opportunities. In the end, it would only waste Jiang Feng's growth opportunities. As for the internal strife within top clubs, let alone dare to try internal strife in the national team. The fans would tear you apart. Internal strife is too common in top clubs. James shrugged. He was merely bringing a message to the club. Whether it succeeds or not has little to do with him. His goal was genuinely to get that number 30 jersey. This kid is too handsome. He is the midfielder player he likes.